Vhumad God Chapter 554 to Chapter 635. In the void, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and stayed awake. On his shoulder, the little white monkey's eyes regained clarity. It rubbed its big eyes and then went into the storage bag to sleep. The crimson dragon was also lying on Lin Xian's body with a listless look on its face. Lin Xian was relieved. He knew that he was temporarily out of danger. This time, the teleportation array in the Lost Land sent Lin Xian to an unfamiliar place. In the endless desert, thousands of miles of the Gobi Desert. From time to time, a hurricane would blow by, blowing up the yellow sand and covering the sky. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the void, and then a hole opened like a pocket. Then, a figure fell from the black hole. This figure was Lin Xian. He escaped from the three venerables of the Divine Bird Palace and was teleported to this place. At this time, he was a little weak, so he took a defensive posture as soon as he landed. However, when he found that there was no one around, he was relieved. However, when he saw the scene around him, he was stunned. Yellow sand filled the sky, and strange rocks were everywhere. There were no trees, and it was very desolate. On his body, the crimson dragon also jumped down, looked around, and then howled. "Damn it, where is this place? Birds don't shit, there's not even a shadow." He was very weak after using the secret technique. He originally wanted to find some spiritual fruits and demon beast cores to replenish his strength. However, he didn't expect to be teleported to such a desolate place. Not to mention spiritual fruits, he couldn't even see grass. Lin Xian was also stunned. He had seen mountains, rivers, and bustling cities, but he had never seen such a desert. However, he was glad that there was no one around, so he could recover his strength. After 3 days of recuperation, Lin Xian finally recovered his strength. However, he was still afraid. The after effects of overusing the Great Dragon Sword Soul were terrible. He was almost sucked dry. This also reminded him that unless it was absolutely necessary, he must not use the Great Dragon Sword Soul more than he could bear. Otherwise, his life essence would be drained dry, and at that time only death would await him. After recovering his strength, Lin Xian started to look around. He did not know where he was, so he wanted to find someone to ask. However, Lin Xian discovered that within a radius of 10,000 miles, there was only the Gobi Desert. There was not a single person to be found. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon had a gloomy look on its face. It kept trying to persuade Lin Xian to leave this place as soon as possible. Lin Xian had the same idea, so they quickly set off. After summoning Xiaojin, Lin Xian and the crimson dragon climbed onto Xiaojin. Little Gold squawked twice, then jumped and ran forward. This place was extremely vast, with yellow sand as far as the eye could see. With a rough look, it seemed that every place was the same. If one was not careful, it was very possible to get lost here. In the desert, there was also a small team moving forward cautiously. Wang Ling was wearing a large white robe that covered his entire body as he walked in the desert. Beside her, there were dozens of martial artist guards wearing white tights. "Miss, we are already close to the depths of the desert. If we go any further, we will reach the center of the desert. It is very dangerous there, you must be careful." Beside Wang Ling, there was an old woman who reminded her in a low voice. "With Grandma Silver Flower here, I am very relieved." Wang Ling smiled, then ordered the martial artists to guard around her. "All of you be careful. Once there is a situation, immediately take action. This time, we must find the primordial yang stone. Miss, this old woman will say something unpleasant. Although the primordial yang stone is precious, it is nothing compared to life." Grandma Silver Flower said, "This is just a rumor. It is not certain if it really exists. We don't need to take this risk." Hearing this, Wang Ling shook her head. She must obtain the primordial yang stone. Not only did she need it, if she could sell it, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. At that time, her status in the family would skyrocket. A few thousand meters away from Wang Ling's team, Lin Xian arrived on Xiaojin. With his outstanding soul power, he already knew that there were people ahead. Therefore, he recalled Chick in advance and walked together with the Crimson Dragon. At this time, the Crimson Dragon was very excited. It did not know how it heard the conversation between Wang Ling and the others. When it found out that there was primordial young stone here, it was so excited that it almost jumped up. "Kid, you must obtain this primordial yang stone," the Crimson Dragon said excitedly. Primordial yang stone contained pure yuan qi and life essence. This kind of thing was very rare. It only existed in very special places. The Crimson Dragon did not expect that there would be primordial yang stone in this desert. It had lost its dragon essence and its cultivation had dropped. If it had primordial yang stone, it would be able to replenish its dragon essence. At that time, not only would its cultivation recover a little, it might even be able to condense a trace of dragon essence. This matter was related to its cultivation and life. How could it not be excited? Lin Xian naturally also heard of primordial yang stone. This kind of stone was also very useful to him. Lin Xian released his soul power and continued to observe the situation. Soon after, his brows slightly wrinkled. These guards were obviously under the command of a young man. That young man was behind Wang Ling. His whole body was covered, and only his eyes were exposed. With his sharp soul power, Lin Xian sensed that there was a deep evil hidden in that gaze. Seeing this gaze, Lin Xian knew that this young guard did not have good intentions. It was very likely that he had designs on the white-robed girl. However, he seemed to have hidden it very well. The white-robed girl did not notice it. If Lin Xian had fused with the great dragon sword soul, his soul power would have been greatly enhanced. Perhaps he would not have noticed the evil in that gaze. Lin Xian did not stop. Instead, he quickly rushed in that direction. Soon, Wang Ling and the others sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy behind them. Under the command of the young leader, the surrounding dozens of martial artists all turned around and formed a defensive formation, protecting Wang Ling in the center. Grandma Silverflower also had a grave expression as she looked behind her. Soon, a figure appeared in front of them. Grandma Silverflower was slightly stunned. Because this figure was simply too young. From the looks of it, he was probably only 17 or 18 years old. However, such a delicate-looking youth had appeared alone in this desert. This made her even more vigilant. When the young guard saw Lin Xian's cultivation, he immediately revealed a disdainful sneer. A trace of coldness filled his eyes. Although the cultivation of a middle-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist was not weak, he was like an ant in his eyes. He only needed one move to kill a middle-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Therefore, when facing Lin Xian's arrival, he did not feel nervous at all. However, Grandma Silverflower was very cautious. She took a step forward and blocked in front of Wang Ling. She asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" The Sunset Desert was very dangerous. Normally, martial artists would enter and exit in groups. No one dared to act alone like this youth in front of her. The other party was either an idiot or a very powerful martial artist. Therefore, she had to be careful. "Little girl, I heard you guys talking about the primordial young stone. Do you know where it is?" The Crimson Dragon jumped down from Lin Xian's body and circled around as he quickly asked. The moment the voice came out, it gave everyone a fright. Their hearts trembled as they looked forward. They discovered that there was a small red snake beside the youth, and the voice came from that dark red snake. A talking demonic beast. Wang Ling was shocked. The young leader was also shocked. One had to know that even a rank 9 demonic beast might not be able to speak. The small snake in front of them clearly had a terrifying aura. It was impossible for it to be a powerful demonic beast. However, it could actually speak human language. This was simply too shocking. What kind of mutant is this? Everyone was shocked, and the young leader's eyes were burning. However, Grandma Silverflower's suspicions became even more serious. This youth could actually eavesdrop on their conversation, and they didn't even know. In addition to shock, Wang Ling's eyes also had a hint of vigilance. She said in a delicate voice, "I don't know what the primordial young stone is." There was a trace of coldness in her voice. It was obvious that she didn't want to have too much contact with Lin Xian. The Crimson Dragon was so anxious that he stomped his feet. He wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Lin Xian. "This is my first time here, so I'm very unfamiliar with this place. Can I join you guys?" He was indeed unfamiliar with this place, and he didn't even know if he was still in the Sky Marshal region. Therefore, he urgently needed to find someone to ask. However, Wang Ling quickly shook her head. And a trace of displeasure appeared in her eyes. Grandma Silverflower, who was beside her, also said coldly, "We still have things to do. It's really inconvenient to bring a stranger with us." The young leader also shouted, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, then scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." This voice contained a surge of spiritual energy that rolled over, causing the surrounding air to explode. Countless yellow sand flew up, forming a huge whirlwind that swept in all directions. This youth was actually at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. No wonder he could become the leader of these guards. His strength was indeed terrifying. The surrounding guards all pulled out their swords and sabers, and a terrifying aura rose from their bodies. "As you can see, these people don't welcome you, so you should leave," Wang Ling said. Shaking his head, Lin Xian didn't say anything else. Instead, he turned and left. The young leader's strength was on par with Granny Silverflower. Furthermore, he had a group of guards under him. If he wanted to rebel, Grandma Silverflower and the King Spirit would not be able to resist. If Wang Ling agreed to go with Lin Xian, they might be able to avoid a disaster along the way. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Xian. He turned around and quickly ran forward, disappearing into the desert in an instant. "Boy, why didn't you continue to ask about the whereabouts of the primordial young stone?" After leaving those people, the Crimson Dragon shouted in dissatisfaction. "They're on high alert. We can't get anything out of them." Lin Xian shook his head. "So what? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with those people. Why don't you capture them and interrogate them? I don't believe that you won't be able to find out the whereabouts of the Yuanyang stones." The Crimson Dragon snorted. Lin Xian shook his head. He had killed many people. Although he had killed many people, those people all deserved to die. Apart from that, he really hadn't done anything like robbing. Using force to force people he didn't know was something he really couldn't do. "Hey, boy, you're still too inexperienced. In the world of cultivation, this kind of thing is common. If you don't do it, maybe someone else will." The Crimson Dragon had a look of disappointment on its face. "If my cultivation was still here, I wouldn't have wasted my breath. I would have directly searched their souls. This is good. We're running around like headless flies. When will we be able to find the Yuanyang stones?" The Crimson Dragon sighed and then jumped up. It stared at Lin Xian and asked in a deep voice. "Boy, are you deliberately not asking? You don't want me to get the Yuanyang stones?" Lin Xian helplessly rubbed his ears. "I say, Little Red. Are you too bored? Why don't I find Little White to play with you?" Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon drooped its head. In the past few days, it had quarreled with the little white monkey several times. But when the little white monkey's furry paw came down, it immediately fainted. It was the same every time. There was no accident. In the end, when it saw the little white monkey's paw, it had a shadow in its heart. Without the Crimson Dragon's noisy voice, Lin Xian sighed in relief. Then, he released his soul and explored the surroundings. Since the other party mentioned the Yuanyang stones, and with the attitude just now, Lin Xian was sure that there were Yuanyang stones nearby. Sunset, afterglow. The entire desert was covered in a layer of orange light. The red sun emitted its last trace of heat, and then completely sank into the ground. Suddenly, the entire desert became dark. Not only that, countless gusts of wind blew in the surroundings, and the temperature dropped sharply. Lin Xian stopped and didn't want to move forward. Normally, with his cultivation, traveling at night wouldn't be a problem. But in this desert, especially after sunset, he felt that his soul force was suppressed. He could now only sense the surrounding 100 meters. He couldn't sense anything further. This wasn't good news for him. It must be known that he was walking alone in this desert. It was inevitable that he would encounter something. If he couldn't predict it in advance, the result would be very dangerous. In the end, he decided to stay in place and wait until tomorrow morning to move forward again. A bright moon rose, and the cold moonlight sprinkled on the ground. The sand reflected a little bit of silver light. In the latter half of the night, the temperature dropped, and the air seemed to be frozen. Even with Lin Xian's cultivation, he still felt the bone-piercing cold. What a strange desert. No wonder those people came in groups. Lin Xian was surprised. It must be known that with his strength, ordinary cold couldn't threaten him. However, the cold air of the desert made him feel uncomfortable. The spiritual energy in his body circulated, and a surging aura filled his body, dispersing the cold air around him. With the protection of his spiritual energy, it was much warmer. Next, Lin Xian began to cultivate, and let the crimson dragon stand guard. The cold night passed, and the sun rose, and the temperature rose again. This desert was very strange. The temperature at night was very cold, and it could probably freeze a martial artist of the spirit transformation realm to death. However, the temperature during the day was extremely high, like a furnace. Especially under his feet, it was like flowing lava, and the heat was unbearable. Lin Xian used the golden thunder body to form a solid defense as he walked in the yellow sand. Although the journey was boring, he had a new understanding of cultivation. In the past, he had always been in a state of cultivation and fighting, and his entire body was in a tense state. It was rare for him to be able to calm down and comprehend like now. These few days of walking in the yellow sand had deepened his understanding of martial arts. It could be said that his spirit had been sublimated. 3 days later, he met Wang Ling's team again. When Wang Ling's group saw Lin Xian, their faces darkened. In their opinion, Lin Xian must have secretly followed them here. This person was so sneaky that he was definitely not a good person. Grandma Silverflower snorted. Very simple, I'll kill him. The young leader's words were filled with killing intent. Forget it, let's go find the primordial youngstone first. Wang Ling shook his head. If he really dares to follow us again, it won't be too late to make a move then. Fine, let him live a little longer. Anyway, an ant like him can be dealt with one slash. The young leader snorted. Feeling the other's killing intent, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. If the other party really made a move, he wouldn't be lenient. Although he wouldn't look for trouble, he wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. He even dared to kill people from a 6-star sect like the Divine Bird Palace, let alone these spirit-detecting realm martial artists. Seeing that those people didn't make a move, Lin Xian silently turned around and continued on his way. At night, the temperature dropped again. It was like 10,000-year-old ice floating in the void. There was a cold aura everywhere, as if it wanted to freeze people into popsicles. Lin Xian sat cross-legged, floating in the void. He circulated all the spirit energy in his body to resist the cold aura. He didn't sit directly on the sand because the yellow sand was too strange. It was like an ice hammer at night, emitting a bone-chilling coldness. Therefore, he chose to float in the void. Not long after, the yellow sand below began to surge, making whooshing sounds like waves. Lin Xian frowned and woke up from his cultivation. He cautiously looked down. Suddenly, the yellow sand below split open, and a black shadow shot out, shining with a cold light, and pierced upward. Lin Xian snorted coldly and dodged quickly, easily dodging the attack of the black light. Then, he floated in the air and looked down. With his outstanding soul power, he quickly sensed the situation below. It was the tail of a demonic beast. The scales on it were triangular and emitted a cold light. At the tip of the tail, there was a 1-meter-long poisonous needle. There was a purple aura on it. It was obviously poisonous. Lin Xian frowned. That poison needle didn't seem any worse than a high-grade spirit step artifact. At this time, the Crimson Dragon also woke up. He looked down and shouted excitedly. Kill it! Kill it! The demon crystal is mine. Below, countless clouds of yellow sand tumbled and then flowed in all directions. A purple poisonous scorpion crawled out from under the yellow sand. Its tail was raised high, and the purple poisonous needle was shining like an awl. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without any hesitation, he quickly swung his sword. A fine sword light slashed down from above at high speed. This sword light was very light and gentle, as if it did not exist. However, when it neared the scorpion, it suddenly exploded with a sharp aura. The sword light flashed and instantly cut down on the poisonous scorpion. The scorpion's body trembled and split open from the middle. The split was neat, and its organs and blood spilled out onto the ground. The crimson dragon roared and turned into a red ray of light, quickly flying down. It took out a fist-sized demon crystal from the corpse and quickly swallowed it. After killing the poisonous scorpion, Lin Xian did not relax. Instead, his frown deepened. This was because he felt that there was an undercurrent surging under the yellow sand. A few thousand meters away, Wang Ling's team was also nervously looking around. The entire surface of the yellow sand was moving up and down like waves. A terrifying demonic aura came from the depths of the desert and rushed in all directions. Then, there was a rustling sound. Countless poisonous scorpions crawled out from the ground. These poisonous scorpions were purple and as big as mountains. The small ones were the size of dogs. They stood on the yellow sand and bathed in the cold moonlight. They covered the mountains and plains and surrounded Wang Ling's team. This scene was too terrifying. Wang Ling's team only had about 20 people, but there were tens of thousands of poisonous scorpions around them. If they were surrounded, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Therefore, in an instant, Grandma Silver Flower rushed into the sky with Wang Ling. The young leader also shouted and a powerful aura erupted from his body as he quickly dodged. The other guards protected the two sides and quickly retreated. All of this happened in an instant. The entire team rushed into the sky quickly. From this point, it could be seen that this team was more experienced. On the yellow sand, the poisonous scorpions bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they quickly rushed into the sky. They emitted a terrifying demonic aura that intertwined to form a huge poisonous scorpion shadow. The poisonous scorpion shadow was 100 feet long and filled the entire sky. With a wave of its huge pincers, it tore the void apart. Its long tail was like a divine whip that swept in all directions. In an instant, the poisonous scorpion shadow's tail swept towards Wang Ling's team in the sky. With a loud bang, the guards in the back row were sent flying, vomiting blood as they were sent flying. The young leader and Grandma Silver Flower released a powerful aura that formed a golden defense. It was a shield of strong spiritual power that was half a meter thick. It blocked the huge tail that swept towards them. However, the tail had a strong poisonous aura. When it came into contact with the defense, there was a sizzling sound as if ice and snow were melting in a raging fire. The young leader and Grandma Silver Flower were shocked. They quickly waved their palms and a vast amount of spiritual power surged forward. A resplendent saber gleam slashed across and a huge palm shadow surged out. Everywhere it passed, sparks flew and large pieces of scales and white bones fell. The two of them joined forces and resisted the huge tail attack. However, the two of them did not show any joy because the scorpion shadow appeared again. Its huge pincers were like a hammer of death with a mighty aura. Woo-woo, everywhere it passed, there was a whistling sound in the air. It was as if hell was crying. It was very miserable. When the sound drifted out, the martial artists and guards felt their scalps go numb and their hearts tremble. Everyone attacked frantically and tried their best to escape. Lin Xian was also surrounded by countless poisonous scorpions. However, he appeared to be much calmer and did not panic. He raised his arm and the Nirvana sword surged out. The pitch-black sword slashed downwards. A cold and deathly aura descended like the Grim Reaper and slashed into the group of scorpions. Instantly, a large number of poisonous scorpions were shattered. Those that were not hit were also affected by the Nirvana sword and lost a large amount of life force. The Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws and collected all the cracked demon crystals below. Then, it stuffed them all into its mouth. These things were definitely the best nourishment for it. Lin Xian killed almost 100 poisonous scorpions in an instant. However, even more scorpions swarmed over. The desert shook violently. Groups of poisonous scorpions struggled out of the yellow sand. Densely packed, it was a ghastly sight, causing one to feel fear just by looking at it. This time, there were even more poisonous scorpions and they were even more powerful. The surroundings were filled with purple demonic aura. It formed a poisonous fog that corroded the surroundings. Lin Xian frowned and retreated quickly. The poisonous aura was very strong and could poison a spirit-detecting martial artist. He did not want to be entangled with these scorpions, so he used his movement technique to leave. However, hundreds of purple figures suddenly rushed up from below and charged at him. Lin Xian soared into the sky and quickly left this place. However, dozens of purple figures suddenly burst out from below. Like purple lightning, they quickly rushed into the sky and chased after Lin Xian. "Damn, flying scorpions!" the Crimson Dragon shouted from the side. Lin Xian turned back with a gloomy expression because there were dozens of 2-meter-long scorpions behind him. They had a pair of wings on their backs and were flying quickly. Their wings were light purple and had purple chi flowing on them. It was very dreamy. The purple wings flapped and instantly rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian was surprised. It was his first time seeing winged scorpions. Moreover, he could clearly sense that these scorpions were abnormally powerful, far surpassing the ones below. It seemed that these scorpions were the elites of the mutated Traceless. In an instant, dozens of scorpions flew past and surrounded Lin Xian. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced. Lin Xian's body burst out with a bright light like a small sun. These were all formed by sword chi and were extremely sharp. These sword chi surged out and slashed in all directions, instantly blasting away those pouncing scorpions. Lin Xian did not stay and turned to leave. However, the scorpions behind him surged forward again with purple chi flowing on their bodies. Obviously, the attack just now did not kill them. It only forced them to retreat. Lin Xian's expression was cold as 2 sword chi shot out from his eyes. He snorted and raised his right hand. A blood-red longsword condensed. Sword of Slaughter. As soon as the blood-red longsword appeared, endless killing intent rose in the surroundings. A strong bloodthirsty killing intent swept through the world. This murderous aura was too strong, causing the surrounding winged scorpions to tremble slightly. They wanted to move, but Lin Xian did not give them a chance. He waved his arm and the Sword of Slaughter flew out. It was like a blood-red sun, shining in all directions. Countless blood-red sword chi slashed horizontally and slashed the venomous scorpions around, making clanging sounds. Clouds of bloody mist exploded, and those poisonous scorpions that could fly exploded, turning into fragments that fell into the yellow sand, and were soon swallowed up by the yellow sand. After dealing with these poisoned scorpions, Lin Xian turned around and left. During this period, he encountered 2 flying scorpions that chased after him, but they were both dealt with by his Sword of Slaughter. In the end, blood-red sword marks formed around Lin Xian and floated around him. They emitted a terrifying aura, making him look like an azure from hell. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that the venomous scorpions stopped chasing after them. Lin Xian put away the Sword of Slaughter and used the long life secret art. Only then did the blood-red sword ripples around his body disappear. The shocking killing intent on his body also disappeared. After leaving the poisonous scorpions, Lin Xian continued forward. He felt that this desert was too strange. There were many hidden dangers everywhere. If he was not careful, then he might lose his life here, so he planned to find the primordial young stones and immediately leave. However, he encountered Wang Ling and the others in front of him. However, the other party was no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, they looked battered and exhausted. The number of guards had also decreased by half, and every one of them was wounded. Even the young man and Grandma Silverflower's clothes had been shattered in a flash. On the other hand, Wang Ling was still in good condition, but his little face was pale without a trace of blood. It was obvious that these people had also encountered the poisonous scorpions and had just escaped. At this moment, those people also saw Lin Xian. They were angry at first, but then they were stunned. Because Lin Xian's clothes were very clean and tidy, and there was not a trace of injury on his body. He did not look like he had gone through a great battle at all. How is this possible? Did he not encounter the poisonous scorpions? Grandma Silverflower was shocked. It's just luck. The young leader coldly snorted, and a trace of gloominess appeared in his eyes. However, in his opinion, Lin Xian was completely lucky that he did not encounter the poisonous scorpions. Otherwise, a small martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm would not have been able to escape from the poisonous scorpions. Lin Xian indifferently glanced at Wang Ling's team. Without any expression, he quickly walked past them. The young leader coldly snorted, and a murderous aura surged from his body. However, this action was stopped by Grandma Silverflower. Her reason was that they had just escaped, and it was not suitable for them to fight. The most important thing now was to quickly rest and recover their strength to deal with what was going to happen next. Humph, count yourself lucky this time. The next time I see you, I will definitely cut you under my blade. The young leader's voice was cold. The night passed and the day arrived. Lin Xian summoned the snow-white little monkey this time and asked it to use the treasure bowl to find the location of the garden sunstone. The snow-white little monkey yawned and took out the shabby little bowl on top of its head. Then, like a little charlatan, it spoke with conviction and danced with joy. The crimson dragon found it funny at the side. Then, as if he had thought of something, he exclaimed, "Could this shabby plate be the treasure bowl?" He was bewildered. He carefully stared at the snow-white little monkey, wanting to figure it out. The snow-white little monkey danced for a while. Then, it picked up the little bowl and pointed in a direction, mumbling. Finally, it jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and began to command. Lin Xian smiled and handed the snow-white little monkey a few spirit fruits. Then, with a sway of his body, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from his original spot. After walking for half a day, Lin Xian suddenly saw a stretch of green trees in front of him. An oasis. His eyes lit up, and he increased his speed. The crimson dragon also let out a strange cry and flew over excitedly. In front of him, there was a small oasis with mottled green trees and a crystal-like lake. The crimson dragon dived into the lake and played to its heart's content. Damn it, the wind and sand have been too strong these few days. Bindhuang's scales have been dirted. We must wash them properly. The crimson dragon complained incessantly. Lin Xian also smiled. He took out a few containers and began to store water. The snow-white little monkey was also playing by the lake. At the same time, it took out the old bowl again and kept mumbling. Then, it let out an excited cry. With the bowl on its head, it ran under a green tree and kept digging. It waved its little claws and soon, it was holding something that looked like ginseng. Its big eyes were squinted into crescents. A top-grade sand ginseng. It's at least 3,000 years old. Seeing this, the crimson dragon rushed over with a swoosh. Now, he was sure that this old bowl was definitely the legendary treasure bowl, otherwise, the snow-white little monkey would not be able to find such a top-grade spirit herb. Even with his experienced eyes, he did not find it just now. This top-grade sand ginseng must have been hidden very deeply. Hee, little monkey, do you want me to exchange it for you? The crimson dragon stood on its 2 feet like a wolf with a big tail. It smiled very wretchedly. It waved its dragon claws and took out a few demon crystals, wanting to exchange it with the snow-white little monkey. However, the snow-white little monkey held the top-grade sand ginseng with a hint of disdain in its eyes. It did not care about the demon crystals in the hands of the crimson dragon. XXXX. The crimson dragon stomped its feet in anger. It was despised by a monkey. If it was in the past, it would have killed the other party with a single slap. But now, it had lost its dragon origin and its cultivation had been greatly reduced. Moreover, the other party was too strange. It could often slap it unconscious, so it really could not do anything to the little white monkey. The little white monkey did not care about the crimson dragon's bribe. It put away the top-grade sand ginseng and began to draw something with its brush. In the next moment, the crimson dragon's face darkened and became very ugly. It naturally understood the little white monkey's meaning. A monkey the size of a palm wanted to take it as its underling? How could this be? Who was it? He was a member of the Eastern Divine Dragon clan. It was the only one in the world, and the leader of all beasts. Although it had lost its dragon origin, it would not recognize a little monkey as its boss. No way. This is not negotiable. The crimson dragon was so angry that it crushed the demon crystal in its hand, swallowed it, and quickly left. Motherf **Cur, this is infuriating. The dark red divine dragon kept thrashing about in the water to vent its anger. Lin Xian found it funny, but he did not stop it. This crimson dragon was too hooligan. Perhaps only the little white monkey could control it. After resting for a while, Lin Xian and the others continued on their journey. This time, the little white monkey jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder, grabbed his hair, and pointed in a direction. You're saying that the primordial young stone is nearby? Lin Xian asked. The little white monkey nodded, then pointed in a direction. Not far from the oasis, there was a barren mountain. There were no plants on it, but there were all kinds of strange rocks piled up on it. It was very strange. The little white monkey had led them to this place. According to it, the primordial young stone was here. Lin Xian put his fingers together, condensed a sword aura, and quickly slashed forward. Boom, the rocks in front of them were split open, and a cave appeared. A warm aura came from there. This aura was different from the heat in the yellow sand. It was very gentle and would not cause harm to the human body. The Crimson Dragon felt this aura and jumped up in shock. This was the aura of the primordial young stone. That's right, it was indeed here. Then, he quickly jumped up and rushed over. But not long after, he screamed and flew back. Ouch! Ben Huang is in so much pain. The Crimson Dragon screamed in rage. Just now, it had rushed too fiercely and directly crashed into the restriction. Although its bones were as tough as steel, it still felt a heart-wrenching pain. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, stroked his chin and said, "If you can open the restriction, I can give you some primordial young stones." The Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up. He then patted his chest and said, "It's just a restriction. How can Ben Huang be trapped by it?" "Humph, you have to know that Ben Huang even went to Immortal Palace back then. What does this bit of restriction count for?" It began to shake, quickly breaking through the restrictions. Although the Crimson Dragon was a ruffian and acted arrogantly, it had to be said that it was indeed very capable. It didn't take long for it to completely open the restriction here. Then, the earth trembled as if there was an earthquake. Suddenly, a warm aura quickly rushed out and filled the surroundings. Lin Xian looked forward and his pupils shrank at the same time. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward with a look of shock on his face. After the seal was opened, the pure yang qi below was too strong. He could feel it from far away. The Crimson Dragon shouted excitedly, "Boy, we're rich this time. It's actually a primordial yang stone vein." A primordial yang stone vein. Lin Xian was shocked. One had to know that primordial young stones were very rare, but he didn't expect that there would be a primordial young stone vein here. Although the scale wasn't very big, it was enough to shock the world. Moreover, what surprised him was that this primordial young stone vein was discovered by him. It was an ownerless object and he could use it alone. This was like picking up a huge treasure. However, the only thing that worried Lin Xian was that when he opened the restriction just now, there was a violent fluctuation that might alarm others. But then he felt relieved. After all, this was a desert and there weren't many people here. But for safety's sake, he decided to quickly search for some. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon had already jumped down. He looked at the primordial young stones all over the ground and saliva dripped down from the corners of his mouth. Lin Xian's figure flickered and instantly arrived below. He found that there were 3 kinds of primordial young stones underground. One of them was the size of a fingernail and had a somewhat mottled color. It was a low-grade primordial young stone. Another one was the size of a walnut and was a middle-grade primordial young stone. The best one was the size of a fist and had a round color and exuded a pure aura. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon was crazily plundering the primordial young stones. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. This Rizalong really dared to take action. It took all the high-grade primordial young stones and didn't even look at the middle-grade primordial young stones. Then, Lin Xian's figure flickered and quickly took action. Haha! The Crimson Dragon laughed loudly. Its mouth was so wide that it reached its ears. It waved its dragon claws and took a high-grade primordial young stone every time. "Rich, this time I'm really rich." The Crimson Dragon kept roaring. At this time a cool breeze blew and the high-grade primordial young stones on the ground disappeared. Suddenly, the Crimson Dragon crazily shouted, "Fuck, goddamn brat, slow down a bit. Leave some for Ben Huang." However, Lin Xian didn't slow down and still moved quickly. The snow-white little monkey was surprised. Then it squinted its eyes and took the small bowl on its head and put it on the ground. Then it waved its little claws. So, all the nearby high-grade primordial young stones appeared in the small bowl. "Fuck, my primordial young stones." The Crimson Dragon saw the snow-white little monkey smile and its lungs were about to explode. Robbers, a group of robbers. The Crimson Dragon's heart was bleeding. It went crazy and moved around the entire mine. Just as Lin Xian and the others were collecting the primordial yang stones, Wang Ling's team appeared in the nearby oasis. Grandma Silver Flower took out a map and said, according to the map, the primordial yang stones should be near this oasis. Let's take a rest and then split up to search. Wang Ling said. However, at this time, the young leader's eyebrows twitched. He was puzzled and looked into the distance. Even Grandma Silver Flower's expression changed as she revealed a puzzled look. This aura. What a pure yang qi. Could it be the primordial yang stones? Grandma Silver Flower was shocked. On the other hand, the young leader's face was filled with joy. He shouted in a low voice and quickly ran into the distance. Then, he led the guards and set off. I guess this is the aura of the primordial yang stones. Let's go and take a look. Grandma Silver Flower said. After that, the group of people quickly rushed forward. Soon, they felt that the pure yang qi in front of them was getting denser and denser. Not far ahead, the ground cracked and a few fingernail-sized stones were scattered on the ground. The young leader took the lead. His body flashed and he picked up the stones on the ground. Primordial yang stones, ha ha ha. It's really primordial yang stones. The young leader looked up and laughed. The guards were overjoyed and began to search. Wang Ling walked over with Grandma Silver Flower. When she saw this scene, she revealed a gratified smile. Great, we are rich this time. However, when the young leader heard this, he snorted coldly. No. You are wrong. It's not us, it's me. It's me who is rich. The young leader's voice had a tinge of malevolence. The guards at the side also had a playful smile. What do you mean? Wang Ling asked in a deep voice. At the side, Grandma Silver Flower shouted angrily, how dare you? Are you rebelling? Rebelling? The young leader laughed insolently. Yes, I am rebelling. Hearing this, Grandma Silver Flower's face turned gloomy. She did not expect these guards to rebel at such a crucial moment. Moreover, the one leading the rebellion was the leader of the guards. Why? Wang Ling shouted, our Wang family has given you a lot. Why? The young leader sneered. Stupid. We followed your Wang family for spiritual stones and resources. Now that we have found the primordial yang stone, what treasures can't we get? Do we still need your Wang family? What a joke. The young leader's voice was cold with a tinge of ruthlessness. Aren't you afraid of the Wang family's revenge? Wang Ling shrieked. Wang family's revenge? The young leader sneered. Do you think the Wang family will know what is happening here in this desert? Looking at the young leader's malevolent face, Wang Ling was finally afraid. She asked in a trembling voice, what do you want? At the side, Grandma Silver Flower took a step forward and emitted a powerful aura. I am warning you not to act recklessly. She is the young miss of the Wang family. Don't worry, young miss. We won't kill you. The young leader laughed. Following which, a tinge of evil fire appeared in his eyes. Such a beautiful woman. Of course, we have to enjoy her. After speaking, the surrounding warriors laughed maniacally. Their eyes were filled with lust. Being stared at by so many eyes, Wang Ling's body trembled. She felt her body burning as though she had been seen naked. Despicable, shameless. Wang Ling shrieked. I am despicable and shameless. What can you do to me? The young leader laughed maniacally. His cultivation was the highest here. He was the heavens. Listen to me obediently. Once I'm tired of playing, I might even let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. At the end of his speech, his body exuded a powerful aura that contained endless killing intent. Wang Ling retreated in terror. She was only at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm, so she couldn't resist this aura at all. Seeing Wang Ling's terrified expression, the young man laughed maniacally. The saber in his hand shone with a dazzling light, and he quickly slashed out, instantly tearing apart Wang Ling's loose robe. In an instant, Wang Ling's clothes were torn to shreds, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. The eyes of the surrounding warriors lit up like hungry wolves as they stared at the exposed part of his body. Wang Ling screamed in fright and hid behind Grandma Silver Flower. On the other hand, Grandma Silver Flower snorted coldly. Spiritual energy surged from her entire body and condensed into a silver flower in front of her, which rapidly floated and rotated. "Young mistress, leave quickly. I will stop them," Grandma Silver Flower said in a deep voice. Wang Ling nodded, then turned around and left quickly. "You want to leave? It's not that easy. Brothers, capture the little beauty for me," the young leader shouted. Then, he waved his saber and slashed at Grandma Silver Flower. A great battle was about to break out. The two experts were fighting, and their terrifying auras shook the surroundings. Wang Ling's escape route was blocked, so she could only run forward. Soon, she arrived near the barren mountain in front of her. At this moment, Lin Xian, who was collecting high-grade primordial yang stones in the barren mountain, suddenly changed his expression. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared outside the cave. Then, he looked ahead with a gloomy face. Not far ahead, Wang Ling's clothes were tattered, and her body was exposed. She was running toward him with a panicked expression. Behind her were 7 or 8 guards with sabers, who were chasing after her. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Everything was as he had expected. He already knew that those guards were up to no good, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. "Young hero, save me!" Wang Ling saw Lin Xian's figure and immediately shouted. However, the dissatisfaction and disgust in her eyes had long disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of pitiful look. Lin Xian sneered. Not long ago, this woman had arrogantly chased him away. Her attitude was insufferably arrogant. And now, the other party was actually asking for his help. This change in attitude was too fast. Moreover, she had 8 martial artists chasing after her. Most of them were at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and 3 of them were at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. This kind of team could crush any late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Perhaps only peak spirit-detecting realm martial artists could take them on. Lin Xian's current cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but Wang Ling was asking him for help. This was clearly sending him to his death. If it was anyone else, they might have rushed over after seeing her pitiful appearance. However, Lin Xian was different. He was very calm and analyzed the situation clearly in an instant. He was still standing there, not moving at all. Seeing Lin Xian not doing anything, Wang Ling cursed in her heart. However, she knew that only Lin Xian could buy her some time and give her a chance to escape. Therefore, she put on a pitiful expression, and there was even a hint of charm in her eyes. "Young master, save me!" Wang Ling arrived beside Lin Xian in a flash. She purposely revealed a large portion of her skin, making her expression even more pitiful. When the people behind saw this, they suddenly felt a ball of fire in their lower abdomens. They wanted nothing more than to take Wang Ling on the spot. They quickly rushed over and surrounded Lin Xian and Wang Ling. One of the late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists walked out and shouted, "Brat, this is none of your business. Scram, or I'll kill you too." Lin Xian raised his brows and said, "I don't care about your business. If you want to fight, scram to the side." Hearing this, Wang Ling's heart tightened. The guards in front were furious. A mid-stage spirit-detecting realm brat dared to tell them to scram. This was too much. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that there was an extremely pure yang energy coming from the cave behind the brat. There was no need to think. There must be primal yang stones inside. "Brothers, go. Capture that girl first, then kill this brat and take the primal yang stones," the late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist shouted. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists pulled out their swords and rushed over. "Scram!" Lin Xian shouted coldly. A sound wave carrying a terrifying energy spread out. It turned into a rolling wave that surged forward. Instantly, the terrifying sound wave sent the guards in front flying. The mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists were sent flying while vomiting blood. Among them, 3 late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists felt their blood boil. Their faces were filled with shock. How is this possible? The guards were terrified. They looked at Lin Xian and trembled. Their combination was enough to kill any late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist, but a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm brat was able to injure all of them with just a roar. This was too unbelievable. Wang Ling was also shocked. Her eyes were filled with horror. However, she was overjoyed. At least she was safe for the time being. Moreover, with the young leader's temper, he definitely wouldn't let Lin Xian go. If the two of them fought, both of them might be injured. At that time, she would cooperate with Grandma Silver Flower to kill all of them. Then all the primal yang stones in this cave would be hers. Thinking of this possibility, Wang Ling was excited. The pitiful expression on her face became even more intense. She even secretly tore her clothes to shreds, revealing her alluring figure. As long as she could charm Lin Xian, her plan would be halfway to success. At this moment, another terrifying aura came from behind. 2 rays of light flashed. 2 powerful auras flew over from the distance. With a flash of light, 2 figures landed on the ground. Miss. When Grandma Silver Flower saw Wang Ling's tattered clothes, her eyelids twitched. Her figure flashed, and she arrived beside Wang Ling. She looked around vigilantly. On the other side, the young leader's face became gloomy when he saw the guards lying on the ground and wailing. These guards were very powerful. Apart from him, no one would be able to withstand their combined attack. However, these people were lying on the ground, and many of them were seriously injured. He found it hard to accept. "Who injured you?" the young leader asked in a deep voice. Their expressions were ugly as they looked at Lin Xian. However, they couldn't say anything. A mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist injured them with just a roar. No one would believe it if they said it. However, the young leader didn't need them to say anything. He knew everything from their expressions. Then he looked at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. "Brat, you dare to injure my people? You're courting death." His voice was cold and shook the void. However, his gaze quickly passed by Lin Xian and looked at the cave behind him. He could feel a dense pure yang energy there. Could it be primal yang stones? The young leader's voice trembled. Then his eyes were filled with excitement. "That's right, primal yang stone, it's definitely primal yang stone. Moreover, the quantity is definitely not small, otherwise it would be impossible to have such pure yang qi." Grandma Silver Flower's face was also filled with shock as she stared at the cave crack not far away. "Ha ha ha ha, I've struck it big this time." The young leader laughed wildly. "Little beauty, I have to thank you this time." He was simply too excited. If he could obtain the primordial yang stones in the cave, then he would definitely become rich overnight, and there was even a chance that his personal wealth would surpass the entire Wang clan. At that time, he could also use this wealth to develop his own family's power and become an overlord. At the thought of this, his entire body became agitated, and an incomparably tyrannical saber chi soared from his body, as if it was about to break through the sky. "All of you will die." This voice contained a cold killing intent. Obviously, the young leader was determined to kill. He would not let these people leave alive. Otherwise, if others knew that he had so many primordial yang stones, they would definitely face an imminent disaster. One had to know that even supremacies would be envious of primordial yang stones. Wang Ling put on a new robe. She was still standing beside Lin Xian, but in her heart, she was constantly thinking of a way to deal with this situation. She and Grandma Silver Flower stood to the side, not saying anything, nor did they have any intention of helping Lin Xian. From the looks of it, she wanted to let Lin Xian and the young leader fight, let both sides suffer, and then reap the benefits. Lin Xian was expressionless as he said indifferently, "I'll give you a chance, either get lost or die." His voice was very calm, without a trace of fluctuation, as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter, but the domineering aura in his voice was unmistakable. Hearing this, the young leader frowned, and immediately sneered. "Threatening me, with just you? Brat, I think you're tired of living. Don't you know how to write the word death? Fine, today, let me teach you what regret is. I'll split you open with a slash, and let you know that there are some people you can't provoke." "Boss, this brat is very strange, be careful," one of the guards said. "Humph, a bunch of good-for-nothings. I've raised you for nothing." The young leader coldly snorted. You can't even beat a middle-stage spirit detecting brat, what trash. All of you, come with me now. The guards felt bitter in their hearts, but they didn't dare to disobey the young leader's order, or else their end would be very miserable. These people were holding swords, and their hands were constantly trembling. The long swords in their hands were clattering. Even so, they still didn't dare to make a move against Lin Xian. There was no other way, the scene just now was too shocking. Just a sound wave was enough to injure all 8 of them. This brat's strength was too terrifying, and he wasn't any weaker than the young leader. Useless trash, get out of my way. Humph, I'll let you see what true strength is. The young leader coldly snorted, and his aura surged out like a wave, causing the surrounding guards to retreat. In his hand was a huge blue blade. The back of the blade was very wide as 2 palms. Just by looking at it, one could tell that this blade was very heavy. Sure enough, the young leader casually waved it, and it caused the void to buzz as if it couldn't bear it. One move is enough to deal with you. He was very confident. He raised his right arm, and the snow-white blade emitted a cold aura in the air. Then, his arm fell, and a resplendent blade aura rushed out. It turned into a blade aura and quickly slashed forward. Everywhere it passed, the air cracked, and the ground sank. It was a terrifying scene. Wang Ling's expression changed drastically, and her face turned pale. She kept retreating. Fortunately, Grandma Silver Flower was protecting her, and she formed a silver flower defense to protect her from the blade aura's corrosion. This blade was too stunning. Probably no one below the peak of the spirit detecting realm could block it. The young leader sneered. He could even see the scene of Lin Xian being chopped into pieces by his blade aura. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. But soon, his laughter stopped. It was as if someone was strangling his neck. That arrogant laughter suddenly disappeared in the air. Not only that, his entire face turned red, and it was as if he couldn't breathe. The surrounding martial artists were shocked, and they were dumbfounded. This was because they saw Lin Xian shatter that resplendent blade aura with just one punch. The entire process was smooth, and there wasn't a single pause. It was obvious that Lin Xian's punch was casual. How is this possible? How can you shatter my blade aura? The young leader screamed. He wouldn't believe that Lin Xian could shatter his attack even if he was beaten to death. However, it really happened in front of his eyes, and he couldn't help but believe it. Grandma Silver Flower was also shocked, and her body kept trembling. It was also her first time seeing Lin Xian make a move. She didn't expect this weak youth to have such terrifying strength. Fortunately, she didn't make a move against Wu. Otherwise, the consequences would be terrifying. On the side, Wang Ling's eyes flashed with excitement. Just as she thought, Lin Xian's strength was on par with the young leader. Perhaps he was a little stronger. However, if the 2 of them fought, both sides would be injured. At that time, they might even perish together. At that time, they would have an absolute advantage because in this battle, other than the young leader and Lin Xian, only Grandma Silver Flower's strength had reached the peak of the spirit detecting realm. At that time, they would be the rulers. On the other side, the young leader also calmed down from his shock. Good kid, I didn't expect you to hide your strength. Looking at your appearance, your true strength should have reached the peak of the spirit detecting realm. His expression was grave as he tightly gripped the blue broadsword in his hand. However, don't think that you can defeat me just like that. That attack was just a casual attack. You being able to shatter it doesn't mean anything. Next, I will let you know my true strength. I will also make you regret being born into this world. At this point, a powerful aura surged from the young leader's body. It was very sharp and slashed in all directions like a heavenly blade. A powerful aura surged from the young leader's body and slashed toward Lin Xian like a heavenly blade. Blade intent. Wang Ling was shocked. This blade intent was too strong, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Grandma Silver Flower also had a grave expression. In the battle just now, she was suppressed by this blade intent. Both of them were late-stage spirit detecting realm martial artists, and she had been in this realm for decades, far surpassing the young leader. Logically speaking, her battle strength should be stronger, but the opponent's blade intent was too strong. She couldn't withstand it. Now, this terrifying blade intent appeared again and slashed toward Lin Xian. According to Grandma Silverflower's deduction, Lin Xian couldn't block it at all. Blade intent? 70%. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although the other party's saber intent was incomparably sharp in the eyes of others, in his opinion, it could not withstand a single blow. After all, even Yi Lin Yun, who had comprehended sword intent to the phenomenal stage, wasn't a match for him, let alone this young leader. Since the other party was courting death, there was nothing he could do. Thus, when the blade aura slashed down, he did not move in the slightest. The surrounding injured cultivators were grinning maliciously. In their opinion, Lin Xian must have been scared silly. Wang Ling cursed in her heart. What a piece of trash. She originally thought that she would be able to contend against the young leader, but she did not expect that she would be so weak. Seeing this scene, she was extremely anxious. One had to know that Lin Xian's battle prowess was a part of her plan, and the current situation was likely to cause her plan to fail. The young leader sneered. His saber intent was extremely tyrannical. Even martial artists of the same level would not dare to forcefully contend against it. It was impossible for a small martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm to withstand his saber intent. Humph, you still want to fight with me? You're courting death. The young leader snorted coldly. Looking at the blade aura that was rapidly approaching him, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Then, he slowly reached out his hand and clenched it slightly. This palm seemed slow and casual, but it was extremely fast. Moreover, he was grabbing at the weak point of the saber intent. Therefore, in the next moment, the shocking blade aura suddenly trembled and shattered like a mirror. What, he actually shattered the blade aura? That's impossible. Everyone was stunned. That was a blade aura that was infused with 70% saber intent. It was extremely sharp and could even threaten a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, such a powerful attack had been shattered so easily. How did that kid do it? Who is he? The surrounding martial artists were shocked and subconsciously retreated. They no longer dared to look at Lin Xian. Wang Ling was also stunned. She felt her mind go blank and could not breathe. The young leader's pupils constricted. His eyes were filled with shock. He knew the power of this move. With the opponent's strength, it was impossible for him to withstand it. How did he do it? The young leader was extremely puzzled. Then, he stomped his foot and quickly rushed over. Blue blade aura. The young leader swung the blue blade in his hand. It formed a dazzling blue blade aura that enveloped Lin Xian. The terrifying saber intent soared into the sky as if it could cut through everything. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He did not intend to waste any more time with his opponent. His body swayed as he used the illusory demon steps. His speed was extremely fast. He put two fingers together and a sword aura flickered on his fingertips. He pointed out with his finger. It was as fast as lightning and as shocking as divine thunder. The green sword aura flashed and cut through the blade aura that filled the sky. Then, it pierced into the young leader's throat at an extremely fast speed. So fast. No. Can. In the next moment, the blade aura and sword aura that filled the sky disappeared. The young leader's body trembled and his pupils gradually dilated. The tyrannical aura on his body was quickly disappearing. There was a finger-sized hole in his throat and blood was flowing out crazily. He stared blankly at Lin Xian before collapsing. Even in death, he did not believe that this middle-stage spirit-detecting realm youth could kill him in one move. Silence, it was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone was dumbstruck. They only regained their senses after a long time. The surrounding martial artists and guards threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground with a plop. Their bodies trembled as they begged for mercy. Wang Ling's heart was beating wildly. Her face was filled with shock as her chest heaved up and down. To be honest, she was truly shocked. Even if she was beaten to death, she would never have thought that this unremarkable youth would have such great strength. If the other party could kill the young leader in one move, then he could also kill Grandma Silverflower. This way, her plan could not be carried out. Grandma Silverflower's eyelids were twitching wildly. She swallowed her saliva with difficulty as her body trembled slightly. She was the strongest here and had the most unique insight. Therefore, she could deeply feel the terror of that sword aura. Although she was very far away, she still felt like she was about to die at that moment. She took a deep breath and did not dare to act rashly. Instead, she said with a trembling voice, "Thank you, young master, for saving my young miss." "All right, the matter has been settled. You can leave now," Lin Xian said indifferently before turning around to leave. "Leave?" Wang Ling was stunned. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. The cave ahead was definitely filled with primordial young stones. That was a shocking treasure, however, she was so close but could not obtain anything. Now, she even had to leave. How could she be willing to leave? However, Lin Xian's performance had indeed shocked her. She did not have the courage to face such a terrifying enemy. Therefore, Wang Ling bit her lips and revealed a pitiful expression. "Young master, this desert is so dangerous. Are you really not worried about letting me leave alone?" This voice was soft as if a pair of gentle hands had brushed across his heart. "Why don't you let me follow you? Once we leave the desert, my Wang family will definitely reward you handsomely." Wang Ling tried her best to stay by Lin Xian's side. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He was very dissatisfied. Earlier, he had proposed to go together, but he was mercilessly rejected and even mocked. Now, she wanted to go together? How could that be possible? There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. He wanted to reject her, but in the next moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked into the void. Wang Ling did not know why Lin Xian had such a reaction, but Grandma Silverflower frowned slightly. She also tried to sense. Not long after, her heart trembled, and she revealed a look of shock. That was because she felt several powerful auras rushing over from afar. Any one of those auras could make her tremble. Needless to say, these people's cultivation must have surpassed the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Thinking of this, her wrinkled face revealed a worried expression again. Not long after, Wang Ling also felt those powerful auras. Her little face was also tense, and her little hands were clenched together uneasily. The change in this situation was beyond her expectations again. Lin Xian frowned and looked into the sky. At the same time, he secretly sent a voice transmission to the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey in the cave, asking them to speed up their collection. In the next moment, a few figures descended and stood in the void. That powerful pressure caused the surroundings to buzz and tremble, as if the entire void could not withstand this power. A few figures descended and stood in the void, emitting powerful auras. Then, these people looked down with disdain. "Primordial Youngstone, it is indeed Primordial Youngstone." The voice in the sky had a hint of excitement. Then, the few figures slowly descended. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the sky. He noticed that the first to descend was an old man in linen clothes. This old man had a hooked nose and dark eyes. His aura was powerful, and he was probably at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. When the surrounding guards felt this aura, they immediately knelt on the ground and trembled. Grandma Silverflower was also shocked. She carefully guarded Wang Ling at the side. On the other hand, Lin Xian appeared to be very calm. However, he didn't do anything excessive and just stood there silently. Under such circumstances, he did not want to become the center of attention. The moment the gray-robed old man landed, he looked ahead. His eyes were like divine light as he stared at the cave in front of him. Then, he grinned. His palm danced, forming a huge claw of light that grabbed forward. It looked as if it was going to cover the entire mountain. However, at this moment, a beam of sword light fell from the sky like a rainbow and instantly sent the huge palm of light flying. After that, the sword light also disappeared. "Old Hui, aren't you being too impatient?" A slightly dissatisfied voice came from behind. It was a blue-haired middle-aged man with a long sword at his waist. His aura was fierce. Other than the blue-haired swordsman, there was also a young woman and a one-armed old man. These three people had powerful auras that were not any weaker than the gray-robed old man. It was clear that these people were all at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Wang Ling, who was originally worried and afraid, immediately became happy when she saw the blue-haired middle-aged swordsman. "Uncle Shangguan." Wang Ling shouted and quickly ran over. Grandma Silverflower also heaved a sigh of relief and followed behind Wang Ling. It's actually the little girl from the Wang family. Little girl, why are you here? Eh? What happened? Even your guard leader was slaughtered. Who did it? Seeing the corpse on the ground, the blue-haired middle-aged swordsman frowned. Uncle Shangguan, you have to seek justice for me. Wang Ling immediately burst into tears, looking very sad. I originally obtained an ancient map that marked the existence of the primordial young stone. Then, I brought my guards to search for it. Along the way, I traveled with that young man. Then, she pointed at Lin Xian. However, who would have thought that when we reached the primordial young stone, this guy suddenly betrayed me and killed my guard leader. Moreover, he wanted to occupy the primordial young stone cave. Not only that, he wanted to molest me. Uncle Shangguan, you have to save me. Wang Ling cried bitterly and looked very pitiful. It was as if she had suffered a great injury. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face turned extremely cold and his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. This woman was too vicious. He was the one who discovered the primordial young stone cave and the betrayal was done by the young guard leader. As for the molestation, it was even more impossible. And now, Wang Ling, this evil woman, had pushed all the blame onto him. Lin Xian felt a chill in his heart. One must know that not long ago, he had saved Wang Ling's life. Now that this vicious woman had a new backer, she wanted to twist the truth and kill him to silence him. As expected, you are vicious. I have never seen such a shameless woman. Uncle Shangguan, look, he is still insulting me. Wang Ling cried again. Her small face was filled with tears and it made one's heart ache. Good boy, you look honest, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing. The blue-haired swordsman coldly snorted. Break your arms and kneel on the side. I will deal with you after I settle the matter of the primordial young stone. There was a trace of coldness and ruthlessness in his voice. The other three peak spirit detecting realm martial artists were even more expressionless. They didn't even look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian chuckled when he heard those words. I think you've gone stupid from practicing the sword. You believe everything she says. Do you have a brain? Lin Xian coldly snorted. You still dare to talk back? You're courting death. The blue-haired swordsman's eyes were cold as they swept towards Lin Xian like a sword. However, Lin Xian punched out and shattered the sword. Then he coldly shouted, the one who wanted to betray us was the young leader. It was this vicious woman who begged me, so I saved her life. I didn't expect her to bite back. Even pigs and dogs know how to repay kindness, but she's worse than an animal. Lin Xian's voice was cold and contained a strong killing intent. You're courting death. Wang Ling was trembling with anger. He dared to insult her like this. Moreover, he did it in front of a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist. Was he not afraid of death? The other three peak spirit detecting realm martial artists were also slightly moved. To be honest, it was the first time they had seen a youth who wasn't afraid of death like Lin Xian. As for the blue-haired swordsman, his expression was cold. He looked at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. In fact, in his eyes, Lin Xian was already dead. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Anyone who had done such a thing had already died and ceased to exist. However, what shocked him even more was that Lin Xian didn't stop there. Instead, he continued to shout. What I said just now was the first thing. I wanted you to see the ugly face of this vicious woman. The second thing is to let you know that I was the one who discovered this place. In other words, this is my territory. If you want the primordial young stones, there is no chance. I'll give you one chance to scram. At the end of his words, the sound waves turned into rolling waves that swept through the sky and scattered the clouds in the sky. The surrounding martial artists and guards were all lying on the ground, trembling. The three extreme spirit detecting realm martial artists all had cold expressions. The blue-haired swordsman was so angry that he started laughing. What did he just hear? A mid-stage spirit detecting realm kid actually told them to scram. No one would believe it if they heard it. One had to know that the gap between each stage of the spirit detecting realm was huge. An extreme martial artist could definitely kill a mid-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist in one move without any accidents. Is this kid crazy? He actually dares to insult extreme spirit detecting realm martial artists, and 4 of them at once. Does he really not want to live anymore? Grandma Silverflower was shocked. Good, good, good. Kid. You have guts. Don't think you're going to die for sure. You have to know that there's a state in this world that's worse than death. When I get the primordial young stone, I'll let you enjoy the torture of this world. I'll let you know that there are some words that you can't say even when you're about to die. The other 3 extreme spirit detecting realm martial artists also had cold expressions. They looked at Lin Xian with killing intent. Their identities were special, and no one had ever dared to scold them like this. When Wang Ling saw this scene, she sneered in her heart. In her opinion, Lin Xian was definitely going to die. Lin Xian looked at these people, but his heart was burning with anger. He didn't want to cause trouble, but these people were so aggressive and didn't plan on letting him go. Since that was the case, he couldn't be blamed. He would let these people know who was the prey. Moreover, he definitely wouldn't let this vicious woman, Wang Ling, go. It was fine if she didn't want to repay his kindness, but she actually distorted the truth and tried to lure experts to kill him. This kind of person definitely couldn't be left alive. Lin Xian looked up with a cold expression. Countless golden lightning danced on his body, intertwining to form a golden armor. Lin Xian's body glowed with golden lightning patterns as he activated the golden lightning body. What, kid, you still dare to attack? The blue-haired swordsman laughed, his eyes full of disdain. A little martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm actually dared to make a move against him. He really was tired of living. Little kid, I know you have some strength and can kill late-stage spirit detecting realm cultivators. However, your strength is still too lacking compared to us. I advise you to surrender obediently. Don't ask for trouble. The prostitute said. However, the one-armed old man beside him sneered. You're just an ant, yet you dare to compete with a giant dragon? You don't deserve to die. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his leg, which formed a huge shadow of a leg and blasted forward. It had to be said that a martial artist at the limit of the spirit detecting realm was truly too powerful. Just a casual attack had the power to split the heavens and earth. This leg shadow was like a heavenly pillar. Light swirled above it, and wherever it passed, the earth would collapse. The ground trembled and cracks appeared. Countless grains of sand flowed downwards like yellow waves. It was a spectacular sight. Those guards who were originally lying on the ground were swept by the leg shadows and instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. In the blink of an eye, that terrifying leg shadow arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes focused. He let out a low roar and suddenly punched out with his right fist. The golden fist shadow pierced through the sky like a golden wheel. It illuminated the sky and collided with the terrifying leg shadow. Lin Xian had consumed many heavenly treasures, and his life force had reached the level of a supremacy. Moreover, he also had a powerful body refinement technique like the golden lightning body. Therefore, this punch could be said to be extremely violent. An earth-shattering sound resounded through the 9 heavens as a terrifying energy exploded. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions, causing Wang Ling, Grandma Silverflower, and the others' expressions to change. Even those martial artists at the limit of the spirit detecting realm frowned. With their strength, they could naturally sense that Lin Xian's aura was still there. In fact, it hadn't weakened by much. When the dust dissipated and Lin Xian's figure appeared, the surrounding martial artists trembled. This was because they saw that Lin Xian's body was flashing with golden lightning. He was completely unharmed, as if he hadn't been injured. How is this possible? Wang Ling was stunned, her face pale. The one-armed old man's face was so gloomy that it was terrifying. He was a martial artist at the limit of the spirit detecting realm. That kick just now was enough to kill several martial artists at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. However, that attack couldn't hurt a kid at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. Even if the other party had hidden his strength, it couldn't have ended up like this. Could it be that the kid also had the strength of a martial artist at the limit of the spirit detecting realm? The one-armed old man's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't sure. However, the kid in front of him was definitely not as simple as he seemed. With a cold snort, he stood to the side and stopped attacking. This kid's opponent should be the blue-haired swordsman. Before he figured out the opponent's background, he wouldn't draw fire to himself. Seeing the one-armed old man stop attacking, the other martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm were shocked. One had to know that experts like them could kill a group of spirit-detecting realm martial artists with a raise of their hand. There was only one reason why the one-armed old man didn't attack: he wasn't confident. Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Then, they looked at Lin Xian with a grave expression. They didn't expect this seemingly weak youth to be a difficult opponent. Wang Ling's heart skipped a beat. This was completely different from what she had expected. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong that he could contend against a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. If the blue-haired swordsman was here, she probably wouldn't be able to withstand one of Lin Xian's palms. Thinking of this, she looked at the blue-haired swordsman with a worried expression. The blue-haired swordsman's face was also gloomy. The kid in front of him was even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. However, since he had said he would kill the other party, how could he stop? Moreover, this was related to an extremely important resource like the primordial young stone, so he wouldn't stop. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand one of my moves. Interesting. However, if this is what gives you the right to be so arrogant, then you can go die. The blue-haired swordsman pulled out the silver sword at his waist and slowly walked out. The next moment, his aura changed greatly. An abnormally sharp aura spread out from his body like a long sword being unsheathed. At that moment, cracks appeared in the air between heaven and earth. It was as if a small mirror had shattered and spread out like a Thursday weekend. What a powerful sword chi! The martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm frowned with grave expressions. Among martial artists of the same level, swordsmen were extremely powerful because their attacks were very powerful and could even surpass those of the same level. It was clear that the blue-haired swordsman was such a person. His body emitted a powerful sword chi as he slowly raised the silver sword in his hand. And, remember, there are some people you can't afford to provoke. As his voice fell, the silver sword light soared into the sky like a silver river and slashed toward Lin Xian. That's not how you use a sword. Lin Xian's voice was cold and even had a trace of disdain. Then, he also took a step forward and a powerful aura burst out from his body. The large dragon sword intent surged and pierced through the clouds. It was like a peerless divine sword, shining with a shocking light. This is sword intent. The extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artists were shocked and revealed looks of disbelief. Especially the blue-haired swordsman, his pupils shrank. Sword intent was an extremely offensive concept. Out of 10,000 swordsmen, there might not even be one that could comprehend sword intent. One had to know that even he had not comprehended sword intent. But this little brat had actually comprehended sword intent. Looking at that aura, it was definitely not low. The blue-haired swordsman's face was gloomy and there was a ball of jealousy burning in his heart. Seeing the terrifying potential of the other party, his heart was filled with killing intent. If he could not kill this brat today, he would be in great trouble in the future. Therefore, he would not let Lin Xian leave alive. Then, the sword chi in the blue-haired swordsman's hand became even brighter and sharper. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had the same intention of killing his opponent. As such, he used a terrifying ultimate move right from the start. A pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. Sword of Nirvana. A cold aura of death spread out and instantly enveloped the surroundings. Lin Xian was like a death god from hell, filled with danger. The sword of Nirvana was quickly waved and turned into a black sword light. It emitted a cold aura of death and slashed forward like the call of the death god. Boom, 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 the sword of Nirvana stabbed out, and everywhere it passed, life was quickly lost. The air was like a tide that quickly retreated to the sides. In an instant, it collided with the silver sword chi. Pucci, under the influence of the sword of Nirvana, the silver sword chi was quickly lost and finally dissipated. What, you can actually break my sword chi in one move? The blue-haired swordsman's heart was beating wildly. He did not expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so strange. It was actually able to silently dissolve his killing move. Especially that pitch-black longsword, which made his heart palpitate. The other three extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artists were even more shocked. They knew that Lin Xian was very strong, but it seemed that they had underestimated the youth in front of them. Swords are not used like that. Swordsmen are not despicable people like you. I will let you know what a true sword art is, and what a swordsman is. Lin Xian floated in the sky, holding the Nirvana sword in his left hand, his entire body emitting an aura of death. Arrogant brat! The blue-haired swordsman shouted angrily, his face darkening. As an expert at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, he was in existence revered by tens of thousands of people. However, a little brat dared to ridicule him like this. I want to see what kind of ability you have. The blue-haired swordsman clenched his teeth and said. Although he did not comprehend sword intent, he had comprehended another kind of concept. Blue sea concept, coupled with his ocean abyss swordsmanship, he could unleash an extremely powerful combat strength. He believed that as long as he used his full strength, he would definitely be able to kill this despicable little thief in front of him. In the next moment, the spirit energy around the blue-haired swordsman surged, and a blue ocean appeared behind him. It felt so real. An incomparably vast power quickly spread out in all directions, causing the blue-haired swordsman's aura to soar once more. Ocean abyss swordsmanship! The blue-haired swordsman shouted angrily. The silver longsword in his hand surged. Suddenly, countless blue sword rays appeared in the sky. Each ray was dozens of feet long and looked like sparkling blue crystals. There were terrifying sword auras revolving around them. The sky was filled with blue sword auras as they streaked across, and the void roared. It was as if thousands of tsunamis were surging over. The momentum was terrifying. Lin Xian stood in the void. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and sword auras surged around his body. A blood-red longsword condensed and quickly appeared. Then, a monstrous amount of blood chi rushed out, accompanied by a monstrous amount of murderous intent. Suddenly, the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Countless mountains of bloody bones appeared in the surroundings. The scene was hideous and terrifying, like azure from hell. That shocking killing intent also turned into countless sharp thorns, as if they were going to pierce one's soul. Below, Wang Ling, Grandma Silverflower, and the others had horrifying expressions. There was no trace of blood on their faces. This killing intent had almost made them faint. Lin Xian held the Nirvana sword in his left hand and the massacre sword in his right. He was like a god of death from hell, and his aura was extremely powerful. The two swords clashed, and suddenly slashed forward. A stream of pitch-black chi and a stream of scarlet sword chi intertwined in the shape of a cross and rapidly surged forward. The aura of Nirvana and massacre followed. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. It could not withstand it at all. In just one exchange, the red and black sword light tore apart the wave-like sword aura. At the same time, Lin Xian used the illusory demon steps to increase his speed to the limit. In an instant, he was in front of the blue-haired swordsman. What? So fast? The blue-haired swordsman was already shocked when he saw the blue sword aura being torn apart. However, before he could react, his opponent was already in front of him. The pitch-black Nirvana sword and the blood-red massacre sword both appeared and stabbed at him. No, the blue-haired swordsman screamed. His face was pale, and his heart was filled with fear. He tried his best to dodge and at the same time, used his strongest defense to block in front of him. An ancient-looking shield quickly enlarged and appeared in front of him, emitting a yellow light. At the same time, layers of armor quickly formed on his body, tightly wrapping around him. However, the Nirvana sword and the massacre sword were too strong. The sword light was like a rainbow, carrying a blood-red killing intent and the aura of Nirvana. The two forces instantly tore apart the blue-haired swordsman's defense. All of this happened in an instant. The blue-haired swordsman's eyes were filled with fear, and his face was pale. He screamed crazily and kept begging for mercy. He was even filled with regret. If he did not provoke Lin Xian, his life would not be in danger now. However, all of this was too late. The pitch-black Nirvana sword and the blood-red massacre sword quickly stabbed in, destroying the blue-haired swordsman's life force. In an instant, the blue-haired swordsman's body trembled, and he fell to the ground. In an instant, the extremely powerful spirit-detecting realm swordsman fell on the spot. The surroundings were silent. The three spirit-detecting realm swordsmen were dumbfounded and stood rooted to the ground. Wang Ling's face was filled with fear, and she almost fainted. She did not think that the powerful blue-haired swordsman could not even block one of Lin Xian's moves. Dream, I must be dreaming. She crazily tore at her hair to wake herself up from the dream. However, the pain deeply reminded her that all of this was real. How could it be like this? It can't be like this. Wang Ling screamed. Originally, she wanted to borrow the blue-haired swordsman's hand to kill Lin Xian. That way, she might be able to obtain some primal yang stones. However, the situation was out of her expectations. Lin Xian was extremely powerful, and he killed the powerful blue-haired swordsman in the blink of an eye. Without the blue-haired swordsman, she could not even block one of Lin Xian's moves. Right now, she was filled with regret. Why did she provoke Lin Xian? Wang Ling knelt on the ground and quickly crawled toward Lin Xian. At this moment, her previous arrogance and elegance had completely disappeared. Because in front of life, all of this was laughable. Spare me, spare me. I was wrong. Wang Ling begged. As long as you spare me, I will agree to anything. I can be your slave, your concubine, as long as you spare me. Wang Ling begged as if she had gone mad. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With the red and black swords in his hands, he looked like the azure god of death. Spare you? Impossible. A vicious and shameless woman like you is a scourge in this world. Lin Xian was determined. He would not spare Wang Lin. Seeing that there was no hope of survival, Wang Ling suddenly screamed, "If you kill me, the Wang clan will not let you off. When that time comes, there will be no place for you in the world." However, before she could finish yelling, a pitch-black sword pierced her chest and took away all her life. I will kill you because you deserve to die. If the Wang clan does not know right from wrong and comes for revenge, I do not mind making the Wang clan disappear. Lin Xian's voice was cold, causing one's soul to tremble. No one doubted Lin Xian's words, because he had created miracle after miracle. Wang Lin's eyes were wide open as he fell unwillingly. In the distance, Grandma Silverflower laughed bitterly and threw away the crutch in her hand. She knew that there was no chance of survival. A wrong decision was enough to take her life. As expected, Lin Xian flicked out a sword wave, killing her instantly. He was not a bloodthirsty person, but these people deserved to die. Then, he turned to look at the other three extreme spirit-detecting stage martial artists. Instantly, the hearts of the three experts beat wildly. Lin Xian's gaze caused the hearts of the three extreme spirit-detecting stage martial artists to beat wildly. Especially the one-armed old man, his heart trembled. Luckily, he did not continue to attack, or else he would be the one lying on the ground now. Scram or die, choose for yourselves. Lin Xian's voice was calm, but it could not hide his domineering aura. Hearing this, the three of them fell silent. Lin Xian's strength had probably exceeded the extreme spirit-detecting stage. This could be seen from how he killed the blue-haired swordsman in one move. However, the three of them were truly unwilling to leave just like that. After all, primordial yang stones were extremely precious. The three of us will join hands and capture this brat. When the time comes, we will divide the primordial yang stones equally. The gray-robed old man said in a deep voice. All right. The other two experts nodded in agreement. For now, this was the best solution. If the three ultimate contenders joined forces, their power would be immense. The three of them believed that as long as they worked together, they would definitely be able to take down Lin Xian. Having come to an agreement, the three of them made their move without any hesitation. 3 streaks of light shot towards Lin Xian like rainbows. Lin Xian stood in the air, his eyes cold as he looked at the 3 people rushing towards him. Then, he held the Nirvana sword and quickly swung it in the air. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky rolled, and the projection of a giant sword appeared, filling the entire sky. That aura was too tyrannical, as though it was going to crush the 9 heavens. Moreover, there were black runes attached to that gigantic sword, bringing with it a sense of nirvanic extermination. Gale lightning sword, one sword cleaving mountains and rivers. Lin Xian was very decisive as he directly used an earthgrade martial art. The Gale Lightning Sword was already very powerful, and now with the effect of the Nirvana Sword, it could be said to be even more powerful. The gigantic sword slashed down with black sword chi, enveloping the three ultimate spirit-detecting realm experts. Suddenly, the expressions of the three people below changed as their bodies trembled. What martial art is this? It's so terrifying. Could it be an Earth-grade martial art? The three of them trembled as they dodged, turning into three streaks of light as they quickly escaped. The gigantic sword fell, sinking the ground, and terrifying cracks appeared. Countless sword chi spread in all directions, turning the entire desert into a world of sword chi. It was abnormally dangerous. With just one strike, he defeated the joint attack of the three spirit-detecting realm experts. The three of them were terrified. Lin Xian was too powerful, and he was very decisive. Without any hesitation, he used an Earth-grade martial art, a powerful martial art. This brat is definitely a genius martial artist from a top sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful. Moreover, he has an Earth-grade martial art. Looking at him, could he be a genius from the deity Sword Villa? The three of them were solemn and didn't dare to attack again. However, the three of them were unwilling to leave and could only wander in the distance. With a cold snort, Lin Xian sneered. He put away his sword and entered the cave, beginning to quickly collect high-grade primordial yang stones. He believed that the sword just now was definitely enough to intimidate the three of them, and they definitely wouldn't dare to come rashly. Lin Xian moved quickly, specifically picking high-grade primordial yang stones. However, not long after, a terrifying pressure came from the distance again. This aura was very terrifying, as if the entire world was shaking. Supremacy. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect that a supremacy would appear in this barren land. A supremacy was a true powerhouse, and their strength far exceeded that of a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. A casual attack could destroy a spirit-detecting realm martial artist's body and soul. Although Lin Xian was powerful, he was still unable to fight against a supremacy. Go! Lin Xian shouted. He didn't want to be greedy anymore. If a supremacy came, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. At that time, not only would he not be able to keep his primordial young stones, but he might even lose his life. The Crimson Dragon was also very decisive. It didn't dare to expose itself in front of a supremacy now that it didn't have any dragon essence. Moreover, the collection just now also allowed him to obtain a lot of primordial young stones. On the other hand, the little white monkey was scratching its ears and cheeks, unwilling to give up. It waved its little claws and quickly patted the small bowl. The small bowl suddenly spun quickly and then became bigger. In the end, it was the size of a house and quickly filled the entire cave. In an instant, the surrounding mountain rocks shattered and the entire cave collapsed, revealing the primordial young stone vein. The three spirit-detecting realm powerhouses outside also felt the supremacy's aura in the distance. Their first thought was naturally to escape. Facing a supremacy, they couldn't resist even if they joined forces. However, before they could move, the cave in front of them suddenly exploded, revealing the primordial young stone vein. What? A primordial young stone vein. The three of them were shocked when they saw the scene inside. They knew that there was a large amount of primordial young stones inside, but they didn't expect it to be a vein. This is absolutely too shocking. The three of them swallowed their saliva. The amount of primordial young stones here was too shocking. It was definitely not something a powerhouse could swallow. Perhaps only a few super powerhouses could possess it. In the next moment, the scene in front of them made their eyes almost pop out. A huge broken net was floating, covering the primordial young stone vein. Not only that, they saw Lin Xian use his sword chi and quickly cut towards the vein. Too crazy. These guys actually want to forcefully move the vein. Those powerhouses were stunned. They felt that their brains weren't enough. Haha, little guy, good job. The Crimson Dragon excitedly shouted. It didn't even dare to think about forcefully moving the primordial young stone vein. It didn't expect the little white monkey to be so bold. However, a cold snort suddenly came from the distance. Humph, you dare to damage the primordial young stone vein, you're courting death. Then, a huge crimson palm of light quickly formed above them, covering the sky and the sun. Just one palm wind was enough to send 3 peak spirit-detecting realm martial artists flying. One could imagine the power of this light palm. Lin Xian was enveloped by the red light pillar. He felt as if his body was about to split open. This power was too strong. It was definitely not something a spirit-detecting realm martial artist could resist. He immediately unleashed his great dragon sword soul to resist the pressure. At the same time, he used the illusory demon steps to leave. The dark red divine dragon let out a howl, and its body turned into a red ray of light, instantly disappearing from the spot. The little white monkey anxiously scratched its ears and cheeks. The next moment, 2 black vortexes appeared in its eyes, forming a black light pillar that slammed into the primal yang stone vein. Suddenly, a small section of the vein was broken. Then, the shabby little bull spun and sucked away the broken vein. "Let's go." Lin Xian did not dare to delay any longer. He quickly called the little white monkey and left. "You're courting death." The voice in the distance was furious. He did not expect that the other party could destroy the primal young stone vein under his attack and even succeed. With a cold snort, the surrounding spirit chi shook, forming a fiery red light wall that surrounded the surroundings like a cage. The venerable in the distance was furious. He had to catch the thief who destroyed the vein and refine his soul. He only needed a few breaths of time to arrive. But the next moment, he was stunned. Because in the north, a fiery red light wall was broken. The thief who stole the vein had escaped. How is this possible? The mysterious venerable was shocked. A spirit-detecting realm martial artist could escape from him. Who is it? How can he escape? The next moment, a terrifying pressure descended, and a majestic figure appeared in the sky. In the void, a red aura flowed like flames, bringing with it incomparable heat. The venerable had finally descended. The 3 peak spirit-detecting realm martial artists felt bitter. They had used all their methods but still could not escape. Now that the venerable's true body had appeared, it was even more impossible for them to escape. The fiery red figure in the sky casually glanced at them, causing them to tremble. A group of ants dares to encroach on the primordial young stone mine. Then, the venerable one swept his gaze and formed a red claw that grabbed downward. In an instant, the one-armed old man was enveloped by the sharp claws. Ah! No! The one-armed old man struggled frantically, wanting to escape, but the red claw was too sharp. It pierced through his head in an instant. Suddenly, the one-armed old man's body trembled, and the light in his eyes faded away. He was stunned on the spot. A moment later, the red claw disappeared, and the one-armed old man bled from his 7 orifices, falling to the ground dead. Beside him, the other 2 cultivators were horrified. They were aware of the method just now. It was a soul-searching technique. This supremacy was too decisive. He didn't even plan to interrogate him and directly searched his soul. Most likely, their fates would not be any better. A young swordsman who comprehended sword essence. Could he be from the deity Sword Villa? In the sky, the mysterious honorable whispered. But why would someone from the deity Sword Villa come here? In the desert thousands of miles away from the primordial young stone mine, Lin Xian stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. At the critical moment, he pushed the great dragon sword soul with all his strength and displayed an incomparably powerful attack. Only then was he able to break through the red light wall and escape. Until now, he still had a lingering fear. Because if he was a step slower, when the venerable one's true body arrived, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape. However, the harvest from this adventure was also great. This time, not only did he obtain a large amount of high-grade primordial yang stones, he even seized a small part of the primordial yang stone mine at the last moment. This kind of thing was definitely a great fortune in his hands. In a good mood, Lin Xian rested for a moment and hurried on his way again. This time, he wanted to completely walk out of this desert and reach the place where humans lived. Half a month later, Lin Xian finally arrived at the edge of the desert. Although the surroundings were still very desolate, it was much better than the desert. At least he saw traces of human activity here. With his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian should know that there was a city in front of him. Raising his spirit, he set out again. The crimson dragon followed behind, its tongue hanging out, looking listless. This half a month of desert life had almost tortured it to the point of insanity. A winding dirt road appeared in front of him, it was full of potholes and cracks. The Crimson Dragon walked on it and let out a cheerful scream. Mother Dragon, the feeling of the earth is so good. Benhuang doesn't want to see the desert again in this life. Lin Xian also let out a sigh of relief. That setting sun desert was too strange. Not only was the climate abnormal, but there were also dangers everywhere. One time, he even encountered a huge quicksand storm and almost lost his life there. Further ahead, traces of humans gradually appeared. Lin Xian found that although this place was separated from the desert, it was still at the edge of the desert, so the architectural style and climate were very similar to the desert. Even the houses were built with sand and stone, the whole thing was rough and the windows were very small. It was very different from the palaces and pavilions that Lin Xian had seen before. Seeing that there was food on the side of the road, the Crimson Dragon roared and immediately pounced over. The surrounding people were all wearing loose robes that covered their whole body. They were very surprised to see a four-legged snake that could talk. Oh! Heavens, what did I see? A talking snake. Could it be the snake clan of the setting sun desert? Yes, it's very possible. The group of people chattered and stared at the Crimson Dragon to see if it was different. Although they were surprised, there was no fear on their faces. It seemed that these people were used to seeing all kinds of demonic beasts. Lin Xian looked on in amazement from the side. He found that the surrounding shopkeepers had a certain foundation in martial arts. Some of them were even not weak. Lin Xian came to a small stall and ordered some local specialties. The owner was a middle-aged woman. She smiled apologetically at Lin Xian and said, "Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. Recently, there have been a lot of martial artists coming and going. It may take some time for the food to be ready." Lin Xian smiled and nodded. He also found that there were many people of the pugilistic world with sabers and swords in the vicinity. These people looked hurried, and their auras were very heavy. With a glance, he could tell that their auras were very different from the local residents. Not long after, the food was served. It was a cooked desert spirit rabbit. Lin Xian tasted it and found that the taste was not bad. So he ate with relish. The Crimson Dragon also ordered a huge roasted demonic beast and ate it crazily. Not long after, the seats near Lin Xian were also filled with martial artists. Have you heard? A primordial yang stone vein actually appeared in the setting sun desert. Yes, I heard that even the venerable ones were mobilized. Yes, yes. My senior brother even went to watch. He heard that the venerable ones were fighting with earth-shattering momentum. Then who did the primordial yang stone vein belong to in the end? Many forces from the entire sand region went. It was very chaotic. Later, the Blackwood Stronghold's experts suppressed everyone, but I heard that the Battle King Hall also sent people. What, the Battle King Hall also came? Many people exclaimed. Lin Xian silently listened. Although he had never heard of any of these forces, he could imagine the intensity of the battle. Fortunately, he had left quickly, or else he wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. Sigh, did you guys know? I heard that the mine isn't complete. It seems like someone stole a piece. What, there's actually someone who can steal from a venerable? Could it be someone from a large force? I don't know, but it seems like a young martial artist did it. I heard that person is very mysterious. No one knows where he came from. Young martial artist? So powerful. Could it be a genius from a super force who came out to train? Everyone discussed and guessed. After Lin Xian heard this, the corner of his mouth raised. If these people knew that the mysterious expert they were talking about was sitting beside them, what would their expressions be? After enjoying the food, Lin Xian asked the lady boss about the nearby town and then continued on his way. However, not long after he left, 5 martial artists at a nearby table began to talk in low voices. Boss, it's actually a talking snake. Could it be the Naga race? I don't know, but I'm sure that red snake's grade is not low. The one who spoke was a young man. On his left was a 2-meter-long demonic beast. Its body was yellow and looked like quicksand. Then, these people revealed sinister smiles. If we catch it, we can definitely sell it for a good price. If we nurture it, it might have terrifying battle strength. Humph, the other party is only at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. He's really lucky to have such a demonic beast. After speaking, these people quickly left and followed behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry to get on the road. Instead, he slowly walked while admiring the strange scenery. The next moment, he frowned. With his soul force perception, he knew that there were a few people following him. Furthermore, those figures were extremely arrogant and had no intention of concealing themselves. All of them released their auras and were extremely powerful. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a cold smile when he sensed this. Then, his footsteps became even slower. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the people behind to catch up. The 5 of them formed a battle circle, surrounding Lin Xian. "Brat, you're quite carefree." A dull voice rang out. "You're very lucky to have encountered a big deal." Another voice with a hint of mockery sounded. Lin Xian scanned the room and took in the information of the few people sitting there. These 5 people were very young. 2 of them were women, and the other 3 were young men. Most of them were at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm, and 2 were at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. At this age, this level of cultivation could be considered abnormally strong. One of the youths, who was at the peak of the spirit detecting realm, stood on the side and watched the show. Beside him was a 2-meter-long demonic beast with a body as rough as a child's sand. Judging from his expression, he seemed to be the leader of this team. Lin Xian calmly asked, "Why are you all so enthusiastic? Is there a problem?" The Crimson Dragon impatiently roared, "Damn, a group of little brats dares to block Benhuang's path. Quickly scram, or else Benhuang will roast you all and eat you." When the roar came out, not only did the surrounding people not get angry, they looked at the Crimson Dragon with even more excitement. Not bad, it really knows how to talk. It seems like its intelligence isn't low. It must be a rare species. One of the skinny youths smiled and said, "Brat, your luck is very good to have encountered us. Now, we want to buy this talking snake." "Your luck is very good. Now, we want to buy this talking snake." With that, the skinny youth threw down a mid-grade spirit stone. "Take the spirit stone and scram." Everyone sneered. Lin Xian frowned. These people were too arrogant. They wanted to force a deal the moment they came up, and the price was only a mid-grade spirit stone. This was definitely naked bullying. It would be better to just rob. When they saw Lin Xian's expression, they were immediately displeased and snorted coldly. "Brat, what's with your expression? I'm giving you face by buying your demonic beast. I think highly of you. Don't be so shameless. Quickly take the spirit stone and scram, or don't blame us for being merciless." "Yeah, brat, I advise you to be sensible. Giving you a spirit stone is already giving you face. If you dare to talk nonsense again, we'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." The group of people had mocking expressions. They didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. In fact, it wasn't surprising. These people had powerful cultivation and were dressed in extraordinary clothes. They should be disciples of aristocratic families. With the cultivation of these people, how could they care about a small martial artist at the spirit detecting realm? The Crimson Dragon at the side was so angry that it jumped up. "Damn, a group of lowly worms dare to buy Benhuang. Damn it, all of you deserve to die." The Crimson Dragon shouted angrily. As a member of the Eastern Divine Dragon clan, it had a revered status. If it wasn't for the disappearance of its dragon essence, it would have already slapped them with its claws. How could it tolerate these people? Lin Xian's gaze was gloomy with a trace of coldness. "So, I should thank you?" "Haha, no need. If you want to thank us, just kowtow a few times." They laughed arrogantly. "Is that so? But I don't have such a habit. If you kowtow a few times, I can consider it." Lin Xian sneered. "What? Brat, you're courting death." They were furious and their expressions were ferocious. One of the burly young men took a step forward, and a terrifying fist with a glaring light blasted towards Lin Xian at high speed. This person was at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. His body was sturdy and full of explosive muscles. It was obvious that he was a body tempering cultivator. This fist caused the air to explode. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't dodge. He even had a mocking smile on his face. Seeing that mocking smile, the tall youth was furious. The strength of his body increased by 30%. This fist could definitely turn a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist into a bloody mist. The other martial artists sneered. They could already imagine the scene of Lin Xian being smashed by this fist. However, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He waited for the violent fist to approach before he stretched out his palm. Pung! Lin Xian's palm formed a claw and easily caught the violent fist. What, he blocked it just like that? That's impossible. The other martial artists were shocked. The tall, skinny youth was also stunned. Ollie, did you use your full strength or not? The tall youth wasn't in the mood to answer his companion's question. At this moment, his face was ferocious and his body was covered in cold sweat. A sharp pain came from his right arm, as if it was about to break. He wanted to pull back his fist, but he found that he couldn't. Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Then, he exerted a bit more force. Crack, a crisp sound rang out in the air, and then the man's right arm was twisted. Ah, he roared. His expression was crazed as he swung his left fist. It was like a giant hammer as it quickly fell. However, a clear cracking sound rang out once again, and his left arm drooped down powerlessly. Lin Xian swung his arm and threw the tall youth away. What, Ali was defeated? Everyone was shocked and couldn't react. Ali was their companion. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and he was also a body refiner. In close combat, he could even fight with a peak spirit-detecting realm expert. However, he was defeated in close combat by a kid at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. They couldn't believe it. Suddenly, everyone looked at Lin Xian differently. Although they were arrogant, they weren't fools. Although the youth in front of them was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, his true battle strength should be beyond the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Otherwise, Ali wouldn't have been sent flying with a single punch. At this moment, the youth's expression also darkened. He said sternly, "Friend, we are disciples of the Blackwood family. Can you give us some face and sell this talking snake to us? Don't worry, the price will be reasonable." At this moment, Lin Xian's shocking battle strength made them cautious. The youth believed that as long as he mentioned his identity as a member of the Blackwood family, the other party would be obedient. The dark blast dragon sneered, "What black wood, yellow wood, and clear wood? You dare to buy Ben Huang? You're courting death. Little brat, go and kill them." Lin Xian shrugged. "You heard it. This guy is my companion. Since he's unwilling, you should leave." Lin Xian had heard about the Blackwood family when he was eating. He knew that they were a very powerful force in the area. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to offend such a force. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Blackwood leopard's expression darkened. He was the young master of the Blackwood family. Normally, he could get whatever he wanted. No one dared to go against him. This time, the primordial yang stone vein had unexpectedly appeared in the setting sun desert, causing all the experts in the family to come out. He had secretly gone behind the family's back and brought a few cultivators with him to watch the fun. He didn't expect to meet a talking snake along the way. He wouldn't let go of such a rare beast. But now, there was someone who didn't give him face. Not only was this a rejection, but it was also a humiliation to the Blackwood family. In the Sand region, no one dared to disrespect the Blackwood family. "Humph, who do you think you are? How dare you reject young Master Leopard?" The Blackwood leopard sneered as well. "Stupid thing. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Men, kill him for me." Suddenly, the three martial artists around him grinned hideously. A powerful aura rose from their bodies. Their spiritual energy was like flames, surging and jumping, forming rays of light that filled the surroundings. "Brat, how dare you offend young Master Leopard? Go to hell." Saber light, sword shadow, fist shadow, palm wind, all blasted towards Lin Xian with great momentum. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by all kinds of terrifying energy. But in the next moment, a sword light flashed and tore through everything. The terrifying energy was easily cut open like tofu. Lin Xian had a calm expression as he slowly walked out of the energy. This? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. If they worked together, they would be able to contend against a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist. But the other side was just a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm brat. He had split their attacks apart with a single sword. This scene was too shocking. The Blackwood Leopard's eyelids twitched. It was the first time he had lost his calm. The youth before him was even more troublesome than he had imagined. He took a deep look at Lin Xian. A trace of killing intent appeared in the Blackwood Leopard's eyes, but he quickly hid it. So many people couldn't beat Lin Xian. Even if he went up, he might not be able to catch him. Moreover, as a young master, he wasn't willing to take this risk. It was better to remember the other side's appearance and secretly track him down. Then he would find the family's experts to deal with him. This was his way of doing things. Thinking of this, the Blackwood Leopard dryly laughed. Misunderstanding, everything is a misunderstanding. Since brother doesn't want to sell, we won't force you. Brothers, follow me. The Blackwood Leopard waved his hand and was about to leave with his subordinates. However, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. His soul force was outstanding, and his senses were very sharp. Just now, he had felt the killing intent from the Blackwood Leopard. Although it was hidden well, it couldn't escape his eyes. The other side was a disciple of a great power, and they had a grudge. If he let them go, they would attract powerful martial artists. Lin Xian wouldn't let such a threat go. Who allowed you to leave? Lin Xian's voice was cold. The moment he said this, the Blackwood Leopard and the others froze. Then he suddenly turned around and stared at Lin Xian like a fierce beast. You dare to stop me? The Blackwood Leopard was furious. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xian sneered. You brought people to kill me. Now that you can't kill me, you want to leave? How can there be such a good thing in this world? If everyone was like you, then what would I be? Since you've done something, you have to pay the price. Lin Xian's killing intent soared. Price? What price? The Blackwood Leopard was insolent. Don't tell me you dare to attack me? Let me tell you, I'm a member of the Blackwood family. Since that's the case, then I can't let you live. Sword chi floated around Lin Xian's body, condensing into a blood-red sword. You dare to attack me? You're courting death. The Blackwood Leopard roared, his body suddenly exploding. Behind him, the three martial artists also attacked crazily, not holding back at all. The demonic beast with a body like quicksand also quickly pounced, grabbing at Lin Xian's throat. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He held the sword of slaughter and quickly slashed forward. A scarlet sword chi quickly streaked through the air, instantly wrapping around the Blackwood Leopard and the others. No, the Blackwood Leopard was enveloped by the blood-red sword chi, and immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered. In the next moment, their bodies were completely submerged in the blood-red sword chi. When the blood-red sword light disappeared, 5 corpses appeared on the ground. The Blackwood Leopard and the others fell to the ground with faces full of terror, their bodies covered with terrifying sword wounds. Lin Xian waved his hand, and his spirit power quickly rubbed together, creating a ball of green flame that emitted a scorching aura. With a flick of his finger, the flame quickly floated to the 5 corpses, instantly burning them to ashes. After doing this, Lin Xian quickly left. 3 days later, he arrived in front of a huge city. Quicksand City was a huge city in the Sand Country. It was tall and majestic, with a magnificent aura. The entire wall was made of huge sandstone. When the wind blew, it would make a rustling sound, as if sand was flowing. This was also why the city was called Quicksand City. Presumably, he should be able to obtain some useful information in this Quicksand City. After entering Quicksand City, the inside became lively. The wide road was filled with people shuttling back and forth, and all kinds of hawking sounds filled the place. It was a lively scene. Lin Xian's mood gradually relaxed and became cheerful. During this period of time, he had been fighting and chasing, and his mental state was highly tense. Now that he was in Quicksand City, he naturally needed to relax. At this moment, Lin Xian also bought a large white robe to cover his body like the locals. The snow-white little monkey was still sitting on his shoulder, and the crimson dragon was hidden in his sleeve. This guy was too eye-catching, especially after he spoke. He would definitely attract the attention of people. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he hid the crimson dragon. The crimson dragon was unwilling at first, but later Lin Xian tempted it with primordial yang stones, making it agree. Lin Xian bought some local snacks and gave them to the crimson dragon and the snow-white little monkey, while he bought some geography and history books. Soon, he learned about the world he was in. The country he was in was called the Sand Country, a big country in the northwest of the Sky Martial Domain. The Sky Martial Domain was too big, and it was not an exaggeration to call it the Sky Martial Continent. Its area was several times that of the Southern Heaven region. It was vast, rich in resources, and prosperous in martial arts. Compared to the Southern Heaven region, it was many times stronger. It could be said to be a warrior's paradise. The Divine Bird Palace was also the overlord of the Northwest region, but it was not in the Sand region. Therefore, Lin Xian was temporarily free from the threat of the Divine Bird Palace. Quicksand City was an important city in the Sand Country, and was very famous in the entire Sand region. This city was very large, and the forces inside were also very complicated. Lin Xian knew that the Wang family and the Blackwood family were both in Quicksand City. Now that he had a general understanding of the place he was in, Lin Xian planned to stay in Quicksand City for the time being. On one hand, he could relax, and on the other hand, he could consolidate his cultivation and deal with some cultivation resources. Since he joined the Azure Dragon Society, he had not had a good rest, and after such a long time of accumulation, the materials he had on him had reached an astonishing number. Although some things were very precious, he had no use for them, so it was best to use them for an auction. Moreover, there was another reason why he had come to the Sky Martial region. It was because of his father. Back when he was in his family's ancestral land, his father had left a message for him, telling him to go to the Sky Martial Domain after obtaining the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Lin Xian was very confused about these things. First, there was the mysterious small sword in his body, which was given to him by his father. The glazed sword was too mysterious. Not only did it contain a strange world, but it also contained a peerless expert like Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian didn't know why his father would have the mysterious pendant. And why did his father fake his death? Why would there be a trace of the Great Dragon Sword Soul in the ancestral land? Why did his father want him to come to the Sky Martial region? Lin Xian was puzzled, but no one could give him an answer. He thought that after he found his father, perhaps all the mysteries would be solved. After sorting out his emotions, Lin Xian walked towards the depths of Quicksand City. In the city, he saw many large circular buildings with people coming and going. It was very lively. Lin Xian asked around and found out that those large circular buildings were arenas. They were places where martial artists fought. Moreover, Lin Xian also found out that martial arts duels were very popular in the Sand region. Many cities had arenas, and as a large city in the Sand region, Quicksand City had countless arenas. Moreover, there were many famous arenas here. Many martial artists from the Sand region came here because of their fame. Here, one could see all kinds of martial arts experts. Lin Xian was surprised and delighted at the same time. He paced back and forth nearby, preparing to find out more information. The nearby martial artists were all excitedly discussing. Exciting, too exciting. That youth is only at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm, but he defeated dozens of martial artists at the peak of the light detecting realm. His battle prowess is too strong. Yes, I don't know which faction's genius he is from. To have such heaven-defying battle prowess at such a cultivation is truly amazing. I know the person you're talking about. He's called Dakai. Although he's strong, I don't think he can compare to Sun Xiao. You have to know that that guy has comprehended the two opposite concepts of water and fire. The power produced by the fusion of the two concepts is incomparably terrifying. Even a martial artist at the peak of the spirit detecting realm was defeated. Yes, recently many talented martial artists have appeared in Quicksand City. If these people can continue to grow, they will probably become venerables, right? Yes, and I've seen many unfamiliar faces. Their strength is not inferior to the genius disciples of large factions. Is there something special going on recently? For all these martial artists to gather? I heard that these geniuses are not all from the Sand region. There are also some from other places. As for why these people came to Quicksand City, I don't know. It seems to be related to the White Clarity region. It is said that the Morong family's holy daughter once appeared in a certain arena. These martial artists are probably here for the Morong family's holy daughter. What? The Morong family's holy daughter is also here. She is one of the most beautiful women in the Sky Martial continent. No wonder so many martial artists came to Quicksand City. Everyone screamed crazily, their expressions excited. If they could see the Morong family's holy daughter, even if they died, it would be worth it. The Sky Martial continent was extremely vast, and the population was in the hundreds of millions. To be able to be called one of the most beautiful women in the world, one could imagine how beautiful the Morong family's holy daughter was. No wonder so many people went crazy for her. Lin Xian was a little surprised. A woman could actually cause such a commotion. This made him very curious. To be honest, he had seen many beautiful women. Among them, there were even peerless beauties. He wondered what was so special about this Morong family's holy daughter compared to the other women he had seen. Thinking of this, he actually had a kind of anticipation in his heart. He also wanted to see the legendary Morong family's holy daughter. Since he was in Quicksand City, he might be able to see her. Lin Xian revealed a smile. What are you laughing at, brat? With your cultivation, you want to see the Morong family's holy daughter? Not far away, a big man pointed at Lin Xian and mocked him. The others also laughed. The middle stage of spirit detecting realm was indeed not outstanding. It had to be known that many spirit detecting realm experts might not even be able to see the Morong family's holy daughter, let alone a middle stage spirit detecting realm brat. Heh, brat, look at you. Why don't you hurry up and go home to drink milk? The big man sneered. The big man's name was Quan Tai. He was famous in Quicksand City for his cheap mouth. Many people had been ridiculed by him. However, he was at the late stage of spirit detecting realm. Ordinary people would not be able to defeat him. Furthermore, this fellow specifically chose to mock those with weaker cultivation than him. He did not dare to provoke those experts. He could be said to be a typical bully. At this moment, Quan Tai had just lost a match in the arena and was feeling depressed. Seeing that Lin Xian was weak, he began to mock him. Mocking the weak could make him happy. This was his unique way of reducing stress. Brat, what are you looking at? Am I wrong? You coward. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know the other party, but the other party was like a mad dog, mocking him as soon as he came up. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he couldn't help it in this situation. With a cold gaze, Lin Xian strode over. Yo, brat, you dare to come up? What, you want to fight? Quan Tai sneered, come. I'll let you have 3 moves. Quicksand City was popular with martial arts, so the people here were quite fierce. It was very common for people to start fighting when they didn't agree. Therefore, seeing this situation, not only was the crowd not nervous, they even cheered loudly. Brat, I'll stand still and let you hit me 3 times. If you can knock me down, I'll apologize to you on the spot. Quan Tai said arrogantly. He had a reason to be arrogant. He was at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. A mid-stage cultivator couldn't even break his defense, let alone knock him down. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. He impatiently rubbed his ears and then slapped out. Pung, the air trembled and exploded. Lin Xian's slap landed on Quan Tai's face and sent him flying. This slap was too fast. It was as fast as lightning and as violent as thunder. Quan Tai didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying and smashed into the ground like a meteor. Half of his face was swollen like a bun and all of his teeth were broken. A terrifying hole was formed in the hard ground. Quan Tai struggled a few times before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Ah, it's finally quiet. Lin Xian rubbed his ears and turned to leave. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Only when Lin Xian was about to leave did they react and make way for him. The crowd scattered like the tide. These people looked at Lin Xian with a trace of awe and fear. To be able to knock Quan Tai unconscious in one move, this young man was definitely not an ordinary person. It has to be said that Quan Tai was at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. There was a difference of one realm between the two. Their defense, power, and speed were completely different. Under normal circumstances, a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator wouldn't be able to injure a late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator. This was the difference between realms. However, Lin Xian had actually broken through Quan Tai's defense with a single slap and knocked him unconscious. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. Moreover, at this time of crisis, masters from all over the world were converging towards Quicksand City. Perhaps this boy in front of him was a genius martial artist from one of these forces. If that was really the case, they couldn't afford to offend him, so they all retreated. However, there was a beautiful figure in the crowd who was staring at Lin Xian, her eyes shining with excitement. Then, the figure quickly ran out and shouted, "Brother, please wait." This voice was somewhat feminine, making it hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Lin Xian turned around and saw a delicate face not far away. He asked, "Beauty, what's the matter?" The moment he said this, the crowd burst into laughter. Many people even bent over from laughing. Moreover, Fang's delicate face instantly turned red, and a trace of anger appeared in her eyes. The delicate face viciously said, "I'm a man." This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be stunned. He carefully blinked and looked at the delicate face. Then he revealed a look of doubt. No matter how he looked at it, it was an extremely beautiful face that could make countless men go crazy. How could such a person be a man? Seeing Lin Xian's doubtful expression, the figure in front of him was discouraged. "Big brother, I'm really a man. If you don't believe me, you can touch me." Eh? Lin Xian was speechless. He noticed the other party's flat chest and Adam's apple. Only then did he confirm that the other party was a man. "Alright, I believe you're a man. Why are you looking for me?" Lin Xian said helplessly. "Haha, brother's skills are not bad. What's your rank in the Colosseum?" "My rank?" Lin Xian shook his head. "I just came to Quicksand City and have not participated in any Colosseum." "What? Really?" The figure was stunned and then became ecstatic. "My name is Nan Gongsang." "What's your name?" "Lin Xian." "So it's Brother Lin. I wonder if Brother Lin is interested in participating in the Colosseum?" Seeing Lin Xian's doubtful expression, Nan Gongsang said, "I'm a disciple of the Nangong Colosseum. I'd like to invite Brother Lin to work in our Nangong Colosseum." Soon, Lin Xian understood Nan Gongsang's meaning. There were many ways to play in the Colosseum. One of them was a challenge. The dealer would send out people and the contestants would take turns to challenge each other. The winner would receive some precious treasures. This way of playing was very popular. However, it required the dealer to have a large number of experts. Otherwise, if someone challenged the Colosseum, not only would they lose their treasures, but their reputation would also fall. Therefore, the Colosseum would look for experts or martial artists with potential to nurture. Although Lin Xian was interested in the Colosseum, he was not willing to join any faction. "Sorry, I don't want to join for the time being." Lin Xian shook his head. Seeing Lin Xian refuse, Nan Gongsang's small face was stunned. He was very surprised. One had to know that their Nangong Colosseum was a giant in Quicksand City. It was one of the top Colosseum. Usually, many genius martial artists wanted to enter but were unable to do so. However, the other party actually refused. The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to have the courage to refuse the Nangong Colosseum's invitation. Lin Xian did not know the status of the Nangong Colosseum. However, even if he knew, he would not participate. He would not stay here for long. Isn't this brat too arrogant? He is only at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Although he can defeat late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists, it will be too much for him to join the Nangong Colosseum. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he not grasp it? What do you know? Although this Nan Gongsang is not strong, his eyes are very experienced. All the martial artists he has his eyes on have become famous. Who knows how many experts he has found for the Nangong Colosseum over the years. For that youth to be chosen, he is probably not simple. Hearing this, everyone was filled with envy. Being able to enter the Nangong Colosseum was not only a symbol of status, but it also allowed one to enjoy a large amount of resources. It was definitely a place that all martial artists yearned for. However, after the other party found out, he was still unmoved. Nan Gongseng was also very depressed. As a scout of the Nangong Colosseum, he had never been wrong. From the scene just now, he realized that Lin Xian's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Such a person was definitely a rare martial genius. If he could be attracted to the Nangong family and nurtured, it would not be long before he would become a super powerful force. Moreover, there had been more and more geniuses recently, and their Nangong family needed new blood. However, he did not expect the other party to decisively refuse without any room for negotiation. Nan Gongseng had never failed before, so he wouldn't fall into the hands of a young boy. Thinking of this, his figure flashed and he quickly chased after Lin Ming. "Brother, don't go." He caught up to Lin Xian again and said with a smile, "Brother, perhaps you don't understand our Nangong Colosseum, but our Colosseum is one of the top Colosseum in Quicksand City. We have a huge amount of resources. If you join us, you won't suffer a loss." Nan Gongseng chattered on and began to explain the various benefits of the Nangong Colosseum to Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. "Brother Nan Gongseng, I'm really just an ordinary warrior. I was able to win just now because my opponent was too stupid. So don't chase after me. If you ask me to join, it will definitely be your Nangong Colosseum's loss. My strength is ordinary, so I'll only be wasting your resources." Lin Xian shook his head. No matter what, he wouldn't agree. Seeing this, Nan Gongseng knew that there was no chance this time. However, he didn't give up. If the first time wasn't enough, he would try a second time. If the second time wasn't enough, he would try a third time. He believed that his sincerity would be able to move Lin Xian sooner or later. If that's the case, then I won't force Brother Lin. However, I'm very happy to meet a friend like Brother Lin today. I wonder where Brother Lin lives now. Fortune Inn. Lin Xian said. Of course, he didn't live there. The name was just something he saw on the street when he passed by. Good. I'll invite Brother Lin to have some fun another day. Nan Gongseng turned and left. After bidding farewell to Nan Gongseng, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He once again wandered around Quicksand City. However, not long after, he was intercepted again. A young man stood in front of him. He was tall and straight, and his clothes were exquisitely tailored. It was obvious that he was a disciple of a large family. Moreover, this young man had a very arrogant expression. He didn't place anyone in his eyes. "You're Lin Xian?" This voice carried a trace of cold arrogance. "You are?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice, a trace of vigilance in his eyes. "You're very lucky to have caught our attention. Come with me." The young man's expression was arrogant, and his tone was unquestionable. "Where are we going? Who are you meeting?" "You don't have to ask. You'll know when you get there," the young man said in a deep voice. "I'm sorry, I don't know you, and I won't go with you." Lin Xian shook his head. The other party's attitude disgusted him. "You have to think clearly. In Quicksand City, no one can refuse us. It didn't happen before, but it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. No matter who you are, I'm not interested." Lin Xian refused. "It's good for young people to have some pride, but don't be too conceited. You have to know that being chosen by us is a blessing in itself. I hope you don't make a mistake." Lin Xian shook his head and refused decisively. There's no point in saying more. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Very good. No one has ever been able to reject us. Don't regret it when the time comes. The young man's expression was cold, and there was a trace of coldness in his tone. Then, he coldly snorted and quickly left. After the arrogant youth left, Lin Xian's face sank. Judging from the other party's tone and attitude, he should also be invited by some Colosseum. Moreover, it should be the top Colosseum. Receiving invitations from 2 top coliseums in succession, if it were an ordinary person, they would have been extremely excited. However, Lin Xian didn't feel any joy. It seemed that he had to be careful in Quicksand City. Otherwise, he might accidentally get involved in the storm of conflict. In the center of Quicksand City, there was a huge castle. This castle was different from the other buildings. It was completely black and made of black wood. In this city full of desert rocks, the sudden appearance of a magnificent building made of wood was indeed eye-catching. This majestic building was the famous Blackwood Stronghold, a great power in Quicksand City. At this moment, in a large hall of the Blackwood Stronghold, the previously arrogant youth was reporting to an old man. In addition to the old man, there were 7 or 8 other martial artists. At this moment, when everyone heard the young man's report, their faces sank. What? He's not coming? A middle-aged man coldly snorted, he's just a little spirit-detecting martial artist. Does he really think he's a dish? He actually dares to refuse. No one could refuse the Blackwood Stronghold's request, unless they were dead, the arrogant youth said in a deep voice. Not only did that kid refuse, his attitude is very arrogant. He completely doesn't put the Blackwood Stronghold in his eyes. I suggest we eliminate him as a warning to others. Hearing this, the other martial artists also nodded in agreement. I'll go kill him. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. You can't. At this moment, the elder in the hall suddenly said in a deep voice. Before figuring out the opponent's identity, they shouldn't act rashly. Are we just going to let it go like this? The people below were unconvinced. It had always been them who refused others, and they had never been refused or refused by others. Now that they encountered this kind of thing, they naturally wouldn't let it go. There's an unwritten rule between the great powers. Generally, the matters of the younger generation should be settled by the younger generation. This rule has been going on for thousands of years. Even if someone wants to break it, it shouldn't be us. Therefore, we can't act, but you can. After saying this, the elder looked at the young man below. Hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up, then he said with a smile, Elder, please don't worry. I know what to do. The older generation couldn't act, but that didn't mean they couldn't. The opponent's battle strength was equivalent to the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and wasn't too strong. With this kind of strength, any random expert from the Blackwood Stronghold could instantly kill the opponent. Elder, there's one more thing. The middle-aged man beside him said, Bauer has been out for a few days and hasn't returned yet. I'm worried something happened. What are you worried about? Who dares to touch the people of our Blackwood Stronghold? The elder snorted coldly. Don't worry, that kid should have run out for fun. Besides, he brought a lot of guards with him, and with his identity, no one dares to touch him. He's very safe. All right, you can all leave. The elder said in a deep voice. Immediately, everyone left. The young man sneered, because he had already thought of how to deal with Lin Xian. What do you plan to do? The middle-aged man asked after leaving the hall. Of course I'll hand him over to the one who can cause the most trouble. The young man's mouth raised into an evil smile. That's good. Even if that kid has a great background, nothing will happen to that person. With her brother here, I'm afraid no one dares to touch her. The middle-aged man nodded. Sandstorm Restaurant, 3rd floor. Lin Xian asked for a private room and ordered some food. Then he released the Crimson Dragon. Ben Huang is suffocating. The Crimson Dragon was depressed, I won't hide it even if you beat me to death. Otherwise, I'll suffocate to death. Up to you. Lin Xian shrugged, as long as you're not afraid of being caught to refine pills, I don't care. You win. At worst, Ben Huang won't say anything. Then the man and the 2 beasts began to sweep through the food on the table. At this moment, the door to the private room was kicked open with a bang. A martial artist wearing a black robe appeared at the door. You're Lin Xian? The martial artist's voice was cold. You're Lin Xian? The black figure at the door asked. Lin Xian frowned and raised his head to look. He was really in a bad mood today. He had been stopped by people one after another. Even their meal was interrupted by someone. The figure in front of him was wearing a loose black robe. He had short hair and beautiful facial features, but there was a hint of anger on his face. Lin Xian was puzzled. He had never seen this person before, so he didn't know why he was angry. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't answer, the figure in front became even angrier. I heard from my cousin that you were arrogant, but I didn't believe him. Now it seems that he was right. You're really an arrogant guy. Lin Xian was stunned. Arrogant? Did he say it was him? He was obviously dead. The other party continued, you dare to reject our invitation. I'd like to see what you have to be so arrogant. After saying that, the person took out a dark red whip from his waist and coiled it around his hand. Although I don't know where you come from, we're sparring with our peers. Even if I beat you to death, I'm sure your clan won't say anything. Take out your weapon. Hurry up and attack. Lin Xian frowned. From what he heard, it seemed that the older generation couldn't casually attack, but the younger generation didn't have any scruples. If that was the case, then he wasn't afraid at all. He had never been afraid of anyone in his generation. However, at this moment, the Crimson Dragon impatiently roared, I say, kid, when did you get into trouble again? Hurry up and settle it, so you don't disturb Ben Wang's meal. The snow-white little monkey sat at the side, squinting his big eyes as if he was watching a show. Lin Xian curled his lips. What trouble? It's obviously a guy. I don't have any special hobbies. Hearing this, the figure in front of him was speechless. His body trembled slightly, and he screamed, damn bastard, I want to fight you. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dark red whip moved quickly, splitting the air in an instant. The table in front of Lin Xian was smashed into pieces, scattering all over the floor. Seeing the table of food destroyed, the Crimson Dragon was furious. Kid, what's wrong with your eyes? She's obviously a little girl, okay? The snow-white little monkey sat at the side, squinting his big eyes and nodding in agreement. Lin Xian helplessly touched his nose. Is that so? The people here look too strange. Men look like women, and women look like men. I can't tell. At this moment, the girl is. Are you blind? Li. But when he saw the black-robed girl, he was stunned. His angry expression disappeared and was replaced by a trace of fear and flattery. Isn't that the Black Pearl? How did this troublemaker come here? I don't know, but who is that young man in the private room? I'm afraid he's out of luck. Yeah, he provoked the Black Pearl. I'm afraid no one in Quicksand City can protect him. Alas, it can't be helped. She's the young lady of the Blackwood Fort, and she has an incomparably powerful brother. Hearing everyone's discussion, Lin Xian had a rough idea. The guy in front of him was actually a disciple of the Blackwood Fort. It seemed that it was the Blackwood Fort that wanted to poach him. Lin Xian didn't expect that not long after, he would run into people of the Blackwood Fort again. Previously, he killed a disciple of the Blackwood Fort on the road. Perhaps those people still didn't know, or else they wouldn't be in this situation. Girls always fight and kill. Be careful that you can't get married. Lin Xian said with a smile. I won't haggle over today's matter. You should leave quickly. Leave? In your dreams. Today I must have a duel with you. I must tie you up, you incomparably arrogant guy, and hang you on the city wall of Quicksand City for 3 days and 3 nights. Let everyone know your ugly face. Lin Xian was helpless. Who was the incomparably arrogant one? Who was the arrogant one? It seemed that the girl in front of him was really spoiled. Are you sure you want to have a duel with me? Lin Xian asked with a faint smile. Scared? I must beat you up, you hateful bastard. The Black Pearl said fiercely. You're not afraid of losing? Lin Xian asked. Lose? How can I lose? Except for my big brother, no one can beat me. The Black Pearl proudly puffed out her chest, like a victorious little phoenix. Hearing this, the corners of the surrounding warriors' mouths twitched. They certainly knew the reason why this Black Pearl didn't lose. It was because no one dared to really fight with her. Most of them just let her win. However, this little girl was remote and didn't know. She thought that she was invincible in Quicksand City, causing trouble everywhere. Since you insist, then I'll grant you your wish. Lin Xian shrugged as if he didn't care. Seeing Lin Xian's indifferent expression, the Black Pearl coldly snorted. She turned her head and shouted, "Boss, let me borrow your martial battle stage." Martial battles were prevalent in Quicksand City, so there were special martial battle stages in some hotels. Moreover, this Winds End restaurant used the martial battle stage to attract diners. Many people enjoyed the food while watching the competition on the stage. It could be said that they enjoyed it very much. At this time, the competition on the martial battle stage was quickly ended, and the two contestants were chased off the stage. The surrounding warriors didn't know what was going on, and they all roared. However, when the two figures on the stage, they were stunned. "Fellow Taoists, today I, the Black Pearl, will borrow the martial battle stage to teach this hateful brat a lesson," the Black Pearl said, her voice spreading in all directions. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd boiled up. It was actually the little princess of Blackwood Stronghold who wanted to fight. This was definitely more exciting than watching other warriors fight. However, they didn't know who that young man was. He was actually so unlucky to be targeted by this unruly little princess. "Humph, hateful bastard, soon I will beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy." "I'm looking forward to it." Lin Xian grinned, "But what's the point of just fighting like this? What are you going to add?" Martial battles weren't just a battle between warriors. They would all place bets before the competition. The winner would gain both fame and fortune. This was the most attractive part. The Black Pearl snorted, "Humph, you know quite a lot. How about this? I have a high-grade spirit-ranked treasure sword here. If you win, the treasure sword will be yours." The Black Pearl waved her small hand, and a dazzling sword appeared in the void. When this treasure sword appeared, the crowd below suddenly exclaimed, and most of them stared up with fiery eyes. A high-grade spirit-ranked treasure was not a cabbage. It was a weapon that countless warriors dreamed of obtaining. Feeling everyone's envious gazes, the Black Pearl snorted and proudly raised her chin. "What about you? What are you going to add? Don't tell me you're so poor that you don't have anything?" the Black Pearl said disdainfully. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart. As expected of a disciple of a large family. She casually took out a high-grade spirit-ranked treasure. Then he smiled. He had many good things on him, but he couldn't take them out. His eyes swept over, and he grabbed the Crimson Dragon and threw it forward. "This is it. This is a strange beast that contains a trace of the Flood Dragon's bloodline. If it's nurtured well, it will definitely have a super strong battle strength." "How is it?" "This thing isn't any weaker than your high-grade spirit-ranked treasure." The Crimson Dragon was thrown to the front. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws in anger. It stared at Lin Xian fiercely and almost roared, but in the end, it restrained itself. Otherwise, a talking snake would cause a commotion and he wouldn't be able to escape. "Don't worry, I won't lose you," Lin Xian said. The Crimson Dragon reluctantly walked to the side. Unexpectedly, the Black Pearl looked at the Crimson Dragon and shook her head. "I don't want this little snake. I want that little monkey." Then she stared at the little white monkey with a face full of joy. It was obvious that she liked the little white monkey very much and wanted it for herself. The Crimson Dragon almost broke its teeth from clenching them and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. When had it, a member of the divine dragon race, ever been looked down upon like this? "Stinky brat, little girl, Ben Huang will remember you too. Don't fall into my hands, or Ben Huang will roast you." The Crimson Dragon cursed in its heart. "Okay, I promise you," Lin Xian said with a smile as he grabbed the Crimson Dragon. Then he looked at the Crimson Dragon with disdain and complained, "So useless. No one wants you. You should obediently crawl into my sleeve." The Crimson Dragon couldn't bear it anymore. It turned into a rainbow and quickly left. If it stayed here any longer, it would probably go crazy from anger. "You've lost for sure. The little white monkey will be mine." The Black Pearl snorted. Then her body swayed like a ghost. The dark red soft whip in her hand was ruthless. It was like a flood dragon surging in the air. This attack was extremely fierce. The Black Pearl was originally a martial artist at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. With her extraordinary soft whip attack, even martial artists at the same level might not be her match, let alone a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. Therefore, the people below didn't think Lin Xian would win. Lin Xian was slightly surprised by Black Pearl's strength. It seemed that although she was arrogant, she was not weak. However, he wasn't afraid. This little bit of strength couldn't do anything to him. With a faint smile, Lin Xian pushed off the ground and rushed out like a phantom. For a moment, the entire battle arena was filled with his silhouette. Wow, this kid's movement technique is so cool. I didn't expect a mid-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist to have such speed. It is indeed rare. Hearing everyone's praises, Black Pearl's face turned cold. She let out a delicate shout, and the dark red whip in her hand danced, forming a spiral attack. Streaks of light from the whip rapidly spread out in all directions with him at the center. For a moment, all the phantoms that came into contact with it were split in half. Soon, all the phantoms on the fighting ring disappeared. Looking at the disappearing phantoms, Black Pearl snorted and lifted her chin proudly. She thought that it wouldn't be long before all those illusions disappeared. At that time, she would teach that little thief a lesson. However, before this beautiful wish could come true, her body suddenly froze. "Don't move, or you will lose your life." A cold voice came from behind her. Black Pearl didn't dare to move because there was a cold sword aura at the back of her head. Soon, the sky full of whip lights disappeared. When everyone saw this, they were even more shocked. To be honest, they didn't see Lin Xian's figure at all, and they didn't know how Lin Xian appeared behind Black Pearl. I didn't think that the little princess of Blackwood Stronghold would lose in one move. Who is that youth? What terrifying strength! Everyone was speechless. In the crowd, an extremely beautiful figure looked at the stage and nodded. He is indeed a hidden expert. I knew my eyes wouldn't be wrong. This beautiful figure was naturally Nan Gongseng. He was currently staring at Lin Xian, thinking of a way to poach Lin Xian to his Nan Gongseng family. You lost. The upper grade treasure sword is mine. Lin Xian retracted his hand and smiled again. Black Pearl's little face turned black and annoyed. That doesn't count. You attacked me sneakily. Let's go again. Again? Sure, take out your prize. Lin Xian put away the upper grade treasure sword and smiled. The crowd below also cheered. That's right, little princess. Continue to fight with him. You must defeat him. Take out 100 upper grade treasures and fight for a few hundred rounds. Black Pearl's face was annoyed as she fiercely looked around. Then, her little face turned red. I was in a hurry today and didn't have time to bring so many upper grade treasures. Forget it then. I won't fight with you if there's no prize. Lin Xian shrugged, looking like he couldn't help. You. Black Pearl was furious. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll owe you the prize first. Our Blackwood clan will never owe you anything. Since you want to give me treasures, I won't stop you. Lin Xian smiled with a hint of slyness in his eyes. Soon, the two continued to fight, but each time, it was finished in one move. After 3 times, Black Pearl's little face fell and she didn't dare to fight anymore. Although she was a disciple of a big clan, losing 3 upper-grade spirit treasures in one go was still very painful. What, do you still want to fight? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Black Pearl's little face bulged as she glared fiercely at Lin Xian. This guy in front of her was too hateful. She was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. It doesn't matter. If the treasures are gone, we can bet on something else. Seeing that you're so capable, it's not bad to be a little maid. Or you can repay me with your body. Lin Xian said casually. Hearing this, Black Pearl's little face turned red and a trace of panic appeared on her face. The crowd below was even more rowdy as they shouted, bet with him, bet with him. You just wait, I won't let you go. Black Pearl screamed and ran away like a frightened rabbit. Remember, you still owe me 3 upper-grade treasures. Lin Xian shouted. Hearing this, the escaping figure trembled and almost fell. Then, she ran away at an even faster speed. Okay, the show is over. Disperse. Lin Xian quickly left the arena. Brother Lin, please wait. A beautiful figure walked out from the crowd. Oh, it's Brother Nan Gongsheng. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. If you're here to persuade me, then don't say anything. Brother Lin is a true man. Don't worry, I'm not here to persuade you. I'm here to treat you to a drink. Nan Gongxing laughed and pulled Lin Xian to the side. Brother Lin, I must give you a toast. Nan Gongxing raised his wine cup and smiled. Brother Lin is too bold. Did you know that in Quicksand City, no one dares to provoke Black Pearl? Not to mention winning 4 matches in a row. Oh, is that so? Lin Xian grabbed his wine cup and drained it in one gulp before asking. As far as I know, Blackwood Stronghold is not the only big family in Quicksand City. Indeed, Blackwood Stronghold is very powerful, but they can't cover the sky with one hand. For example, our Nan Gongxing family is not weaker than them at all. And there's another reason why most family disciples are not willing to provoke Black Pearl. What's the reason? Lin Xian was puzzled. Because she has a good brother. Nan Gongxing said, her brother, Vhumad, is one of the top young experts in the entire Xia region. His strength is unfathomable, and he's known as one of the strongest people below Venerables. Her brother, Vhumad, was known as one of the top young warriors in the Xia region. The Xia region was very large, almost as large as the Tiannan region. Moreover, the level of martial arts here far exceeded that of the Tiannan region. One could imagine the strength of the top young warriors. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the Black Pearl's brother to be such a hero. However, he wasn't too worried. With the great dragon sword spirit, he believed that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Seeing Lin Xian's calm face, Nan Gongxing praised. Brother Lin, you're really bold. It's nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. I only fought a few matches with the Black Pearl. I don't think her brother will bother me because of this. So, I have nothing to be afraid of. Lin Xian smiled, then raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Right, it's not convenient to stay in inns these days. Are there any good courtyards? I want to buy one. I know a few famous ones. What kind of one does Brother Lin want? The others don't matter, as long as it's quiet. That's easy, just leave it to me. However, Brother Lin, the houses in Quicksand City aren't cheap. It can even be said that every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Actually, you don't need to do this. If you join our Nan Gongxing family, I guarantee that you'll immediately get an exquisite courtyard. Lin Xian smiled. Judging from Nan Gongxing's tone, it seemed that he wasn't going to completely give up on poaching him. Forget it, I still have the money. Lin Xian took out the spiritual high-grade artifact he just won. This sword should be enough for me to buy a good courtyard. Seeing this, Nan Gongxing sucked in a breath of cold air. You can, but are you really willing to sell this high-grade spiritual-grade artifact? There's nothing to be reluctant about, Lin Xian said. Besides, this belongs to the Darkwood family. It's hot to hold it in my hands. It's better to get rid of it as soon as possible. That way, we can move to another courtyard. Haha, Brother Lin is so bold. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Nan Gongxing took the artifact. In a corner not far away, the Black Pearl was hiding at the side. When she saw this scene, she was so angry that her teeth itched. That damned bastard actually sold a high-grade spirit-level artifact. How infuriating. What's even more detestable is that the gigolo actually dared to accept it. He's really too detestable. No, I can't take this lying down. I must take revenge. Black Pearl could not help but snort coldly, then quickly retreated. Lin Xian and Nan Gongxing took big gulps of wine and left the Winds End restaurant after a long time. Just as the two of them stepped out of the door, a black shadow suddenly flashed from the side and quickly slashed towards them. This attack was too sudden and as fast as lightning. It was impossible to guard against it. Lin Xian's soul power had already sensed the danger. With a tap of his foot, his body moved horizontally and easily dodged the attack. However, Nan Gongxing was not so lucky. Seeing that the black shadow was about to land on his head, Nan Gongxing let out a low roar and used all his strength to protect his body. Pung, a low sound rang out and the air trembled. The surrounding people exclaimed and all went around. Nan Gongxing was even more miserable. The defense in front of him had already cracked. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Not only that, but he also felt the blood in his body churning. He felt dizzy and almost lost his balance. Fortunately, Lin Xian came out in time and supported him. Nan Gongxing quickly used a cultivation method to forcibly suppress the boiling blood. Then, he looked around fiercely. Which blind fool dares to hit me? You don't want to live anymore. That's right, I'm hitting you. A delicate voice rang out and Black Pearl's figure appeared in front of everyone. You two despicable bastards. How dare you buy my upper-grade artifact? How despicable. Especially a she-male like you. How dare you accept it? I'll beat you to death. Black Pearl stared at Nan Gongxing with an unfriendly expression. Nan Gongxing, who was originally aggressive, became less angry after seeing Black Pearl. However, when he heard the words she-male, he jumped up like a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. You're the she-male. Your whole family are she-males. I'm a real man. Nan Gongxing roared. You dare to scold me? Black Pearl was also anxious. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Now, there were people who dared to go against her one after another. So what if I'm scolding you? You're the one who hit me first. Nan Gongxing was also anxious. No matter what, he was still a member of the Nan Gongxing family and a famous martial scout. If word got out that he had hit her, it would be a joke, even if the other party was Black Pearl. Seeing that the two of them were going to continue arguing, Lin Xian sighed and turned to Black Pearl. Why? Are you here to return the 3 upper-grade artifacts to me? With that, Lin Xian waved the IOU in his hand. Hearing this, Black Pearl's face fell. Then, she glared at Lin Xian fiercely. You're ruthless. Just you wait. Black Pearl gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. Forget it. Ignore her. Lin Xian pulled Nan Gongxing and continued on their way. However, Black Pearl was like a small dog following behind the two of them. They couldn't get rid of her. In the end, the two of them chose to ignore her. Nan Gongxing regained his composure and said to Lin Xian. There was a manor up ahead that was extremely quiet. It should suit Brother Lin's taste. Hearing Nan Gongxing's introduction, Lin Xian was curious and planned to take a look. If it was good enough, he would buy it. After all, it was Black Pearl's upper-grade artifacts, so he didn't feel any heartache. However, at this moment, they passed by a huge arena. Lin Xian suddenly stopped. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Nan Gongxing asked. Then, he followed Lin Xian's gaze. This is the Wang family's arena. It's average, but not as good as our Nan Gongxing said. He didn't forget to show off his family. How's the business here? Lin Xian asked. It's okay. After all, the Wang family is a mid-tier force in Quicksand City. How's the wheel challenge here? Nan Gongxing was startled. Most of the Wang family's martial artists are at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. There are a few at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. As for the peak of the spirit detecting realm, there are at most 2. Usually, only one comes here. After all, most of the people who come here are ordinary martial artists. The peak of the spirit detecting realm can do this. Those geniuses won't come here. They will go to the top arenas. So it's like that. When is this place the most crowded? Lin Xian asked. At night, Nan Gongxing replied. Brother Lin, you're not going to fight, are you? Lin Xian smiled and said, my hands are suddenly itching. Let's come here tonight and play. Nan Gongxing was a bit surprised. He didn't know why Lin Xian was suddenly interested in the Wang family's arena. What he didn't know was that in the setting sun desert, Lin Xian had almost been framed by a girl from the Wang family. Thinking of that vicious woman, Lin Xian was still a bit angry. Now that he had encountered the Wang family's arena, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Let's go and take a look at that mansion first. We'll come here tonight to play a few rounds. Okay. Nan Gongxing smiled. The Wang family's arena wasn't too bad. With a peak spirit detecting expert overseeing it, they should be able to test Lin Xian's battle prowess tonight. Looking at the sandstone courtyard in front of him, Lin Xian smiled. How is it, Brother Lin? Are you satisfied? Nan Gongseng asked. Very good. It's spacious and quiet. It's a good place to live in a busy city. Brother Nan Gongseng is too considerate. Of course I have to be considerate. Otherwise, I wouldn't be worthy of the price of a high-grade treasure. Wouldn't that make me seem useless? The two joked. Behind them, Black Pearl coldly snorted and gnashed her teeth. I've already found your nest. Just wait for your bad luck. Nan Gongseng shrugged. In any case, he didn't live here, so he wasn't afraid. Lin Xian directly ignored her. With his strength, as long as it wasn't someone from the older generation, he wouldn't be in any danger. They went in to rest. Soon, evening arrived. At night, Quicksand City was even more lively. The entire city was brightly lit, filled with singing and dancing. It was several times livelier than during the day. The various arenas, restaurants, and brothels were even more lively. It was as if the entire city had come alive. Lin Xian and Nan Gongseng walked toward the Wang family's arena. Black Pearl was still following behind them. She wanted to figure out Lin Xian's strength before finding someone to act against. Tonight was the best opportunity. At this moment, the Wang family's arena was bustling with noise and excitement. In order not to attract attention, Nan Gongseng and Black Pearl wore large robes to cover their faces. Originally, the two of them did not agree. With their status, there was no need for them to do this. Moreover, if they revealed their identity and entered, they would definitely be able to obtain the highest level of service. However, Lin Xian refused. He didn't come here to enjoy himself. When Lin Xian said that he was here to cause trouble, the two of them were stunned for a moment before they were pleasantly surprised. The Black Pearl seemed to have forgotten its previous hatred as it danced with joy. Nan Gongseng was a little worried. One had to know that the Wang clan had a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Although Lin Xian was strong, in his opinion, compared to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, he was still a bit lacking. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't mess around. In the end, Nan Gongseng and his companion agreed to Lin Xian's conditions and put on loose robes. They arrived at the Wang clan's arena. It was extremely huge inside, and there was not only one martial stage. Dozens of arenas formed an arc for the spectators to admire. Not only was each arena wide and sturdy, but it also had a special defensive array formation. It not only guaranteed the spectators' enjoyment, but also protected them from harm. From this, it could be seen that the martial arts industry in Quicksand City had developed to a very perfect state. Before participating in the martial arts competition, Lin Xian understood the rules of the martial arts competition. There were two most common types. One was a one-on-one challenge. The other was a round-robin challenge, which meant that the challenger could continuously challenge until they lost. They would receive rewards based on the number of matches they won. These rewards were much more generous than the one-on-one challenges. However, it was also much more difficult. This was because the opponent in the round-robin challenge could be anyone, and the Zhuang clan had a large number of elites prepared to snipe the contestants at any time. Therefore, the number of matches that the contestants could win wasn't many. There weren't many who could win 10 matches in a row. After Lin Xian finished registering, he returned to his seat and waited. At this moment, there were martial artists fighting fiercely on the martial stages in front of him. The crowd below was crazily shouting. Lin Xian discovered that the lowest cultivation level of the contestants was at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Most of them were at the late stage. After all, martial arts flourished here, and the Heavenly South region couldn't compare. Bang, on one of the martial stages. The air violently shook, and a figure flew out. His opponent, on the other hand, was standing proudly in the center. Xia he! Xia he! Countless people shouted loudly. Lin Xian also looked up and saw that the winner was standing with his hands behind his back and a slender soft sword hanging from his waist. A fierce aura spread out from his body. Xia he is too strong. He sent an opponent of the same cultivation level flying with a light sweep. Yes, although he is only at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, his battle prowess is already at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He is already a powerful existence among the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. I'm afraid that even a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist might not be able to win. Everyone was shocked and envious. Xia, he shouted, it's still a one-on-one challenge, and the prize remains the same. Who else wants to come up? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in shock. Normally, one-on-one challenges wouldn't be carried out consecutively, but Xia, he wanted to fight consecutively. It was obvious that he was very confident in his own strength. Otherwise, no one would dare to take this risk. I'll go. A loud voice rang out. It was like a huge bell that spread out in all directions. Some of the weaker martial artists were shaken to the point that their ears trembled, and the blood in their bodies surged. Who is this? It's so powerful. The next moment, a bronze-skinned man walked onto the stage. Every step he took caused the entire stage to tremble. Isn't this Rockhand Jinqing? This guy is at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Xia, he must have been too arrogant just now. This Jinqing couldn't stand it and came up. Thinking of this, everyone was excited and looked carefully. One of them was a swordsman whose battle prowess was at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, while the other was a true peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist. When the two met, it would definitely be an intense battle. Make your move. Let me see what you're capable of. Jinqing sneered. His skin glowed and quickly changed. In the end, it turned into a rock-like defense. In an instant, Jinqing's entire body turned into rock. He was like a stone man. This Jinqing was just as the rumors said. He could turn his body into rock and greatly increase his defense and strength. He was too strong. With this method, he was already invincible. How could anyone fight him? Everyone was shocked. They shook their heads and exclaimed. Blazing rock sky opening hand. Jinqing shouted in a low voice. Like a stone man, he quickly rushed forward. He waved his hand and it quickly grew. Layers of strange patterns appeared on his rock arm. An incomparably violent force surged out of his arm and instantly tore the void apart. The air split and turned into rolling waves. The terrifying force shattered everything in front of it. It was like a huge mountain was moving quickly. Humph, idiot who only knows how to use brute force. Xia, he sneered and quickly pulled out his flexible sword. He waved his arm and stabbed out with his sword. The sword curved like a ribbon, making it hard for people to see its trajectory. The sword stabbed out like a poisonous snake swinging its tail, quickly hitting the stone-like arm. Whoosh, the soft sword touched his arm, as if a ribbon was gently brushing past. Such weak strength. It has no effect on me at all. Jinqing sneered. With your strength, you're pitifully weak. I can blow you up with one punch. However, just as he finished speaking, his body trembled rapidly. Then, a heart-wrenching pain came from his arm, causing his face to contort. Ah! Jinqing held his arm in pain and charged around like an injured beast. On the other side, Xia, he put away his flexible sword and sneered. What's going on? The crowd was in an uproar, unable to understand. Why did the powerful Jinqing suddenly become so crazy? It looks like he's seriously injured. What did Xia do? Was it that sword just now? But it didn't have any power. Xiaohi's sword had injured Jinqing's arm, causing a commotion. They couldn't see through the mysteries of that sword. In the arena, Xiaohi sneered with his hands behind his back. How could these stupid martial artists understand his move? Damn it, what method did that guy use to injure his opponent? Black Pearl was puzzled. Lin Xian said in a low voice, it's internal force. He must have mastered a very strange method of exerting force. He used internal force to penetrate his opponent's defense and injure his arm. If you don't know in advance, it's easy to be injured. Hearing Lin Xian's explanation, Black Pearl and Nan Gongseng finally understood. This guy just appeared recently. He must be a martial artist from another place. It looks like his potential isn't bad. I wonder how strong he really is? Nan Gongseng said while rubbing his chin. It looked like he was thinking of poaching people for his family again. His true strength should be at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, his method of exerting force is too strange. He can injure his opponent unexpectedly. If you can predict his defense, it'll be easy to defeat him. Lin Xian smiled. You speak as if it's true. If you have the ability, go and defeat him. Black Pearl snorted. Lin Xian shrugged and said nothing. His goal was the Wheel of Attrition challenge, so he wouldn't consider anything else. Moreover, he already knew about the opponent's strange attacks. If they really fought, he would put in more defense and not let the opponent succeed. At this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in the corridor on the second floor like a ghost. This was an old man with a black robe and white hair. His skin was as smooth as a baby's, and at that moment, he smiled. To be able to challenge someone of a higher rank, his strength is not bad. When the competition is over, invite him over and see if he's willing to join our Wang clan. Yes. The surrounding guards replied respectfully. At this moment, on the central martial platform, the burly man, Jin Qing, was holding his arm with a ferocious expression. His heart was burning with rage. Originally, he wanted to destroy the other party's prestige, but he didn't expect that he would be hit by the other party's move. They had just exchanged blows, and one of his arms was almost crippled. This made him extremely angry. "Brat, I'm going to kill you." Jin Qing roared. "You? An idiot who only knows how to use brute force. I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and admit defeat, or don't blame me for being impolite." Xianxia sneered. "Brat, you're courting death." Jin Qing roared. He temporarily suppressed the injury to his right arm and quickly waved his left palm, blasting it forward. This time, he had learned his lesson. He didn't choose to fight in close range, but from a distance. As long as he didn't come into contact with that strange flexible sword, he wouldn't be injured. This time, he would use his cultivation to crush the other party. The void floated, and a 30-meter-long rock palm quickly formed. It was like a mountain of rock, sticking close to the ground and moving quickly. At the same time, his body released light, and strange patterns appeared on the surface of the rock. They quickly spread, forming a pressure that filled the sky and spread out in all directions. In an instant, the halo covered half of the platform, and an extremely terrifying pressure was produced, as if it could crush everything. This power was extremely violent, and was produced by his rock body. It could suppress most peak spirit detecting experts, and its strength was incomparably strong. Two terrifying attacks were launched at almost the same time, enveloping Xianxia. Bang, everywhere they passed, the ground collapsed, and the air cracked. Whoosh, when the two attacks were close, Xianxia suddenly moved. He was like a ray of silver light, flashing quickly. His steps were very strange. He was like a silver ribbon, drifting unpredictably. Every time he appeared, he would appear in unexpected places. Jin Qing's two terrifying attacks only brushed past his afterimage, and didn't cause him any damage. In the next moment, a silver light flashed, and Xiaohi's figure appeared, directly arriving beside Jin Qing. The silver flexible sword stabbed out like a silver poisonous snake, vicious and fierce to the extreme. In an instant, the flexible sword slammed into Jin Qing's chest. Like a poisonous snake, it was extremely fast. Not good. Jin Qing's expression changed greatly. He quickly used his rock body, forming waves of rock that enveloped his body and constantly rotated. A thick and hard layer of defense formed in front of him. Even a martial artist of the same level would find it difficult to break through. However, Xiaohi sneered disdainfully. The flexible sword surged like silver lightning, quickly slamming into the defense. Then, he withdrew his sword and quickly retreated. There was a trace of a victor's smile on his face. "Stupid guy, you didn't even understand my attack before coming up. You're courting death." On the opposite side, Jin Qing's pupils shrank. His body trembled rapidly, and then he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Just a moment ago, he said that he had extremely heavy internal injuries. However, what shocked him was that his body didn't suffer any external injuries. The attack seemed to have penetrated his defense and directly entered his body. What kind of attack is this? He was shocked. He had never seen such a strange attack before. At this moment, a deep sense of fear appeared in his heart. His opponent's attack had completely ignored his defense. How could he continue fighting? No matter how strong his defense was, it was useless. "I admit defeat." Jin Qing was terrified and quickly admitted defeat. Then, he quickly took out 2 healing pills and went to the side to recuperate. He didn't dare to continue fighting. He had already suffered serious internal injuries. If he didn't recuperate, his body would be crippled. Humph. Useless trash. Who else? Xia, he snorted coldly. Everyone was shocked. Even a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm like Xianxia had lost. No one else dared to go up. Moreover, they didn't understand Xiaohe's attack at all. It would be futile even if they went up. Seeing that no one accepted the challenge, Xiaohe was disappointed. Then, he sneered and walked down the stage. After Xiaohe walked down the stage, an old man in a red robe appeared on the stage. The old man said loudly, "Everyone, you're in for a treat. The next martial artist has chosen to challenge you in turns. How many rounds can he win? Let's wait and see." After the red-robed elder finished speaking, his figure flashed and he appeared to the side. Oh, someone actually chose to take turns to fight. I wonder who it is this time. I can't wait any longer. This time, I have to bet correctly. Everyone was excited and excited. The odds for this kind of battle were much higher than other competitions. If they could win, they could even become rich overnight. At this moment, a sweet-looking servant girl wearing revealing clothes slowly walked up to Lin Xian and respectfully said, "Lin Gongzi, please go on stage." Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. Then he took out a storage ring and threw it to Nan Gongsang. "Bet on me, 10 wins in a row, 10 wins in a row?" The servant girl was stunned. Shock appeared on her face. She had worked in the Wang family's arena for many years and rarely saw anyone who could achieve 10 wins in a row. The youth in front of her was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, yet he dared to boast like this. If he wasn't an expert, then he was an idiot. But looking at him, he didn't look like an expert at all. The beautiful girl regained her composure and revealed a look of disdain. In her view, the youth in front of her was clearly boasting. The Black Pearl also snorted. 10 wins in a row? You? Dream on. No one believed that Lin Xian could achieve 10 wins in a row. It had to be known that very few people could achieve 10 wins in a row. Because 10 battles would exhaust a cultivator's stamina. Moreover, as the competition progressed, the bookmaker could clearly figure out the cultivator's patterns and habits. They would definitely choose different cultivators to restrain. Therefore, unless one was a super powerful cultivator, it would be very difficult for a normal person to achieve 10 wins in a row. However, Nan Gongsang still planned to do as Lin Xian said. He held the storage ring in his hand and reached out with his soul perception. He was immediately shocked. There were 10 boxes of mid-grade spirit stones inside, which probably amounted to around 300,000. This wasn't a small number. Moreover, he could take out so many spirit stones in one go with such a casual look. It was obvious that Lin Xian didn't care about these spirit stones at all. Where did this guy come from? Nan Gongsang was very curious. He was certain that Lin Xian definitely came from a large force, but he was still unclear as to which force it was. Little Pearl, I advise you to bet on Lin Xian. Why? Only he can win 10 times in a row. Black Pearl coldly snorted. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. In any case, I've already warned you. You should know that he's here to cause trouble. Do you think he'll compensate the Wang clan with spirit stones for nothing? How many spirit stones does he plan to bet? Black Pearl asked. Take a look for yourself. Nan Gongshan tossed the storage ring over. Black Pearl took it and quickly sensed it. Then, her small mouth opened in shock. How many bad things has this despicable bastard done? How could he have so many spirit stones? Black Pearl's eyes were filled with stars. Alright, the competition is about to start. Let's hurry up and place our bets. After that, the two of them quickly placed their bets and rushed back to watch the competition. They had all bet on Lin Xian. Among them, Lin Xian had bet 300,000 medium spiritual stones, Nan Gongsang 30,000, and Black Pearl 50,000. When they returned to their seats, Black Pearl looked at Nan Gongsang and said viciously while grinding her small canine teeth. Humph, I bet all my pocket money on the two of you. If the two of you dare to cheat me, don't blame me for being rude. Nan Gongsang's mouth twitched. To be honest, he had no confidence in Lin Xian. Of course, he didn't dare to be 100% sure. In the end, he could only change the topic. Stop talking. The competition is about to start. Black Pearl snorted softly and looked at the arena. Everyone, please be quiet. Let's invite the contestant of the wheel challenge, Lin Xian, to the arena. The old man in red robe said loudly. Lin Xian? I've never heard of him. He should be a newcomer. I wonder what kind of person he is. It's best if he's an expert. Let's start quickly. I can't wait. Everyone was excited and looked forward to it. In the next moment, a figure appeared on the martial stage. It was a youth around 17 or 18 years old. He had a smile on his face and a calm expression. This is the challenger? Everyone was excited and looked at the youth. However, in the next moment, they were all shocked. Many people even exclaimed. What is going on? It's actually a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. Heavens, this is too childish. A martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm wants to participate in the wheel challenge? I'm afraid he'll lose in the first round. Many people sneered. They didn't think that the youth on the stage would win. Humph, so it's him. Kid, let me see what kind of ability you have. At this moment, there was an arrogant youth sitting in the VIP seats. He was the disciple of the Blackwood stronghold, Blackwood Mountain, who had come to invite Lin Xian. At this moment, he looked at the martial stage and sneered. The reason why his family had taken a fancy to Lin Xian was because of his potential. If his family were to nurture him, he would definitely be able to become an outstanding fighter in a few years. But right now, a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm was too weak. Humph, what an arrogant kid. You dare to challenge him in a wheel challenge? You're courting death. Although the Wang family's battle arena is only a medium battle arena, not just anyone can behave atrociously here. Blackwood Mountain sneered. He was prepared to enjoy the scene of Lin Xian's defeat. At this moment, Lin Xian stood on the stage and looked around. He took in everyone's reaction. Facing everyone's doubtful gazes, he didn't do anything extreme. Instead, he smiled and said in a clear voice. My goal today is 10 consecutive victories. I hope everyone can give me some advice. What? 10 consecutive victories? Him? Is this kid crazy? Could it be that some idiot wants to come here to play to the gallery? I don't know. I think his registration fee of 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones is going to be wasted. Even the red-robed judge sneered and rolled his eyes. Blackwood Mountain laughed. In his opinion, this kid might not even win one match, yet he dared to say that he wanted to win 10 matches. It seemed that this kid not only didn't know how to appreciate favors, but he was also a big idiot. Luckily, he didn't take him in back then. Otherwise, he would be a disaster for the family. Blackwood Mountain rejoiced in his heart. Not only him, but the entire battle arena was about to explode. Sounds of ridicule and disdain could be heard everywhere. At this moment, the red-robed elder's voice sounded again. I believe everyone already knows the rules of the wheel challenge. Whoever defeats the challenger will win half of his reward. This opportunity can't be missed. I hope everyone doesn't miss it. Defeating the challenger and winning half of the reward was a method used by the banker to provoke the other martial artists. Soon, a martial artist jumped onto the stage. Kid, let me see what kind of ability you have to dare to boast so shamelessly. This was a late-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist. He held 2 blades in his hands and had a cold smile on his face. Begin, the red-robed elder said. The young martial artist laughed and waved the blades in his hands, forming a bright blade aura that swept out in a circle. This attack was powerful enough to split mountains and rivers. It was swift and fierce to the extreme. However, the blade aura was only halfway there when it suddenly shattered. Then, the dual-blade martial artist's body trembled and he was suddenly sent flying. What? This is impossible. The dual-blade martial artist landed on the ground, his body constantly twitching. Countless golden arcs of lightning danced on his body, releasing a terrifying power of thunder and lightning that caused his body to tremble rapidly. Everyone below was stunned, as if they were stone statues. The entire arena was terrifyingly silent. After a long time, everyone regained their senses. They looked ahead and sucked in a cold breath. Most of them didn't even see Lin Xian's movements. Who is this kid? He's so powerful. He actually sent a late-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist flying with one move. This is a challenge above his level. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that this youth was far more powerful than they had imagined. Even the red-robed judge was shocked. He looked at Lin Xian a few more times and said, "The challenger has won." The challenge continues. Once this voice was heard, many people cried out. Because in the first round, they had all bet on Lin Xian losing, but they didn't expect this result. Damn it, my spirit stones. No, this time I have to see clearly before I place my bet. Many people regretted and became cautious. In the VIP seats, Blackwood Mountain looked at Lin Xian on the stage with an extremely ugly expression. The challenge continues. The red-robed judge said in a deep voice. The crowd below was in an uproar. Soon, another martial artist walked onto the stage. "Kid, I'll fight you." It was a young man. Although he couldn't be considered handsome, he had a trace of cold arrogance. This person was also a late-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist, but his aura was even more powerful than the previous martial artist. Iron Chain River Blockade. The young man waved his hand and a spirit spear condensed in his hand. It carried an endless amount of violence as it swept over. The spear radiance was like a great river, flowing endlessly, instantly tearing the void apart. Lin Xian's figure swayed like duckweed, shuttling through the countless spear auras. Suddenly, he stretched out his palm and waved it continuously. Above the palm wind, golden electric arcs danced, forming a huge palm of lightning. It was 10 feet tall and spread out in all directions. The lightning exploded, instantly going out of control. Lightning danced wildly. This golden lightning palm was too violent. It shattered all the spear lights in the sky with a single palm. Then, it blasted towards the other party in an even more violent manner. The young man dodged with extreme speed, retreating explosively. That huge lightning palm blossomed with a dazzling light. Lightning crackled on it, and golden snakes danced wildly. In the end, the young man was struck by the golden lightning palm and was sent flying, landing on the arena. He had defeated his opponent with one move again. Everyone cried out in alarm, unable to believe this. The martial artists who went up this time were much stronger than the previous ones, but they still couldn't escape the fate of being defeated in one move. On the other hand, Lin Xian's palm strike seemed very calm, as if he hadn't used much strength at all. Who is this guy? What terrifying strength! Heavens, could he be a genius martial artist from outside the realm? It's possible. Next time, we must bet on him to win. Although Lin Xian didn't display overwhelming violence, he had defeated his opponent with one move. This still shocked everyone. The red-robed referee took a deep breath and loudly said, "The challenger has won." The challenge continues. The middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. To be able to defeat a late-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist in one move, his strength must be very close to the peak of the spirit detecting realm. Interesting. Let me have a go at you. A young man in white clothes walked out. This young man's eyes were sharp, and he was as fast as lightning. He left behind an afterimage as he quickly arrived on the arena. It's Lu Yun. He actually made a move. Lu Yun is only at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm, but his strength is comparable to a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist. He is indeed a terrifying opponent. Yes, especially his blood demon 8 blades. When he uses them, he completely disregards his life. Even a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist wouldn't dare to take them head-on. It seems like this youth called Lin Xian is going to be unlucky. It's possible. With Lu Yun making a move, he should be able to snipe that youth. He can only blame himself for being too arrogant. He actually defeated his opponent with one move in the first 2 matches. I'm afraid many people won't be able to bear it. Quickly place your bets. The odds are very high this time. Everyone discussed. With Lu Yun making a move, they didn't have high hopes for Lin Xian. Brat, you're very arrogant. Lu Yun sneered. I'll tell you that this isn't a place where you can act wildly. Then he took out his blood-colored blade and quickly slashed down. This Lu Yun was very decisive and didn't have any intention of being sloppy. The blood-colored blade energy surged and swept out in all directions. It was like a blood-colored waterfall dancing in the air. Blood Demon 8 blades. In an instant, 8 large rays of light shot out and blood mist filled the air. The entire space was dyed blood red. The blade energy was like a waterfall as it crisscrossed in the air. The 8 large blade energy tore through the void and condensed together to form a curtain of blood light that enveloped Lin Xian. It's the Blood Demon 8 blades. Lu Yun used his ultimate technique as soon as he came up. I'm afraid that Brat is finished. Yeah, I think Lu Yun also wants to defeat his opponent with one move and humiliate him. The crowd below exclaimed. The Blood Demon 8 blades was too stunning. The 8 bloody lights were like blood-colored dragons that tore through the sky. Lin Xian stood in place and didn't have any intention of dodging. He raised his right hand and the golden lightning on his arm jumped and quickly intertwined to form a 10-foot-long golden electric saw. Then, it crashed down. Lin Xian had already comprehended the concept of thunder. Moreover, during this period of time, his thunder concept had become even more profound. Therefore, this move could be said to be extremely violent and fierce. It completely displayed the power of thunder and lightning. The golden electric saw fell and everything in front of it was ruthlessly sliced apart. The 8-blade energy shattered with a loud bang. Lu Yun's face turned pale. He felt an unprecedented pressure. All the bones in his body creaked as if they would break apart at any time. In the next moment, his body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. His body emitted a burnt smell as he flew out. Lu Yun was defeated in one move. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people rubbed their eyes. They couldn't believe what had just happened. This is impossible. Lu Yun was actually defeated and sent flying in one move. One had to know that Lu Yun was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. At this moment, he was defeated by Lin Xian in one move. Didn't this mean that Lin Xian's strength was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm? If this was true, then it was too terrifying. Lin Xian was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but his strength was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. This was crossing two small realms. Even Xiaxia, who had been extremely powerful, had only been able to surpass him by one cultivation level. Genius, an absolute genius. Damn, I'm sure this brat is a martial arts genius. I just don't know which force he is from. Damn, I was wrong again. This brat is too strange. Below, Black Pearl was filled with joy. She had bet 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones on Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian had won 3 rounds in a row, her spirit stones had tripled to 150,000. This kind of speed could be considered striking it rich. Even Black Pearl's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Nan Gongsang straightened his body and stared at Lin Xian. His eyes shined brightly. He knew that this was just the beginning. Lin Xian's strength should be far greater than this. Of course, not everyone was cheering for Lin Xian. At this moment, Xiaxia was sitting there with a gloomy expression. Hearing everyone compare him to Lin Xian, Xiaxia's expression became more and more ferocious. He had come here to become famous. Before, he had defeated a peak spirit-detecting realm cultivator with his late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivation and had won everyone's admiration and respect. He enjoyed this feeling a lot, but this feeling didn't last for long. Now a youth with a lower cultivation level than him had defeated a cultivator at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. His fame had surpassed his, and he couldn't accept it. Humph, self-righteous brat. He only defeated a peak spirit-detecting realm cultivator. He's not a true peak spirit-detecting realm cultivator. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. You dare to compare me to this brat? What a bunch of idiots. Xiaxia's expression was filled with disdain. In his eyes, Lin Xian's strength was only so and couldn't be compared to his. However, not long after, he was stunned. His handsome face became ferocious and his eyes were filled with killing intent. This was because Lin Xian had just defeated another martial artist at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. Xiaohe's expression suddenly became very ugly. Before, he had said that Lin Xian had only defeated a peak spirit detecting realm cultivator and couldn't compete with a true peak spirit detecting realm cultivator. Then he had defeated a true peak spirit detecting realm cultivator. This was a slap to his face. Not only Xiaohe, but everyone else was also stunned. Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded everyone's expectations. The members of the Wang family were also stunned. The other party had easily obtained 4 consecutive victories. He was simply too powerful. Previously, they didn't think Lin Xian could win. After all, a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator was too ordinary. However, he didn't expect that this seemingly unremarkable young man was actually a martial arts genius who could challenge someone of a higher level than him. Moreover, it was a gap of 2 levels. Pass down the order. If this brat obtains 5 consecutive victories, then begin to snipe him. The black-robed elder on the 2nd floor ordered. Immediately, the surrounding cultivators agreed respectfully and began to arrange the following matters. The challenger won, and the competition continued. The red-robed elder's voice was somewhat cold. He had already received orders from above. As long as the young man in front of him won another round, they would begin their operation. Xiaohe's eyes flashed as he looked at Lin Xian. After some consideration, he decided not to act for the time being. He knew the rules of the Colosseum, so the Wang clan should be even more anxious than him. He was waiting for an opportunity so that he could make his move legitimately. At that time, he would let everyone know who the true martial arts genius was. The result of 4 consecutive victories shocked most of the cultivators. However, there were many experts in the Colosseum, so not everyone was afraid of Lin Xian. Soon, another person walked out and prepared to issue a challenge. This youth's appearance was ordinary, and he was slightly chubby. However, his aura was more condensed and sharp. A powerful aura that belonged to someone at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm filled the surroundings. The moment this youth stepped onto the stage, he floated in the air. His robes fluttered as the spirit energy around him twisted and quickly intertwined to form powerful spirit beasts. These spirit beasts roared ferociously with shocking momentum. It was as if they were real. Su Chao, a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He specializes in using spirit energy to form spirit beasts and combine them into a formation to attack. It can be said that his attack power is powerful and strange. If his spirit energy can form spirit beasts and combine them with a formation, then his strength will be several times greater than his own. This Su Chao is definitely a terrifying opponent. The people below discussed and began to place their bets. Most of them had seen Su Chao's power and naturally knew how strong he was. Therefore, they all believed that Su Chao would win this match. The void trembled as all kinds of powerful spirit beasts filled it. They quickly moved and stood in different positions, forming a strange formation. In an instant, the space around Lin Xian suddenly froze and became heavier. A dangerous aura spread out. At this moment, Su Chao revealed a cold smile in the distance. Then, he formed a seal with his fingers and quickly moved them. The spirit beasts began to move according to his control, and the entire formation was quickly activated. Humph, what an idiot. He actually didn't do anything and let me easily form the formation. Su Chao sneered. In the past, he was most worried about the time before he formed the formation because his opponent would do everything possible to stop him from forming the formation. However, the youth in front of him didn't do anything. He just stood there silently and watched the formation form. Su Chao was ecstatic. As long as he formed the formation, he would be able to form a powerful force that would be several times greater than his own. With the help of the spirit beast formation, he had defeated many powerful opponents. This time, he believed that his formation would be able to work again. The youth in front of him wouldn't be able to withstand one of his attacks. Kid, your good luck ends here. You're going to lose. Su Chao sneered. Then, he put his palms together and activated the formation with all his strength. Good luck? Lin Xian sneered and revealed a disdainful look. Up until now, his opponent still thought that he had gotten to where he was by luck. What a joke. Looking at the powerful spirit beasts pouncing at him, Lin Xian didn't do anything. Instead, he activated the great dragon sword soul. In the next moment, a low roar came from his body. That roar was desolate and dull. It sounded as if it came from the distant wilderness. It was filled with endless pressure. It resounded in all directions. In an instant, the powerful spirit beasts around Lin Xian stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with fear. Then, their bodies trembled rapidly and exploded. They turned into bits of spirit qi and dissipated in the air. What? That's impossible. In the distance, Su Chao was shocked. His face was full of horror. The spirit beasts that he had formed with his spirit qi were abnormally powerful. They were even more powerful than real demonic beasts. However, the other party only let out a roar and all the spirit beasts that he had formed were killed. What kind of technique is that? It's too heaven-defying. The martial artists below were even more shocked. That scene was too shocking. One had to know that those powerful spirit beasts were powerful and could crush an area. However, they couldn't even withstand a roar. No one would believe it. What was that roar? Why do I have a feeling that my heart is pounding? This young man was too mysterious. He probably hadn't used his full strength yet. Lin Xian revealed a mysterious smile. If the other party attacked, he might have to dodge or defend. However, the other party used spiritual energy to condense spiritual beasts, which was useless against him. Although those spiritual beasts were formed from spiritual energy, they were still limited by their species. The dragon sword soul in his body was the leader of all spiritual beasts. Just its pressure alone was enough to kill them. There was no need for him to make a move, therefore, just now, he only released a trace of the dragon sword soul's aura and all the spiritual beasts around him were destroyed. Do you want to continue? Lin Xian looked at Su Chao and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. Su Chao's body trembled and his heart beat wildly. How was he going to fight? His most powerful attack was shattered by the other party's roar. The two of them were not on the same level. Thinking of the other party's terrifying attack, Su Chao felt bitter. He had no chance of winning. Thinking of this, Su Chao smiled. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. You're very strong. I admit defeat. Facing such a strong opponent, there was no need for him to strike a stone with an egg. He might as well form a good relationship with the other party. Moreover, losing to such a martial artist was not a loss of face. Su Chao had a premonition that the young man in front of him was going to create a miracle. You let me win. Lin Xian smiled. Then, there was a deafening roar from below the stage. So far, Lin Xian had won 5 matches in a row. Every victory was quick and easy. These people were not fools. They naturally knew how powerful Lin Xian was. As martial artists, they worshipped strength. Lin Xian's strength had already conquered them. Therefore, at this moment, the entire arena was filled with a sea of cheers. Lin Xian! Lin Xian! Lin Xian! Everyone shouted crazily and raised their arms. Their voices were like waves, each higher than the previous one, sweeping through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's 5 consecutive victories brought the atmosphere of the arena to a climax. On the seats, Black Pearl was so happy that she danced with joy. Her little face was full of excitement. I didn't expect this bastard to be so powerful. But it's not bad. I've made a lot of money this time. Nan Gongxing exclaimed, Brother Lin is indeed Brother Lin. He is indeed powerful. The current situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Lin Xian's strength had already surpassed the majority of peak spirit detecting martial artists. It was definitely a powerful combat strength. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that Lin Xian seemed to be only 18 years old. He was so young and had such heaven-defying talent. If he was properly nurtured, he would definitely become a top young genius within a few years. This kind of genius was the target that countless major forces wanted to rope in. However, at this moment, the Wang family was unable to feel happy because this matter happened in their battle arena. If the opponent continued his winning streak, then the one who would become famous would be Lin Xian himself, and the one who would suffer would be the Wang family's dojo. Not only would they have to offer large amounts of resources as rewards, but they would also become Lin Xian's stepping stone to fame. At that time, the reputation of the Wang family's dojo would plummet. Hence, the Wang family would not allow this to happen. A mid-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator with 5 consecutive victories. He is indeed a martial arts genius, but it ends here. On the second floor, the black-robed elder's expression was cold. Pass down the order. Start sniping. We cannot let him win again. Soon, a seductive woman passed through the guest area below. This woman was beautiful and wore revealing clothes. She carried endless temptation with her as she walked. Her snake-like waist kept twisting, and she soon arrived in front of Xia. Young Master Xia, my master invites you, the seductive woman said. Hearing this, Xia smiled. It seemed that the Wang family could no longer sit still. He stood up and slowly said, lead the way. Soon, Xia arrived at a VIP room. Young Master Xia, please sit. In the VIP room, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes smiled. No, let's get straight to the point, Xia said. Straightforward. The middle-aged man laughed. In the future, young Master Xia should know what we are thinking. I wonder if young Master Xia is willing to fight? Oh? What benefits do I get if I fight? Xia asked directly. The middle-aged man smiled and slowly said, the opponent has already won 5 consecutive battles. It can be said that he is very strong. If young Master Xia fights now and defeats him, wouldn't it show off young Master's strength? Moreover, the Wang family will not mistreat young Master. From now on, you are a guest martial artist of the Wang family. As long as you defeat that brat, all the rewards he has accumulated from the previous 5 battles will belong to young Master. I believe young Master Xia will not refuse such a thing that will bring you both fame and fortune. The rewards of the wheel challenge were very generous, and the rewards from the previous 5 battles were even more tempting. And now, the Wang family had offered such generous conditions in order to make Xia fight. It was indeed tempting. Since the Wang family is so sincere, how can I refuse? Xia smiled. Don't worry. As long as I fight, I will definitely defeat that brat. Then I will have to trouble young Master Xia. The middle-aged man smiled. Then, he looked at the central arena, and his eyes darkened. It won't be that easy to win 5 consecutive battles in the Wang family. In the outside world, the arena was bustling with activity. Countless people were shouting Lin Xian's name and did not disperse for a long time. The red-robed judge's face was gloomy. He stood to the side and did not say a word. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched as he received a voice transmission. Then, he grinned. All right, everyone, let the challenges continue, the red-robed judge said loudly. Only then did the crowd quiet down. But then, they were all curious. Who was going to fight this time? One had to know that Lin Xian was able to defeat a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm in one move. This meant that his strength was extremely strong even among martial artists at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Some people even speculated that he was very close to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Under such circumstances, to defeat Lin Xian, one had to be a powerful martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm or an ultimate martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, ultimate martial artists were too strong, and they were existences that dominated the Wang family's arena. They would not easily make a move. Therefore, the person going to fight might be a powerful martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, when the challenger walked out, the crowd was stunned. The person he was going to challenge was Xia. Everyone was stunned, and then they exclaimed. They would not forget the scene of Xia defeating a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm in one move. Moreover, they still hadn't figured out what that strange attack was. This is too shocking. I didn't expect Xia to fight this time. Both of them are genius martial artists. It's hard to say who will win. I think Xia will win. After all, his strange attack is too terrifying. It completely ignores defense. That's right. Both of them are at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, but Xia's cultivation is a bit higher. He should be able to suppress Lin Xian. I don't think so. Up until now, Lin Xian has defeated his opponent with a single move. It's impossible to determine his true strength. Everyone was discussing animatedly. They were guessing who would win this competition. However, during the discussion, they realized that both of them were abnormally powerful. They couldn't guess who would win. Xiaohi's face was cold as he slowly walked onto the stage. "Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to me?" Xiaohi shouted coldly. "I'll give you one chance. Get out of here, or don't blame me for being impolite." Xiaohi's performance was quite domineering. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know Xiaohi at all. Even if he wanted to challenge him, there was no need to humiliate him like this. However, since Xiaohi had done this, he had to pay a corresponding price. Then, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. "Apologize, or bear the consequences." "Ha ha ha." Xiaohi laughed wildly. "You? Kid, don't think that defeating a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist is something amazing. In my eyes, you're not even worthy of carrying my shoes." Xiaohi's laughter echoed in the surroundings, his voice full of arrogance and disdain. The crowd below was excited. They didn't expect the atmosphere to be so tense. The Wang family members were relieved and smiled. Xiaohi's performance was enough to show that he had enough confidence to win this match. Nan Gongseng and the Black Pearl were nervous. Although Lin Xian was powerful, his opponent wasn't weak either. This was definitely going to be a fierce battle. In the VIP stands, Blackwood Mountain looked at the stage and sneered. "Damn thief, let's see what you're going to do this time." Lin Xian looked at the arrogant Xiaohi and shook his head. "Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me. Cut the crap. Die." Xiaohi sneered. His body suddenly exploded, and he charged toward Lin Xian like a bolt of silver lightning. In an instant, his silver flexible sword was drawn and twisted in the air like a venomous snake. The air was like a piece of cloth, mercilessly sliced apart and scattered to the sides. An abnormally soft and strange energy circulated within the sword light. "Not good, it's that strange attack again," everyone exclaimed. Xiaohi had used that kind of hidden energy attack right from the start. His intention was very obvious. He wanted to end the battle quickly and get rid of Lin Xian as soon as possible to prove his strength. The silver sword radiance flashed and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face. Previously, when he was below the stage, he had already seen through Xiaohi's attack and had already come up with a way to deal with it. Therefore, this strange hidden energy attack was of no threat to him at all. The golden lightning on his body disappeared and was replaced by a green stream of air that rotated rapidly. Lin Xian's arm moved, and the surrounding air quickly revolved, forming a huge vortex. The appearance of the vortex caused the wind and clouds in the surroundings to change. At the same time, it created a strange power that drew everything in the surroundings closer. In mid-air, the silver sword light was disturbed by this force and instantly rushed towards the vortex. Not long after, the silver sword entered the vortex. Countless streams of air surged and instantly destroyed the hidden energy. Sensing the disappearance of the hidden energy, Xiaohi's expression finally changed. This hidden energy was related to the cultivation method he practiced. It could penetrate all defenses and directly attack a martial artist's body. This cultivation method could be said to be extremely sinister and vicious. It was also very swift and fierce. Every time it attacked, it could defeat the enemy. This was also the reason why Xiaohi was so arrogant. But now, the hidden energy that he was so proud of had been destroyed. This was something that he couldn't accept at all. Lucky, this kid must be lucky. Xiaohi thought to himself as he withdrew his sword and retreated to a safe area. In his opinion, that attack just now was definitely an accident. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, no one would be able to break his hidden energy. "Humph, I don't believe that you can be so accurate every time." Xiaohi snorted coldly. "This time, I'll let you experience my ultimate skill." 9 Mysterious Silver Snake Sword. The silver longswords surged like silver vipers. As the sword chi moved, it condensed into a huge silver phantom that emitted a cold aura. On top of that silver phantom, there was an even colder and more sinister hidden energy attack. "It's useless. All of your attacks are useless against me." Lin Xian's voice was cold. Countless green air currents appeared around his body. The concept of wind followed, causing the surrounding space to condense. Then, the air within 10 feet of Lin Xian quickly flowed according to his thoughts. The air currents in every direction were different, strange and unpredictable. Under the effect of the concept of wind, the entire space was like an undercurrent surging, extremely dangerous. Every air current was very dangerous. Not only did it have a swift and biting aura on the surface, but it also carried traces of an inexplicable power in the dark. What? He also knows how to control hidden energy? How is this possible? Xiaohe was shocked. He wanted to retreat and attack, but Lin Xian didn't give him the chance. The air currents around him surged, forming a strange space that instantly pulled Xiaohe in. In the next moment, Xiaohe was caught in a huge vortex. Soon, he felt a violent undercurrent rushing into his body, causing him to feel a strong sense of suffocation. In fact, the spatial storm even suppressed the hidden power of his silver shadow. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Not only that, but huge green wind blades appeared around him. They were as sharp as a bejeweled weapon. Under the support of the concept of wind, countless wind blades attacked, instantly tearing the silver phantom apart. In an instant, Xiaohe's heart trembled. His face turned pale, and his blood boiled. He finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards. What? Xiaohe was injured. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. Originally, they thought that this should be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. They even thought that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to win and would be suppressed by Xiaohe. However, they didn't think that the one being suppressed would be Xiaohe, and that the outcome would be decided in one move. This Lin Xian is too powerful. He can actually suppress Xiaohe's strange attack. What is that green vortex? It's so terrifying. That's the concept of wind. I didn't expect that kid to have mastered the concept of wind. No wonder he's so powerful. An expert exclaimed. So it's a concept. No wonder he can suppress Xiaohe's hidden energy. Nan Gongseng was shocked. Concepts were extremely mysterious. Normal martial artists couldn't comprehend them. Only some peerless geniuses could comprehend them. Moreover, any martial artist who comprehended a concept would have their attack power greatly increased, far surpassing others. Now, it seemed that Lin Xian was that kind of genius martial artist. Damn kid, he actually comprehended a concept. Haima Shan's face was cold. Such a genius can't be used by my Haima family. He must be eliminated. His tone was filled with killing intent. The Wang family martial artists were even more furious. Their faces were gloomy. Originally, they thought that with Xiaohe's help, there would be no mistakes and they would be able to defeat Lin Xian. However, they did not expect the result to be the opposite. Not only did Lin Xian defeat Xiaohe, but he also displayed the concept of wind. Even their Wang family did not have many young geniuses like him. Xiaohe was half kneeling on the ground, using his silver flexible sword to support himself. Blood was constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he looked extremely miserable. Damn it, it's actually the concept of wind. No wonder it could break through my mysterious snake-hidden energy. Xiaohe's face was ferocious and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The image of a handsome genius that he had built up was now completely destroyed, and the one who caused this was this despicable brat in front of him. However, he did not think that if he had not been so arrogant and insulted Lin Xian, he would not have ended up like this. At this moment, Xiaohe had already fallen into a frenzy. His eyes were red as he looked at Lin Xian and roared angrily. Then, he used his cultivation technique to suppress his injuries and stood up with difficulty. Brat, you dare to hurt me? You're dead. I won't let you go today. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a concept. In front of me, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Xiaohe's tone was ferocious. Then, he used his flexible sword to cut open his palm. Blood flowed out and wrapped around the silver flexible sword. You've completely angered me. Today, I won't let you go. Xiaohe revealed a cruel smile. Next to him, the silver flexible sword was wrapped in his blood. Then, with a sucking sound, the blood was all sucked into the silver flexible sword. Then, the silver flexible sword rolled and spiraled. Finally, it seemed to come alive and turned into a 3-foot-long silver snake. Its silver eyes were cold as it flickered its tongue. "Go and kill him." Xiaohe pointed at Lin Xian and roared. Suddenly, the silver flexible sword seemed to have received some kind of command. Its cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. Then, like a bolt of silver lightning, he disappeared. His speed was extremely fast. At the same time, a cold aura spread out. When the warriors in the front row felt this aura, their bodies trembled and they kept retreating. This aura was too sinister, making people feel uncomfortable all over, as if they were being targeted by something. For a moment, Lin Xian also had the same feeling, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable, but he immediately let out a cold snort. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged, and a warm current flowed through his entire body. In the next moment, countless gusts of wind swirled around him, forming a violent current. At this moment, the concept of wind was completely displayed by him. Wisps of wind aura drifted around him, and under the effect of Lai Dalong's sword soul, they quickly formed a green vortex. This was an attack that he had formed by imitating the sword of devouring. Suddenly, a powerful devouring force was formed all around him, as if it was going to devour everything. Although this power could not be compared to the real sword of devouring, it was still extraordinarily powerful. After all, he had the great dragon sword soul as his foundation, and Lin Xian's concept of wind had already reached a very high level, fire monkey. Therefore, this move could be said to be infinitely useful. The silver snake was originally incomparably ferocious, but suddenly, it was pulled by the devouring force, and a look of panic appeared on its face. Furthermore, the pressure of the great dragon sword soul caused the small silver snake to dim significantly. Lin Xian used his finger as a sword, and a green sword light appeared on his fingertip. Wind Slayer. The sword light slashed through like a gust of wind. This sword was incomparably ethereal, like an antelope hanging its horn. It was unbelievable to the extreme. In an instant, the silver snake was cut into several pieces. This silver snake was formed by Xiaohe using his essence blood to activate a secret technique. After being killed, Xiaohe naturally suffered a backlash from the technique, and he immediately spat out blood again. "Impossible, this is impossible. How can you personally destroy my secret technique attack?" Xiaohe's face was filled with madness, and he constantly tore at his hair. He now looked like a madman. There was no way around it, this scene was too unbelievable for him. One had to know that his secret technique attack was abnormally fierce, and it could even defeat experts at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, such a powerful attack seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from Lin Xian. He couldn't accept this huge difference in strength. Lin Xian sneered. "You think you're worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me with this little bit of strength? I'll give you two choices, get lost or be thrown down by me." Lin Xian's voice was abnormally cold, like a sharp sword slashing through. Xiaohe's body stiffened, and his expression became extremely ugly. Before the competition, he didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all, so he immediately insulted Lin Xian with his words. However, he didn't expect that he couldn't defeat his opponent at all, and that his opponent would return the same words he had said to him. There was nothing uglier than this. He was simply slapping his own face. For a moment, Xiaohe was in a dilemma. His handsome face was twisted beyond recognition, and he wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. Everyone was also stunned. They had originally thought that this would be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. However, they didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful, and he directly suppressed Xiaohe to the point where he couldn't even raise his head. Not only that, but Xiaohe also paid the price for his previous insolence. It could be said that he had lost all his face. This Xiaohe is really unlucky. He was so strong before, but who would have thought that he would lose so badly? Sigh, it seems that people can't be too arrogant, or they won't know when they'll be slapped in the face. And it's the kind that slaps his own face, too sullen. Everyone discussed, and there was a hint of mockery in their words. They were just spectators, so of course they had to support the strong. Moreover, Xiaohe's arrogant attitude had made them very unhappy. The Wang family's faces were gloomy and ugly. Xiaohe was an expert that they had spent a lot of money to hire to snipe Lin Xian's record of all victories. However, they didn't expect that the expert in their eyes couldn't even withstand a single blow, and was completely beaten up. Trash, you're simply trash. You can't even do a small thing well. On the second floor, the black-clothed elder was abnormally angry, and a terrifying aura rose from his body. This aura only floated around him and didn't spread out. Otherwise, the entire arena wouldn't be able to withstand it. Elder, this is indeed my mistake this time. I'll arrange for people to come, the middle-aged man said in a trembling voice. Go, don't find outsiders this time. Call out the experts of our family. This kid is a little strange. I'm afraid that ordinary warriors won't be able to handle him. If you make another mistake this time, don't come to see me. Yes. The middle-aged man's body trembled, and he quickly retreated. In the arena, Xiaohi's face was ferocious, and his heart was unwilling. He still wanted to stall for time, but Lin Xian didn't give him a chance at all. He flashed in front of him and kicked him out of the arena. Plop, this kick was full of power. Lin Xian didn't hold back at all. Xiaohi flew out and fell flat on his face. Seeing Xiaohi's posture, the crowd burst into laughter. Hearing the laughter, Xiaohi was so angry that his body trembled. He spat out blood again and fainted. Men, carry him away. Don't make a fool of yourself here. The red-robed referee snorted, a trace of annoyance on his face. He originally thought that he had found an expert in his family, but he didn't expect him to be a piece of trash who couldn't even block a single blow. Actually, in the eyes of a normal person, Xiaohi was indeed an expert. However, he had met Lin Xian. The two of them weren't on the same level. One had to know that Lin Xian had killed a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist before. He could be said to be extremely powerful. Moreover, if this was a normal match, Xiaohi wouldn't have lost so miserably. However, he relied on his strength and was extremely arrogant. He had insulted Lin Xian in the beginning, which was why he had ended up like this. It could be said that he had brought this upon himself. After defeating Xiaohi, Lin Xian won again. He had won 6 in a row now. The crowd was shocked. They were all shouting crazily. Exciting, too exciting. They hadn't seen such an exciting match in a long time. Lin Xian was too powerful. Every time a new strong opponent appeared, and everyone thought that he would lose, Lin Xian would defeat them in a single blow. Watching Lin Xian's matches, everyone's mood seemed to fluctuate between mountains and valleys. It was very exciting. Consecutive wins. Consecutive wins. Everyone shouted crazily. Now, they understood that Lin Xian's promise of 10 consecutive wins wasn't a joke. It could really happen. Lin Xian had won 6 in a row. He only needed to defeat 4 more people to achieve 10 in a row. 10 in a row, this had rarely happened in the history of the Wang family's Colosseum. One had to know that a martial artist's battle was very taxing on their mind and strength. Normal martial artists would be exhausted after 2 or 3 matches, let alone 10 in a row. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was different. He finished every match in a single move, and did not use up much stamina at all. Furthermore, the Wang clan had no idea what Lin Xian was capable of. In fact, they didn't even know what the limits of his strength were. However, even though everyone was shouting crazily, they knew in their hearts that it would not be easy for Lin Xian to achieve 10 consecutive victories. In the following matches, the Wang family would definitely send out their true experts to stop Lin Xian from obtaining consecutive victories. Furthermore, the Wang family's battle arena had a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm overseeing it. That was a true expert. With such an expert, it was likely that no one would be able to achieve 10 consecutive victories. From their point of view, although Lin Xian was strong, it was impossible for him to contend against a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. This was because such experts were already the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Only cultivators of the same level could defeat them, and others had no chance at all. Lin Xian's 6 consecutive victories caused a huge commotion. Not only did it shock the surrounding martial artists, but it also infuriated the Wang family. Therefore, they decided to send out their clan's experts this time. Soon, a cold youth entered the arena. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Brat, you dare to cause trouble in our Wang family? Today, you won't be able to leave." The youth's tone was cold, like a cold wind blowing past. Then, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a green light appeared on his body. That light was very hazy, and it quickly enveloped his entire body, making him look extremely ethereal. Furthermore, the air around him became heavy. Traces of extremely fast air currents spun rapidly, forming numerous large wind blades that floated in front of him. Concept of wind. This is the concept of wind. He's Wang Feng, the Wang family's martial genius. He's also a cultivator of the concept of wind. I didn't expect them to send him out this time. It seems like the Wang family is going to be serious. Both of them are cultivators of the concept of wind. I wonder who's stronger. It's hard to say. Lin Xian's moves are too fast, and it's impossible to see how strong he is. However, it's said that the Wang family's genius already has a very deep understanding of the concept of wind. I'm afraid that Lin Xian is going to be unlucky. Not only is his cultivation at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, but his concept of wind is also very strong. It has completely surpassed Lin Xian. The Wang family's Colosseum is indeed not to be trifled with. They found a way to suppress Lin Xian so quickly. Yeah, I'm afraid that Lin Xian is going to be unlucky this time. Many people were worried because Wang Feng was too strong. Moreover, he had grasped the same concept as Lin Xian. He could be said to be a very strong opponent. Humph, brat, you're dead for sure. Wang Feng was very ferocious, and a trace of an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Concept of wind? Interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the Wang family to find a martial artist with the same concept as him. However, he wasn't worried at all because his concept had completely surpassed the other party. The two of them weren't on the same level at all. As for the other party's cultivation, he directly ignored it. There were many opponents stronger than Wang Feng, but those people weren't his match, let alone this Wang Feng in front of him. Seeing Lin Xi's provocative smile, Wang Feng's face immediately sank. You're about to die, yet you still dare to put on this kind of smile. You're really tired of living. Wang Feng's voice was ice cold. I won't kill you immediately. I'm going to peel off your flesh bit by bit while you're still alive. I'll let you know that offending the Wang family is the stupidest choice. Cut the crap. Show me what you've got. Lin Xian's voice carried a hint of laziness, as if he didn't care at all. Below the stage, when the Wang family saw Lin Xian's appearance, they all revealed sneers. The middle-aged man even coldly snorted. You dare to look down on Wang Feng? You're really looking for death. He's not some random dog or cat, but a true genius of the family. Wang Feng's strength was enough to rank in the top 5 in their Wang family. He could be said to be extremely powerful. Moreover, he even grasped the concept of wind. Presumably, dealing with Lin Xian was completely an easy matter. In the seats, Nan Gongsheng and Black Pearl both had worried looks. They had also heard of Wang Feng's reputation. The other party was definitely not some ordinary person. That guy isn't going to lose, right? No, I have to change the wager. Black Pearl had a look of worry. What she was worried about was not Lin Xian's safety, but those spirit stones of hers. Her previous victories had allowed her to accumulate hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, which was more than 10 times her original amount. If she lost this match, all of her previous savings would probably be completely exhausted. At that time, it would be rejoicing for naught. No, don't move. I believe in Brother Lin, Brother Lin. Nan Gongsheng said in a deep voice. He had always been extremely confident in his eyesight. Even though the strength Wang Feng displayed was very powerful, in his opinion, Lin Xi's potential was still limitless. Moreover, he still hadn't seen through Lin Xi's bottom line. Humph. I'll believe this little bastard this time. If he loses money, the two of you will show me. Black Pearl clenched her teeth and said while waving her small fist. In the stands, the blue chi flow on Wang Feng's body spun rapidly, forming several huge wind blades. Each of them was about 30 meters long. These wind blades connected together, forming a strange attack, quickly killing Lin Xian. The void split as if it was mercilessly torn apart. The surrounding chi flow spun rapidly, sealing off all directions. A horrifying aura spread out, making everyone shudder. Seeing this, everyone in the Wang family let out a sigh of relief. They could see that Wang Feng's wind mentality was far more powerful than Lin Xian's. Therefore, they believed that Wang Feng's wind mentality was definitely above Lin Xian's. Little bastard, you dare to provoke the Wang family. This time, you will die a horrible death. Everyone in the Wang family sneered. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Wang Feng's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. It seemed that Wang Feng's concept of wind had already reached 70%. Moreover, Wang Feng was using it very freely, far surpassing the average cultivator. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to block these wind blades. However, Lin Xian was different. He was not afraid at all. He also used his wind mentality. The surrounding chi flow spun and shone brightly, quickly forming a blue lotus flower, blooming in front of him. The huge blue lotus was as big as a house. Each petal was crystal clear, emitting a strong wind aura. The blue lotus spun and scattered light, forming a light screen, blocking the wind blades in front of him. Ding ding. Ding ding, countless wind blades hit the light screen, creating countless sparks. The sound was like metal clashing, very ear-piercing. Eh? He blocked it. Everyone below was surprised. They did not expect Lin Xian to block Wang Feng's attack. This was a little out of their expectations. Just a small trick. Wang Feng saw that his attack was blocked, but he was not angry. Instead, he revealed an even bigger smile. This was just a casual attack from him, so it wasn't surprising that it was blocked by his opponent. Moreover, he believed that Lin Xian must have used all of his strength to block his casual attack. Moreover, the light screen was shaking violently, as if it would break at any moment. How could that little defense block his next attack? Kid, if this is your strength, then you can go die. Wang Feng grinned. Next, I will let you have a taste of fear. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fists and circulated the concept of wind. It spun rapidly in front of him and condensed into the shape of a bow and arrow. The bow was very simple and unadorned. Clear light swirled around it, indicating its extraordinariness. On the surface, there were strange patterns that emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. What a terrifying aura. What is that? Everyone sighed. They looked at the green bow and arrow, continuously trembling. Clear wind bow. Someone exclaimed. Supposedly, this is an ultimate skill that can only be executed when one's wind concept has reached an extremely profound level. I didn't expect Wang Fengzhong to have such a skill. As expected of a genius from the Wang clan. The members of the Wang family looked at the arena and smiled. Fenger actually used the clear wind bow. Isn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? Asked a Wang clan disciple. Nothing? Just in time to let this brat know the true strength of our Wang clan's disciples. The middle-aged man said with a smile. On the stage, Wang Feng held the clear wind bow, and his aura became abnormally strong. Brat, dying under the clear wind bow is enough for you to be proud. After saying this, he held the bow in his left hand. The wind concept revolved, forming another green arrow. Finally, he pointed at Lin Xian, and a terrifying killing intent surged from his body. As soon as this aura appeared, it immediately swept in all directions. The terrifying aura enveloped the entire arena. At this moment, everyone in the audience felt a wave of trembling. It was as if the bow and arrow were aimed at them. Too terrifying. Just one aura is so terrifying. This clear wind bow is just too domineering. Yeah, just this aura alone seems to be able to tear through everything. Perhaps even a spirit-detecting realm expert might not be able to withstand it, right? That Lin Xian is finished. Facing this kind of attack, he might not even have the slightest chance of escaping. I originally thought that a genius had appeared and could break the legend of consecutive victories. I didn't expect him to fall like this. It really is a pity. Everyone discussed. Quite a few people sneered, and some people shook their heads and sighed. The people from the Wang family revealed sinister expressions. They wanted to carefully admire the moment Lin Xi's head exploded. Only then could they get rid of their previous sullenness. In the VIP seats, Blackwood Mountain sat in the center. He shook the wine in his hand and revealed a satisfied smile. Hee hee, that arrogant brat is finally going to die. It seems like my Blackwood family doesn't need to do anything. This is really easy. That's fine. A dead genius is nothing anyway. This is the consequence of rejecting the Blackwood family. Blackwood Mountain was very happy. As long as Lin Xian died, there would be one less hidden danger in his heart. Looking at the clear wind bow, Lin Xian's expression became serious. He could feel a dangerous aura from it. This aura had already surpassed the wind concept itself. It was because Wang Feng's wind concept alone could not display such an aura. Moreover, the patterns on the clear wind bow were very strange. It was definitely not something a peak spirit detecting realm expert could display. Brat, the origin of this clear wind bow is a bit unusual. You have to be careful. The Crimson Dragon hid in his sleeve and said. Lin Xian nodded. He could naturally feel the danger. In the next moment, his expression became serious. He used a soul power and deeply imprinted the appearance of the clear wind bow in his mind. Then, his body swayed and turned into a series of afterimages, disappearing from where he stood. In an instant, Lin Xian's speed reached the extreme. The entire stage was filled with his afterimages. The afterimages were perfect, as if they were real. It was impossible to tell what was real and what was fake. The audience below the stage exclaimed. Lin Xian's speed surpassed most of them. Even some peak spirit detecting realm experts frowned because they could not tell what was real and what was fake. The people from the Wang family all had serious expressions. The middle-aged man coldly snorted, I didn't expect this brat's movement technique to be so strange. It would be a pity if we killed him directly. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. Then, their eyes lit up. They naturally understood the middle-aged man's words. If they could capture Lin Xian, they would definitely be able to find out what this movement technique was. At that time, their Wang family would have another secret technique. However, the only thing that worried them was Lin Xian's identity. Such a genius youth's identity was probably not low. Therefore, to be on the safe side, they could only kill Lin Xian. If he died on the stage, even the opponent's sect would not be able to say anything. On the stage, Wang Feng looked around with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Useless brat. If it were anyone else, your movement technique speed would be a huge threat. But against me, you're dead for sure. Because the clear wind bow automatically locks onto its target. No matter how many clones you have, you won't be able to escape death. With that, Wang Feng loosened his hand and the green arrow flew out like a ray of light. In an instant, dozens of phantoms were pierced. However, the green light did not stop and quickly flew toward a certain corner of the sky. That was where Lin Xian was. It's over, he's been locked on, the crowd below exclaimed. This is bad. Even if he doesn't die after being hit by this arrow, he'll be half dead. I didn't expect Lin Xian to be so amazing. After winning 6 matches in a row, he's going to fall in the end. What a pity. Sigh, there's no other way. Who told him to offend the Wang family? The Wang family definitely won't let anyone win 10 matches in a row. The crowd shook their heads and sighed. The streak of light quickly arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. An unusually sharp aura enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The green aura in his hand moved, forming a green dragon claw that grabbed forward. This dragon claw was huge, as if it was real. One could even see the green scales on it. The moment Lin Xian attacked, the space in front of him was torn apart. The entire space could not withstand it. The green dragon claw stretched out, tearing apart the opponent's wind concept and grabbing the green arrow. What? He's been caught. The crowd was shocked. Wang Feng's pupils shrank, revealing a trace of shock. He knew the power of the clear wind bow. That arrow was impossible to catch. Even a warrior at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm would not dare to resist. And now, his ultimate skill had been caught by his opponent. This made him feel as if he was dreaming. Impossible. No one can resist my ultimate skill. Dream, I must be dreaming. Wang Feng shrieked. He couldn't accept this reality. The Wang family was even more shocked. They knew Wang Feng's strength. They had even seen Wang Feng injure a warrior at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm with one arrow. This was why they had sent Wang Feng out. Moreover, they were confident that as long as Wang Feng attacked, he would definitely be able to take down Lin Xian. However, they never expected Wang Feng's ultimate skill to be caught by his opponent. They had not expected such a scene at all. Damn brat, who was he to be able to catch the clear wind bow with his bare hands? What dragon claw is that? It feels so real. Everyone in the Wang clan had a bad premonition. Their expressions were grim as they stared at the arena. They hoped that Wang Feng would be able to recover from his shock. Wang Feng looked at Lin Xian in the air and took a deep breath, trying his best to calm down. He could not afford to lose. This battle not only concerned the reputation of the Wang clan, but also his own. If he lost, not only would the Wang family's reputation be tarnished, her reputation would also be tarnished. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the entire Quicksand City knew that he had been defeated by a brat at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm. If that happened, he might as well die, therefore, he could not lose. But now, the outcome wasn't too bad. This was because the other party had only grabbed the clear wind bow and did not shatter it. Although he was shocked, he was still able to control the clear wind bow. Boy, I don't know who you are, and I don't know what means you used to catch my ultimate skill. But if you think you can win like this, then you are too naive. Things are not that simple. The show is about to begin. You are destined to die in my hands. Clear wind arrows, explode. Wang Feng roared as he activated the secret technique with all his might. He believed that with the power of the arrow, it would definitely be able to shatter the other party at such a close distance. Regardless of whether the other party had caught his ultimate skill or not, the final result would be the same. He was still a genius of the Wang family. And the other party was a dead man. No matter how dazzling the other party's achievements were, a dead man was a dead man and could no longer pose a threat. Following Wang Feng's order, the aura of the clear wind bow gradually became violent and unstable. It was as if it could explode at any moment. Everyone was shocked and their expressions became extremely tense. The people of the Wang family also had serious expressions, but they had already regained their composure. They believed that the power of the explosion would definitely be able to shatter Lin Xian. Lin Xian also felt the change in the aura of the clear wind arrow. He let out a cold snort and the dragon claw formed by his 5 fingers suddenly exerted force. Like an azure dragon attacking, the violent force from his palm hit the weak spot of the arrow. No matter what, he would not let it explode. In everyone's eyes, the azure arrow continued to grow larger and its aura became sharper and sharper. It looked like it was about to explode. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian exerted force in his palm. Time seemed to stop and the scene froze. The changes in the clear wind arrow stopped and the violent aura also stopped. It quickly disappeared as if it had never happened. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the azure arrow shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. What? He actually shattered the cyan arrow? Everyone was stunned. It didn't explode. How is that possible? Wang Feng was dumbfounded and even his mind was stuck. He knew the power of the clear wind arrow, and he had clearly given the order just now. He had also clearly felt the change in the arrow, which meant that his order had taken effect. However, the azure arrow did not explode. This meant that the explosion had been forcefully stopped by the other party at the last moment. However, he still did not believe that a brat at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm could stop his ultimate skill. It has to be said that the attack could even injure a peak spirit-detecting realm cultivator. Could it be that the brat's strength had already reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm? But even if he had reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, it was impossible for him to destroy his ultimate skill so easily. It was an ultimate skill he had obtained from an ancient ruin, and its power was beyond imagination. Impossible, what method did you use? You actually destroyed an ancient ultimate skill? Wang Feng went crazy. He had just said that the other party would not be able to block it, but the other party had easily destroyed it. This was a slap to his face. It's just a small trick. Show me what you have. Lin Xian stood in the air like a god of war. No one could stop him. Humph, so what if you can destroy it? At most, you'll be able to save your life. Wang Feng's expression was ferocious. I don't believe you can block my second or third arrow. Although he did not know what method the other party had used to break it, Wang Feng believed that if he attacked with his full strength, the other party would not be able to withstand it. After all, no one could block the power of an ancient ultimate skill multiple times. Brat, you've completely angered me. No one can save you today. Wang Feng was furious. He had used an ultimate skill, but he was unable to kill a brat at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. This made him lose all face. Therefore, he decided not to hold back and to kill the other party with all his strength. With that, he raised his left hand and formed the clear wind arrow again. An even more violent aura spread out and the arrow became even more solid. Wang Feng was furious. He had used his ultimate skill, but he couldn't kill a brat at the mid-stage of the spirit detecting realm. This made him lose all face. Therefore, he no longer held back and decided to kill Lin Feng with all his strength. With that, he raised his left hand and formed the clear wind bow again. An even more violent aura spread out and the shadow of the bow became even more solid. Clear wind bow? It's an ultimate skill, but it's a waste in your hands. Lin Xian's contemptuous voice came from the sky and clearly spread out in all directions. Everyone was shocked once more. Lin Xian's words seemed to confirm the power of the clear wind bow, but there was another meaning in his tone. It was disdain. He was actually looking down on Wang Feng. Everyone was shocked and felt like this wasn't real. Who was Wang Feng? He was a peak stage spirit detecting realm cultivator and a genius of the Wang family. He also had an ancient ultimate skill like the clear wind bow, so his battle strength was extremely strong. However, such a genius was being looked down on by someone. Wang Feng's face became even more gloomy. No one had ever dared to look down on him since he became famous, but now this little thief dared to speak such arrogant words. He couldn't stand it. Ah! His black hair danced in the wind as he let out a roar. He crazily circulated his spirit force and pushed the concept of wind to the extreme. The clear wind bow in his hand became even more solid. Humph, if you still don't believe me, then I'll let you see what a true son of wind domain is. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The next moment, he also raised his left hand and circulated the concept of wind. A green aura quickly circulated in his hand and gradually condensed. A green shadow quickly appeared and gradually became solid. Soon, a green bow appeared in his hand. The aura it gave off was exactly the same as the clear wind bow in Wang Feng's hand. What? Lin Xian also knows the clear wind bow. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Wang Feng was even more shocked. He even began to doubt himself. Lin Feng actually knew his ultimate skill? How was this possible? It has to be said that his ultimate skill was something he had obtained by chance in an ancient ruin. He had been studying it all these years and hadn't spread it to anyone else. Even the people in his family didn't know how to use it. However, the brat in front of him had actually used his ultimate skill. This was too shocking. Illusion, it must be an illusion. This brat is using illusions to confuse my mind and make me reveal a flaw so that he can make a move. Wang Feng guessed. Then, he shouted loudly, "Brat, don't think that you can mess with my mind just because you used an illusion to create the appearance of the clear wind bow. I will show you what a true ancient lost art is. You, on the other hand, are just a facade." After hearing Wang Feng's angry roar, everyone realized that it was just an illusion. You scared me to death. So it was an illusion. I thought that he had also learned the clear wind bow. That's right, it was really a false alarm. The clear wind bow is an ancient lost skill. How could other people know it? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to watch what would happen next. The expressions of the Wang clan's members were not very good. Regardless of whether it was the clear wind bow or not, the strength that the other party had displayed had already made their Wang clan look bad. If they couldn't take down Lin Xian this time, their Wang clan's reputation would suffer greatly. In the VIP seating area, MT Blackwood's expression turned ugly. Humph, what bullshit Wang clan. They can't even take down a middle-stage spirit realm brat. What trash. If it was in our Blackwood arena, any martial artist would be able to kill this little bastard. MT Blackwood coldly snorted. The level of the Wang clan's martial artists had disappointed him. At the same time, his killing intent towards Lin Xian became even stronger. The more outstanding Lin Xian's performance was, the more he wanted to kill him. Lin Xian's use of the clear wind bow had shocked everyone. However, they all thought that Lin Xian was only imitating the appearance of the clear wind bow and couldn't display its true power. Wang Feng thought the same. He didn't believe that Lin Xian knew his ultimate skill. However, Lin Xian's actions were undoubtedly a slap to his face. Therefore, he had to quickly kill Lin Xian to prove himself. Holding the clear wind bow in his hand, Wang Feng pushed his strength to the extreme. An arrow that looked like a real arrow quickly formed. This arrow was 3 times more powerful than the previous ones. The huge green arrow was like a green flood that swept out in all directions. The terrifying aura caused everyone to be shocked. This arrow was too stunning. Even a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm would not be able to face it head-on. Looking at the arrow that was rapidly flying towards him, Lin Xian's expression became serious. He tightly gripped the bow in his hand and pulled it back. The wind-sun concept crazily revolved and a green arrow appeared in his hand. Lin Xian didn't know the ultimate skill of the clear wind bow, but he had the great dragon sword spirit. It was an offensive saint technique that could imitate anything. Therefore, he could easily imitate the appearance of the clear wind bow. Even the patterns on it were exactly the same. Lin Xian discovered that the arrow imitated by the patterns contained a mysterious power. It was as if it was naturally there. Therefore, when Lin Xian imitated the clear wind bow with the great dragon sword spirit, its power was not inferior to Wang Feng's. It was even stronger. Moreover, with the addition of the great dragon sword spirit, Lin Xian's attack power far surpassed Wang Feng's. Therefore, when Lin Xian condensed the green arrow, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They could feel that the arrow condensed by Lin Xian was even stronger than Wang Feng's. Comparing the two, it was as if Lin Xian's clear wind bow was the true ancient technique. Impossible. How can he have such a powerful aura? Wang Feng looked at the figure in the air and cried out in shock. It was too shocking. The clear wind bow that Lin Xian used was even stronger than his. He couldn't believe it. It had to be known that he had truly grasped the ancient technique. His opponent was only imitating it. Little thief, even now you still want to use an illusion to deceive me. How laughable. Wang Feng clenched his teeth and said. Illusion? Lin Xian chuckled. You'll soon find out whether or not this is an illusion. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Feng's expression became very ugly. Cold sweat even dripped down his forehead. This aura was too strong, causing his body to tremble slightly. It was obvious that this wasn't an illusion. However, he didn't believe that the other party could surpass him. Therefore, in his subconscious, he would rather believe that everything Lin Xian did was an illusion to deceive him. If he didn't think so, he wouldn't be able to bear it. He would probably go crazy immediately. Die for me. Wang Feng loosened his grip. The bow in his hand shone, and it turned into an aurora as it quickly flew out. This arrow contained all of his strength and endless killing intent. He wanted to kill this hateful brat in front of him. Only then could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Humph. Today, I will let you see what the true concept of wind is. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He also launched an attack. An even larger arrow fell from the sky like a green meteor, quickly crashing into the ground. The two forces were too strong. Sun Jian tore the void apart, and countless violent currents swept out in all directions. Fortunately, there was a defensive array around the stage. Otherwise, everyone in the arena would have been injured by this green aura. Everyone was shocked and looked nervously at the martial stage. The two of them were too strong. They weren't people they could contend against. They couldn't even withstand that aura. Pung, the two enormous forces collided and exploded with a green light. It instantly enveloped the entire stage. The violent waves of power hit the defensive array, causing a loud explosion. Suddenly, the entire stage was in chaos. There were violent auras everywhere. In the end, it was covered by the green light. The entire arena was instantly submerged by the azure aura. Everyone waited nervously, wanting to know the result of the battle. In particular, the people of the Wang family were so nervous that they were covered in cold sweat. They had long lost their previous calmness and were now filled with panic. Lin Xian's performance was too powerful. Not only did he use an ancient skill like the clear wind bow, but his power was even stronger than Wang Feng's. So they had no confidence at all. They could only pray that luck favored their Wang family. Nan Gongseng and the Black Pearl were also filled with anticipation. Their expressions showed that they completely believed in Lin Xian's strength. Time passed by slowly. At this moment, the green airflow on the arena was raging wildly. It was incomparably violent and showed no signs of weakening. The red-robed referee gloomily stared at the arena. Then he took out a disc and quickly controlled the defensive formation. The formation changed, creating a force that blew away the azure aura. Suddenly, the scene on the arena became clear. Everyone was nervous and focused on the arena. They knew that the result would be out soon. But when they saw the result, they were still stunned. On the arena, Lin Xian had a calm expression. He stood with his hands behind his back like a god of war. As for Wang Feng, he was half kneeling on the ground. His body was constantly trembling, and there was a bloody hole in his shoulder. That cave was very terrifying. If it had been a bit further away, his heart would have been injured. Not only was Wang Feng's body injured, but his mind had also collapsed. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. I'm clearly the only one who knows the true primordial lost art. How could you possibly use it? Wang Feng roared like a madman. He couldn't believe that a mid-stage spirit-detecting brat could injure him. Moreover, he had used the same ancient skill as him. This was naked ridicule, but he was powerless to fight back. He could only endure it. Now he was even a bit angry. Why did his family send him out? Wouldn't it be better to send a peak spirit-detecting cultivator? Not only would he be able to preserve his family's reputation, but he wouldn't have to lose face. And now, it wouldn't be long before he became the laughingstock of Quicksand City. I'll kill you. Wang Feng howled like a wounded beast. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared viciously at Lin Xian, as if he wanted to pierce through him. In the next moment, he suddenly burst forth, burning all of his spiritual energy to unleash his strongest attack. He was overestimating himself. Lin Xian snorted coldly and disappeared in a flash. Then, he appeared beside Wang Feng and slapped Wang Feng's face, sending him flying. Wang Feng smashed into the defense and fell to the ground. His face was almost rotten, and his teeth were broken. When the red-robed judge saw this, he immediately shouted out in anger. Stop, he stared at Lin Xian, emitting a cold aura. The red-robed judge was an expert at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm and was abnormally powerful. As soon as his aura appeared, it enveloped the entire dueling ground. It was as if a sharp blade had appeared in the surroundings, ready to fall at any moment. Everyone was trembling as they watched on nervously. If the red packet-robed judge were to make a move, Lin Xiaohui would probably lose his life on the spot. Nan Gongseng and the Black Pearl were also nervous. They paid close attention, ready to reveal their identities at any moment to save Lin Xian. However, when Lin Xian felt the red-robed judge's cold gaze and sharp killing intent, he only smiled indifferently. On the stage, life and death are up to fate. I was just defending myself. What, did you forget the rules of the dueling ground and want to attack me? Lin Xian said in a deep voice. His voice was very clear and spread out in all directions. Humph. The red-robed judge's gaze was gloomy as he stared at Lin Xian. He wanted to attack several times, but he restrained himself in the end. He really wanted to slap Lin Xian to death, but the rules of the dueling ground prevented him from doing so. If he really killed Lin Xian, then his Wang family's dueling ground would no longer be open. Because no martial artist would dare to come here in the future. No one would come to a dueling ground that killed a contestant. With a cold snort, the red-robed judge withdrew his aura, but his cold gaze was still fixed on Lin Xian. In his eyes, Lin Xian was already a dead man. No matter what the result was, he had to get rid of this scourge in front of him. Feeling the red-robed judge's killing intent, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. A peak spirit-detecting realm expert was very strong, but he had killed more than one of them. If the Wang family dared to kill him, he wouldn't mind killing them. Moreover, the red-robed judge's actions had strengthened his conviction. He had to destroy the Wang family's dueling ground. Someone come, take Wang Feng away for treatment. The red-robed judge said in a deep voice. Immediately, Wang family disciples quickly came to the stage and carried Wang Feng away. Only then did everyone recover from their shock. Cries of surprise could be heard all around. Lin Xian had actually obtained 7 consecutive victories. His opponent this time was very strong, but he still wasn't a match for Lin Xian. Heavens, this Lin Xian is too terrifying. He even defeated Wang Feng. Damn! Does this Lin Xian know any ancient techniques? Why do I feel that his clear wind bow is much stronger than Wang Feng's? There are only 3 more matches before he can obtain 10 consecutive victories. I wonder if he can succeed? It will be very difficult. The Wang family won't let him obtain 10 consecutive victories. Yes, although Wang Feng is strong, he isn't the top genius of the Wang family. There are still 2 or 3 peerless geniuses above him. Those people will probably ruthlessly attack him. Moreover, the Wang family had a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. It was impossible for them to achieve 10 consecutive victories. However, 7 consecutive victories is already very terrifying. The rewards are very generous. Even a peak spirit-detecting realm expert would be jealous. Everyone discussed and analyzed the upcoming matches. Nan Gongseng and Black Pearl were overjoyed, especially Black Pearl. She was so happy that she was dancing. This time, her spirit stones had increased by several times. She was simply too happy. Nan Gongseng took a deep breath. His eyes flickered. Even if he couldn't recruit a genius like Lin Xian into his family, he had to establish a good relationship with him. He decided that if Lin Xian was in danger, he would immediately reveal his identity as a member of the Nan Gongseng and protect him. He knew that the Wang family wouldn't give up so easily. In the VIP seats, Blackwood Mountain's face was ashen. He crushed the exquisite wine cup and the spirit wine instantly evaporated. This brat must be eliminated. Blackwood Mountain decided to quickly contact the experts in his family to secretly eliminate Lin Xian. If his Blackwood Mountain couldn't obtain such a genius, he definitely couldn't allow other powers to obtain him. The Wang family members were like vicious wolves. They fiercely stared at Lin Xian. They wished they could kill him. However, their anger quickly turned into shock, and in the end, fear. Not long after, Lin Xian defeated 2 more geniuses from the Wang family and obtained 9 consecutive victories. 9 consecutive victories. How long had it been since such a record had appeared, and now, it had happened to a youth at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. The faces of the Wang family members were extremely ugly. After Wang Feng, they sent out 2 young experts from their family. These 2 were very strong and were even stronger than Wang Feng. But even so, they still lost to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was like a bottomless pit. No matter how strong the young experts were, he could still win and perform very calmly. The Wang family members were terrified because they found that the stronger the opponent, the stronger Lin Xian became. It was as if there was no upper limit. This was simply too terrifying. Unless the other party's strength was extremely profound, it was impossible for them to do this. But the 2 martial artists they sent out were very close to the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Even so, they still lost to Lin Xian. This could only mean one thing: Lin Xian's strength was equivalent to a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Understanding this point, everyone gasped in shock. Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but his strength was at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. This gap was too big, very few people could have this kind of battle strength. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Lin Xian changed. It was a kind of respect. The limit of the spirit-detecting realm represented the extreme power of the spirit-detecting realm. Normal martial artists could not reach it. And the most terrifying thing about Lin Xian was that not only had his strength reached the limit of the spirit-detecting realm, but he was also very young. This kind of talent was too shocking and probably surpassed the majority of martial artists. Even the top geniuses of the Sand region might not be able to compare to Lin Xian. Now, Lin Xian was looking forward to seeing what kind of battle Lin Xian would have if he met a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Thinking of this, they could not wait. However, the members of the Wang family didn't think so. One had to know that they had already sent out all the geniuses of their family, yet they still weren't able to stop Lin Xian's winning streak. They also discovered that Lin Xian's strength was equivalent to a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. This was very bad news for them. It had to be known that the strongest person in the Colosseum was a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist. This martial artist was extremely valiant. He had always been overseeing the Wang family's battle arena, ensuring that the Wang family's battle arena could develop smoothly and not be challenged by others. Normally, the extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist rarely made a move. Many people didn't even know who he was. Given the current situation, the Wang clan had no choice but to send him out. The elders of the Wang family were discussing countermeasures in a secret room on the second floor. Then, they came up with a better plan, which was to negotiate with Lin Xian and ask him to give up his 10 consecutive victories. Then, they would send someone to secretly kill Lin Xian. This way, there would be no need for the extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist to make a move. Moreover, they would be able to snatch back the rewards they had lost and get rid of a potential opponent like Lin Xian. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't let the extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist make a move. This was because the extreme spirit-detecting realm represented the strongest battle power in the Colosseum. It was related to their face and reputation. These people were not allowed to lose. In the past, they weren't worried at all. However, Lin Xian was too strange now. They had to be careful. If they failed miserably, the Wang family would suffer an even greater loss. Therefore, they decided to negotiate with Lin Xian. Soon, these people made a move. The black-robed elder began to transmit his voice to Lin Xian. "Young friend, you have already won 9 consecutive battles. Why don't you stop now? Don't worry. We will give you the rewards for your 9 consecutive victories and the spirit stones that you bet. In addition, we will also give you a big gift as compensation. Actually, we don't have to fight at all. Isn't it better to be friends and mutually benefit?" The black-robed elder said. "With 9 consecutive victories, you are already famous. Presumably, it won't be long before the entire Quicksand City knows your name. Isn't this a matter of fame and fortune very fast?" The black-robed elder quickly proposed an attractive price. However, Lin Xian only sneered. If it were any other martial artist, facing such an attractive reward, perhaps they would have agreed. However, Lin Xian was different. He didn't challenge the Wang family for fame and resources. Previously, the Wang family disciples had done everything possible to frame him. Of course, he wanted to vent his anger. Therefore, his goal was to destroy the Wang family's Colosseum. Therefore, no matter what price the other party offered, he wouldn't agree. "The conditions are very attractive, but I can't agree. I think there is nothing better than 10 consecutive victories to gain both fame and fortune." Lin Xian directly refused. Hearing Lin Xian's refusal, the black-robed elder's face immediately darkened. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. Our Wang family has an extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist. You can't win 10 consecutive battles. At that time, you won't even get a single spirit stone. If you know what's good for you, then agree to my request. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable." The black-robed elder's words were filled with a strong killing intent. "No need to threaten me." Lin Xian sneered. "If you were confident, then just do it. Why negotiate with me here? Since you want to negotiate, that means you don't have any confidence. A martial artist who doesn't even have confidence in himself isn't worthy of being my opponent." Lin Xian's voice was cold and even had a trace of mockery. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but that his strength had indeed surpassed an extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Therefore, he didn't put the Wang family in his eyes. "Kid, you're courting death. Just you wait, you'll die a horrible death." The black-robed elder snorted. Since the negotiations had broken down, then there was no need to hold back. He would inform the extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist to quickly kill the other party. Soon, a youth walked onto the stage. This youth looked ordinary, but his expression was somewhat cold. Especially his eyes, which were like sharp swords that could pierce through people. Moreover, there was an extremely violent aura on his body that seemed to be able to crush everything around him. When this aura appeared, the surrounding people immediately tensed up and couldn't breathe. This was the aura of an extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist. It could crush any extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist. This was the power of an extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist. Just a strand of his aura could suppress his opponent. How terrifying. Just a strand of his aura could instantly kill his opponent. How could they fight? Everyone was terrified. An extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist was too terrifying. They didn't dare to make an enemy of him. Perhaps only Lin Xian dared to challenge an extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist. No one else had the guts. The gloomy young man looked at Lin Xian with a look of disdain. You're the martial artist with 9 consecutive victories? I heard that you can fight above your level, and your strength is comparable to an extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist? Humph. I'll let you know the difference between you and a true extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist. The gloomy youth's words were filled with killing intent. He had been in charge of the Wang family's arena for many years and had always lived in peace. He didn't expect someone to be so reckless as to challenge him today. It had even alarmed him in the end. He originally thought it would be another genius expert at the peak of the spirit detecting realm, but he didn't expect it to be a mid-stage spirit detecting realm brat. The gloomy youth had already received orders from the Wang family's elder to not hold back and kill his opponent. Therefore, he looked at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a dead person. Brat, you should be proud of your 9 consecutive victories, but it's important to know your own limits. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors and want 10 consecutive victories, I'll let you know what regret is. The gloomy youth, Huashao, stared at Lin Xian with a gloomy expression. Then his figure flickered and he quickly charged out like a shadow. With one step, he was like a bolt of lightning and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. He raised his right hand high, and his arm was like a blade. It flickered with a sharp light as it quickly slashed down. A resplendent blade light flashed, like a cold moonlight enveloping Lin Xian. Although Huashao looked down on Lin Xian, he didn't hold back at all when he really attacked. After all, his opponent was a martial artist who had obtained 9 consecutive victories. Moreover, he had been warned by the Wang family's elder to use his full strength. Therefore, he didn't plan on holding back from the start. His palm fell like a sharp saber, quickly chopping out. If this saber was hit, it would probably be split in half. Lin Xian's footsteps were light, and he moved with the wind like a willow in the wind. His figure was like a ghost to the extreme. With the concept of wind, Lin Xian's speed had increased by a level. Therefore, he easily dodged Huaxiao's hand blade. Huaxiao didn't show any emotion after his attack missed. He moved like a shadow and quickly chased after Lin Xian. Then his 5 fingers formed a claw, condensing into a giant demonic beast claw that quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. Huaxiao was indeed worthy of being an expert at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. His mentality, moves, and experience were not something Wang Feng and the others could compare to. Every move he made was stunning. He was able to grasp Lin Xian's weak spots and even predict Lin Xian's path of attack. After the previous matches, he knew that Lin Xian specialized in the concept of wind, which was his advantage in speed. Therefore, he quickly closed in on Lin Xian and engaged in close combat. As long as he could stick close to Lin Xian, he would be able to restrain his speed advantage and win half the battle. The other half would require him to use his experience and strength to find opportunities in battle. If Lin Xian was an ordinary martial artist, then Huaxiao's strategy was very correct, and there was even a high possibility of success. However, Lin Xian could not be judged by common sense. Even the Wang clan's estimation of Lin Xian's strength was wrong. Lin Xian could use the concept of wind, but it was not his only concept. Apart from that, he also had the concept of thunder and the great dragon sword spirit. Of course, Lin Xian did not plan to use his full strength. That was because it was very stupid. Moreover, he liked to keep some trump cards and use them at a critical moment. Perhaps they could turn the situation around. However, when he saw Huaxiao impatiently running over to engage in close combat with him, he still smiled. With a smile, Lin Xian's figure suddenly stopped and stood in the air. Then, his body surged with lightning. On his right fist, golden lightning arcs jumped, filled with a violent aura. As he threw out a punch, the sky was filled with golden light. The golden fist quickly enlarged and rushed forward. Boom, it was like two mountains had collided. A terrifying sound echoed in all directions. The violent power exploded, and the energy shockwaves spread out in all directions like a wave. A dazzling light burst out, so bright that people could not open their eyes. The surrounding crowd was shocked. The two of them were too terrifying. The shockwaves from the collision shocked them. It was not hard to imagine how much energy the two of them had to endure. This was something they did not dare to imagine. This Lin Xian was too powerful. He could actually fight against a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Was he still human? Genius, he was definitely a genius. That attack just now was too terrifying. Lin Xian could actually control the power of two elements. It was too unbelievable. The crowd discussed and exclaimed in their hearts. On the stage, Lin Xian and Hu Xiao collided, and then the two of them separated like lightning. Hu Xiao was shocked. He had not held back in that attack, but Lin Xian had been able to block it. This shocked him greatly. Then he let out a long roar. His black hair fluttered as he quickly charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also let out a cold snort and quickly met him. The two of them exchanged blows once again. Their figures were like lightning as they intertwined with each other. Everyone was dazzled by the scene. They couldn't catch a trace of them at all. They could only see the terrifying energy wave after wave spreading in all directions, followed by the earth-shattering sound. Below, the Wang and Wang family members' expressions were very ugly when they saw the two of them entangled. Lin Xian was actually able to fight against a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. This situation was very unfavorable for them. It had to be known that Hu Xiao was the strongest person in their great martial arena. If he could not take down Lin Xian, then no one else could. Unless it was a martial artist from the older generation that made a move. However, if the older generation really did make a move, then the Wang family would become the laughingstock of Quicksand City in half a day. This was because this was a battle between the younger generation. If the older generation made a move, they would definitely be ridiculed. Their Wang family could not afford to lose this face. Therefore, the elders of the older generation could not make a move. They could only place their hopes on the Wang family's #1 young expert, Hu Xiao. Although the two of them seemed to be evenly matched, Hu Xiao's strength and experience far surpassed his opponent. As time passed, he would definitely be able to suppress his opponent. The black-robed elder said in a deep voice. That's right, Hu Xiao still had not used his ultimate move. It seemed like he was still confident. The Wang family members prayed. On the field, Hu Xiao attacked wildly. Every attack was like a resplendent blade that slashed out in all directions. However, Lin Xian caught all of these ferocious attacks and blasted them back with even more ferocious power. Lin Xian's body released a bright light. Blue arcs of lightning danced like golden dragons, roaring in all directions. Every punch was filled with violent power. The entire void could not withstand it. Moreover, this was only a portion of his strength. Lin Xian did not use any sword arts, nor did he use any sword intent. He was only using the concept of wind and the power of lightning to fight. He was tempering himself, increasing his battle experience and tempering his strength. On the opposite side, Hu Xiao did not know that Lin Xian was suppressing his strength. However, the strength he had displayed so far had already shocked him. He did not intend to hold back anymore. He had to quickly finish off his opponent. The violent spirit energy in his body erupted once more. 10,000 Beast Fist, Hu Xiao roared at the sky and sent out a punch. A layer of blood-red lines appeared on his fist. A fierce aura surged out, as if a peerless beast had awakened. As his fist danced, a ferocious demonic bear quickly formed in the void. Its huge figure covered the sky. The blood-red demonic bear phantom hammered the ground with both hands and quickly blasted out in all directions. Suddenly, a part of the sky collapsed. 10,000 Beasts Fist. Hu Xiao's ultimate skill is extremely powerful. It can be considered a half-earth rank skill. I didn't expect him to use the 10,000 Beasts Fist here. It seems like he wants to end this quickly. I wonder how Lin Xian is going to receive it. One must know that as long as it's related to an earth-rank martial art, its power is extremely terrifying. If Lin Xian doesn't have a corresponding skill, he'll be in danger. Hui Zhao's use of the 10,000 Beasts fist made the audience exclaim. It couldn't be helped. The 10,000 Beasts fist was a half-earth rank skill, which was very rare. Most of the martial artists present used spirit rank skills. Very few of them had access to half-earth rank skills, which was why they were so shocked. When the Wang family saw this scene, they relaxed and laughed. Hu Xiao used the 10,000 Beasts fist. It seems like the match is about to end. Yes, Hu Xiao has already practiced the 10,000 Beasts fist to 5 transformations. Lin Xian is no match for him. A group of Wang family elders sneered. In the sky, the giant demonic bear roared and charged at Lin Xian with an aura that could tear apart mountains and rivers. At the same time, there was a dense baleful aura on its body as if it was a real demonic beast. That kind of power could easily tear apart a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist. Even a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Looking at the demonic bear, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He let out a low roar and golden lightning surged around his body, forming a golden lightning beast on his fist. The golden lightning beast quickly grew and filled the sky. Golden lightning flashed all over its body and quickly formed a lightning pattern. It was as if it was made of gold. It was extraordinarily heroic. The two spirit beasts collided in the air and tore at each other. The terrifying energy wave after wave caused the sky to collapse. What? He caught it. That Lin Xian actually caught the 10,000 Beasts fist. Everyone was shocked. The Wang family elder was also shocked. Impossible, the 10,000 Beasts fist is a half-earth rank skill. It's extremely powerful. How could that little bastard catch it? Does he also have a half-earth rank skill? The group of people's faces darkened. Seeing that his 10,000 Beasts fist was blocked, Hu Zhao's expression turned cold. He snorted and punched again. This time, the shadow of the fist flickered and formed a huge poisonous scorpion. It was black all over and black gas was swirling around it, making it look extremely demonic. As soon as the scorpion appeared, it pounced on the golden lightning beast. The two poisonous pincers and the poisonous tail quickly pierced into the golden lightning beast. The tail, in particular, was extremely poisonous. It quickly scattered the golden lightning beast. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Hu Xiao laughed complacently. Kid, my 10,000 Beast fist has 5 variations. What are you going to use to fight me? Today, I will torture you to death and let you know that there are some people you can't mess with. Seeing the golden thunder beast destroyed, Lin Xian's expression remained calm. That was just a casual strike from him. Moreover, he had a general understanding of the 10,000 Beast fist's strength. Although in the eyes of outsiders, the 10,000 Beast fist was very powerful, Lin Xian disdained it. What was a half-earth rank skill? He had grasped a real earth rank skill. Moreover, the opponent's 5 variations were still weak in his eyes. He had the great dragon sword spirit and could evolve thousands of variations at will. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Moreover, Lin Xian had lost interest in this match. Hu Xiao could not arouse the fighting spirit in his heart. 10,000 Beast fist, is this your trump card? Then let's end this match. Lin Xian's voice was calm as if he was talking about something insignificant. And? With just you? Hu Xiao snorted. There was a trace of anger in his voice. He had already used a half-earth rank skill and shattered the opponent's attack. It could be said that he had the upper hand. However, the opponent's expression remained the same as if nothing had happened. There were no fluctuations in his emotions. This made him feel as if he had punched cotton. He was very unhappy. It was reasonable to say that he had defeated the opponent's attack. Lin Xian should be panicking. This was what he wanted, but now, Lin Xian did not have any expression at all. He did not even take it seriously. This was completely different from what he had expected. This made Hu Xiao feel a deep sense of defeat. Pretentious, you must be pretentious. I'll beat you to the ground later. Let's see how you'll act then, Hu Xiao snorted in his heart. He was sure that Lin Xian was pretending to be calm. In fact, he did not have much battle strength left. Whether it ends or not, I have the final say. Do you think you still have the right to decide? Huashao sneered. Then, he quickly punched out and condensed another ferocious beast. 3 terrifying beasts circled around him, forming a terrifying aura. It was as if a demon king had come out. Brat, I'm tired of playing. Go to hell. Huashao sneered. The 3 beasts behind him all pounced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his left hand. He used the concept of wind and quickly condensed the clear wind bow. His right hand used the concept of thunder. Golden lightning danced and intertwined to form a golden arrow. Then, he knocked the golden arrow on the clear wind bow and aimed it at Huashao. At that moment, a shocking killing intent came from the golden arrow. A terrifying power swept out in all directions. The powerful aura that was emitted from his body stunned everyone present. Heavens, Lin Xian is using an ancient technique again. What a violent thunder aura. Could it be that he has grasped other concepts besides the concept of wind? The Wang family elders were also shocked. They could already feel that there were 2 powerful concepts surrounding Lin Xian. Damn little thief, how can he grasp 2 concepts at the same time? Is he really a peerless genius? Not good, I'm afraid Huashao is in danger. On the stage, ever since the clear wind bow and the golden arrow appeared, Huashao's entire body tensed up. He felt as if he was being stared at by the god of death. It was a kind of trembling that came from his soul. Especially when Lin Xian aimed the bow at him, that feeling became even more intense. It was as if his soul would scatter in the next moment. This is impossible. Huashao was horrified. A spirit-detecting brat was actually able to bring him the feeling of death. This was unbelievable. It had to be known that he had used the longevity fist to suppress his opponent. But in just a moment, the situation had reversed. The concept of wind and thunder, damn it, he actually has 2 concepts. At this moment, Huashao's expression was extremely ugly. This was because he could feel that there were 2 powerful concepts on Lin Xian's body. Each concept was extremely powerful on its own, and now that they were combined together, they were even more powerful. Am I going to lose? A sense of helplessness rose up in his heart. The golden arrow was too powerful, suppressing him to the point that he couldn't even lift his head. But he was unwilling. He was an extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist and the master of the Wang family's great martial arena. If he admitted defeat like this, then he would definitely become a laughingstock. At that time, there would be no place for him in the entire Quicksand City. That was why he couldn't admit defeat. However, if he didn't admit defeat, he would very likely be hit by the golden arrow. With that kind of terrifying aura, even if he didn't die, he would most likely lose half his life. If he didn't have the strength of a peak spirit-detecting realm cultivator, the Wang family's battle arena wouldn't want him anymore. That was why he was in a dilemma. Whether he surrendered or not, the result would be the same. A single golden arrow had forced Huashao into a life-and-death situation. Huashao was extremely angry. In the end, he decided to go all out. Circulating the spirit energy in his body, 2 more demonic beast phantoms appeared beside Huashao. 5 demonic beast phantoms circled around him and attacked with the 10,000 beast fist. At this moment, he didn't hold back and used his strongest battle strength. The 5 demonic beasts roared and released a powerful force that caused the space in front of them to collapse. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Huashao to use 5 demonic beasts at the same time. 5 variations of the 10,000 beast fist. It seems like Huashao is desperate. That Lin Xian is too terrifying. Especially that golden arrow, it makes me feel like my heart is being torn apart. I wonder what the final result will be. Everyone discussed and paid attention once more. Lin Xian smirked when he saw the 5 ferocious beasts roaring. He circulated his spirit energy and used the 2 domains of wind and lightning. The clear wind bow and the golden arrow released a bright light as the 2 domains circled around them. In the next moment, Lin Xian attacked. The golden arrow was like a bolt of golden lightning as it shot out. Not only was there Lin Xian's golden lightning, but there was also the power of wind from the clear wind bow. The 2 energies intertwined and formed a terrifying impact force. In an instant, the 5 demonic beast phantoms were mercilessly pierced through without any pause. The two of them weren't on the same level at all. What? It was pierced through in one move. Seeing that his strongest attack couldn't even block a single arrow, Hu Zhao's heart was filled with despair. Only now did he realize that Lin Xian's calmness from before wasn't just a show. He was truly confident because he wasn't on the same level as Lin Xian. Feeling the threat to his life, Hu Zhao no longer cared about anything else. Right now, preserving his life was the most important thing. At worst, he would just leave Quicksand City in the future. Therefore, he did not stop. His body flashed and turned into a shadow as he quickly ran out of the arena. At that moment, the demeanor of an expert and a genius was all gone. He was like a stray dog, miserable and pitiful. Looking at Hu Zhao's fleeing figure, everyone sighed. They didn't expect that the incomparably powerful expert of the Wang clan would actually flee at this moment. This situation was really ironic. The faces of those from the Wang clan were terrifyingly dark. This was definitely a huge humiliation. Their number one expert actually ran away at the last moment. This made them want to die. Whoosh, Hu Zhao transformed into a blur of light and quickly fled. However, the golden arrow behind him was even faster. In an instant, it had arrived behind Hu Zhao. Hu Zhao felt the shocking power coming from behind him, and his face was filled with shock. He couldn't withstand such a terrifying aura. Ah! The next moment, he condensed all the spiritual energy in his body, and 5 demonic beast phantoms quickly appeared behind him. They merged together to form the strongest defense. However, he had still underestimated the power of the golden arrow. The 5 phantoms didn't have any effect and were quickly pierced through. Then the golden arrow pierced Hu Zhao's body and nailed him to the ground. Pung! Hu Zhao's entire body was nailed to the ground. Traces of blood flowed out from the wound and soon dyed the ground red. Hu Zhao's body trembled and his expression was one of terror. Almost, just a bit more and it would have pierced his heart. If that had happened, he would have really died. Although he wasn't dead, he was still seriously injured. It would be a long time before he could display his peak spirit detecting realm strength. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Hu Zhao used the last of his strength to roar. Once these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. The number one expert of the Wang clan had lost, and he had lost in such a miserable manner. They had never thought that this would happen. The faces of those from the Wang clan darkened, and many disciples collapsed to the ground. There was a sense of despair in their hearts. How long had it been since they had won 10 consecutive battles? Moreover, the number one expert they had always admired was nailed to the ground like a dead dog. This scene was simply too shocking. Yes, we won. This is great. Below, Black Pearl was so excited that she danced with joy. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. She was truly too excited. It has to be said that the payout for the last round was 1 to 10, which meant that her spirit stones had increased by 10 times. This was a great fortune for her. Nan Gongsang was also very happy. Aside from earning spirit stones, he had also made a friend with limitless potential like Lin Xian. This would be a very good thing for him and his clan in the future. Lin Xian stepped through the air and walked down step by step. Finally, he landed on the stage and looked at the red-robed referee. I say, you can announce the results now. Hearing this, the red-robed referee's face sank and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. What? Could it be that the Wang clan's casino can't afford to lose? Or are you unwilling to part with the rewards? Lin Xian shrugged. If that's the case, then forget it. It's just a competition. My Wang clan's child can afford to lose. The red-robed old man clenched his teeth. This brat in front of him was simply too hateful. He wanted to slap him to death. Oh, is that so? Then I've already won 10 in a row. Hurry up and give me the rewards and spirit stones. Lin Xian smiled. He was really afraid that the Wang clan would cheat him of his rewards. However, in front of so many people, the Wang clan would definitely not dare to hide it. The Wang clan's faces darkened as they looked at Lin Xian with gritted teeth. However, in front of so many people, they could not go back on their words. Soon, someone handed over the rewards for winning 10 in a row and the spirit stones that Lin Xian had bet. Lin Xian had bet 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones at the beginning. Now that he had 5 million spirit stones in his hands, it had increased by more than 10 times. The speed of earning money was simply too fast. Moreover, the rewards for winning 10 in a row were even more generous. Even a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist would be jealous. After putting away the rewards and spirit stones, Lin Xian put away the golden arrow. Seeing the smile on Lin Xian's face, the Wang clan's elder was furious. He had decided that as soon as Lin Xian walked out of the Wang clan's arena, they would assassinate him. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian's words caused their bodies to tremble and they almost fell to the ground. "The rewards are not bad. I'll be back tomorrow," Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, the Wang clan's elder's body twitched and he almost fainted. "Come back tomorrow?" Everyone was also stunned. Their mouths twitched as they looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression. Does this guy want to fight the Wang clan to the end? Come again tomorrow? Immediately, many people became excited. One had to know that the Wang family's expert had just been defeated, which meant that there were no experts left in the Wang family's arena. If Lin Xian came again tomorrow, no one would be able to resist him. If the Wang family couldn't handle this matter well, their status might plummet. One had to know that many people were eyeing the Wang family's arena. On the second floor, the black-robed elder's face was gloomy. Send someone to kill this kid tonight. We can't let him live to see tomorrow's sun, the black-robed elder ordered. His voice was cold and emotionless. No matter what the other party did, as long as they could kill him, he wouldn't be able to come again tomorrow. At that time, the Wang family's crisis would be resolved. Lin Xian's words made the Wang family members angry, and the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. These people were too excited. Today's battle was too exciting. Every battle could be called a classic. Moreover, they had witnessed the rise of a peerless genius like Lin Xian. Originally, because of the arrival of the Morone goddess, many foreign geniuses had come to Quicksand City. Now, with the addition of Lin Xian, a genius martial artist, there would definitely be an intense clash. Just thinking about it made people excited. Lin Xian collected the spirit stones and left the Wang family's arena with Nan Gongseng and Black Pearl. Brother Lin, you must have angered the Wang family by obtaining 10 consecutive victories. I don't think they'll let this go. Why don't you stay at my Nan Gongseng tonight? Thank you for your kindness, brother Nan Gongseng. I don't care about a mere Wang family. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. If there's any danger, I'll definitely ask for your help. Lin Xian was very strong now. He didn't fear martial artists below the venerable realm. Even if a venerable realm martial artist attacked, he had a certain degree of confidence that he could escape. That was why he had the courage to stay alone. After temporarily bidding farewell to Nan Gongseng and Black Pearl, Lin Xian returned to the mansion he had just bought. Although this exquisite courtyard was in a bustling city, it was filled with tranquility. Lin Xian walked in and quickly forgot about the previous battle. His heart was calm. The battle during the day had deepened his comprehension of the concepts of wind and lightning. Moreover, he had unexpectedly obtained an ancient lost skill, the clear wind bow. The clear wind bow combined with the golden arrow could fully display the power of the two concepts of wind and lightning. It could be said to be an extremely powerful killing move. Lin Xian sat cross-legged under an ancient tree and began to comprehend in silence. While Lin Xian was cultivating, the Wang clan was also moving in secret. When Lin Xian walked out of the Wang family's coliseum, they sent a martial practitioner who was skilled in concealment and tracking to follow him. That martial artist was truly amazing. He had managed to hide from Lin Xian's perception and secretly followed them. In the end, he found Lin Xian's residence, so he went back to report. When they found out that Lin Xian was living alone, everyone in the Wang clan revealed sinister smiles. Damned little thief. This time, I must kill him here. I'll go kill him. The red-robed judge's voice was cold. Previously, he had personally witnessed Lin Xian defeating the Wang clan's geniuses one by one. Needless to say, his mood was extremely sullen. Now that he had the chance to kill Lin Xian, he naturally wouldn't miss it. This matter must be kept a secret. Otherwise, my Wang clan will be in big trouble, the black-robed elder said. Killing a contestant was a great taboo, especially a genius like Lin Xian. First of all, these geniuses had powerful forces behind them. Second of all, other martial practitioners would be angry. If they really angered everyone, the Wang clan would be in big trouble. That was why the black-robed elder was so cautious. Don't worry. I'll bring an illusion array to completely seal that place. When the time comes, that little thief won't be able to escape. The red-robed elder sneered. After discussing the countermeasures, the red-robed elder set off. In order to avoid being discovered, he went alone this time. The red-robed elder was also a martial practitioner at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. However, he had been in this realm for many years and was abnormally powerful. He was far from someone of the younger generation like Huashao. Therefore, the Wang clan was very relieved to send him this time. At night, the cold moon shone alone. It was the latter half of the night and there were very few people on the road. The moment the red-robed elder came out, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. His speed was very fast and it didn't take long for him to arrive at Lin Xian's courtyard. With a wave of his hand, the red-robed elder threw out an illusion array that covered the entire courtyard. Below, Lin Xian was sitting under an ancient tree and cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were very sharp. They were like two rays of sword light that pierced through the void. Haha, damn little thief. Let's see how you'll escape this time. An old man sneered. This voice was very arrogant and didn't hide it at all. Then, the red-robed elder's figure appeared in the void. What followed was an endless pressure that covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the entire courtyard. Lin Xian looked at the figure above. He didn't need to think to know that the other party was here to kill him. However, he didn't expect such a big move. As if he had seen through Lin Xian's doubts, the red-robed old man sneered and said, "Don't even think about escaping. No one will come to save you because I've already set up the illusory spirit defensive formation. The outside world won't know anything that happens here. So, just wait for your death obediently." The red-robed elder was very confident. He was very powerful and didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't fight in the arena, he would have killed this despicable little thief with one palm. I see. A defensive array is exactly what I want. This way, I don't have to worry about anything. Lin Xian smiled. You're about to die and you still dare to be so arrogant. You really don't know how to write the word death. The red-robed elder snorted. He didn't see Lin Xian's helpless and frightened expression, which made him very unhappy. Therefore, he planned to use all the torture methods in the world until he tortured Lin Xian to death. Little thief, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Wang family. The red-robed elder sneered and quickly rushed over. In his hand, a blood-red spear was condensed. It was filled with killing intent and there were even drops of blood dripping from it. This aura was abnormally strong, far stronger than Huajiao's. The entire void couldn't withstand it and countless small black cracks appeared. The red-robed elder's face was ferocious. He seemed to have seen Lin Xian being pierced by the blood-red spear. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. This was because he saw a sword, a blood-red long sword. It was scarlet, demonic, bloodthirsty, and murderous. The powerful blood aura enveloped the surroundings and dyed the surroundings blood-red. It was as if they were in hell. The red-robed elder's heart trembled. The blood-red long sword was too terrifying. It was far stronger than his blood-red spear. It even made him feel like he was facing death. Impossible, how can you have such a powerful martial skill? The red-robed elder cried out. Impossible. How can you have such a powerful martial skill? The red-robed elder cried out. He was stunned. Lin Xian's blood-colored sword was too terrifying. Its power far exceeded that of a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Did you hide your strength? The red-robed elder screamed. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. The youth in front of him was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but his strength surpassed his. This was too terrifying. This youth was probably very close to the top geniuses of the Sand region. No, I have to send the news back to the family. The red-robed elder was anxious. Their previous analysis was wrong. This youth's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. Run. This was his only thought. He couldn't fight against that blood-colored sword. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian sneered. This Wang family was indeed sinister. Just because he had obtained 10 consecutive victories, they wanted to kill him. This kind of family didn't deserve to come to the arena. Since they wanted his life, he didn't plan to let them go. Therefore, he used the slaughter sword from the start. Looking at the red-robed elder who had turned into an afterimage, Lin Xian raised the slaughter sword and quickly slashed it down. The blood-colored sword aura surged and instantly submerged the red-robed elder. No. The red-robed elder roared unwillingly. He struggled with all his strength, but it was useless. In the end, he was completely submerged. In the next moment, the blood-colored sword aura disappeared and the red-robed elder's corpse fell from the sky. Lin Xian waved his arm and sent out a ball of spirit flame to burn the corpse. Then, he stepped into the air and used his soul power to sense the illusion array outside. Relying on his outstanding soul power and knowledge of array formations, he quickly collected this illusion array. Then, he sat cross-legged under the ancient tree to cultivate. In the Wang family's arena, a group of people were anxiously waiting. It's been so long. Why hasn't he returned yet? Did something happen? What could happen to a little thief? Many people snorted. In their eyes, the red-robed elder can easily kill Lin Xian. Yeah, maybe the elder is torturing that kid. Someone laughed. Alright, let's wait patiently, the black-robed elder said. However, as time passed, the Wang clan's initial disdain turned into suspicion. In the end, all of them were frowning. Is there really a problem? This time, no one answered. Why don't I go take a look? An old man in sackcloth said. The black-robed elder nodded. The sack-robed elder was stronger than the red-robed judge. Therefore, no one objected to the sack-robed elder's decision. Seeing that the black-robed old man had agreed, the hemp-robed old man did not linger. He quickly turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Whoosh, soon, he arrived above Lin Xian's residence. Then, he frowned because it was too quiet. It was quiet all around. There was not a single sound, and the surrounding buildings were in perfect condition. There were no traces of fighting. Could it be that he had succeeded? The hemp-robed old man was puzzled. Then, he reached out with his soul. However, he did not sense any aura. With doubts in his heart, the old man decided to go down and take a look. In any case, even if a thief had some tricks up his sleeve, it was impossible for him to harm him. The hemp-robed old man snorted and quickly landed in the courtyard. However, as soon as he landed, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly surged. An illusory spirit defense array suddenly appeared and covered the surroundings. The family's illusory spirit array? The hemp-robed old man frowned. He had a bad feeling. Old 8, are you there? The hemp-robed old man shouted. However, no one answered. At that moment, a voice sounded. Stop shouting. He won't answer you. Hearing that, the hemp-robed old man's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly turned around and cried out, It's you? When he saw the figure behind him, he was instantly stunned. You're not dead? The hemp-robed old man's heart was in a mess. Naturally, he saw Lin Xian. However, if Lin Xian was still alive, then the red-robed old man was very likely, you guessed right. That guy is indeed dead, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Thief, what trick did you use? How dare you kill an elder of the Wang family? The hemp-robed old man shouted coldly. You're dead. I'll pull out your tendons and refine your soul. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Cut the crap. You'll join him soon. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Don't think that the Wang family can do whatever you want. Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Killed? You? The hemp-robed old man sneered. Kid, I don't know how you killed old 8, but if you think you can kill me, then you're too naive. The hemp-robed old man laughed maniacally. However, his laughter soon stopped as if someone had grabbed him by the neck. That was because he saw a sword. A pitch-black sword. Gloomy, cold, silent, and dead. That kind of aura made one despair. Impossible. What kind of move is this? The hemp-robed old man screamed. He realized that the aura was too strong for him to resist. Now, he suddenly understood that old 8 might not have been assassinated, but killed in an instant. The young man in front of him was too strange. His strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Damn it. The hemp-robed old man's face was ferocious. He could no longer care about anything else and ran. However, the pitch-black sword suddenly appeared in front of him. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. The hemp-robed old man squeezed out an ugly smile. However, Lin Xian ignored him completely. The silent sword continued to fall quickly. If you dare to kill me, the Wang family won't let you go. The hemp-robed old man saw that begging for mercy was useless and immediately became ferocious. However, no matter what, he couldn't escape. Poochie, the silent sword pierced the hemp-robed old man's chest and took away all of his life force. One sword, and the hemp-robed old man was killed. The Wang family had sent 2 elders at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, but they were both killed. The next time they sent someone, it might be a group attack. Lin Xian guessed that the possibility of sending a supremacy was not high, so he wasn't too worried. Compared to Lin Xian, the Wang family was in a very bad mood. They had already sent 2 elders, but there was no news of them. This gave them a very bad premonition. In the end, the black-robed old man couldn't take it anymore and sent someone to check. Soon, someone reported back. Elder, that little thief's courtyard is very quiet, and there are no signs of fighting, a martial artist said. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They felt as if the 2 elders had disappeared. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. Impossible, the 2 elders are very powerful. How could that little thief be a match for them? Since that little thief can't be killed, then there's only one possibility. There must be an expert by his side. Someone analyzed. Usually, when disciples of large sects go out, they seem to be alone, but there are mysterious experts secretly protecting them. That Lin Xian is very likely such a person. According to the Wang family's analysis, they discovered that there was likely a mysterious expert behind Lin Xian. If that was the case, then things would become very troublesome. Based on the current situation, the mysterious expert behind Lin Xian was very powerful. His strength might be above the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. As for whether he had reached the venerable realm, it was unknown. They could not assassinate Lin Xian at all in the face of such a powerhouse. Thinking of this, the Wang family's faces darkened. Damn it, are we just going to let it go? Someone was unwilling to give up. Lin Xian had injured several of their experts, causing the Wang clan's battle arena to lose face in front of everyone, making them unable to raise their heads. Every time they thought of this, they had the urge to vomit blood. Therefore, they had to get rid of Lin Xian. Only then would they feel at ease. We'll also send out venerables. I don't believe that mysterious expert can fight against our entire Wang family. No. The black-robed elder shook his head. The combat strength of a venerable realm expert is too terrifying. If we act rashly, it will definitely attract the attention of other forces. If this matter is exposed, it will be very disadvantageous to our Wang family. That would be extremely disadvantageous to our Wang clan. So, unless we have no other choice, we absolutely can't dispatch Exalt Realm experts. As for that thief, of course we can't let him go. Let's close the dojo for a few days and recruit some powerful young martial artists. Firstly, our Wang family lost many experts in this battle, and it also exposed the weakness of our dojo. Especially this time, many geniuses from other regions have come. We must be prepared. Isn't that thief going to come again? When we find enough battle strength, we'll directly kill him in the arena. At that time, even the mysterious expert behind him would not be able to stop him. The black-robed elder's voice was cold. Everyone nodded in agreement. Not only could this method kill that detestable thief, but it could also increase the strength of their dojo. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Soon, these people began to act. The next day, the news that the Wang family's dojo was temporarily closed spread. Immediately, everyone was shocked. The Wang family's dojo was considered a medium-sized dojo, and its business was usually good. This sudden closure stunned many people. Very soon, news of Lin Xian's 10 consecutive victories and the defeat of the Wang family's experts spread like wildfire. Many people were shocked. For a moment, Lin Xian and the Wang clan's battle arena were pushed into the center of the storm. When Lin Xian heard about this, he was also stunned. He didn't expect the Wang family's dojo to be closed. Soon after, he shook his head and stopped paying attention to it. It seemed like the Wang family had been dealt a heavy blow, so they wouldn't make a move against him for the time being. He could use this time to exchange some of the resources he had on him. Although he wasn't very familiar with Quicksand City, with Nan Gongseng's help, things should go smoothly. When Lin Xian found Nan Gongseng and told him his idea, Nan Gongseng's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. "This is fate, Brother Lin. I just happened to know of a small-scale exchange meeting, and its standards can be said to be the highest beneath the Exalt realm. I'll take you there in a few days." Hearing Nan Gongseng's introduction, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This exchange meeting was held among the major forces of Quicksand City and was very secretive. Moreover, it was generally not open to the public. If one wasn't invited, it was absolutely impossible to enter. Moreover, this exchange meeting was conducted through bartering. Generally, the items that appeared were relatively rare resources, which was completely in line with Lin Xian's requirements. After bidding farewell to Nan Gongseng, Lin Xian returned to his courtyard and began to prepare the items he wanted to exchange. Lin Xian was preparing to sell some of his useless spirit-grade artifacts. In addition, he also planned to sell a 3,000-year-old spirit herb and 2 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. As for what he wanted to exchange for, he hadn't thought about it yet. He would have to wait until the time of the exchange to choose. In addition, he had a lot of primal young stones on him, but he didn't plan to take them out. He, the Crimson Dragon, and the Snow White Monkey all needed primal young stones. Moreover, primal young stones were too important. If he took them out, it would definitely attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. Lin Xian didn't want to cause trouble for himself. 3 days later, Nan Gongseng came to find him. The two of them didn't stop and immediately set off. Nan Gongseng led the way in the city, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at a secret place. Nan Gongseng took out an ancient token and poured his spirit energy into it. Then, he shone it at the high wall in front of them. Suddenly, the ancient token bloomed with light and a huge ancient character appeared. The high wall in front of them became hazy and ripples appeared. Then, the scene in front of them changed and an illusory door appeared. It's actually a strange space. The Crimson Dragon hid in Lin Xian's sleeve and was surprised. Upon hearing the dark red divine dragon's voice transmission, Lin Xian was also surprised. He took a few more glances at the front. "Brother Lin, the small exchange is inside. Let's go in." Nan Gongseng took back the token and said with a smile. "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. Then, the two of them entered the illusory door. After entering, Lin Xian found that the scenery inside was very different. It was different from the quicksand and rocks outside. The buildings inside could be said to be very exquisite. There were tall halls, exquisite pavilions, rockeries, flying stones, and waterfalls everywhere. It could be said that it was a paradise on earth. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from the front. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked forward. He saw several figures flying from a pavilion in the distance. They were very fast and arrived in front of the two of them in an instant. Whoosh! 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 A few silhouettes landed. Their bodies carried a sharp aura, and their eyes were filled with vigilance. "We are from the Nan Gongseng family." Nan Gongseng handed over the token. "That's right, the token is correct. You may enter." Those people quickly left after checking. Lin Xian was speechless. No wonder Nan Gongseng said that they couldn't enter without proof. The checks were very strict and these people were very strong. Normal people wouldn't be able to force their way in. "I hope we can find something useful here." Lin Xian was excited. Then, the two of them quickly walked inside. It's Nan Gongseng." Along the way, many people greeted Nan Gongseng, but even more people looked at Lin Xian. First of all, Lin Xian was a new face and they had never seen him before. Secondly, Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. Although it was not bad outside, it was too low here. Even if he was a disciple of a large family, he wouldn't be qualified to come here. Therefore, everyone looked at Lin Xian with doubt. There were also some people who looked at him with disdain. No matter how Lin Xian came in, his strength wasn't enough. He wasn't even comparable to the servants here. This kind of person wouldn't cooperate with them. Brother Nangong sang, "You're finally here." A loud laughter was heard, and then a tall figure appeared in front of everyone. "Brother Nangong, you're finally here." A loud laugh rang out. The newcomer was tall and sturdy. He had bronze skin and was filled with explosive power. Behind him was a silver spear that flickered with silver light. This person's aura was tyrannical, like a giant mountain. Although he didn't deliberately release it, the pressure caused many people's hearts to tremble. "Brother Rulong, long time no see. Your strength has improved a lot," Nan Gongseng said with a smile. The two exchanged a few words. Then the tall youth looked at Lin Xian and asked, "Brother Nangong, who is this?" Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators all turned their heads with a trace of curiosity. "This is Lin Xian, Brother Lin. He's also a young genius." "Oh, is that so? To be praised by Brother Nangong, he must be extraordinary." The tall youth was stunned for a moment before he greeted Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian returned the greeting with a smile. However, the surrounding people weren't so polite. Many of them coldly snorted. They clearly didn't believe that Lin Xian was a young genius. Otherwise, why would he only be at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm? "Please come in." The tall youth, Ma Rulong, said. Then, Lin Xian and Nan Gongsheng walked in. This space was much larger than they had imagined. There were large palaces around them. Ma Rulong led Lin Xian and Nan Gongsheng to a silver palace. "Brother Nangong, Brother Lin, please fill in the treasures you want to exchange here. I'll go greet another guest." "Oh? Guest? What guest?" Nan Gongseng was puzzled. He knew Ma Rulong's identity. He was also a disciple of one of the top forces in Quicksand City. Even this small space belonged to his family. A guest that he had to personally greet must be extraordinary. Speaking of which, this is also an important guest. "I'm sure you've heard of his name," Ma Rulong said. "His name is Xianxia Tian." "Xianxia Tian?" Nan Gongseng was stunned. Then, he exclaimed, "Could it be that Shin family?" "That's right. He's from the Shin clan of the Tianwu domain. This Xianxia Tian is very powerful. His cultivation is extremely profound. He can even fight against those geniuses. Rumor has it that he's following the heavenly daughter of the Murong family. Since he's passing by this time, it just so happens that he wants to participate in the rare treasures exchange." Lin Xian was astonished. He had heard of the geniuses from the Sand region. They were extremely powerful existences. He had never thought that Xianxia Tian would be able to contend with them. He was definitely a terrifying figure. "I didn't expect that the Shin family would also come. It seems that Quicksand City will be interesting this time," Nan Gongsheng said with a smile. "Shin family?" Lin Xian frowned as he recalled a figure from his memory. The Shin family is a super clan in the central region of the Tianwu continent. They have a king in the clan. They're the top existences in the Tianwu domain. And this Xianxia Tian is one of the more outstanding members of the Shin family's younger generation. "House of Kings." Lin Xian gasped. In the Tiannan region, venerables were the strongest fighting force. They could dominate a region. However, the Tianwu domain was different. Although venerables were part of the upper echelons, they weren't the top. The top warriors were kings, only those with kings were the top existences in the continent. And the Shin family was such an existence. "You two sit in the meditation palace for a while. I'll be back soon," Ma Rulong said. Then, he turned around and left. Lin Xian and Nan Gongsheng walked into the silver palace behind him. "Brother Lin, what are you going to exchange this time?" Nan Gongsheng asked. "Just now, he was pretended to pay attention to Xianxia's news and didn't pay attention to Lin Xian's information. Nothing much. I have some spiritual artifacts and 3 spiritual herbs. Lin Xian didn't plan to hide it. After all, he had already filled in the information. It wouldn't take long for everyone to know. Oh, spiritual herbs? What kind of spiritual herbs? Nan Gongxing asked. Obviously, the spirit-rank treasures had been ignored. Instead, he seemed to be very interested in the spirit herbs. A 3,000-year-old purple sunflower and 2 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. What? 3,000-year-old purple sunflower? Nan Gongxing exclaimed and jumped up. His expression was even more surprised than when he heard Xianxia's name. Seeing Nan Gongxing's reaction, Lin Xian was stunned. Although 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs were rare, there shouldn't be such a reaction. Seeing Lin Xian's confused expression, Nan Gongxing tried his best to calm down. After a long time, he slowly exhaled. Brother Lin, it seems like you really don't know much about the sand region. Nan Gongxing said, the sand region's climate is abnormal and it lacks water. Therefore, some spiritual herbs can't grow here. Let alone 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs, even 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs are rare. With Nan Gongxing's explanation, Lin Xian finally understood. Although the Sky Martial domain was vast, it was divided into regions. For example, in the sand region, spiritual herbs were rare. On the other hand, precious stones and ores were abundant. Therefore, when Lin Xian mentioned 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs, Nan Gongxing had such a big reaction. Not to mention Nan Gongxing, even the patriarch of the Nan Gongxing family would be tempted. After hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know the importance of spiritual herbs in the sand region. Therefore, he took out 3 spiritual herbs, one of which was 3,000-year-old. However, it seemed like it would be troublesome. He didn't believe that the people from the big factions could restrain their desires. As if sensing Lin Xian's worry, Nan Gongxing comforted him, Brother Lin, don't worry. The standards of this exchange are very high and the rules are strict. No one will cause trouble. I hope so. Lin Xian exhaled heavily. He realized that he couldn't reveal any other spiritual herbs in the sand region. At this moment, a group of people suddenly landed in front of the main hall and quickly walked over. These people were all outstanding and extraordinary. Powerful auras flowed around their bodies. One look and anyone could tell that they were young experts. One of them was even more powerful. He had blue hair and his eyes were as bright as the stars. They were incomparably deep. There were blue halos around his body, making him look like an immortal king. This is Xianxia from the Shin family. People call him Prince Akash. Ma Rulong introduced. The blue-haired youth looked at Lin Xian and Nan Gongxing with a deep gaze and nodded slightly as a greeting. However, his arrogant expression made Nan Gongxing unhappy. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that Xianxia was also an extremely arrogant and conceited person. Then, Ma Rulong introduced Nan Gongxing and Lin Xian. Xianxia didn't react to Nan Gongxing. Instead, he stared at Lin Xian. Are you the one who wants to sell the 3,000-year-old violet sunflower? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Then, they looked at Lin Xian with burning eyes. Ma Rulong was also stunned. It seemed that Xianxia was more powerful than he had imagined. He was able to obtain the information on the list in such a short time. No wonder he was in a hurry to come here. It seemed like his target was the 3,000-year-old Xiang flower. Seeing everyone's gaze, Lin Xian nodded. There was no point in denying it now. He might as well admit it openly. Very well, kneel down and offer the Xiang flower to me. I will consider letting you become the Shin family's battle servant. Xianxia said condescendingly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, they all looked at Lin Xian, especially the warriors who came with Xianxia. They all had mocking expressions on their faces. Lin Xian's face darkened. He secretly activated the great dragon sword soul in his body, ready to attack at any time. Nan Gongxing was also angry. Xianxia, what do you mean by this? Just now, Xianxia's condescending attitude made him unhappy. Now, Xianxia actually wanted Xian to kneel down and offer the 3,000-year-old spiritual herb. This was simply too much. What did he mean? Could it be that he didn't understand? Xianxia revealed a disdainful smile. He turned and stared at Lin Xian. It seems like you still don't understand the power of my Shen family. Not everyone can become the Shen family's battle servant. Many people want to join the Shen family. Now that you have received a great benefit, why don't you quickly kneel down and thank us? Xianxia's face was full of pride. It was as if he had bestowed Lin Xian a great favor. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. This Xianxia in front of him was too much. Not only did he want him to offer the 3,000-year-old spiritual herb for free, but he also wanted him to become the Shen family's servant. Not only that, in Xianxia's eyes, he even wanted him to kneel down and thank him. At this moment, Lin Xian's heart was burning with anger. Cold sword intent surged in his body as if it would rush out at any time. What if I don't give it to you? Lin Xian's voice was cold. He suppressed the anger in his heart and did not attack. Don't give it to you? Xianxia laughed. Do you think you have the ability to decide this matter? He looked extremely arrogant and did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Brother Shen, the rules of this rare treasures exchange are to exchange items. If you really want the 3,000-year-old purple sunflower, why don't you use other items to exchange for it? Ma Rulong said. He was the host of this rare treasures exchange meeting, so he naturally didn't want things to get out of hand. Exchange? Xianxia revealed a faint smile. Brother Ma, you think too highly of this brat. He is just an ant at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Being able to enter this exchange is already a great gift for him, yet he still wants to trade? This was simply a fantasy story. The warriors who followed behind Xianxia also laughed foolishly. Humph, a piece of trash who came in through connections actually dares to reject young Master Akash. He really does not know how to spell the word death. Brat, hurry up and hand over the 3,000-year-old violet sunflower, or else you won't be able to bear the consequences. All of you are looking down on my Ma family. Ma Rulong's face sank. Brother Ma misunderstood. Xianxia laughed. We are not targeting Brother Ma, but this ant is not willing to exchange with me. I don't want to affect our relationship because of a piece of trash at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Xianxia's voice was calm, but there was a hint of threat in his words. Humph, a good exchange meeting was actually ruined by a bunch of random people. It's fine if I don't participate in this exchange meeting. Brother Lin, let's go. Nan Gongxing coldly snorted. His handsome face was a bit sinister. Brother Rulong, I'll take my leave. I'll visit you another day. Nan Gongxing pulled Lin Xian and was about to leave. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. Several warriors blocked the door, blocking Lin Xian and Nan Gongxing's path. You can leave, but he can't. Those people pointed at Lin Xian with a sharp aura. Damn it. Nan Gongxing's body trembled. Brother Shen, I hope you won't break the rules of the rare treasure gathering. Ma Rulong's face was very ugly. Don't worry, Brother Rulong. I'll solve this problem quickly. Xianxia's body was surrounded by blue rings, and he was very confident. Now you have two choices. First, kneel down and offer me the purple sunflower. I can let you become the Shen family's battle servant. Second? You can refuse, but the purple sunflower will still be mine in the end. As for you, those who dare to disobey my orders have never lived past the second day. At the end of his words, Xianxia's body emitted a powerful killing intent that surrounded the entire palace. Nan Gongxing stomped his feet in anger. This Xianxia was too domineering and shameless. He wanted to snatch Lin Xian's spirit herb. There was no room for negotiation. How was he a disciple of a big family? He was clearly a bandit. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The sword intent in his body surged as if it would burst out at any time. Xianxia seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's aura. He smiled disdainfully. Don't even think about attacking me. You don't have the right to do so. Fine, I'll tell you. Let us show you the difference between us. Xianxia said. I've already reached the half-step supremacy realm. I can kill you in an instant with just a finger. Xianxia looked at Lin Xian like a dragon looking at an ant. Brother Shen, why do you have to do this? With your status, it shouldn't be difficult for you to exchange for the 3,000-year-old purple sunflower. Ma Rulong sighed. Xianxia smiled. It's not difficult for me to exchange for a 3,000-year-old spirit herb. But an ant is not worthy of my exchange. His ring shone brightly and emitted a terrifying aura. He was a Star War god walking in the mortal world. Moreover, I've already given him a choice. If he can join the Shen family, it will be a great gift to him. Damn, this is too much. Nan Gongxing was so angry that his face turned green. He couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Xian was his friend, but Xianxia kept looking for trouble. He didn't take him seriously at all. So what if I'm bullying you? Xianxia took a step forward, and the rings of stars around him shone brightly. They were like huge stars floating around him. A terrifying aura shrouded the surroundings as if it could tear the world apart at any time. Xianxia was too strong. He didn't take Ma Rulong's warning seriously at all. His aura was as powerful as the sea of stars. Xianxia would kill him immediately if he didn't agree with him. Ma Rulong's face darkened. He was the host of the rare treasure gathering. If he allowed someone to break the rules here, he wouldn't be able to stay in the quicksand stratum anymore. Even if the other party was a genius of the Shen family, he had to stop him. In the next moment, he stepped forward. A silver light appeared behind him and formed a silver spear that pierced through the sky. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Endless murderous aura surrounded the area. Xianxia's ring shone brightly. His sharp aura made many people tremble. His gaze was like a star, piercing toward Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. Xianxia was too strong. He was indeed a half-step supremacy. This attack could easily kill a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian couldn't escape. Xianxia's body shone with blue stars, and he was filled with the power of the Decepticon sect. He pointed his finger at Lin Xian. The finger was like a shooting star, and its power could kill any martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Xianxia did not hold back. He wanted to kill Lin Xian and take the 3,000-year-old spiritual herb. The others sneered. In their opinion, Lin Xian had no chance of surviving. Whoosh, at this moment, Ma Rulong made his move. The silver spear on his back surged and emitted a dazzling spear radiance that collided with the star finger. Although Ma Rulong had not reached the half-step honorable realm, he was still very powerful. Therefore, when his spear radiance collided with the star finger, it exploded with a terrifying energy. The energy was so powerful that it could destroy the entire palace. Fortunately, the two of them stopped in time and dispersed the energy to avoid disaster. Brother Rulong, don't stop me. I've made up my mind. Xianxia said coldly. Then, his body shone like a huge star as he charged at Lin Xian. Humph! Ma Rulong shouted angrily. The spiritual energy in his body surged and condensed into the shadow of a silver spear. Then, the spear swung and pierced forward. It was like a silver lightning bolt that flew in the air. On the other side, Nan Gongxing also rushed forward. He waved his palms and formed a palm shadow. Although he knew that he could not defeat Ma Rulong, he still wanted to attack because he was too angry. It's useless. You can't stop me. Xianxia's voice was cold. He suddenly exerted his strength, and his body shone brightly, forming a huge amount of star power. Star Fist. With a punch, a terrifying force surged forward and sent Ma Rulong and Nan Gongxing flying. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he was extremely shocked. Ma Rulong's strength could be said to be extremely powerful. However, he was actually unable to block a single attack from Xianxia. This was truly unbelievable. It seemed that Xianxia was much stronger than he had imagined. After sending Ma Rulong and Nan Gongxing flying with a single punch, Xianxia looked around disdainfully. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Lin Xian. His expression was very casual and calm, as if he didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Ma Rulong's heart sank. Nan Gongxing's expression also changed greatly. Although he had seen how powerful Lin Xian was, he didn't think that Lin Xian could compete with Xianxia. After all, even a powerful figure like Ma Rulong was sent flying with a single punch. The strength of a half-step venerable could be said to be heaven-defying. Perhaps in the entire Sand region, only a few monstrous geniuses could contend with him. "Brother Lin, run!" Nan Gongseng shouted. "You want to leave?" "Too late." Xianxia snorted coldly. His 5 fingers were like a cage as he pointed at Lin Xian. In an instant, 5 heavenly pillars appeared in the void and tore the sky apart. "Aunt, this is your own choice. Go to hell." Xianxia's blue hair fluttered in the wind. He was extremely powerful, like a starry sky war god. His giant hand was like a mountain as it pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was cold. In the next moment, he pulled out the wind shadow sword and activated his sword will. His entire body was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed. He was extremely sharp. With a swing of his sword, a dazzling sword chi was like a rainbow as it quickly slashed at the void. Lin Xian had activated the great dragon sword will in this sword. It was extremely sharp. The terrifying sword chi tore through everything as it slashed at the mountain-like giant hand. Clang, rumble, the void trembled as the sound waves spread in all directions. Extremely unstable cracks appeared in the void and quickly spread in all directions. The dazzling sword chi shattered and disappeared in the air. The giant hand also stopped and became a little dim. What? He actually resisted it? That's impossible. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. They kept rubbing their eyes as they couldn't believe what they had just seen. A mid-stage spirit detecting realm brat had actually resisted Xianxia's attack with a single sword. If this was told to others, no one would believe it. Who was Xianxia? He was a genius of the House of Kings. Even if he came to Sand Valley, he would be a peak existence. This kind of person could destroy a group of peak spirit detecting realm martial artists with a raise of his hand. However, a mid-stage spirit detecting realm brat had actually blocked his attack. This was too unbelievable. Even if this was just a casual attack from Xianxia, no one could accept it. Xianxia was also slightly surprised. You actually blocked it. Interesting. It seems like you're not a complete waste. Brat, I'm someone who cherishes talent. I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and offer me a 3,000-year-old purple sunflower. Then, become a battle servant of the Shin family and I'll spare your life. In 100 years, you might have a chance to enter the sovereign realm. Xianxia's voice was cold. He still didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes. Join your grandpa. Lin Xian was angry. He waved his sword and released a terrifying sword chi. Rays of sword light tore through the void and quickly slashed forward. He was indeed angry. His opponent's expression was too annoying. He decided to beat him into a pig's head. Too weak. This kind of attack has no effect on me. Xianxia's expression was disdainful. His body was surrounded by a halo of stars, making him look like a god of war. Blue fists punched out and the entire void cracked. Every punch was like a meteor smashing into the void. The power was enough to make one's heart tremble. Boom! Boom! Terrifying fist shadows struck out and collided with the sword chi. Violent energy waves burst out and swept in all directions. Ma Rulong recovered from his initial shock. He took out the silver spear on his back and tried his best to eliminate the energy waves. Otherwise, the entire silver hall would be turned into ashes in an instant. It was undeniable that Xianxia was too strong. He was worthy of being a genius disciple of the House of Kings. The fist shadows all struck the sword chi accurately and shattered it. Is this your attack? Brat, you're too weak. Go to hell. Xianxia's expression was cold. In his opinion, although Lin Xian had exceeded his expectations, he was still weak. Lin Xian frowned slightly. His opponent's strength was beyond his expectations. He was worthy of being a top genius. However, it wasn't that easy to take his life. In the next moment, he withdrew the wind shadow sword. He stretched out his right hand and a pitch-black sword appeared in front of him. Sword of Nirvana. Lin Xian held the sword. Then, the aura on his body changed. In addition to the monster sword intent, it also exuded an aura of death. It was as if the god of death had appeared, making people feel despair. As soon as this aura appeared, it immediately spread out in all directions of the hall. The warriors below felt this aura and were so shocked that they trembled. Many of them revealed looks of horror. Especially those warriors who had mocked Lin Xian before. Now, their expressions were very ugly. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond their expectations. None of them were able to withstand the deathly aura emanating from him. Who is this brat? How can he have such a powerful martial skill? When did such a person appear in Quicksand City? I don't know. He might be a genius from outside the region. Everyone was discussing. No matter what, Lin Xian's strength had already shocked them. Ma Rulong was also shocked. Previously, he had thought that Lin Xian had a good relationship with Nan Gongsang, which was why he had come to the rare treasure exchange. Now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Nan Gongsang probably already knew about Lin Xian's strength, which was why he had brought him here. Furthermore, what shocked him even more was that the pitch-black sword in the void made his heart palpitate. Ma Rulong was shocked. For him to feel this way, it was enough to show how strong Lin Xian was. It has to be said that he had only felt this way when facing Xianxia. The comparison between the two made him even more shocked. This Lin Xian was simply too unbelievable. He was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but his strength had already surpassed the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Looking at the pitch-black sword in the air, Xianxia also frowned. For the first time, his expression became serious. That pitch-black sword made him feel a trace of danger. He hadn't felt this way in a long time, but now, he felt it from a small cultivator at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Xianxia suddenly felt a trace of anger in his heart. He decided that he had to get rid of Lin Xian. The star rings on his body shined even brighter, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. This time, the power was even stronger than before. Lin Xian also held the Nirvana sword, and a deathly aura spread out from his body as if it was going to suck away all the vitality in the surroundings. The two powerful forces continued to rise, as if they could collide at any moment. These two forces were too terrifying, and they had already surpassed the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. The surrounding cultivators all retreated and left the Silver Palace. They didn't dare to stay any longer. If they stayed any longer, they would all be sucked into that violent vortex. Lin Xian held the Nirvana sword in his hand, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like an azure from hell, and he carried a destructive aura. On the other side, Xianxia was surrounded by stars. He was like a god of war, and he was extremely fierce. Just as the battle was about to break out, an even more imposing power appeared above the hall, enveloping the two of them. Lin Xian frowned. He was horrified. He felt that the Nirvana sword was being suppressed and was unable to move. On the other side, Xianxia's expression was equally unsightly. His astral halo was also greatly suppressed, so much so that he couldn't even swing his fist. This was too inconceivable. One had to know that the two of them were already at the peak of the psychic realm. However, someone was actually able to suppress them with just their aura. One could only imagine the terrifying strength of this person. There was only one kind of person who could have such strength, and that was a venerable one. Moreover, they were not ordinary venerable ones. Sure enough, after the enormous pressure appeared, an aged voice resounded in the hall. Haha, two little friends, please stop. Otherwise, my hall will be torn apart by the both of you. An old figure appeared in the void, looking at the two of them with a smile. At that moment, the people that had left earlier followed Ma Rulong in again. However, their expressions were filled with astonishment. Elder! Ma Rulong exclaimed when he saw the old man in the void. The old man in the void was their family's elder. He didn't expect him to make a move here. The Ma family's elder chuckled and said, "Two little friends, I know why you're making a move. How about this, I'll settle it for you. Why don't you give the spiritual medicine to me?" Hearing this, Lin Xian and Xianxia fell silent. Soon, Lin Xian said, "Since Senior wants it, I'll naturally comply." In fact, Lin Xian had thought about it carefully. The old man's identity was special. Moreover, he was an elder of the Ma family. He probably wouldn't do something like snatch it by force. Moreover, with the relationship between Man Gongxing and Ma Rulong, he should be able to obtain the corresponding exchange item. Therefore, Lin Xian was very straightforward and directly gave the spiritual medicine to the elder. The Ma family's elder instantly smiled with satisfaction when he heard Lin Xian's words. On the other hand, Xianxia's face was gloomy and slightly unsightly. Earlier, he'd said that he would definitely obtain the 3,000-year-old violet sunflower and even take Lin Xian as his battle servant. Yet now, Lin Xian had displayed shocking combat strength and was even able to fight him. Moreover, the most detestable thing was that the spiritual medicine didn't belong to him anymore. If it was in the past, he would have slapped someone to death if they dared to fight him for the spiritual medicine. However, the person who wanted the spiritual medicine was an Exalt Realm elder. Moreover, the elder was an expert amongst Exalt Realm experts. He couldn't defeat the elder at all. So, he could only admit defeat this time. Since Senior wants it, then I naturally won't fight for it. Xianxia spoke in a low voice, and then he turned around and gazed at Lin Xian with icy cold killing intent in his eyes. Kid, you better not let me see you again. Otherwise, it'll be the day you die. Let's go. Xianxia grunted coldly, and then he led the group of cultivators away swiftly. Ma Rulong and the others heaved sighs of relief. Xianxia was arrogant and unruly. If he really attacked, then the situation would be extremely troublesome. Even though their elder was very strong, he didn't dare to injure Xianxia. After all, the House of Kings was standing behind Xianxia. However, fortunately, Xianxia didn't attack and left. The others heaved sighs of relief as well, and they had a lingering fear on their faces. Lin Xian's heart sank slightly. Xianxia was a strong enemy, and he had to improve his strength. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Xianxia. The elder descended from midair and grinned as he gazed at Lin Xian. Young friend, what do you intend to exchange for? Lin Xian took out the 3,000-year-old violet sunflower and smiled. Yes, I don't have any special requests. Senior, you can give me whatever you want. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian handed the violet sunflower over. Young friend, you are indeed straightforward. The elder of the Ma family quickly took the spiritual medicine and examined it carefully. Soon, his old face became abnormally excited. That's right, it is indeed a 3,000-year-old spiritual medicine. I didn't expect that I would finally be able to obtain a 3,000-year-old spiritual medicine in my lifetime. The elder of the Ma family's voice trembled, and he seemed very excited. The climate of the sand region was dry, and it wasn't suitable for spiritual medicine to grow. Therefore, spiritual medicine in this area was very rare, let alone a 3,000-year-old spiritual medicine. Although the elder of the Ma family was an honorable one, he was already very old. If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter, he wouldn't be able to break through at all. It was very likely that he would reach the end of his life in the near future. However, with this spiritual medicine, things were very different. At least he could prolong his life. By then, he might have a chance to break through. It could be said that the effect of this spiritual medicine was much greater for him than for other young warriors. That was why he was so excited. Since young friend is so straightforward, I won't mistreat you. The elder of the Ma family put away the spiritual medicine, then flipped his palm and took out a golden stone the size of a fist. This is a piece of metal origin crystal. It is a very precious item that can evolve treasured weapons and raise their grade. This is a metal elemental crystal. It can upgrade a treasure by 1 level. The Ma family elder said with a smile. Upgrade by 1 level. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He looked at the pale golden stone in front of him in surprise. That old man was right. It's a metal elemental crystal. I didn't expect that old man to be so generous, the Crimson Dragon muttered. Hearing the Crimson Dragon's words, Lin Xian was relieved. Rizalong was an old demon. If even he didn't think it was a problem, then it must be true. Lin Xian nodded and smiled at the Ma family elder. Soon, the Ma family elder took out another item. This is a battle armor diagram. It's very powerful. It's said that if it can be made, even a venerable one will have a hard time breaking its defense. Even a venerable one can't break it? Lin Xian was stunned, then showed a suspicious expression. The Ma family elder smiled and explained, the requirements for making such a powerful battle armor are definitely not simple. It might even be very strict. Not only does it require a blacksmith grandmaster, but the materials required are also extremely precious. However, once it's made, its power will definitely be heaven-defying. I want to use it to exchange for the other 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs. What do you think? The Ma family elder looked expectant. It was obvious that he cared a lot about the spiritual herbs. Lin Xian pondered. Although the Ma family elder's description was very tempting, it was not certain if it could be made. It was like drawing a pie in the sky. However, Lin Xian was very curious about the battle armor. Okay, I'll trade. In the end, Lin Xian clenched his fist and said. Haha, young friend Lin is really straightforward. The Ma family elder laughed. From now on, you're the Ma family's distinguished guest. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell them the Ma family's name. The Ma family elder was too excited. He quickly exchanged the items with Lin Xian and left excitedly. It couldn't be helped. For an old monster who didn't have much lifespan left, 1,000-year-old spiritual herb was too tempting. However, Lin Xian did not feel bad about it. Not to mention 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, he still had a few 3,000-year-old ones. He even had a 5,000-year-old spiritual herb in his hands. That was the real treasure. Lin Xian took the ancient scroll and quickly opened it. Crimson Lotus Battle Armor. 4 ancient seals appeared. Soon after, exquisite diagrams appeared one after another. The records on the diagrams were extremely detailed, making people gasp in amazement. The dark red divine dragon stole a few glances and then sent a voice transmission. That old man wasn't lying. The effect of this armor is indeed very strong. Even an ordinary venerable one might not be able to break it. However, it's very difficult to make it. This is an ancient armor, and some of the materials on it are about to disappear. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. Kid, this is just the information on the surface. The real thing needs to be explored with your soul. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and sent a wisp of his soul into the painting. The information inside was more detailed. He even saw a complete image of the Red Lotus battle armor. Lin Xian's heart was stirred. He had a vague idea of what was going on. Although the materials for the armor were difficult to find, he could use another method to condense the armor. That was the Dragon Sword Soul. The Dragon Sword Soul was very special. It was an offensive saint technique. It should be able to simulate the Red Lotus battle armor. If that was the case, then he would be rich. Lin Xian was overjoyed when he thought of this. The elder of the Ma family actually gave away such a precious treasure so casually. Presumably, in the elder's heart, this battle suit was something that was impossible to make. However, he did not know that Lin Xian had the Dragon Sword Soul. Otherwise, he would not have taken out such a heaven-defying treasure. I've made a fortune this time. Lin Xian was so excited that he wanted to shout. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xian followed Nan Gongseng and the others to participate in the rare treasure exchange. Half a day later, he left the strange space. He quickly returned to the quiet courtyard. He could not use the metal element origin crystal for the time being because he had to find a grandmaster blacksmith to use the origin crystal to upgrade the artifact. However, he could give the Red Lotus battle armor a try. Lin Xian took out the illusory spirit defense formation that he had obtained from the Wang family elder. He covered the entire courtyard and formed an illusory defense formation. Then, he summoned the Snow-White Monkey and the Crimson Dragon. After ensuring that it was safe, Lin Xian extended his soul and entered the ancient scroll. He skipped the production process and went straight to the final image of the battle armor. Amidst the hazy white mist, a bright red battle suit appeared in the void. Lin Xian could feel a frightening aura just by looking at the scene. If he could really make it, it would be extremely powerful. However, what he needed to do now was not to make it. Instead, he needed to comprehend the inscriptions on it and simulate it with the Dragon Sword Soul. The image of the battle armor was very real. Every inscription on it was clearly visible. The inscriptions intersected with each other and finally formed a demonic red lotus that bloomed brightly. He did not know what grade the Red Lotus battle armor was. However, it must be extraordinary. The inscriptions on it were very complicated. Even with Lin Xian's soul power, he felt a headache coming on. However, hard work paid off. After 3 days, he finally mastered all the inscriptions. Next, he would use the dragon sword soul to simulate the Red Lotus battle armor. This process was very difficult because the slightest mistake in the inscriptions would cause the entire battle armor to be destroyed. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul power was strong and his willpower was tenacious. Finally, after 5 days, he successfully condensed the Red Lotus battle armor. The spiritual power in his body surged and quickly intersected on the surface of his body, forming mysterious patterns. Soon, a bright red battle armor appeared and covered Lin Xian's body. On it, a demonic red lotus bloomed brightly. Lin Xian tried it out and found that it was better than he had imagined. Its defense had surpassed his gold thunder body. This result made him very excited. If it was so powerful just by condensing spiritual power, it would definitely be a heaven-defying existence. Moreover, the Red Lotus battle armor made up for Lin Xian's lack of defense. Although the Gold Thunder body was powerful, it was not very useful at the moment. Against ordinary warriors, there was no need for him to activate the Gold Thunder body. However, against top geniuses, the Gold Thunder body was useless. For example, when he faced Xianxia, his Gold Thunder body was not useful at all. However, the appearance of the Red Lotus battle armor solved this problem. Its defense had surpassed the Gold Thunder body. Lin Xian was confident that if he faced Xianxia again, he could definitely withstand his opponent's attacks with the Red Lotus battle armor. Next, as long as his cultivation broke through another level, he would be able to compete with Xianxia in terms of combat power. Lin Xian put away the Red Lotus battle armor and went into seclusion to cultivate again. This time, he wanted to raise his cultivation level. Holding the high-grade primal yang stone with both hands, Lin Xian circulated the longevity art with all his strength. Pure yang energy quickly entered his body. This primal yang stone was truly worthy of being a top-grade ore. Its effect was much better than spirit stones. Furthermore, the pure yang energy inside was extremely pure. He didn't need to use much strength to convert it into his own energy. This greatly increased Lin Xian's cultivation speed. It wasn't just him. The Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey were also absorbing the primal yang stone. However, the Snow White Monkey was too strange. Even after absorbing so many primal yang stones, it still hadn't changed. On the other hand, the Crimson Dragon's body had undergone a shocking change. It hadn't stopped absorbing primal yang stones in the past few days. Its cultivation base had originally been at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm, but now it had reached the late stage. Even its body had doubled in size. Seeing its breakthrough, the Crimson Dragon excitedly roared. Then it looked at the palm-sized monkey and sneered, "Little guy, you're too stupid. Even after absorbing so much primal yang stones, you haven't changed at all." The Snow White Monkey stared at the small bull with disdain. Then its body flickered and it turned into a ray of white light. It arrived in front of the Crimson Dragon and slammed its furry paw down. Bang! The Crimson Dragon saw stars and fainted. F***ck. After a while, the Crimson Dragon recovered and angrily cursed. Its cultivation base had broken through, and its strength had increased. But it still hadn't been able to dodge the Snow White Monkey's paw. This was too hateful. The Crimson Dragon was depressed. It no longer dared to provoke the Snow White Monkey and obediently went to absorb the primal yang stones. Within the courtyard, 1 man and 2 beasts were rapidly cultivating. One primal yang stone after another dimmed. Lin Xian quickly exchanged for more. This time he had to break through to the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. Just as Lin Xian was cultivating, Quicksand City became lively once more. Xianxia, a genius, was quickly recognized by everyone. Moreover, he was creating one legend after another. There was even news that Xianxia had secretly fought with a genius from a certain sand region. As for the result, no one knew. However, Xianxia was able to fight against the top prodigies of the sand region. This was enough to prove how powerful he was. "Who do you think Xianxia fought against?" someone asked. "Xiao Gan, He Muya, Zhao Su, Qin Yang, any of the 4 masters could be him." Everyone was discussing excitedly. It wasn't just Xianxia. More and more geniuses were pouring into Quicksand City, starting to challenge the various arenas. After a period of recuperation, the Wang family's battle arena became active again. This time, they had spent a lot of money to hire a group of experts. These people were far more powerful than Huashao. It could be said that not only did the strength of the Wang clan's battle arena not decrease, it had instead increased. They were even looking forward to Lin Xian's visit. Humph, damned thief, you actually disappeared. Damn it. This kind of person is trash. If he dares to come to the battle arena again, he won't be able to return. The Wang family disciples sneered. They hated Lin Xian to the core. Originally, they were afraid of Lin Xian's strength. During that time, they were even on tenterhooks, afraid that Lin Xian would come knocking on their door. However, their family had now invested heavily in a group of experts, greatly increasing the strength of their battle arena. Therefore, the Wang family disciples became arrogant again. What kind of genius is he? He's actually a coward. He's just an undeserved reputation. Rumors can't be trusted. What Lin Xian? He's just a piece of trash. If he comes, I'll beat him with one hand. The new warriors who joined the Wang family's battle arena sneered. They had just joined, so naturally, they wanted to start with Lin Xian. Beat him with one hand? How arrogant. I'm here. Why don't you try? A cold snort sounded. Then, a figure appeared in the center of the battle arena like a ghost. Whoosh, everyone was shocked. They only felt a black shadow float by. It was so fast that their eyes couldn't catch up at all. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. What, he really came? Damn, it's going to be lively after class. Everyone exclaimed, looking excited. They wouldn't forget that it was this young man who had challenged the Wang family's experts and obtained 10 consecutive victories. And now, this genius young man had appeared again. Humph, you're Lin Xian? There's nothing special about you. Kid, you dare to come out? You're courting death. Opposite them, the warriors invited by the Wang family stared coldly at Lin Xian. They had naturally heard of Lin Xian's 10 consecutive victories. It was also because of this that they were invited. Therefore, these people wanted to kill Lin Xian. As long as they killed Lin Xian, not only would they receive the astronomical reward from the Wang family, but they would also become famous in Quicksand City. This was definitely the best opportunity to gain both fame and fortune. Kid, let this young master fight you. Come up and die. I can defeat you with one hand. The group of people clamored. Their spirit energy surged, forming a terrifying aura. These people were all at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. They were even stronger than Huashao and could be said to be very powerful. The surrounding people were shocked and couldn't help but worry for Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian had defeated Huashao before, the other party was only one person. Now, there were 5 or 6 limit spirit-detecting realm warriors. This lineup was on a completely different level from the previous one. In their view, no matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to defeat so many limit spirit-detecting realm warriors. When the Wang family saw Lin Xian, their expressions were cold and their bodies were filled with killing intent. Not only had they been challenged, but they had also lost 2 elders. At this moment, when they saw Lin Xian, their eyes were exceptionally red. Damn it, this time we must kill this despicable thief. Don't worry, this time we invited 5 limit spirit-detecting realm warriors. That thief definitely won't be able to escape. I will let him know the consequences of offending the Wang family. Pass down the order, prepare the martial stage for the battle. In front, the 5 limit spirit-detecting realm warriors sneered and stared at Lin Xian like fierce wolves. Lin Xian's face was calm. He said indifferently, you don't have to fight. Come at me together. What? Together? Everyone was stunned. They suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. Those were 5 limit spirit-detecting realm warriors. Wasn't it too crazy to ask them to come at him together? Other than those top prodigies, no one would dare to say such a thing. Everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Xian. The 5 limit spirit-detecting realm warriors' faces were even more gloomy. They wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Xian apart immediately. This was an insult. This was definitely a naked insult. A mid-stage spirit-detecting realm brat dared to speak to them like this. Brat, you are courting death. You dare to challenge the dignity of limit warriors? No one can stop you. Very good, you have successfully angered me. I will torture you to death later. The spirit-detecting realm warriors were filled with killing intent. Being looked down upon in front of so many people made them go crazy. They had to kill this despicable thief in front of them to regain their dignity. The group of extreme masters invited by the Wang family's Colosseum were all staring at Lin Xian with murderous intent. One of them was very angry. His figure flashed and he instantly appeared in the arena. Kid, come and die. This voice was full of murderous intent. Lin Xian looked up and saw that the young man in the arena had a pale face and thin cheeks. From afar, he looked like a bamboo. You can come, Lin Xian said with a smile. But you're so thin. Won't you be blown away by my wind concept? Hearing this, the surrounding warriors could not help but laugh. The thin and tall young man in the arena was so angry that he shouted. You're pissing me off. Kid, hurry up and die. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His figure flashed and he instantly appeared in the arena. His speed was amazing. The bamboo youth was shocked. Based on this speed alone, his opponent was not inferior to him. It seemed that this kid had some skills, but it was impossible to beat him. Take my move, Water Moon Slash. The bamboo youth's voice sounded. His body suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. It was like a wave that swept out in all directions. At this moment, the surrounding warriors no longer dared to laugh because that aura made their hearts tremble. Swoosh! Swoosh, the bamboo youth slashed down with his saber. A dazzling saber light filled the air and scattered in all directions. The void split open and a terrifying crack appeared. It was a shocking sight. On the arena, the dazzling saber light was like a waterfall. It was more than 100 feet long and covered most of the arena. Not bad. The opponent this time is much stronger than before. It seems that the Wang family really put in a lot of effort. A slightly joking voice sounded from the arena. In the next moment, a green light appeared in front of the dazzling saber light. It quickly spun and formed a hurricane. The crystal-clear green wind whirled and whistled. Lin Xian's figure could be vaguely seen in the hurricane. Furious wind. Accompanied by a deep sound, the green gust of wind quickly spread out like a violent hurricane. The terrifying wind was even sharper than a bejeweled weapon, mercilessly slicing through everything. With Lin Xian as the epicenter, the terrifying azure wind quickly spread throughout the entire arena. Clang! Clang! The bamboo youth's dazzling saber light collided with the raging wind, and a crisp cracking sound echoed in the air. In the blink of an eye, countless saber auras split apart and scattered all over the ground. What? This is impossible. The bamboo youth roared as he stared blankly at the scene before him. That was his ultimate move. Originally, he had planned to make a sudden move right from the start and smoothly take down Lin Xian. That would definitely increase his fame. However, he did not expect that his attack would actually be broken. Not a single attack landed on Lin Xian. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he floated in the air, surrounded by countless raging winds. In the next moment, under his command, countless gusts of wind swept towards the young man with a bamboo pole. Soon, the bamboo youth was blown out of the window by the strong wind. It was not that he did not want to resist, but that the azure wind was too terrifying. The concept contained within was very profound and was several times stronger than other attacks. He did not dare to resist at all. I told you that you were too skinny and would be blown away. You didn't believe me. Lin Xian shrugged with a smile. Hearing this, the bamboo youth's mouth twitched. His body trembled and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ashen as he gritted his teeth and quickly left the Wang family's arena. Shameful, too shameful. He probably would not dare to return here in the future. Everyone was shocked as they stared blankly at Lin Xian. To be able to defeat a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm in one move, it seemed that Lin Xian's strength had improved a lot. Everyone exclaimed with a trace of fear in their voices. It must be known that the bamboo youth was even stronger than Huashao from before. However, he was unable to withstand even a single blow from Lin Xian and was directly blown away. This Lin Xian is too terrifying. Every time he appears, he brings a new shock. Didn't you notice? His aura is no longer at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. An expert said this piece of news. Immediately, everyone carefully sensed it and revealed shocked expressions. The late stage of the spirit detecting realm. Heavens, he actually broke through again. When he was at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm, Lin Xian was already very powerful. Now that he had broken through to the late stage, his strength must have increased exponentially. No wonder the bamboo youth was defeated in one move. The Wang family's faces were ashen as they trembled with anger. Damn it, how could it be like this? They could not believe it. They had spent a lot of effort to bring in 5 martial artists at the peak of the spirit detecting realm to increase the strength of the arena. They did not expect to be mercilessly slapped in the face in the first battle. Moreover, it was the same youth who slapped them in the face. How could they survive in the future? In the arena, the faces of the martial artists invited by the Wang family also darkened. Previously, they had said that they would kill Lin Xian with one hand. Now, one of their companions had been sent flying with one palm. This was a huge irony. Brat, I'll fight you. A loud voice rang out, causing the void to tremble. Then, a muscular figure appeared in front of everyone. He was tall, and his muscles were entrenched like dragons. His entire body was like an iron tower, and every step he took caused the ground to tremble. This was definitely a strength-type expert. The Iron Tower youth carried a huge battle axe on his back. At this moment, he pulled out the battle axe with one hand and raised it to the sky. His entire body was like a barbaric war god, emitting a terrifying aura. Take my strongest attack, dominating sky axe. The Iron Tower youth roared. Then, he held the giant axe with both hands and quickly slashed downwards. Suddenly, countless sparks appeared in the air, and there was an ear-piercing demonic sound. This was caused by the friction between the giant axe and the air. This axe could be said to be extremely domineering. The attack was like a thunderstorm, carrying with it an earth-shattering force as it slashed towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the ground and the void were split in half, and terrifying cracks appeared. Even the surrounding defensive shield trembled violently, as if it could not withstand it. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He raised his right hand, and golden electric arcs danced on it. The sky was filled with golden lightning and intertwined, forming a huge palm of lightning. It was dozens of feet long and emitted a golden light. Above the palm of light, there were complicated inscriptions that revealed traces of inexplicable power. The golden palm of light fell and quickly streaked across the void. Sparks flew everywhere, and there was a burning smell in the void, accompanied by the shocking sound of thunder and dazzling light. Boom, the golden palm of light roared and collided with the opponent's giant battle axe, causing a wild explosion in the void. In an instant, with Lin Xian and Lin Xian as the center, violent lightning and terrifying energy quickly charged and covered the entire arena. The scene was extremely terrifying, as if it was the end of the world. Everyone was shocked. They could feel the terror inside even though they were separated by the defensive shield. What will the result be? Who will win? Many people were looking forward to it. Everyone looked at the arena with anticipation. The dust settled and a figure flew out. Everyone was shocked. When they looked carefully, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The figure that flew out was the tower-like young man from before. His body was surrounded by golden lightning. His hair was messy and there were many burn marks on his body. The tower-like young man landed on the ground and looked at Lin Xian in horror. His strength was tyrannical, and he had never lost to anyone in close combat. But today, he was defeated in the hands of a young man. Moreover, if the other party had not held back, he would have been killed by the lightning. He had looked down on Lin Xian and thought that it was just a rumor. Now that he had experienced it himself, he knew how terrifying Lin Xian was. After defeating the tower-like young man with one palm, Lin Xian stood proudly and looked down. The 3 of you can come at me together. Don't waste time. Hearing that, the crowd was in an uproar. Domineering, too domineering, Lin Xian wanted to take on 3 ultimate powerhouses by himself. That was crazy, if it had been before, they would not have believed it. However, they had seen Lin Xian defeat two ultimate powerhouses in 2 moves. His strength was too strong. Below, the 3 ultimate powerhouses had ugly looks on their faces. They were all powerhouses in their own right. Usually, they looked down on everyone and did not take anyone seriously. Now, someone dared to look down on them. The 3 of them were furious. However, if they were to face Lin Xian alone, they were not confident. After all, although they were strong, their combat strength was about the same as the previous 2. The defeat of the previous 2 had deeply infuriated them. Therefore, they did not dare to go alone. When the Wang family elder saw this, his face darkened. They knew that Lin Xian's strength had increased. An ultimate spiritual detecting realm martial artist would not be a match for him. Pass down the order. Let the 3 of them come at him together. The black-robed elder said in a deep voice. Together? The Wang family disciples trembled. A group attack was something that had never happened before. Moreover, to let 3 ultimate powerhouses attack a late-stage spiritual detecting realm martial artist, they would be laughed at. Seemingly knowing what the Wang clan disciples were thinking, the black-robed elder harumphed coldly, "Do you think that you won't be mocked if you go up alone? At that time, we will lose even more miserably. Why don't we let the 3 of them join forces and directly kill that little bastard on the arena? Even though we'll lose some reputation this way, we'll be able to cut off any future troubles." Yes. The Wang clan disciple replied respectfully. Soon after, the 3 peak spirit detecting martial artists received the news. The 3 of them had heavy hearts. They never thought that the Wang clan would really send all 3 of them at the same time. Taking deep breaths, the 3 of them exchanged glances. Right now, they had no other choice. It would be better for the 3 of them to fight together. If they won, they could even become heroes of the Wang clan. "Brat, you're the one courting death. Don't blame us." The 3 of them grinned maliciously and jumped onto the stage. What? The 3 of them are really going to attack together? F***ck, this is too crazy. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen such a scene before. For a time, the entire great martial stage was thrown into chaos. Not only that, but this news quickly spread out. After the martial artists of Quicksand City heard this news, they quickly rushed over. This is crazy. In the history of Quicksand City, I don't think anyone has done this before. Seeing the 3 of them join forces, Lin Xian's lips curled in disdain. Hurry up and make your move. Don't waste my time. You're courting death. The 3 of them were enraged. At this time, Lin Xian still dared to look down on them. This caused their hearts to burn with anger. It had to be known that the 3 of them were peak spirit detecting martial artists. With the 3 of them joining forces, they had the confidence to challenge a genius. Dealing with a single Lin Xian was an easy matter. Silver River Waterfall. The youth in the middle roared. His hands danced, and rays of dazzling light flowed out from his fingertips, forming a hazy water bottle. He held the water bottle with both hands and raised it high into the air. Suddenly, a silver waterfall flew out and surged in the air. The river surged, and the water crashed into each other. The crisp sound spread in all directions, as if a real waterfall was flowing in the air. Every drop of water contained a terrifying amount of energy. As they collided with each other, they constantly superimposed their strength. The silver waterfall surged and quickly flew toward Lin Xian. Wind slash. Lin Xian waved one of his arms, and a ball of green light appeared, instantly forming a dazzling green wind blade. With a swift and fierce aura, it was like a green flood that quickly slashed forward. Puff, crack, the 2 collided, creating a huge collision. Sparks flew everywhere, and energy surged. The void was in chaos. In the end, the sharp wind blade exploded, cutting the silver waterfall into several pieces. All of this happened in an instant. By the time everyone reacted, the battle had already ended. Attack together, the youth in the middle roared. Immediately, the martial artists on both sides also quickly attacked. The 3 of them joined forces, creating a terrifying momentum. Silver River Waterfall. Purple Flame Ball. Flickering Light Shadow. In an instant, 3 terrifying attacks shot out, rushing toward Lin Xian from 3 different directions, sealing him in the void. The 3 attacks were too fierce, and they carried a vast amount of energy as they streaked across the void. Wind Thunder Cut. Lin Xian was not afraid. The power of wind and thunder surged in his hand, intertwining to form a wind thunder light blade that whizzed out. The light blade whizzed, and as soon as it appeared, it emitted a powerful aura. The entire void rumbled, and countless raging winds and thunder exploded, sweeping in all directions. Lin Xian held the wind thunder light blade in his hand and swept it in front of him. Streaks of wind and thunder splashed, quickly cutting the void in front of him. The terrifying momentum was monstrous. He was fighting 1 against 3 like a god of war. The 4 of them moved quickly in the air, constantly exchanging blows. Their speed was extremely fast. In the crowd below, only a few experts could see the 4's movements clearly. The others could only see the occasional energy explosion in the void, but they could not see the figures at all. At this time, more and more martial artists rushed into the Wang family's arena. When they saw the battle in the void, they immediately exclaimed. When they heard that someone was fighting 1 against 3, they did not believe it at all. They thought that it was a deliberate rumor. But now, it seemed that there really was a madman fighting. Who is this person? He's so strong, so arrogant. Many newcomers asked. Not long after, they found out that the madman was called Lin Xian, an 18-year-old youth. Just as everyone was exclaiming, another person arrived. Nan Gongseng, Ma Rulong, and the others arrived. When they saw the scene in the arena, they were slightly surprised. Black Pearl went to bed happily. She would not miss out on Lin Xian's match. What? This damn guy actually bet 5 million spiritual stones. When Black Pearl heard that Lin Xian had bet 5 million mid-grade spiritual stones, she exclaimed. Her seductive little mouth opened wide. She had just bet and found out that the odds were 1 to 8. In other words, if Lin Xian won, he would receive 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones. This was a shocking number. This guy should win. Black Pearl's little face was nervous. Lin Xian was fighting 1 against 3, which shocked everyone. However, the Wang family was still the most depressed. It could be said that at this moment, they were extremely nervous. If the 3 of them could kill Lin Xian, it would be a happy ending. If they failed, the Wang family's dojo would fall into the abyss. The situation was not good. The black-robed elder frowned. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so strong that he could fight against 3 spiritual detecting realm martial artists. Before this, Lin Xian's performance was very dazzling. However, he did not expect the 3 spiritual detecting realm martial artists to be unable to take him down. However, the battle before them was like a sharp sword that pierced deeply into the hearts of the Wang family members. The 3 ultimate warriors were even more shocked. The 3 of them had used all their strength and used their strongest techniques, but they were still unable to take down Lin Xian. They did not even manage to hurt him. Lin Xian was too fast. Not only did he control the concept of wind, but he also had an earth-rank movement technique. The combination of the 2 made his speed extremely fast. There were probably very few people below the martial venerable realm who could compare to him. Although the 3 of them worked together and had extremely powerful attacks, they could not catch up to Lin Xian's speed. If they could not hurt him, their techniques were useless. No matter how violent they were useless. Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps. His body was like a flickering shadow as he shuttled through the dense attacks. He was very confident and at ease. There was even a hint of contempt in his expression. This time, he must completely defeat the Wang family's dojo. Sensing the contempt in Lin Xian's expression, the 3 ultimate warriors roared madly. Don't hold back anymore. Use your strongest attacks. We must kill this little bastard here. A martial artist roared madly. His black hair fluttered, and the spiritual energy in his body surged like a divine flame. Okay. The other 2 martial artists also responded. The 3 of them worked together and decided to use their strongest attacks. I wanted to play with you for a while. Since you're in a hurry to die, let's end it. Lin Xian's voice was cold as if he was playing a game. You're courting death. How dare you? Die, brat. The three of them roared, wishing they could cut Lin Xian down with their swords. Crack, Lin Xian's figure swayed, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. On his body, the two concepts of wind and thunder burst out at the same time, blooming with a dazzling light. Balls of green air intertwined with golden lightning, forming the power of wind and thunder that circled around him. Countless gusts of wind and electric blades shuttled back and forth, creating a terrifying scene. The power of wind and thunder surged, forming a huge formation that pressed down on the three of them. In an instant, the three of them felt their bodies tighten. They felt a powerful force of wind and thunder surrounding them. The terrifying aura made their bodies tremble slightly. Damn it, break for me. Milky Way Dragon Transformation. In the air, the silver waterfall surged, splitting into countless silver flood dragons. They roared ferociously as they shuttled back and forth, trying to break through the wind and thunder diagram. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. With a tap of his foot, he instantly appeared in front of an ultimate powerhouse like a bolt of lightning. He threw out a palm strike that carried the power of wind and lightning, surging towards that cultivator. Boom, the shadow of the palm carried the power of wind and thunder as it whizzed past, crashing into that cultivator in an instant. That ultimate powerhouse was shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian's speed to be so fast. In a panic, he hurriedly threw out a punch. The fist and the palm collided, and the terrifying power of wind and thunder exploded. The violent aura was like a ripple that spread out in all directions. In an instant, that ultimate powerhouse was hit by the wind and thunder, his body twitching non-stop. On his body, powerful bolts of lightning destroyed his body, and the power of wind formed a strong resistance, slowing down his movements. In an instant, he was stunned on the spot. His body twitched non-stop, and black smoke rose from it. With another palm strike, that ultimate powerhouse fell to the ground like a meteor. So fast. What? Someone was killed. The people below were shocked, and the hearts of the remaining two ultimate spirituality realm warriors were beating wildly. However, Lin Xian did not give them any time to think. He left a trail of afterimages and quickly attacked the other ultimate powerhouse. His palm fell, forming a huge palm of wind and thunder in the void. It was like a giant hand that covered the sky, pressing down on that cultivator. Before the palm landed, the martial artist below began to tremble. An astonishing aura enveloped him, and the terrifying lightning caused him to twitch incessantly. Retreat. Faced with such a violent attack, that ultimate powerhouse did not dare to take it head-on. He could only choose to retreat. However, Lin Xian's wind concept caused the surrounding air to freeze. That ultimate powerhouse's speed was greatly reduced, and he could not escape at all. In an instant, another person was defeated. The crowd exclaimed, and countless people went crazy. The Wang family elder and the others' faces darkened. They knew that they had lost this battle, and that the remaining cultivator would not be of much use. As expected, that last cultivator still wanted to struggle, but Lin Xian's fingers flicked, and a ball of wind and thunder appeared in his hand. As he waved, the ball of wind and thunder quickly expanded, and finally covered more than half of the arena, destroying all the silver dragons. That cultivator was also sent flying, vomiting blood. In the blink of an eye, all three ultimate powerhouses were defeated. This scene was too shocking. Lin Xian fought 1 against 3, and he won by a landslide. Lin Xian! Lin Xian! Many cultivators shouted excitedly. They had all bet on Lin Xian's victory, and now they all received 8 times the amount of spirit stones. Those who lost kept cursing. They blamed the Wang family's arena, and at the same time, they were deeply shocked by Lin Xian's strength. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort came from the depths of the Wang family's arena. The voice was like a clap of thunder. It was not loud at first, but it exploded in the air, and the cultivators below turned pale. Oh no, it's a venerable. A venerable is about to attack. Nan Gongseng's expression changed. The other cultivators were also frightened. They did not expect the Wang family's venerable to attack. The Wang family was stunned, and then they were overjoyed. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was definitely not a match for a venerable. Brat, I'll let you be arrogant again. Die. You can't escape death after offending the Wang family. The black-robed elder sneered. Following that cold snort, a monstrous pressure spread in all directions. It was like 100,000 mountains pressing down on everyone's heads, making it hard for them to breathe. Especially Lin Xian. He felt a powerful force fill the surroundings, as if it was going to crush him. Venerable. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, and his eyes shone with a shocking light. He channeled the great dragon sword soul in his body, wanting to unleash his strongest attack to escape the Venerable's cage. However, before he could move, a loud laugh was heard, and the cage around him was instantly shattered. Ha 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 ha, when did the Wang family become so shameless? A Venerable One actually dares to bully a junior. How capable. Although the voice was laughing, the sarcasm was obvious. Everyone was shocked. Someone actually dared to mock a Venerable One. Was he tired of living? However, there were also some people who were solemn because they noticed that the other person's aura was also very powerful. It was obvious that the other party was also a Venerable One. 2 Venerable Ones had appeared for Lin Xian. This was too shocking. One had to know that Venerable Ones usually would not participate in the matters of the arena. Now, a young man had attracted the attention of 2 Venerable Ones. This was definitely big news. The Wang family's Venerable One was mocked and immediately snorted coldly. A beam of light shot down from the sky like a world-destroying divine light and quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, a turbulent airwave was created. This attack was very ferocious. A trace of it could kill a martial artist below the Venerable realm. At this moment, it was charging towards Lin Xian with the determination to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian's heart was solemn. He was still unable to fight against a Venerable One, but if he wanted to leave, the Wang family's Venerable One would not be able to stop him. However, he did not leave because the other Venerable One had made a move. A sea of blue light formed beside him. It was like an endless sea, and it carried a vast amount of power as it protected Lin Xian. Boom! Bang! The attacks of the Venerable Ones collided, creating a terrifying storm. Fortunately, the 2 of them stopped in time and quickly restrained themselves. Otherwise, the entire arena would have been razed to the ground. Humph, old Ma, this young man doesn't seem to be from your Ma family, right? It doesn't seem appropriate for you to attack like this. The Wang family's Venerable One snorted coldly. Inappropriate? What's wrong? An old man appeared in the void. It was the elder of the Ma family who had exchanged spiritual herbs with Lin Xian that day. The one who broke the rules seems to be your Wang family. Elder Ma said with a smile, I'll definitely protect Lin Xian. Also, let the young people settle their matters. This is the rule of Quicksand City. Although Elder Ma's voice was not loud, it was sonorous and powerful, causing the Wang family's disciples to tremble. The group of people's expressions were ugly as they stared fiercely at the void. However, they could not resist a Venerable One. They could only place their hopes on their clan's Venerable Realm elders. However, to their disappointment, their Venerable One elder was indeed silent this time, as if he agreed with what the Ma family elder said. Elder, the Wang family disciples were unwilling to accept this. If they could solve this problem themselves, why would they look for a supreme expert? It was obvious that they couldn't solve the current situation. The Wang family's Venerable coldly snorted. If you can't even deal with a spirit-detecting realm brat, how are you going to manage the family in the future? I'll give you a chance to resolve this matter. Otherwise, you don't have to come back. With that, the Venerable One fell silent. The faces of the Wang family members darkened. They did not expect that the Venerable Ones and elders of their clan would not care about them anymore. For a moment, they were all stunned. The other martial artists were also shocked. The Wang family's supreme expert had actually retreated. Was it over just like that? In fact, those who were paying attention were all looking at the old figure in the sky with a trace of fear. It was obvious that the Venerable One from the Wang family had fallen to the lower ranks. This was the real reason why the Venerable One from the Wang family retreated. Otherwise, the rule that a Venerable One could not attack a junior would not make a dignified Venerable One retreat. The Ma family elder looked old, but he was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. His cultivation was abnormally powerful, and he was a very powerful existence among the Venerables. At this moment, he had personally stepped forward to protect Lin Xian. Perhaps no one in Quicksand City would dare to attack Lin Xian. Of course, that was only limited to the old monsters. They could not and would not care about the matters of the younger generation. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Lin Xian looked up and thanked him. He did not expect the Ma family elder to step in at the last moment. This was good. Not only was he safe, but he also did not have to expose his trump card. Haha, little friend, you're too serious. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for giving me this chance. The Ma family elder smiled, and then his figure gradually disappeared. Don't worry. After this, I don't think the old monsters of Quicksand City will attack you again. The old voice was still echoing, but the figure had already disappeared. Everyone was shocked. No one knew how the figure disappeared. However, they were even more shocked by the Ma family elder's words. Listening to it, Lin Xian seemed to have helped this venerables. If this was true, then it was too unbelievable. One had to know that venerables were true powerhouses. They were the overlords of a region. Basically, there was nothing in the world that could trouble them. And the things that could trouble them must be extremely difficult. And Lin Xian could occasionally help a venerables. This was too shocking. For a moment, Lin Xian not only became powerful in the hearts of everyone, but also incomparably mysterious. Countless people wanted to know Lin Xian's background, but they found that Lin Xian was like a mystery. They could not find any information about him. Lin Xian stood on the martial stage. His gaze swept and he asked in a deep voice, "Is there anyone else from the Wang family who wants to fight? Of course, if you think you're not strong enough, you can come together." Lin Xian's voice echoed in the surroundings, and it did not dissipate for a long time. Arrogant, too arrogant, to challenge the entire Wang clan single-handedly, this scene was too shocking. The surrounding people were excited. They could only feel their blood boiling. They were all ordinary people. Usually, they could only look up to such a powerful force. Even if they were bullied by such a force, they did not dare to fight back. They could only swallow their anger. But now, someone dared to challenge such a powerful force and even succeeded. To everyone, this was simply a miracle, a rage that could shatter mountains and rivers, a person who could suppress a group of heroes. This was something that countless martial artists dreamed of. Now, Lin Xian had helped them realize it. The Wang family disciples' feelings were the complete opposite. They even wanted to die. Ever since the venerables in the family retreated, they had lost all their strength. Even the venerables could not do anything to Lin Xian, so they had no way to do anything. Now, they felt a trace of regret in their hearts. Why did they provoke the assassin Lin Xian? If they had followed the rules back then, there would not be such a disaster now. However, there was no use in regretting some things. The Wang family was now on a path of no return. Now, they had no combat power. The 5 ultimate powerhouses they invited had all been defeated, and the rest were no match for him. Young man, there's no need to fight anymore. You've won. The black-robed elder appeared, his voice cold. Everyone was shocked. The Wang family's dojo had admitted defeat. This news was too shocking. Oh, is that so? Lin Xian shrugged. I bet 5 million spiritual stones. With this, I'll get 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Can the Wang family afford that? What? 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Everyone exclaimed and gasped. This was an astronomical figure. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so bold. He dared to bet 5 million spiritual stones. Was he not afraid of losing? However, behind this boldness was a great temptation. The odds of 1 to 8 allowed Lin Xian to get 40 million spiritual stones. Hearing this, the Wang family members trembled. The black-robed elder's mouth twitched. Hearing this, the black-robed elder's mouth twitched. 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones was not a small sum. Even the Wang family could not afford it in such a short time. With a cold snort, the black-robed elder looked at Lin Xian with undisguised killing intent. He knew that Lin Xian had bet 5 million spiritual stones. However, he did not think that Lin Xian could win, so he did not care about the 5 million spiritual stones. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would win, and the odds were 1-8. As a result, the Wang family had to pay 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones. The black-robed elder felt his heart bleeding. Moreover, what made it even more difficult for him was that if Lin Xian wanted to exchange the spiritual stones immediately, the Wang family would not be able to afford it. By then, they would definitely become the laughingstock of Quicksand City. Lin Xian saw the black-robed elder's ugly expression and smiled. He did not need to guess to know the Wang family's current predicament. However, this was good news for him because it was very beneficial for what he was going to do next. With a smile, Lin Xian looked at the black-robed elder. Now, there is a chance to save the Wang family. Chance? What chance? The black-robed elder frowned. He did not know what Lin Xian was playing. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Bet on what? You and I will fight. If you lose 40 million spiritual stones, I will not take a single cent. Moreover, the 5 million mid-grade spiritual stones will be given to the Wang family. Hearing this, the black-robed elder frowned with a hint of surprise. He did not believe that there was such a good deal in the world. What do you want? The black-robed elder asked in a deep voice. Very simple. If you lose, the Wang family's martial arts arena will be mine. You are courting death. The black-robed elder was furious. He did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to have designs on their martial arts arena. The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so bold as to make such a shocking bet. One had to know that 40 million spirit stones was an enormous amount of wealth. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to use it as a wager. Seeing the black-robed old man's reaction, Lin Xian wasn't angry at all. He shrugged and casually said, "It's fine if you don't want to bet. Then take out 40 million mid-grade spirit stones. I need them urgently." Hearing this, everyone from the Wang family felt their eyelids twitch. 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones was not something that could be found anywhere. How could they take it out so quickly? The black-robed elder frowned. They were indeed in a predicament. Then, he began to carefully consider what Lin Xian had just said. After some analysis, he realized that it was not impossible to defeat Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian was strong, his true battle power was only at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He was only at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. As an elder of the Wang family, he had been at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm for almost 100 years. His strength and foundation were very strong, and normal peak spirit-detecting realm martial artists were not his match. He could have easily won against the 3 ultimate powerhouses from before. Therefore, he was still confident that he could defeat Lin Xian. Moreover, as an elder, his wealth couldn't be compared to those normal young martial artists. He had excellent treasures and secret techniques in his hands. As long as he used his full strength, he could definitely defeat Lin Xian. I can accept your challenge, but I don't know if you'll keep your word, the black-robed elder asked. Of course, Lin Xian said. How can I go back on my word when I've said it in front of so many people? Okay, I agree to your request. Hearing this, everyone below was shocked. They didn't expect the Wang family to really agree to such a challenge. If they lost, the Wang family's dojo would change owners. This was definitely the biggest bet in Quicksand City in the past 100 years. If you want to fight, you can, but first you have to sign the contract, Lin Xian said. The black-robed elder's face darkened. He said in a deep voice, "You don't trust our Wang family." "I don't trust you. With your style, it's inevitable that you'll go back on your word when you lose, so it's better to write it clearly in advance." You, the black-robed elder trembled with anger. The Wang family members were also furious. Lin Xian didn't care about the Wang family's reaction. Instead, he threw out 2 blank scrolls and let them float in the air. Then, he quickly wrote down the contents of the battle, as well as the rewards for winning or losing. He said in a clear voice, "Today, I'll have a duel with the Wang family. If I win, then the Wang family's 5 battles will belong to me. If I lose, then the 40 million spirit stones that I won and the 5 million spirit stones that I originally had will all belong to the Wang family." It's written in black and white. Now, let's invite Nan Gongxing from the Nangong family and Ma Rulong from the Ma family to be the witnesses. Lin Xian looked at the black-robed elder. With the Nangong family and the Ma family as witnesses, I don't think you have any objections, right? The black-robed elder's face darkened. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be acquainted with the disciples of the 2 top families. He snorted and said in a deep voice, "I have no objections." "If you have no objections, then let's use your blood as a witness." With that, Lin Xian pricked his fingertip and flicked a stream of blood onto the scroll. The black-robed elder also made a blood-red mark. Then, the two scrolls fell into the hands of Nan Gongxing and Ma Rulong. "Brother Nan Gongxing, Brother Ma, thank you." Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. Seeing this, Nan Gongxing and Ma Rulong nodded. Then, they said in a clear voice, "Today's duel is voluntary. No matter the outcome, I hope that both parties will abide by the agreement. If not, the Ma family and the Nangong family will be the first to hunt him down." Ma Rulong said in a clear voice. His voice could be heard clearly in all directions. The reason why he said this was because the two of them had full confidence in Lin Xian. Not long ago, they had seen Lin Xian fight against Xianxia Tian with their own eyes. His strength was definitely incomparable. Even if the Wang family sent out an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years, the two of them believed that Lin Xian would definitely win. Now, let's invite the two participants onto the stage. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the black-robed elder's figures flickered and appeared on the stage at the same time. Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Lin Xian is currently very strong and can challenge multiple extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artists alone. However, his opponent is also an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. His strength is unfathomable and definitely not below Lin Xian. So, it's hard to say who will win and who will lose, someone analyzed. The Wang family did not agree. They firmly believed that the black-robed elder would win. Because the outcome of a battle was not just determined by cultivation strength. Experience, tactics, treasures, secret techniques, and other means could all determine the outcome of a battle. The black-robed elder had lived for hundreds of years and definitely had rich battle experience. Moreover, in terms of secret techniques and treasures, he could definitely suppress Lin Xian, so, the Wang family would definitely win this battle. This was also the reason why the black-robed elder dared to bet with Lin Xian. "Brat, I'll let you know that even the peak of the spirit-detecting realm has a huge gap. You will regret today's decision." The black-robed elder's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. "There's no point in talking. Show me what you have." Lin Xian wasn't afraid. "Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish." The black-robed elder sneered and pointed his finger. Streaks of abnormally ferocious deep blue finger lights, like vicious poisonous snakes, quickly streaked through the air with an endless amount of berserk power. Xiao xiao. Xiao, in an instant, several streaks of light appeared in the sky. They were like rainbows in the sky, causing people to tremble. As expected of a veteran expert. Such terrifying power. The crowd below exclaimed. The dark blue light made them tremble. Even the peak spirit-detecting realm martial artists were shocked. Lin Xian stood in the air. The dark blue light in front of him made him feel a huge wave of pressure. It was as if a crazy wave was roaring. Lin Xian clenched his right hand into a fist. He circulated his spirit energy and quickly punched out. A dazzling golden light flashed like the sun. It was accompanied by the sound of thunder as it blasted forward. Boom! 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 The golden fist and the dark blue finger energy collided in the air. Two ferocious waves of energy exploded. This little bastard is indeed terrifying. The black-robed elder's face sank. His finger seemed casual, but it contained 80% of his power. A normal peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist would die upon contact. However, Lin Xian blocked it. Even from far away, he could still feel the berserk power of the golden lightning. Humph, the show has just begun. The black-robed elder snorted and his spirit energy surged again. The surrounding spirit energy trembled and formed a vortex that poured into the finger energy. The dark blue finger energy flashed and seemed to have turned into an unfathomable ocean. It surged in the air and released a vast amount of energy. Boundless ocean. The black-robed elder circulated his spirit energy with all his might and roared. Boom! The dark blue ocean exploded and huge waves crashed against the shore. It was as if it could devour the world. Waves of energy surged toward Lin Xian at high speed. Thunder roar. Lin Xian's expression was cold. His entire body was bathed in lightning, as if he was the god of thunder. At this moment, the throbbing lightning all rushed towards the waves. The other party was a water-attributed martial artist, and who could transmit electricity. Therefore, the power of his thunder and lightning could be completely transmitted through the other party's attack, thus injuring the other party's body. Lin Xian did the same. Streaks of golden lightning transformed into lightning dragons that swam through the huge waves and charged towards the black-robed old man. The black-robed elder revealed a sinister smile. He flicked his storage ring and a wood-type armor appeared, quickly covering his entire body. The armor's grade wasn't high. It was only a mid-grade spirit rank armor, but it was the nemesis of lightning. Sure enough, the golden lightning dragon roared and bombarded the wood-type armor, but it didn't cause much damage. Ha 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 ha. Brat, let's see what you're going to do. The black-robed elder laughed. He had lived for hundreds of years and was very experienced. Even before the competition, he had already thought of a way to restrain Lin Xian. Now, it was only the first step. He wanted to make Lin Xian despair and make him suffer a fate worse than death, the black-robed elder sneered. Wearing the wood-type armor, he rushed towards Lin Xian with the power of the waves. The crowd below was in an uproar. Not good, Lin Xian is actually being restrained. As expected of a veteran powerhouse, he's really powerful. Is Lin Xian finished? Not necessarily, he still has the concept of wind. The crowd discussed and watched nervously. Wood-type armor? Lin Xian looked at the black-robed elder rushing towards him and raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the other party had really put in a lot of effort to defeat him, however, he didn't only have the power of thunder and lightning. Furious wind. A crystal-clear ball of wind surged on his body and spun rapidly, forming a hurricane in the blink of an eye. The power of wind surged, and Lin Xian became extremely agile at this moment. A cool breeze blew, and Lin Xian disappeared in the air. Where is he? The crowd below was shocked. They quickly searched but couldn't find him. The black-robed elder's face darkened. His opponent's speed made him wary. He clasped his palms together and activated the power of water. Huge waves roared around him, forming a tight defense. At the same time, water ripples spread out, forming a carpet attack that quickly spread throughout the entire space. Attacking and defending at the same time, the black-robed elder's methods were strict and decisive. Whoosh, Lin Xian's figure appeared, not far from the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so fast that he almost reached him. However, fortunately, his reaction was fast enough to make Lin Xian reveal himself. Die, brat. The black-robed elder sneered, and endless waves roared. Wind slash. Lin Xian's aura suddenly became fierce. The balls of wind rotated, forming sharp wind blades that swept in all directions. Suddenly, the sky was filled with a murderous aura, and the surrounding air was condensed. Puff puff puff, the wind blades that were dozens of feet long slashed horizontally, splitting the incoming waves. However, the sea was formless, and it could be hard or soft. The waves that were split quickly gathered together and rushed towards Lin Xian again. Wind move. Lin Xian's voice was calm, and his moves changed again. The wind blades disappeared, and the sky was filled with wild winds, whistling through the void. An endless gust of wind blew, blowing the waves away. Lin Xian formed a storm zone around him, and no attack could reach him. The black-robed elder's face was gloomy. The opponent's wind power was indeed difficult to break, but he was not without a way. His storage ring shone, and a green feather appeared in his hand. Since he couldn't break it, he would fight it. Wind against wind, the appearance of the green feather caused the void to tremble. Even Lin Xian's wild winds were affected. Divine Bird Palace? Lin Xian frowned, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He had fought with the Divine Bird Palace several times, so he was very clear about their aura. The feather in the black-robed elder's hand should be from the Divine Bird Palace. He just didn't know what the relationship between the Wang family and the Divine Bird Palace was. Kid, don't think that you're the only one who knows the power of wind. The black-robed elder snorted, I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. Today is the day you die. Then he waved the feather in his hand, stirring up the wind and clouds. Wild winds blew, and another storm was formed, filling the sky. The green feather was very magical, and it contained a strange power of wind. Coupled with the black-robed elder's full power, it formed a terrifying scene. Kill! Resisting Lin Xian's power of wind, the black-robed old man roared angrily and charged forward. At the same time, a long saber appeared in his hand again, shining with a cold light. An upper-grade spiritual treasure, the black-robed elder was determined to kill this time, so he used an upper-grade spiritual treasure. A bright light lit up, appearing in the void like a divine light, tearing the sky apart. Then, it quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. The black-robed old man used his upper-grade spiritual class artifact and quickly slashed at Lin Xian. The dazzling blade light was almost 100 feet long as it whizzed down. Under that enormous saber light, Lin Xian seemed incomparably tiny. The crowd below also exclaimed. This blade light was too stunning, and it was supported by an upper-grade spiritual artifact. It was absolutely powerful. Humph, despicable brat, go to hell. The black-robed old man looked up and laughed. He had used all his strength in this attack, and with the help of an upper-grade artifact, it was definitely enough to kill the little thief. Wind and thunder fusion. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he stood in the void. Two types of intent realm rotated around him, and a terrifying aura spread out. Soon, the power of wind and thunder fused, forming the power of wind and thunder. A violent and abnormal aura gushed out from Lin Xian's body like a thunderstorm, causing people's hearts to tremble. Not far away, the black-robed old man's body trembled as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt a shocking force pressing down on him. This force was too powerful, and it vaguely surpassed his strength. Even the 100-feet-long blade light he sent out was greatly obstructed. Wind and thunder cut. Lin Xian roared as he waved his arm. The power of wind and thunder intertwined, forming a huge blade light that quickly slashed down. Swoosh! Swoosh! A beam of greenish-golden light shot out from Lin Xian's arm and landed with a loud crash. Along with it, endless gales and violent lightning instantly enveloped the entire arena. In an instant, the black-robed old man felt the terror of the power of wind and thunder. He felt the surrounding air condense, forming a huge resistance. Not only that, but the wood elemental armor on his body also cracked, as if it would break at any time. This is impossible. The black-robed old man was horrified as he struggled with all his might. He did not believe that Lin Xian had such powerful strength. In fact, if it was an ordinary fusion of wind and thunder, it might not be so powerful. However, Lin Xian was different. He had not only fused the power of wind and thunder, but also two types of intent realm. In other words, the light blade contained the concepts of wind and lightning. This was too terrifying. It was absolutely not something that the black-robed old man could withstand. The huge wind and thunder light blade fell down. Wherever it passed, the green air current would move and thunder and lightning would intertwine. The wind and thunder combined to form a terrifying aura. Not only the black-robed old man, there was probably no one present who could withstand this attack. Damn it! The black-robed old man was alarmed, because the wood element armor on his body had already cracked, and the power of wind and thunder had drilled into his body, causing his entire body to go numb. Even the circulation of the spiritual energy in his body had slowed down and even showed signs of stopping. If it was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, they were in the middle of a battle right now. The slightest mistake could lead to a huge change in the situation. Lin Xian was also a seasoned veteran. Naturally, he would not let go of such an opportunity. With a wave of his hand, a huge wind lightning palm shot out. It was like a huge mountain moving in the air. The black-robed old man's face was ferocious. He roared and circulated the spiritual energy in his body with all his might, wanting to escape. In the end, he even cruelly burned his spiritual energy, erupting with a temporary burst of hidden power and finally breaking free from the control of the wind and thunder. The wind lightning palm fell, shattering most of the stage. A terrifying hole appeared in the ground, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Even the surrounding defensive light barrier was on the verge of collapse, as if it could not withstand it. This palm was too terrifying. If a peak spirit detecting martial artist was hit by it, their body and soul would definitely be destroyed. The black-robed old man fled, his body covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not care about the cost at the last moment and burned his spiritual energy to escape. Then, he looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with dread. Although the youth in front of him was young, his strength was not weaker than his. Even his battle experience was very rich. This kind of person could be called a battle genius. He sighed. If only his Wang family had such a genius. However, now was not the time to sigh. He would not let Lin Xian win. He took out a blood-colored pill the size of a longan fruit from his storage ring and quickly swallowed it. Kid, I admit that you are very strong, but let's end this. The black-robed old man's voice trembled, and there was even a trace of pain. Finally, he roared into the sky. His black robe suddenly split open, and a layer of blood-red light covered his body. What followed was a shocking aura. Demon blood pill, I didn't think that the elder would be forced to this step. The Wang family disciples were shocked. They knew that this was the black-robed old man's final trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use it. Although the secret technique was powerful, it also caused great damage to the body. Once the effect of the pill wore off, the martial artist's combat strength would be halved for the next 3 months, and they would suffer great pain. If it was not handled well, it would leave behind hidden injuries that would affect the martial artist's future. Under normal circumstances, the black-robed old man would not use it. However, he had used it today, which meant that he was forced into a desperate situation. After consuming the demon blood pill, the black-robed old man's body began to change. His originally skinny body was rapidly growing. Layers of fine scales even appeared on his skin, making him look ferocious and terrifying. I know, this is a demon blood pill, and it's the blood of an armored berserk ape. A martial artist exclaimed. The Sky Martial region was prosperous, and martial artists pursued strength. They developed a type of pill that fused the blood of a demon beast into the pill. After a martial artist consumed it, there would be a temporary surge in combat strength. The pill in the black-robed old man's hand was a demon blood pill, and it was the blood of an armored berserk ape. The armored berserk ape was an extremely powerful demon beast, and its strength was even stronger than a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Furthermore, this demon beast's defense was extremely strong, and it could be said to be the king of close combat. At this moment, after the black-robed old man consumed the demon blood pill, his entire body became abnormally ferocious. His body was filled with a terrifying power, and there was also a dense demonic aura. On his body, there was a layer of cold scales that flickered with a cold light, like cold steel. Whoosh, the black-robed old man took a step forward and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Xian. Boom, the demonic palm waved and grabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and used the golden lightning body, and at the same time, he used the wind lightning palm. Boom. Boom, Lin Xian and the black-robed old man's palms collided, and a surge of power crashed into each other. The two of them both took a step back, and a terrifying black hole appeared between them. It was a shocking sight. An abnormally powerful force tore apart the power of wind and lightning, and attacked Lin Xian's arm. Lin Xian's body once again surged with the power of wind and lightning, and only then did he neutralize it. What a powerful force, to be able to break through the power of wind and lightning. Lin Xian was moved. It seemed that the power of the demon blood pill was above his expectations. However, in the next moment, his face turned ugly. This was because his golden lightning body had been broken. The power of the demon blood pill exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. After the black-robed elder consumed it, he was able to tear apart Lin Xian's golden lightning body. One had to know that the golden lightning body was extremely powerful. Up until now, only Xianxia Tian had managed to break it. Now, it was broken once again. However, this situation caused the Wang family disciples to exclaim in surprise. Many of them cried out in excitement. Previously, they had been suppressed by Lin Xian for too long. Now, they could finally hold their heads high. Although it was an injury caused by an elder who consumed a pill, at least they had done it. The other warriors were also shocked. This was the first time someone had broken through Lin Xian's defense. This meant that the black-robed elder was likely to injure Lin Xian in the next few days. As expected of an elder. He's indeed sharp. The demon blood pill is so powerful. It can actually raise one's combat strength by so much. Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian frowned. From the previous attack, the black-robed elder's attack had at least doubled. It seemed like he had to be serious and stop playing around. Ha ha ha, kid, prepare to die. The black-robed elder laughed sinisterly. He was like a monster. His body was terrifying, and his appearance was terrifying. When he laughed, it was even more terrifying. His originally withered arm became huge. His palm was covered with scales, and there were long nails that shone with a cold light like daggers. Although you're neither human nor ghost, I have to admit that you've become stronger. You're worthy of me taking you seriously, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. What? Take him seriously? Everyone was stunned. They did not understand what Lin Xian meant. Could it be that he was just playing around? Everyone could not believe it. Of course, more people thought that Lin Xian was bragging, especially the disciples of the Wang clan, who booed him. Humph, kid, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. The black-robed elder snorted. No matter what you say, it won't change your fate. Streaks of blood-red light appeared on his claws. Its power was terrifying. You'll find out soon enough whether or not I'm being stubborn. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He slid his hand to his storage belt and a black scabbard appeared. Sword! Everyone exclaimed, and the black-robed old man frowned. Brat, don't think that you can scare me with that sword. To tell you the truth, in my current state, even if you use a high-grade spirit-ranked artifact, you won't be able to break through my defense. The black-robed old man sneered, his expression filled with disdain. However, Lin Xian didn't have any reaction. He held the wind shadow sword and his entire body changed. At this moment, he became abnormally fierce, like a divine sword that had been unsheathed, unstoppable. With the sword in hand, Lin Xian's aura rose to the peak. He was like a mountain that stood above the 9 heavens. The black-robed elder's expression finally changed. This aura was enough to threaten him. Die. The black-robed elder suddenly attacked. He wouldn't let Lin Xian's aura continue to grow. Streaks of blood-red murderous aura jumped and rotated in front of him, forming a huge beast claw. Puff. Puff, puff. Under the activation of the secret technique, the beast claw's power increased greatly. It was ferocious and terrifying, as if it was real. It quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. The black-robed elder exerted his strength to the extreme in this attack. Whoosh, Lin Xian activated his sword intent. The wind shadow sword turned illusory in front of him and slashed forward. A streak of sword light lit up like an aurora in the sky. It was extremely dazzling. In the end, the entire sky lost its color, and only the sword light was left under the sky. No, the black-robed elder was enveloped by the sword light, and fear appeared in his eyes. At this moment, he roared unwillingly as if he had encountered something terrifying and wanted to escape. However, his voice soon stopped, and so did his demonic beast body. In the void, the black-robed elder's body trembled slightly. His face was still filled with fear, but blood was flowing out from between his eyebrows. In the end, his entire body split in half. Puff, blood splattered everywhere and exploded in the air. No, impossible, elder. The group was stunned, and the Wang family disciples were even more terrified. The black-robed elder, who had been so majestic just a moment ago, was now split into 2 halves. He couldn't be more dead. The contrast between before and after was simply too great. Everyone was in disbelief. Indeed, the demonic beast black-robed elder was very powerful. He even suppressed Lin Xian for a while. However, everything changed when Lin Xian took out his sword. One move. With just one move, he killed the powerful black-robed elder. This kind of strength could no longer be described by the word terrifying. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Even Ma Rulong and the others were shocked. That sword strike just now made him feel a sense of apprehension. Putting away the wind shadow sword, Lin Xian looked at the Wang family disciples. The outcome has been decided. From now on, this arena belongs to me. Lin Xian's voice echoed in the void. His voice was filled with dominance. The Wang family disciples were in despair. They shouted, "Elder, supremacy, elder!" However, no one responded to them. In fact, even if the supremacy came out, it would be useless because someone would definitely jump out to stop him. The Wang family supremacy probably knew that too, so he did not come out. However, he still spoke up in the end. After all, losing the arena was such a big deal that ordinary disciples could not make the decision. Good, very good. The Wang family supremacy said coldly, "Kid, this won't end just like that. The Wang family will accompany you to the end. Now, everyone, leave this place and return to the family," the supremacy said. Immediately, all the Wang family disciples left with gloomy expressions. They were like stray dogs. Lin Xian was not afraid of the supremacy's threat at all. Now that his cultivation had broken through and he had obtained the Red Lotus armor, his strength had increased greatly. In the past, he could escape from the supremacy, let alone now. Therefore, Lin Xian calmly took over the Wang family's martial arts arena. Everyone was shocked. The change of ownership of the Wang family's martial arts arena was definitely a big deal in Quicksand City. They believed that it would not be long before Lin Xian became famous in Quicksand City. "Brother Lin, congratulations." Nan Gongsang and Ma Rulong congratulated. "Thank you." Lin Xian smiled. "I wonder if the two of you are interested in running this martial arts arena together." Hearing this, Nan Gongsang and Ma Rulong were stunned. Then, they were pleasantly surprised. "Brother Lin, is what you said true?" "Of course. In fact, I'm not familiar with the martial arts arena. My main goal was to destroy the Wang family's martial arts arena, and I've already done that." Indeed, Lin Xian was not good at running a business, and it was impossible for him to stay in Quicksand City for a long time. It was better to partner with Nan Gongsang and Ma Rulong. This way, not only could he ensure the martial arts arena's normal operation, but he could also get two powerful assistants. It was killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, the martial arts arena's income was not small. In the future, he might even be able to contribute to the search for materials for the Red Lotus armor. Lin Xian was thinking very far ahead. At the very least, he had to make the Red Lotus armor, no matter how difficult it was. Lin Xian invited the Nan Gongsang duo to join him, and they quickly agreed. Therefore, the handover procedures were all handed over to Nan Gongsang. He was familiar with these things anyway, and he liked doing it. Nan Gongsang was too excited. Although he was a disciple of the Nangong family, it was impossible for him to own an arena. With his current situation, it would be good enough if he could become an elder of an arena in a few decades. Now, however, he had the opportunity to own his own arena. Although he was partnered with Lin Xian, he was still the owner. This was something he would never have dared to imagine in the past. The Wang family's arena was not bad. It was a medium-sized arena and had a certain reputation in Quicksand City. With his talent, if it was developed well, it was very likely that the arena would improve. By then, his status would rise again. Perhaps only the top geniuses in the family could compete with him in the future. As for the venerable ones, Ma Rulong would take care of it. The Ma family's venerable ones from before was his great-grandfather, so he could totally invite them. The three of them discussed and felt that there was not much of a problem. "Then let's call it the Divine Dragon Pavilion Arena. What do you think?" Lin Xian asked. "All right." Nan Gongsang and Ma Rulong agreed. "I must make the Divine Dragon Pavilion Arena #1 in Quicksand City." Nan Gongsang was full of ambition. The news of the Wang family's arena changing owners was like a gust of wind, quickly sweeping through the entire Quicksand City. Instantly, everyone was shocked. They did not expect the dignified Wang family's arena to fall in the hands of a young man. This was too unbelievable. Of course, while everyone was shocked, there were also people who were furious. In Blackwood Fort, Blackwood Mountain's face was ashen. He originally wanted to send people to help the Wang family suppress Lin Xian, but he did not expect that before he could do anything, the other party had already taken over the Wang family's arena. "Trash, the Wang family is really trash." Blackwood Mountain roared angrily, "Damn thief, I won't let you accept it so easily." Blackwood Mountain's face was ferocious. He decided to use some means to destroy the arena that Lin Xian took over. However, the following news made him tremble in anger, and he stood rooted to the ground. This was because he received news that the Wang family's arena had officially changed its name to the Divine Dragon Pavilion Arena. At the same time, Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong had joined, and the three of them would be in charge of the arena. At the same time, the Venerable Ones would appear. There was. At the same time, there was also news that there would be Venerables overseeing them. Every piece of news was like a heavy bomb that knocked Blackwood Mountain unconscious. It wasn't just him, but many other influences of Quicksand City were shocked. They hadn't thought that these three youths would be so quick to complete the mission in such a short time. Half a month was half. Under the management of Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong, the Divine Dragon Pavilion's martial arts arena was developing rapidly. On the other hand, Lin Xian, the major shareholder, was hiding in a quiet courtyard to cultivate. To him, the Colosseum was just an accessory. What he truly cared about was the path of martial arts. The power of an ultimate powerhouse was what he was after. After half a month of silence, Quicksand City was bustling again. The city lord was celebrating his 300th birthday. Quicksand City belonged to the Sand Country. Although the aristocratic families in the city were powerful, they were still ruled by the city lord in name. Therefore, all the forces in the city returned for the city lord's birthday. The Divine Dragon Pavilion Arena had also received an invitation to the birthday banquet. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong came to Lin Xian's courtyard to discuss countermeasures. In the past, they would attend such important events as disciples. However, it was different this time. They would be attending as the arena's managers. It could be said that their identities had changed greatly. What do we need to pay attention to? Lin Xian asked. Martial arts battles are prevalent in Quicksand City. Therefore, we might be challenged at the birthday banquet. After all, the Divine Dragon Pavilion Arena has just been established. Someone will definitely step in. This was what Nan Gongseng was most worried about. The birthday banquet was of a high standard. All the major forces in the city had returned. The genius warriors of each family would also attend. Those disciples were very powerful. The Wang family could not be compared to them. Many of them were stronger than the Wang family's black-robed old man. They were exceptionally powerful. Therefore, they had to be careful. If there is a challenge, I'll leave it to you. Anyway, I can't help. Nan Gongseng sighed. Don't worry. I'll take on all of them. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Even if it's the Sand Region's prodigies, I'll help you stop them. His cultivation had improved a lot over the past few days. Therefore, he was very confident. There's no need for the prodigies. I don't think those perverts will go. However, you must stop the others. Nan Gongseng said. I want everyone to know how powerful the Divine Dragon Pavilion Arena is. The city lord's birthday banquet was set for 10 days later. During this period, everyone had been preparing gifts. This had stumped Nan Gongseng. He had picked many gifts, but he was not satisfied. They were either too expensive and they could not afford it. Otherwise, they were too poor and they could not afford it. In the end, he had no choice but to ask Lin Xian for help. According to him, it would be great if he could find a precious spiritual grass. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at him. Do you think 1,000-year-old spiritual herb is a cabbage? Although he still had it in his storage belt, he would not take it out. Nan Gongseng was a little disappointed. At that moment, the snow-white monkey suddenly jumped out. It was holding a peach of immortality and eating it non-stop. The peach of immortality was very strange. It was wrapped in a ball of spiritual energy. The moment it was taken out, the entire air was filled with spirituality. This is... Nan Gongseng's eyes were wide open. He had never seen such a strange spiritual fruit. It seemed that it was a peerless treasure. Even supremacies would be jealous if they saw it. However, it was being eaten by a monkey so casually. For a moment, Nan Gongseng was stunned. The snow-white monkey's big eyes narrowed into crescents. It quickly finished eating, threw the peach pit on the ground, and burped. Damn you, little brat. That's 1,000-year-old peach of immortality. Its pit is also a rare treasure. How dare you throw it away? A dark red snake suddenly slithered out and roared with an exasperated expression. If you don't want it, you can give it to Ben Huang. Nan Gongseng's eyes widened. What did he just see? A talking snake? Slap. He slapped himself twice and realized that he was not dreaming. The Crimson Dragon looked at him strangely and howled, "Is this kid stupid? How dare he slap himself? Ha 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 ha." This voice woke Nan Gongseng up. He suddenly remembered the Roussillon's words. Then, he quickly looked to the ground. If that was really a 1,000-year-old peach of immortality, its pit must be a treasure. Soon, he saw the pit on the ground. Nan Gongseng's body trembled. The peach pit on the ground was the pit of a 1,000-year-old Saturn peach. His first reaction was disbelief. However, when he recalled the light emitted by the peach, it was definitely not an ordinary spiritual fruit. It might really be a 1,000-year-old Saturn peach. Nan Gongseng rushed toward the peach pit. "Ah, what are you doing, you bastard? How dare you snatch something from Ben Huang? I'll bite you to death." The Crimson Dragon was anxious. It did not expect someone to snatch the pit of a peach from it. With a sway of its body, it turned into a red beam of light and quickly charged forward. However, Nan Gongseng was not slow either. In addition, he was close to the pit, so he quickly snatched it. "Bastard, quickly put down the peach pit, and Ben Huang will spare your life." Nan Gongseng did not care. He grabbed the pit tightly and felt the strong spiritual energy coming from it. He was ecstatic. A 1,000-year-old Saturn peach, it really is a 1,000-year-old Saturn peach. Haha, I'm rich this time. This is definitely the best birthday gift. Nan Gongseng was wild with joy and danced around. "Damn it, Ben Huang is talking to you." The Crimson Dragon was furious. A snake that can talk? It is indeed a rare treasure. If it is used as a birthday gift, it might be even more shocking. Nan Gongseng looked at the Crimson Dragon with shining eyes. "Damn it, come here, kid. Ben Huang promises not to beat you to death." The Crimson Dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. Lin Xian facepalmed and was speechless. "Okay, Brother Lin, the gift is ready. How are we going to go? You guys go first. I might need to cultivate for a while." "Don't worry, I won't delay things." Lin Xian smiled. "Okay, cultivation fanatic." Nan Gongseng shrugged helplessly and left. After that, Lin Xian went into seclusion to cultivate again. Time flew, and the day of the city lord's birthday banquet arrived. The entire Quicksand City was bustling with noise and excitement. On this day, the city lord's mansion was decorated with lanterns and banners. The wide road was crowded with people coming and going, and there was an endless stream of people in front of the city lord's mansion. Lin Xian also ended his cultivation early and brought the dragon and monkey to the city lord's mansion. However, just as he walked out of the mansion, a cold and gloomy light quickly attacked him from behind like a poisonous snake. This light was very fast as lightning, and it carried a terrifying force. Lin Xian was shocked. His body swayed and he quickly moved away. The cold light brushed past his body, and the cold aura it emitted made his hair stand on end. This attack was soundless and extremely insidious. If it wasn't for his powerful soul, anyone else would have already lost their lives. Someone had actually set up an ambush in front of his house, wanting to take his life. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart burned with anger. He abruptly turned around and reached out with his soul to search the surroundings. "You are indeed worthy of being called a genius warrior. You were actually able to dodge my attack. Interesting." A slightly mocking voice was heard. Immediately after, a figure appeared in Lin Xian's field of vision. Not far away, a middle-aged man stood with a gloomy expression. At this moment, he was playing with a crescent-shaped flying knife in his hand. This middle-aged man stood in the middle of the road, blocking Lin Xian's path. "You finally came out. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The middle-aged man's expression was cold, and his voice was slightly hoarse. "Waiting for me?" Lin Xian frowned. "What's the matter?" "Naturally, it's to kill you." "Kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. I know you are very strong, but people stronger than you have died at my hands, so I'm confident." The middle-aged man was very confident. Lin Xian frowned. With his warrior's instincts, he could feel a sinister aura coming from the middle-aged man in front of him. This aura was abnormally terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the black-robed old man who had consumed the demon blood pill. The other party must be an extremely terrifying figure. I don't have time to waste with you. Scram or die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He really didn't have time now because he had to attend the city lord's birthday banquet. Ha 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 ha, you are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. The middle-aged man laughed. I know where you want to go, but don't even think about it. You won't be going anywhere today. With that, the middle-aged man stomped on the ground. The ground under his feet quickly trembled like a wave that spread out in all directions. In the next moment, the surroundings changed drastically. A dark and gloomy forest appeared, replacing the houses and streets from before. This is an illusion array? Lin Xian frowned. His expression was filled with caution. The middle-aged man in front of him was too strange. He had to be careful. Illusion array? The middle-aged man sneered. You can think of it that way, but I prefer to call it the assassination forest. Before he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's figure had already disappeared, completely blending into the dark forest. Whoosh, a dark and gloomy light flew out from the forest and shot towards Lin Xian's back. This attack was soundless, and even the light had disappeared. Lin Xian only sensed it when the flying knife approached. His expression was gloomy as he quickly dodged. Who sent you? He always had a bad feeling. This middle-aged man's strength was beyond imagination, and his methods were very strange. It belonged to the Tao of assassination. Ha 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 ha, are you afraid? A fleeting voice came from all around. The moment you die, I will tell you. Afraid? Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I still don't know what fear is. Subsequently, Lin Xian used the concept of wind. A ball of sparkling and translucent wind appeared and revolved around him. Although he still didn't understand the situation around him, with the concept of wind, he could probably block the attack of the hidden weapon. The concept of wind is indeed a good method. However, it's useless. With this voice, the surroundings became silent again. Lin Xian looked around cautiously. Suddenly, his body swayed and shot into the air. The ground where he was originally standing cracked open, and a cold light shot out, shattering the void. That was close. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, it's really fun. The middle-aged man's figure appeared again. He was like a cloud, floating on the leaves. Kid, this shouldn't be an illusion array, but a very strange space. Be careful. The Crimson Dragon warned. It's not an illusion array. Lin Xian was vigilant. He then nodded and summoned the snow-white monkey. Although this middle-aged man's attacks were strange, the frequency of his attacks was not dense. It could be that the opponent wanted to toy with him. There was another possibility, and that was to stall for time. After all, today was the city lord's birthday banquet, and he was also invited. If he was late, he was afraid that the city lord would be unhappy. At that time, the other hostile forces would add fuel to the fire, and it was very likely that they would destroy the arena that he had just won. Perhaps, this was the real goal of those people. Lin Xian was bitterly disappointed by their sinister intentions. Since that was the case, he could only use the long sword in his hand to break open the cage. With a snort, Lin Xian released a ray of sword chi towards the surrounding dark forest. Puff puff, the dazzling sword chi fell into the forest, creating a layer of ripples before disappearing. Don't waste your energy. You can't break open this assassination forest. The middle-aged man laughed disdainfully. Surrender and I'll give you a quick death. The middle-aged man stood at the top of a tree and looked down at Lin Xian. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and sent a voice transmission to the little white monkey. Whoosh, the little white monkey disappeared in a flash of white light and appeared in front of the middle-aged man. You sent a monkey? What a joke. I think you're crazy. The middle-aged man stretched out his large hands and tried to grab the little white monkey. However, he only caught a white shadow. So fast. The middle-aged man was shocked. The little white monkey's speed was beyond his imagination. However, this made him even more interested. Bang, however, before he could react, the snow-white little monkey's furry little claws slapped his face, instantly stunning him. The middle-aged man felt dizzy for a moment. This is my chance. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He used all his speed and rushed upwards. At the same time, he unsheathed the wind shadow sword and released a terrifying sword essence. Whoosh, a ray of sword light shot out diagonally and pierced into the middle-aged man's body. Ah, the middle-aged man screamed in pain. At the same time, he recovered from his dizzy state. Bang, enduring the pain, the middle-aged man's body sank and quickly descended. He disappeared in the air. Only a string of blood was left floating in the air. Ha 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 ha, the little guy got it again. What a surprise. The crimson dragon flew out with a mocking look. Kid, you dare to hurt me? You're asking for it. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with killing intent. So what if I hurt you? I still want to kill you. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Those who block me, die. Humph, I was careless this time. You have no chance. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Stay in this assassination forest forever. The middle-aged man disappeared completely, and then the surrounding black trees began to dance. Like a demon, it danced wildly. Every branch was filled with oppressive pressure. They moved through the air and stabbed toward Lin Xian. A series of ear-piercing sounds pierced through the air, like a demonic sound, causing people to tremble. Motherlong, dodge. The crimson dragon screamed and flew away quickly. Lin Xian also used his movement technique, turning into countless afterimages as he dodged with extreme speed. On the other hand, the snow-white little monkey had a face full of joy, as if it was very excited. One man and two beasts shuttled through the forest, and the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. 10,000 trees descend. The middle-aged man's venomous voice rang out. Immediately, the entire forest seemed to have come alive as a group of demons danced wildly. Huge tree trunks intertwined, forming a fierce attack that fell downward. A gloomy and terrifying aura shrouded the surroundings. Countless vines danced below like divine whips, tearing through the void. Some of the vines bloomed blood-red flowers, like the mouths of demonic beasts. They were ferocious and terrifying as they swallowed the surroundings. Lin Xian was shocked. The scene was too terrifying. It was as if he had arrived at a gathering place of demons. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in the void, all kinds of vines and branches danced. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast, but the space he could move in was getting smaller and smaller. I can't dodge anymore. A fierce look appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He had to make a move. The wind shadow sword in his hand drew a trajectory in front of him. Sword chi danced, turning into rays of divine light that slashed in all directions. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the surrounding branches and vines broke, but more vines lashed out. Bang, Lin Xian was caught off guard and was hit by a vine. Fortunately, he used the golden thunder body in time to block the attack. However, the violent force still caused his body to move horizontally. Brat, I'll make you lose your life in pain. The middle-aged man's voice sounded again. The vines became even crazier. In an instant, they had wrapped around Lin Xian and the others. Break! The blazing sword light circled around Lin Xian. The vast power was like a long river that swept through the heavens and earth. A ball of sword light formed and enveloped Lin Xian, saving him from danger. The snow-white monkey's body was like lightning. Its speed was even faster than Lin Xian's. Those attacks could not even touch it. However, the crimson dragon was unlucky. He had lost most of his power and was pitifully weak. He did not have Lin Xian's powerful attacks, nor did he have the speed of the snow-white monkey. In the end, he was entangled by a group of vines. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. The vines climbed onto the crimson dragon's body and quickly wrapped around it, forming a strangling force. The force was very shocking. Ordinary martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm would not be able to withstand it. However, the crimson dragon only crazily cried out. Its body was not injured at all. Humph! Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man's face became terrifyingly gloomy. One man and two beasts. He had caught one with great difficulty, but he did not expect that he could not hurt them at all. This made him feel like he was going crazy. One had to know that he was an existence that had killed countless martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. This forest of assassins was even more terrifying. It was enough to kill any martial artist below the spirit-detecting realm. However, today, it seemed to have lost its effect. Damn it! The middle-aged man was furious. He swore that he would definitely kill Lin Xian and the others. Ruffian, can you still do it? Lin Xian asked. Damn it, Ben Huang is angry. The Crimson Dragon was furious. If Ben Huang doesn't show his power, you really think I'm a little snake? I'll bite, bite, bite. The Crimson Dragon's head turned and bit at the vines. Although it did not look good, the effect was indeed very good. This was very normal. Although the Crimson Dragon's attack power was not strong, it was still a peerless existence. Its life force had already reached an extremely high level. Not to mention these vines, even a spirit-detecting realm expert might not be able to hurt its body. Seeing the Crimson Dragon break free, Lin Xian roared and swung his longsword in all directions. Just as Lin Xian was fighting fiercely, the city lord's mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. Beautiful women were dancing and singing. It was very lively, accompanied by beauties and experts. At this moment, most of the representatives of Quicksand City's forces were gathered in the main hall. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong sat at the end, feeling anxious. Aya, why isn't Brother Lin here yet? Nan Gongseng was anxious. Could it be that he forgot? Ma Rulong was also worried. Impossible. Even though Brother Lin is a cultivation maniac, there's no way he would forget about this. Could it be that something happened on the way? The two of them were extremely anxious. The birthday banquet had already begun, but Lin Xian was not here yet. If they were discovered, they might offend the city lord's mansion. At that time, it might even alert the city lord. Hey, aren't these the heroes of the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena? Why is one person missing? A mocking voice was heard. Hearing that, Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong's hearts skipped a beat. What they were afraid of really happened. Just as Nan Gongseng was worrying, someone suddenly asked. Moreover, there was a hint of mockery in that voice. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong immediately looked up and saw that it was a disciple of Blackwood Fort, Blackwood Mountain. Damn it, this guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Seeing Blackwood Mountain's expression, Nan Gongseng was furious. Ma Rulong also shouted coldly, you seem to be very concerned about our Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. Not at all, not at all. Blackwood Mountain said with a smile. He was in a good mood and naturally wanted to avoid Ma Rulong and Ma Rulong. I advise the two of you not to wait because that kid will definitely not come. A sinister smile appeared on MT Blackwood's face. What? Hearing that, the two were shocked and looked at Blackwood Mountain. Why are you looking at me? I don't know anything. Blackwood Mountain sneered, I think you should worry about yourself. How dare you not come to the city lord's invitation? You must be tired of living. With that, Blackwood Mountain left with a smug look. Damn it, this is definitely related to him. Nan Gongseng was anxious. Don't worry, wait a little longer. With Brother Lin's ability, ordinary people can't hurt him. Ma Rulong's face was also gloomy. The two sat with a sullen face and did not say a word. Assassination Forest. The middle-aged man urged the black trees with all his strength, forming a strangling attack that pierced towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He did not know how many times he had swung his sword, but the trees seemed to be endless. He could not kill them all. Ha 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 ha, kid, stop struggling and obediently become my nourishment. Humph. Wind Thunder Cut. Lin Xian swung his sword and a Wind Thunder sword chi was released. The violent and swift power swept out in all directions. The surrounding demonized trees were all sent flying, making cracking sounds. However, in the next moment, they sank into the ground and became nourishment for the forest. Instantly, even more branches flew over. Kid, don't fight recklessly. The Crimson Dragon transmitted, this should be the demonic cloud vine. Demonic cloud vine? Lin Xian was puzzled, what is that? It's a very abnormal plant. Unless we find its main body, it's impossible to kill it. The Crimson Dragon said, try to sense it carefully. You must find its main body. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to get out. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. He then used all of his soul power to sense the middle-aged man's presence. According to his guess, the middle-aged man must be on the main body. However, the vines that filled the sky were actually able to affect the perception of soul power. Even though Lin Xian's soul power was strong, it was still extremely difficult for him to sense anything. Damn it! Lin Xian was infuriated. If it were any other day, he could have fought a war of attrition. However, he was in a hurry and could not afford to do so. Wooji wooji, the little white monkey shouted from the side. You can find it? Lin Xian was delighted. The little white monkey squinted its crescent-shaped eyes and nodded continuously. Then, it turned into a white light and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Soon, the little white monkey arrived in front of a towering tree. The tree was very large, with a diameter of more than 10 meters. It was pitch black and looked like a small mountain. At this moment, in the middle of the tree trunk, there was a human face stuck to it. If one looked closely, they would find that it was the face of the middle-aged man. This scene was too strange. A man had merged with a tree and could control the entire forest. It was unbelievable. However, the little white monkey ignored all of this. It raised its furry paw and slapped at the illusory face. Paw, the paw slapped the tree trunk and left a beast claw mark. Ha ha ha, it's useless. I won't faint this time. The middle-aged man laughed wildly. Little thing, I'll kill you in a while. Is that so? You won't have a chance. A cold voice sounded. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. The illusory face suddenly revealed a shocked expression because he saw a figure appear in front of him. It was a young man with a sword in his hand. He looked extremely fierce. Humph, boy, you're good. You actually found this place. The illusory face snorted. So what if you found it? The demonic cloud vine is an ancient strange creature. You can't hurt it at all. Now, go to hell. The middle-aged man suddenly shouted. Suddenly, countless purplish-black vines flew out and pierced the void like heavenly spears. Buzz buzz buzz, the entire space trembled. The vines spun rapidly and turned into powerful shockwaves that swept across the land. Chi-chi, in an instant, it pierced through Lin Xian's figure. However, the figure quickly turned into bubbles and disappeared. After image. The middle-aged man was shocked and then snorted. However, in the next moment, he was shocked again because Lin Xian had arrived in front of him. A pitch-black long sword appeared and hung in the void. The long sword was filled with death and nirvana intent. It was as if that sword could take away all life. Let's end this. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He waved the nirvana sword and pierced it into the giant black tree. An invisible force of nirvana rushed out and quickly absorbed the vitality of the giant black tree. No, the middle-aged man's illusory face screamed in horror. He could feel the vitality of the black tree quickly draining away and the branches were aging. That's impossible. His face was distorted. The demonic cloud vine was an ancient demonic creature. It was very powerful and had a strong vitality. It could be said that it was very difficult to eliminate. An adult demonic cloud vine could easily suck a supremacy dry. Although the middle-aged man's demonic cloud vine had not grown up yet, it was still very powerful. Even martial artists below the supremacy realm could not escape from it. Now, someone could actually hurt his demonic cloud vine, and the other party was only a youth in the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. It was too unbelievable. Stop. We can talk about this. The middle-aged man screamed. It was very difficult to cultivate the demonic cloud vine. He had spent a lot of effort to make the demonic cloud vine grow to its current state. But now, his beloved demonic cloud vine was rapidly losing its vitality. This was undoubtedly taking his life. The middle-aged man's heart was bleeding. Stop? Lin Xian sneered. Why didn't you say that before? Don't you think it's too late to stop now that you can't beat me? I was wrong. I'll let you go now and won't make things difficult for you. The middle-aged man begged for mercy. Is that so? Didn't you want to kill me and use me as fertilizer? Lin Xian sneered. You don't have a chance. I said it before. Either get lost or die. Since you're staying, then die. Kid, I'll fight you to the death. The middle-aged man went crazy. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance. He activated the Nirvana sword with all his strength. A powerful force of Nirvana surged out and instantly covered the sky. The entire forest was withering and aging. As if it had reached the end of its life, countless tree trunks turned into ashes. In the end, the surrounding forest gradually disappeared, revealing the outside world. The familiar streets of Quicksand City appeared again. Lin Xian and the others also appeared. Lin Xian used the Sword of Nirvana and finally destroyed the demonic cloud vine's attack. Not only that, but he also destroyed the entire forest. The boundless darkness disappeared and the outside world was revealed. The middle-aged man's illusory face also appeared beside Lin Xian. However, he was extremely pale and embarrassed. Please spare my life. I'll tell you who sent me. The middle-aged man's voice trembled. He no longer had the arrogance from before. At this moment, he didn't look like an assassin. He looked more like a stray dog. No need. I already know. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Blackwood Stronghold, right? Hearing this, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank. He was horrified. However, he still wanted to say something. The Sword of Nirvana quickly pierced his chest and took away all his vitality. Then, all the dark forest disappeared. A purplish-black seed fell to the ground. The seed was as big as a fist. It was covered with patterns like a purple cloud. That was close. The Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the demonic cloud vine hasn't fully grown yet. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape. Demonic cloud vine. Lin Xian pondered. Then, he took the seed into his hand. This seed should still be alive, right? Kid, what are you doing? Are you trying to cultivate the demonic cloud vine? The Crimson Dragon was shocked. I reminded you that the demonic cloud vine is very difficult to cultivate. Ordinary people can't cultivate it. Moreover, it's too dangerous. There was once a king who cultivated one, but he was devoured by it. In ancient times, the demonic cloud vine represented disaster. The Crimson Dragon reminded him. Don't worry. I know. I won't use it before I'm sure, Lin Xian said. Then, he put it into his storage belt. Lin Xian was shocked after seeing the demonic cloud vine's strange energy. However, he wasn't strong enough to control the demonic cloud vine. When he was strong enough in the future, he might cultivate the demonic cloud vine again. Let's go quickly. I'm afraid we'll be late. Lin Xian called the Snow-White Monkey and the Crimson Dragon and quickly walked towards the City Lord's mansion. At this time, the City Lord's mansion was still singing and dancing, bustling with noise and excitement. However, Nan Gongxing and Ma Rulong were extremely anxious in their hearts. Lin Xian had yet to arrive, but MT Blackwood had already started to make things difficult for them. I've often heard of the Holy Dragon Arena's reputation. Now that I've seen it today, the two of you are indeed young heroes. Only, I wonder where that young genius with 10 consecutive victories is? That's right. Why didn't he appear on such an important occasion like the City Lord's birthday? Doesn't he want to come here? Many people frowned when they heard those words. Those words were very sharp, as if they were trying to sow discord. Nan Gongxing and Ma Rulong's eyelids twitched. Haha, how could that be? Brother Lin isn't feeling well, so he went out to rest. He'll be back soon. Oh, really? Where did he go to rest? Our Blackwood family's top-quality elixirs are very effective. They can definitely heal his body. MT Blackwood refused to let go because he knew that Lin Xian definitely wouldn't come. No need. Brother Lin will be back soon. Ma Rulong's voice was cold. As the two sides were arguing, the City Lord's mansion's people frowned. Today was their City Lord's birthday and they had invited all the forces in Flozhen City. Yet, someone dared to not come. This was simply not giving them any face. Moreover, the top forces were all here, yet a young man dared to not come? This was simply not putting their city lord's mansion in his eyes, especially those young disciples. Their expressions were cold and their eyes were unfriendly. Their cultivations were strong and they were at the age where they were proud and arrogant. Yet, everyone was praising another young man. This made them feel unsatisfied. The old city lord sat in the main hall, surrounded by colorful clouds, making it impossible to see clearly. At this moment, when he heard the discussion below, he put down his wine cup and remained silent. A somewhat oppressive aura spread out and reverberated in the main hall. Nan Gongxing was shocked. It seemed that he had alarmed the powerful city lord. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and quickly stood up. Junior Nan Gongxing is truly fortunate to be invited by the city lord's mansion today. I hereby present a birthday gift. I hope the city lord will like it. Humph. You? What kind of gift can a small arena bring out to make the city lord like it? What a joke. Mt. Blackwood sneered. Immediately, a group of people echoed and laughter echoed in the surroundings. Nan Gongxing's expression did not change as he stood with a smile. If it was something else, he would be a little worried. However, he had absolute confidence in this gift. Present it. A dignified voice sounded. Immediately, an old man walked down and stood in the air. He grabbed the purple sandalwood box with both hands. Then, he quickly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above the main hall. Standing beside the city lord, the old man presented it with both hands with a respectful expression. The city lord took the sandalwood box and slowly opened it. Then, he revealed a look of surprise. I obtained this by chance. It's a 1,000-year-old immortality peach seed. I hope the city lord will like it, said Nan Gongxing. What? A 1,000-year-old immortality peach seed. Everyone was shocked and in an uproar. One had to know that Quicksand City's climate was special, and it was very short of water. Therefore, there were very few spirit herbs here, and most of them were not very old. A 1,000-year-old spirit herb seed was very rare, even a supremacy might not have one. Now, a spirit-detecting kid had presented such a big gift. The surrounding people exclaimed, and the way they looked at Nan Gongxing and the others changed. The people of the Nangong family were also surprised. They did not know when Nan Gongxing had such a treasure. The faces of Mt. Blackwood and the other disciples of the Blackwood family darkened. They had just mocked Nan Gongxing for not being able to take out anything good. In the end, Nan Gongxing took out a 1,000-year-old spirit herb seed. At this moment, they felt their faces burning as if they had been slapped hard. Not bad. It does look like a 1,000-year-old spirit herb seed, and it's full of spirituality. It's a high-grade item. The city lord said with a smile. Immediately, the air that was originally condensed dissipated and was replaced by a gentle aura. It's indeed a big gift. You're very considerate. The city lord's attitude was obviously much better, and there was even a trace of a smile on his face. Immediately, everyone was shocked again. It was not easy to get the city lord's praise. One had to know that before this, the city lord had only shown such an attitude when interacting with the older generation. The younger generation had never been appreciated by the city lord. But now, Nan Gongxing was being praised. The young disciples present were very shocked, especially the disciples of the Blackwood family. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Humph, don't think that you can escape the crime of looking down on the city lord with a gift. Mt. Blackwood sneered, and there was a trace of malevolence in his voice. Lin Xian dared to not attend the birthday banquet. This is a challenge and an insult to the city lord's mansion. His voice was unusually sharp, and it immediately intensified the conflict. Immediately, the entire hall fell silent again. Hei Mushin's words silenced the hall once again. Many people were shocked. It seemed like the Hei Mushin family was at odds with the Holy Dragon Arena. Brother Hei Mushin is right. That kid is too despicable. How dare he not come to the banquet? A young man snorted. Immediately, the crowd was shocked, and many of them revealed gloating expressions. Nan Gongxing frowned. The young man who spoke was from the city governor's estate. He was a young master of the city governor's estate with a high status. At this moment, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Naturally, he stood on Mushin's side. Young Master Qi is right. I think we should capture Lin Xian and teach him a lesson. Mushin sneered. Don't worry. I'll send someone. The young man said in a deep voice. No need. I'm here. A steady voice sounded. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the hall. Everyone looked over and saw that the person was Lin Xian. Phew, Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong both breathed a sigh of relief. They could finally put their hearts at ease. Mushin's pupils constricted. He stood up in shock. You're fine? Why? Do you want something to happen to me? Lin Xian sneered. Or did your plan fail? Mushin's face changed. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand. He did send an expert to assassinate Lin Xian. However, he would never admit it. However, the fact that Lin Xian was able to make it here was beyond his expectations. Damn it. How is he still alive? Mushin couldn't understand. After all, he had hired top assassins. They were called the Dark Hunters. Ordinary martial artists below the Venerable Realm couldn't escape. However, Lin Xian had actually managed to escape. Mushin didn't know what happened. However, he wouldn't let Lin Xian go. Lin Xian, how dare you? How dare you be late for the city governor's birthday banquet? I think you're deliberately provoking the city governor's dignity. Mushin snorted. He wanted to show Lin Xian his power. Provoking the city lord? Lin Xian looked at Blackwood Mountain and sneered. I'm very curious. Are you a roundworm in my stomach? You actually know what I'm thinking. Or are you just making wild guesses? Blackwood Mountain, this is the city lord's mansion. It's not a place for you, a member of the Blackwood Castle, to behave atrociously. Lin Xian's voice was firm and resolute. Mushin was so angry that his face turned red and his whole body trembled. A little martial artist actually dared to berate him to his face. This was courting death, no one had ever dared to treat him like this. Blackwood Mountain's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Where did this wild brat come from? This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Get out. An elder of the Blackwood family coldly snorted. What, the young one can't do it, so the old one can? Lin Xian was not afraid. This is the city lord's birthday celebration. You want to fight? You've come to the wrong place, haven't you? After the city lord's birthday celebration, the Divine Dragon Pavilion's battle arena will welcome you at any time. However, please take note now. Do not disturb the city lord's birthday celebration. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Instantly, the entire Blackwood family was so angry that their faces turned black. The surrounding people were also shocked. This Lin Xian was so valiant. To be able to turn this situation around under such unfavorable conditions, he was indeed powerful. After a few words, Lin Xian covered up the fact that he was late. Instead, he seized the weakness of the Blackwood family and quickly counterattacked. It was really beautiful. What a sharp-tongued brat. However, it's useless. The Blackwood family can't control you, but I can. Young Master Qi coldly snorted. He looked at Lin Xian with a trace of coldness in his eyes. There were two reasons why he was hostile to Lin Xian. Firstly, he was on good terms with the Blackwood family. At this moment, of course, he would stand with the Blackwood family to suppress Lin Xian. Secondly, as a young expert, he was very conceited. Other than a few great prodigies, he didn't put anyone else in his eyes. And these days, the entire Quicksand City was talking about Lin Xian. This made him very unhappy. Even he didn't have this kind of fame. What right did a little spirit-detecting martial artist have to receive this kind of treatment? Therefore, when he saw Lin Xian today, he had a desire to suppress him. Seeing young Master Qi's attitude, Lin Xian frowned. The other party was from the city lord's residence, so he couldn't openly oppose him. Especially on this special day of the city lord's birthday. However, he wasn't someone who would be bullied. He really didn't care about young Master Qi's attitude. What he cared about was the city lord's attitude. However, the city lord was wrapped in a hazy light and couldn't be seen clearly. On the other hand, Nan Gongxing transmitted a message and told him about what had happened. After Lin Xian heard this, he felt more confident. Since the city lord had accepted the 1,000-year immortality peach seed, his attitude shouldn't be too bad. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly. You're also from the city lord's residence. Saying this is too hurtful. Lin Xian's face was full of regret. I wasn't late for no reason. I had a reason. Reason? Young Master Qi snorted. Of course there's a reason. I was late because I went to prepare a gift for the city lord. Gift? Everyone was stunned. Didn't the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena just give him a 1,000-year spirit fruit seed? Why was there a gift? Nan Gongxing and the others were also stunned. They didn't know what Lin Xian was up to. Blackwood Mountain and the others sneered with a look of disbelief. Young Master Qi also snorted. It's such a long-time gift. It must be a treasure. If you can't take it out, I'll take your head. Hearing this, Lin Xian revealed a mysterious smile. Although he had been cultivating these days, he also learned from Nan Gongxing that although the city lord was a supremacy, he had a hobby. And that was drinking. Therefore, Lin Xian brewed a pot of spirit wine in advance. Lin Xian had learned a lot about spirit wine from Lord Alcohol. His technique could be said to be shocking. Other than Lord Alcohol, no one could beat him. With a flip of his palm, a pot of spirit wine appeared in his hand. I know that the city lord loves to drink, so I brewed a pot for city lord Qing to taste, Lin Xian said with a smile. Taste? Young Master Qi snorted. Who do you think you are? You should know that the city lord has a body of gold. Why would he drink your lousy wine? The surrounding warriors sneered. They knew that the city lord loved to drink, but not many people gave him wine. Not only did the city lord love wine, but his taste was also tricky. He didn't care for ordinary spirit wines. Only spirit wines brewed by wine masters could match the city lord's taste. Therefore, although others wanted to give him wine, they couldn't. Sigh, this kid is going to be unlucky. How can a small warrior like him have good wine? I guess he won't be able to curry favor this time. He's going to be unlucky. Hee, serves him right. Spirit wine isn't that easy to give away. Nan Gongxing and young Master Qi were surprised. They didn't know that Lin Xian brewed spirit wine. Blackwood Mountain sneered. Idiot, he's courting death. Originally, he couldn't find a way to deal with Lin Xian, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to take the initiative to deliver himself to him. The city lord would definitely refuse. When that happened, he would probably be angry. When that happened, it would be Lin Xian's death. Lin Xian took in everyone's reaction, but he was very confident. He smiled and opened the lid of the wine pot. Lin Xian opened the lid of the wine jug. A rich wine aroma wafted out and filled the hall. The aroma was very rich, making people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. It smells so good. What kind of spirit wine is this? Everyone exclaimed. Top quality. I didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a spirit wine. Who is this kid? Why does he have so many good things? Blackwood Mountain and young Master Qi were also stunned. The two of them were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a high-quality spirit wine. Good wine. The city lord also let out a loud laugh. This time, the city lord personally took action. The colorful light around him surged and formed a colorful waterfall. He threw it into the air and took away the wine jug in Lin Xian's hand. Good wine, it really is good wine. The city lord drank a cup, then clapped his hands and laughed. Since 100 years ago, when a spirit wine grandmaster left, I haven't had such a delicious spirit wine. Good. 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 Everyone was shocked. They had never seen the city lord so excited before. Even when he received the 1,000-year-old spirit herb seed, he wasn't so excited. But now, Lin Xian's jug of spirit wine made the city lord excited like a child. Ha 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 ha. Little friend Lin, please sit. Thank you, city lord. Lin Xian smiled indifferently, then sat beside Nan Gongxing. Nan Gongxing and Ma Rulong looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. What's wrong with me? Lin Xian helplessly rubbed his nose. He was a little scared by the two stares. Why do I feel like you're a monster? How do you have so many rare treasures? It's not that exaggerated. I only have these things. It's just that they're being used. Lin Xian's jug of spirit wine made the city lord very happy, and Lin Xian himself was admired by the city lord. Obviously, Lin Xian and the others were the biggest winners of this birthday banquet. The Nangong family and Ma family were also happy. After all, Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong were also the sons of their families. However, the other powers were unhappy, especially the people from the Blackwood stronghold. Their expressions were terrifyingly gloomy. They had originally planned to suppress Lin Xian, but they didn't expect that not only did they fail to suppress him, the other party had even received the city lord's recognition. This made them feel gloomy. In the distance, young Master Qi also snorted coldly. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Previously, he had even mocked the other party, saying that the other party had brought out a lousy wine. He had even wanted to use his authority to take the other party down. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would actually take out a top-grade spirit wine. Not only that, even the city lord was very happy. This was unacceptable to him, and he felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Thinking of this, his eyes became even more gloomy. Brat, don't be too proud. I'll definitely kill you. Young Master Qi snorted coldly in his heart and said respectfully to the city lord. Ancestor, although we have good wine, the singing and dancing are a bit boring. The men of my Quicksand City are all hot-blooded and warlike. Why don't we invite someone to come up and fight? All right. Then I'll leave it to you. The city lord said indifferently. His mind was now completely focused on Lin Xian's spirit wine. Thank you, Ancestor. Qi Tian's face was filled with joy. Then, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile as he looked down. Today is the Ancestor's birthday banquet. Why don't we have a martial arts competition to liven things up and make the city lord happy? Hearing this, the various forces began to discuss. Many people thought that this was an opportunity. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong were vigilant. They knew that a difficult problem was coming. Qi Tian smiled and asked, I have a servant with decent strength. I wonder which young talent is willing to come up and fight. Is there a need to choose? Black Miazan sneered, we have someone here who has won 10 consecutive battles. Why don't we let him come up? Suddenly, the surrounding crowd was shocked, and they all looked at him with an interested expression. Brat, I heard that you've won 10 consecutive battles. Come up and fight. A bald young man stood out with a shocking aura around him. Lin Xian naturally knew what these people were thinking. He raised his head and casually glanced at the bald young man, then said indifferently, you win. To be honest, he had no interest in fighting at this kind of banquet. Everyone was surprised. They did not expect Lin Xian to admit defeat. This was too illogical. Qi Tian frowned. This result was also out of his expectations. The bald young man was a battle servant that he had trained. He was very powerful and had once won 10 consecutive battles in a medium-sized arena. It could be said that he did not lose to Lin Xian at all. Originally, he wanted the bald young man to defeat Lin Xian, but he did not expect Lin Xian to admit defeat. Although this was still considered a win, he was still very unhappy. He did not just want a sentence. He wanted Lin Xian to suffer a crushing defeat in front of everyone. He wanted him to never be able to raise his head again, therefore, he had to let Lin Xian fight. Qi Tian's face was gloomy, and he gave Haima-san a look. Haima-san smiled knowingly and said, Lin Xian, you're not giving him any face by doing this. Today is the city lord's birthday banquet. Letting you fight is already giving you face. You're refusing so perfunctorily. It seems like you don't give the city lord any respect. Haima-san once again pinned a crime on Lin Xian. Oh, so you want me to fight by name? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Of course, not accepting the challenge is disrespect to the city lord. Haima-san smiled. I understand. Lin Xian nodded. I'll challenge you by name. Come up. What? Everyone was stunned. Haima-san was also stunned. At that moment, his mind went blank. Then, his face turned gloomy. Although he was also a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm, he could not beat Lin Xian at all. One had to know that Lin Xian had defeated a veteran who had taken the demon blood pill. He was no match for him at all. What, you don't dare to fight? Or admit defeat? Lin Xian's face was full of sarcasm. Haima-san was trembling with anger. He originally wanted to use the situation to pressure Lin Xian into accepting the challenge. But he did not expect that he would accidentally fall into his opponent's trap. Now, he was in a difficult position. He was very sullen. For a moment, Haima-san was stunned on the spot. What, scared? Who said that not accepting the challenge is disrespect to the city lord? Lin Xian sneered. Are you going to disrespect the city lord? Haima-san's face was ugly, and he complained in his heart. The Haima family members behind him were also furious. You don't even dare to refuse. Trash, get lost and save yourself from embarrassment. Lin Xian mocked mercilessly. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong were excited. This feeling was too good. I didn't expect that the Haima family would produce a trash coward. Humph, you're still talking when you can't do it. What an idiot. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong sneered. Haima-san's face was ashen, and he almost fainted. The Haima family elders were also furious. They glared fiercely at Lin Xian's group, wanting to tear them apart. Qi Tian's face was full of anger. He said darkly, Lin Xian, logically speaking, you should be competing with my battle servant. Why are you looking for Brother Haimu? That's not very appropriate, right? If you really want to compete with Brother Haimu, that's fine. You have to defeat my battle servant first. Qi Tian appeared in time to stop Lin Xian. Haima-san also reacted. He had almost fainted from being angered by Lin Xian just now. Now that he had the chance, he naturally retaliated quickly. That's right. Young Master Qi called out first. If you want to fight, you'll have to fight him first. Haima-san sneered. It won't be too late to fight me after you win. He was very familiar with Qi Tian's battle servants. He knew that they were a group of madmen who had undergone hellish training since they were young. Moreover, the bald youth was even more impressive. He had once achieved 10 consecutive victories and did not lose to Lin Xian at all. In fact, he was even stronger than Lin Xian, therefore, Haima-san was confident that the bald youth could defeat Lin Xian. Even if Lin Xian won in the worst-case scenario, he would have exhausted too much of his spiritual power and might even be seriously injured. If he attacked again, he would definitely be able to defeat Lin Xian easily. Haima-san revealed a sinister smile at the thought. Lin Xian naturally took note of the other party's reaction. He said calmly, Can I fight you after I fight him? Of course. Haima-san smiled confidently. With so many seniors here, I hope you remember what you said and don't embarrass the family. Lin Xian laughed and stood up. Come. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian really accepted the challenge. From the looks of it, he seemed to be very confident. However, those present were all old foxes. They naturally knew that the battle servants of the city lord mansion were very powerful and did not lose to the geniuses outside. Therefore, they did not know the outcome of this battle. The hall was very spacious. At this time, the singers in the center had already retreated, leaving enough space. At this moment, the bald youth stood in the middle of the field like a ferocious beast. Kid, let me see how good your 10 consecutive victories are. At the end of his sentence, a terrifying aura rose from his body like a wave, sweeping in all directions. There was a dull sound in the air like a storm. The bald youth threw out a punch. All the momentum in the sky condensed on his fist, and it quickly blasted towards Lin Xian. Nan Gongseng and the others were shocked. This punch was too violent, and a normal peak spirit detecting realm cultivator would not be able to withstand it. It seemed like the other side was going all out. Lin Xian didn't have any misgivings. He used the concept of wind and condensed a green jade sword. With a slash of the sword, a fierce wind tore through the earth and quickly slashed forward. Boom! The bald youth's fist collided with Lin Xian's green jade longsword, creating an earth-shattering sound. In the next moment, the bald young man's body trembled, and he took 4 or 5 steps back. What? He was pushed back. Many people were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Qi Tian's face turned gloomy, but he still wanted to believe in his battle servant. Lin Xian's sword forced the bald youth back, and his body rushed forward like a gust of wind. His long sword stabbed out once more, and the surrounding air quickly rotated, forming a spiral wind blade. This spiral attack was even more powerful. It directly tore through the air like a piece of cloth, creating a sizzling sound. Many young experts' expressions changed. This kind of attack made their hearts tremble. Pung, before the bald youth could stabilize his body, he was hit by the green jade longsword again. This time, he was directly sent flying and smashed into the ground. There was a sword hole on his shoulder. It was sinister and terrifying, and blood was quickly flowing out. You lost. Lin Xian shrugged, looking very relaxed. Qi Tian's face was ashen. He quickly transmitted, "Kill him." "Kill." The bald youth roared. Originally, he didn't care about Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian's name was very famous, he thought it was only a rumor and couldn't be trusted. Moreover, he was very confident in his own strength. Therefore, he thought this battle would be very easy. However, he didn't expect that he would be suppressed and even injured. Ah! With a roar, the bald youth quickly stopped the injury on his shoulder. Then, he looked at Lin Xian gloomily. In his eyes, a ball of anger was burning, as if it could burn Lin Xian to ashes. He stomped his feet, and like a meteor, he pounced forward again. This time, he punched out with both fists. The violent power was enough to tear an ultimate warrior apart. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He held the green jade sword and quickly slashed down. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, forming countless green sword shadows. These sword shadows, under Lin Xian's control, quickly stabbed towards the bald youth. Ding 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 ding, the defensive armor in front of the bald youth was pierced in an instant. Suddenly, countless sword chi hit his body and sent him flying again. When the sky full of sword shadows disappeared, everyone looked over anxiously and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw the bald youth lying on the ground. His body was covered with sword scars. They were so densely packed that it made their hearts beat wildly. However, these sword scars were very controlled. Although they were terrifying, they weren't fatal. It was obvious that Lin Xian had shown mercy. Everyone present was an expert. They naturally knew that Lin Xian was giving face to the city lord. Otherwise, the bald youth would have died thousands of times. Even so, everyone still gasped. One had to know that the city lord's mansion's battle servants were very strong. Take this bald youth for example. He was definitely an expert among the ultimate warriors of the spirit-detecting realm. However, such an expert couldn't even fight back in front of Lin Xian. This kind of super strength made those young martial artists feel apprehensive. Lin Xian was too powerful. He was definitely a top-notch figure. Qi Tian was so angry that he was trembling. He didn't expect his subordinate to be so pale. This made him feel like he was going crazy. At the same time, he was also shocked by Lin Xian's strength. The bald young man was ranked in the top 3 amongst his combat servants, yet even such a person hadn't been able to resist a single attack from Lin Xian. So, there was probably no one amongst his combat servants who could be a match for Lin Xian. After Lin Xian defeated the bald youth, he turned to look at Blackwood Mountain. Suddenly, the latter's body trembled and his face became very ugly. Lin Xian was too strong. He wasn't a match for him at all. However, Blackwood Mountain wasn't going to sit still and wait for death. He roared, "How dare you! The city lord's birthday banquet was supposed to be a spar. How dare you use such a killer move? Are you trying to rebel?" He wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Lin Xian. "Killer?" Lin Xian snorted. "If I wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. I'm afraid all the experts here can see that. Your strength isn't enough, and your eyesight isn't good either. It's best if you don't jump out and embarrass yourself." Hearing this, Blackwood Mountain trembled in anger and spat out a mouthful of blood. He naturally knew that Lin Xian was holding back, but he couldn't say it out loud. Now, he was being mocked for being weak and having poor eyesight. This made him want to die. There's no point in talking anymore. Now, it's your turn. Come on, let me see what kind of ability you have to yell here. Lin Xian stared at Blackwood Mountain. Now, it's time for us to fight. Lin Xian stared at MT Haimu. Putting the past aside, MT Haimu had repeatedly pressured Lin Xian during the banquet. He even wanted to take the opportunity to pin a crime on him and get rid of Lin Xian. There was no way Lin Xian would let such an enemy go. MT Haimu's body trembled as fear appeared in his eyes. He was no match for Lin Xian at all. Yet, he dared to boast like that. He originally thought that the battle between Lin Xian and the bald youth would end in a lose-lose situation. However, he did not expect it to turn out like this. He was momentarily stunned as he did not know what to do. Are you afraid now? Where's your arrogance from before? Nan Gongseng sneered. You said such bold words before and even swore in front of so many seniors. If you don't fight now, I'm afraid you'll embarrass the Haimu family. Ma Long snorted. Hearing that, the disciples of the Nangong family and Ma family mocked him. They were competitors with the Haimu family. Furthermore, MT Haimu had repeatedly suppressed the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. This made them very unhappy. One should know that Lin Xian was not the only one in the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. Their family's disciples were there too. Therefore, they were furious. Now that they seized this opportunity, they naturally had to mock MT Haimu. Hearing that, the surrounding martial artists looked at the Haimu family with a different expression. Their eyes were filled with mockery and sarcasm. The faces of the Haimu family's disciples turned red. They wished they could find a hole to hide in. Elder Anxio's expression turned ugly. Many of the elders looked at MT Haimu with rage in their eyes. MT Haimu sensed the anger in the elder's eyes and his body trembled even more. Useless thing, you brought shame to the clan. Accept the challenge. The Haimu family's elder shouted coldly. Hearing that, MT Haimu's face fell and he almost cried. He had the urge to curse. He did it for the family. However, the family did not care about his life and death. For the sake of their dignity, they forced him to fight Lin Xian. It gave him a feeling of abandonment. He still wanted to struggle. However, an elder coldly snorted and waved his hand. Bringing forth a gale, he pushed Mount Blackwood to the center of the stage. It seemed that in order to preserve their dignity, the Darkwood clan had decided to give up on Blackwood Mountain. Blackwood Mountain was pushed to the center of the field. He was panicking. He still wanted to escape, but Lin Xian blocked his path. The surrounding cultivators cheered even louder. What a beautiful movement technique. I didn't expect Brother Haimu to be so impatient. What a surprise. Lin Xian said with a smile. Accident my ass. MT Blackwood's expression turned extremely ugly. He was on the verge of tears. He knew that there was no point in running away now, so he might as well fight to his heart's content. In any case, he believed that Lin Xian would not dare to kill him in this kind of situation. He would only suffer a little pain. As long as he could survive this, he would definitely find his family's elders and kill Lin Xian in secret. Die, you little bastard. MT Blackwood waved both of his palms. A large amount of light surged, forming a rain of light that quickly shot forward. Lin Xian used the concept of wind to form a sword of wind and quickly slashed down. With one slash, he destroyed all of the attacks. At that moment, MT Blackwood had already retreated several dozen meters. He was wearing a purple-gold armor that emitted a hazy light that wrapped around his body. At the same time, he was holding two treasured artifacts. In his left hand was a golden-colored round shield that was as heavy as a rock. In his right hand was a long blade. On the blade, a cold light shone. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Among the three weapons, two of them were upper spirit rank treasured artifacts. They were extremely powerful. It seemed that MT Blackwood was extremely careful. Seeing MT Blackwood wrapped his body like a tortoise's shell, the crowd laughed. This guy is truly afraid of death. Ma Rulong shook his head. Humph, he's still so arrogant when he has no balls. What an idiot. Nan Gongseng sneered in disdain. Seeing MT Blackwood's actions, Lin Xian also laughed. He removed the concept of wind and replaced it with the concept of lightning. There was already a sword of lightning in his hand. The golden-colored sword shone with a dazzling light like the sun. The sword was filled with a berserk power. It was the power of lightning. The concept of wind was proficient in speed and strange changes. As for the concept of lightning, it was the symbol of berserk and power. As for this lightning sword, it was able to display the berserk power to the pinnacle. As the sword descended, a golden sword aura swept through the air. It was like a bolt of lightning that exploded in the air. The entire space started to boil. It was as if it could not withstand the power and started to emit buzzing sounds. In an instant, the sky was filled with lightning. The golden sword aura quickly slashed toward MT Blackwood. With MT Blackwood's strength, it was naturally impossible for him to block it. Thus, he placed all of his hopes on the two defensive treasured artifacts. He pushed his spiritual power with all his might. He frantically mobilized the surrounding spiritual energy and quickly poured it into the two defensive treasured artifacts. The air surged and countless spiritual energy surged. Immediately, the purple gold battle armor and golden shield started to shine and rapidly change. The purple gold battle armor appeared and formed patterns that quickly covered MT Blackwood's entire body. As for the golden shield, it expanded infinitely and formed a wall of light. It stood above MT Blackwood, forming the strongest defense. Those two treasured artifacts were both high spiritual rank treasured artifacts. Thus, MT Blackwood was absolutely confident that Lin Xian would not be able to injure him. Although such a battle was somewhat dishonorable, as long as he could withstand Lin Xian's attack, everything would be worth it. Boom, the lightning sword aura descended and collided with MT Blackwood's defense. It created an earth-shaking sound and the entire palace was nearly blown away. Struck by the berserk power, Montana Blackwood was pushed back repeatedly and left deep grooves on the ground. However, he finally managed to withstand Lin Xian's attack. Ha 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 ha, brat, let's see how you're going to injure me. MT Blackwood rubbed his numb arm and became arrogant again. A sneer appeared on Lin Xian's face. Everything was within his expectations. After all, those two treasured artifacts were high spiritual rank treasured artifacts. If he did not use his true strength, he would not be able to break through their defense. However, dealing with MT Blackwood was not worthy of him using his full strength. Furthermore, he had other methods to break through the defense of those two high spiritual rank treasured artifacts. Previously, he had fought against a martial artist. That martial artist knew how to use hidden power. Only a body refinement defense could withstand the defense of treasured artifacts. MT Blackwood clearly did not have a body refinement defense. Thus, this move was the most suitable. Furthermore, Lin Xian had the Great Dragon Sword soul and could easily imitate that hidden power attack. Thus, no matter how much defense MT Blackwood used, it was completely useless. Soon, the golden longsword condensed again and slashed down fiercely. It's useless. You can't break through my defense. MT Blackwood said disdainfully. The longsword surged and quickly slashed down again. This time, there was no earth-shattering explosion like before. The golden sword aura seemed to be sticking to the light screen. Its movement was extremely gentle. This scene stunned everyone. They did not know what Lin Xian was doing. However, MT Blackwood revealed an expression of fear. That was because he felt a berserk aura pass through his defensive shield and slash towards him. He was shocked and confused. He could not understand how Lin Xian's sword aura could pass through his defense. But now, he could not care about that at all. He could only activate his defensive armor with all his might. Purple gold radiance shone as the mysterious armor stuck to his body, forming a solid defense. However, none of that had any effect. In the next moment, that terrifying aura once again ignored the armor's defense and directly entered Haima Shan's body. Ah! Haima Shan's face twisted as he screamed crazily. Everyone was shocked. Looking at the scene before them, their hearts turned cold. This Lin Xian was too strong and decisive. He actually dared to injure Haima Shan in front of so many elders of the Haima family. He was too bold, moreover, his attack was too strange. Even two high-grade spiritual artifacts could not defend against it. Haima Shan screamed as he vomited blood and fell to the ground. He was extremely weak. Everyone from the Haima family was nervous. Among them, a few elders had gloomy expressions. Lin Xian really dared to attack. Wasn't he looking down on them too much? However, they could not stop all of this. They could only bring Haima Shan back with gloomy expressions. Although Haima Shan was vomiting blood, his injuries were not serious. This allowed the Haima family to breathe a sigh of relief. "Damn it, I'll definitely kill you." Haima Shan gritted his teeth and said. He knew that Lin Xian did not dare to be ruthless. However, he would definitely take revenge. Lin Xian shrugged with a nonchalant look on his face. However, he was sneering in his heart. Haima Shan wanted to kill him. Of course, he would not let him go. However, in front of so many people, he naturally could not be ruthless. Otherwise, those old guys from the Haima castle would have an excuse to attack. Therefore, he only symbolically injured Haima Shan. However, he left a hidden sword aura in his body. This hidden sword aura was very well hidden. Unless a venerable personally investigated, no one would be able to discover it. After the birthday banquet ended, he would let this hidden sword aura explode. This way, he would be able to cripple Haima Shan's cultivation. Moreover, even if the Blackwood clan was furious, they couldn't find any evidence. Lin Xian was confident that he could retreat safely as long as he wasn't surrounded by some old monsters at the same time. The members of the Blackwood family looked at Lin Xian with gloomy and cold expressions, but no one dared to clamor again. That was because they did not bring their best disciples with them this time. The disciples that came with them all possessed cultivations that were about the same as those from Blackwood Mountain. Although he was strong in the eyes of others, he was nothing but trash in front of Lin Xian. If he continued to clamor, he would undoubtedly be asking for humiliation. "Humph, my big brother Muya didn't come, otherwise I would have suppressed you with one hand." Black Pearl was also a little angry. After all, Lin Xian had embarrassed her family. "That's right, kid. You're too arrogant. Compared to big brother Muya, you're just trash." The disciples of the Blackwood fort snorted coldly. Even though they were no match for Lin Xian, they wouldn't let Lin Xian steal the limelight either. Moreover, their clansmen, Muya, were really powerful. Lin Xian had heard of the name Muya more than once. He believed that the other party must be a peerless genius. Thinking of this, he felt a trace of excitement in his heart. A warrior like Blackwood Mountain could no longer arouse his interest. Only a stronger opponent could make his blood boil. "Hee, young friend, your strength is outstanding. You're just as the rumors say." At this moment, City Lord Qi said with a chuckle. "City Lord is overpraising me." Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. He was a person who knew his limits. In front of a powerful supremacy like the City Lord, he would not put on a strong front. That would undoubtedly be courting death. "With your strength, I believe that you'll be able to shine in the Alliance combat meet 2 months later." Alliance combat meet? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had been in seclusion these days, so he didn't know about this. However, Nan Gongseng quickly told him. This was a combat meet that was jointly held in Quicksand City. Because there were too many foreign martial artists that came during this period of time, many shocking experts had appeared. These people were all following the Murong Heavenly Maiden. Not long ago, there was news that the major forces in the city had received orders from the Murong Heavenly Maiden to hold an unusual combat meet. The winner would obtain the qualifications to pursue the Murong Heavenly Maiden. This was no doubt explosive news, causing the entire Quicksand City to fall into a frenzy. Murong Qingqing was known as one of the most beautiful women in the Sky Martial continent. Moreover, she was the apple of the Murong family's eye. If one could obtain the favor of the Murong Qingqing, not only would he be able to obtain the beauty, he would also be able to obtain the support of the Murong family. This was definitely a great harvest. One had to know that the Murong family was an extremely powerful house of kings. In the Sky Martial continent, they were an overlord existence. Beauty, power, these were all things that made the men of the world go crazy. This was why the Alliance combat meet was so exciting. Moreover, in order to promote the Alliance combat meet, the major families of Quicksand City also took out several treasures as rewards for the winner. One of them was the Divine Dream Bone, which was the material needed to create the Red Lotus battle armor. After Lin Xian found out about this, he made up his mind to participate in the Alliance combat meet. This was because the materials needed to create the Red Lotus battle armor were extremely precious and difficult to find. Since he had encountered it this time, he could not give up, otherwise, he did not know when he would encounter it again. All in all, this birthday banquet was very successful. Not only did he obtain the city lord's recognition, but he also knew the whereabouts of the divine dream bone. It could be said that Lin Xian was very satisfied. This is great. With the city lord, I'm afraid that no one will dare to touch our divine dragon pavilion's battle arena. Nan Gongxing shouted excitedly. His dream was to make the battle arena the #1 battle arena in Quicksand City. Ma Rulong was a little worried. We should be careful. I'm afraid that the Blackwood family will not let this matter rest. Moreover, I'm afraid that Qi Tian will not let this matter rest so easily. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. If Qi Tian were to make a move, it would be troublesome. As for the Blackwood family, he already had a feud with them. It was not something that could be resolved with 1 or 2 matters. Moreover, he did not expect to resolve it. Half a day later, the birthday banquet ended and everyone left. The members of the Blackwood family stared at Lin Xian and the other two with murderous intent in their eyes. Humph, the show is about to begin. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Nan Gongxing and Ma Rulong. When the two of them heard this, they were surprised. Then, the two of them looked at Blackwood Mountain with joy. Damn it, brat, I will never. Blackwood Mountain's face was ferocious. But before he could finish his words, his body suddenly exploded. An extremely violent energy rampaged through his body, quickly destroying his spiritual sea vortex. Ah! My body! Blackwood Mountain screamed in horror and vomited blood. Shaner! What happened? The members of the Blackwood family were shocked. They did not see anyone attack. My cultivation has been crippled. Blackwood Mountain screamed. He had fallen into madness. Cultivation, that was the lifeblood of a martial artist. It was also the guarantee of everything. Only with strength could one have status and status. If one's strength and cultivation were gone, then everything would cease to exist, but now, Blackwood Mountain had been crippled. His cultivation and strength were all gone. From now on, he was nothing but a cripple. Blackwood Mountain crazily shouted. He simply couldn't accept this reality. He knew what a cripple's fate was. His fate wouldn't be much better than a dog's. Lin Xian, it must have been Lin Xian who did this. Blackwood Mountain crazily shouted, I will kill you. The Blackwood family clan members also had faces full of killing intent. Their disciple had been crippled by someone, and this was in front of their very eyes. This was the same as slapping their faces. In that instant, countless eyes locked onto Lin Xian. That damned brat. The Blackwood family clan members were enraged. Although they knew that it was Lin Xian who did this, they had no proof. Moreover, Lin Xian had just obtained the city lord's recognition. If they moved against him now, the city lord wouldn't agree. Unless, they could produce irrefutable proof that it was Lin Xian who did this. However, several elders carefully examined Blackwood Mountain's body and didn't discover anything strange. This result left them even more uncomfortable. Thus, the Blackwood family clan members could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. To be able to cause the people of Blackwood Fort to suffer such a loss, this Lin Xian was far too skilled. It was best not to provoke such a person. Let's go. The few elders of the Blackwood family gave Lin Xian a fierce glare, then quickly left with the crowd. Let's go too. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and quickly left with Nan Gongxing. Blackwood Mountain had received his just punishment. There was no need for him to stay. In the following days, Lin Xian lived in seclusion, preparing for the Alliance Martial Arts Tournament. He had to obtain the Divine Dream Bone no matter what. Thus, he had to obtain an extremely good ranking in this tournament. Even if he had to expose some of his hidden cards, he wouldn't hesitate. After returning from the city lord's mansion, Lin Xian consolidated his cultivation. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and he was only one step away from the peak. This step was not easy. At the very least, Lin Xian was still unable to break through. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He had just broken through to the late stage and needed to consolidate his foundation. Moreover, his strength was not based on his cultivation, so it did not matter if he could not break through for the time being. In terms of sword intent, it was still at the great accomplishment realm. However, he guessed that there should be a consummation realm above it. As for those above perfection, one would need to be a venerable one to cultivate them. In other words, in the spirit-detecting state, the strongest sword intent was complete. However, Lin Xian had asked the Crimson Dragon and found out that Exalt Realm cultivators didn't cultivate intent, but martial souls. In other words, above the intent realm was the martial spirit. For example, above the sword intent was the sword soul, a power that was even more powerful than the sword intent. Moreover, according to the Crimson Dragon's description, the martial spirit was very important. It could be said that it determined whether a cultivator could enter the Exalt Realm. Lin Xian was surprised after hearing this. Only by condensing the embryonic form of the martial soul would a cultivator at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm have the possibility of entering the Exalt Realm. In other words, the martial soul was a necessary condition to enter the Exalt Realm. Sword soul. Lin Xian muttered. Although his sword intent was only at the great accomplishment realm, there was still a big gap between him and the sword soul. However, he lacked the great dragon sword soul in his body, an even more powerful existence. I wonder if the great dragon sword soul belongs to the sword soul. Kid, you only merged with the great dragon sword soul, but you didn't turn it into your own power. The Crimson Dragon sneered. Right now, you can only mobilize a little bit of its power. You can't even use 1/10,000th of the great dragon sword soul. Rubbing his head, Lin Xian knew that the Crimson Dragon was telling the truth. To fully activate the great dragon sword soul, one needed an extremely high cultivation. That requirement even exceeded that of a venerable one. With Lin Xian's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to reach that level. Is there no other way? Lin Xian frowned. There is a way. The Crimson Dragon's eyes turned. What way? Lin Xian asked anxiously. Refine the great dragon sword soul into your sword soul. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. That was as good as not saying anything. Damn, kid. What's with that expression? The Crimson Dragon was unhappy. You have a way? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. Of course. Don't you know who Ben Huang is? The Crimson Dragon was proud. When Ben Huang galloped the world, your ancestors weren't even born yet. What way? Tell me quickly. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Hee hee. The Crimson Dragon laughed sinisterly. If you want to know, beg me. You don't want to tell me? Lin Xian grabbed the Snow-White monkey. Be careful, I'll release Little White. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon drooped its head. It was afraid of the Snow-White monkey's little claws. The dizziness made it feel disgusted. Forget it, Ben Huang will be kind and tell you for free. Disperse the power of the great dragon sword soul and leave behind its origin. Then, refine the city's origin martial spirit. This will allow you to completely possess the great dragon sword soul. Disperse the power? Lin Xian was surprised. The great dragon sword is an offensive saint technique. In ancient times, it was the strongest saint weapon. Although only the great dragon sword soul is left, the power it contains is extremely shocking. If a real almighty person obtains it, he can split the entire sky martial continent in one strike. Split the continent in one strike? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He did not dare to imagine how powerful the ancient warriors were. Moreover, he was even more puzzled. How could such a powerful great dragon sword break? Of course, this was not the time for him to think about. Although the power of the great dragon sword soul was terrifying, Lin Xian was unable to use it. It was better to disperse it. This would allow him to refine the great dragon sword soul and make it his origin martial spirit. How can I disperse its power? Lin Xian asked. It seems that you have made a decision. The Crimson Dragon said, I will teach you a method to disperse your power. This way, you will be able to disperse the power of the great dragon sword soul. At the end, the Crimson Dragon's expression showed a trace of excitement. Lin Xian frowned and looked at the Crimson Dragon with vigilance. Then, he received the cultivation technique from the Crimson Dragon. After carefully studying it, Lin Xian did not find any flaws. Although he was not at ease with the Crimson Dragon, Lin Xian could not find a better way. Therefore, after thinking about it, he decided to give it a try. According to the cultivation technique, Lin Xian began to activate it. Sure enough, the energy fluctuations in the Great Dragon Sword Soul emitted an uneasy aura. A wave of energy overflowed and spread to Lin Xian's body, forming a substantial tide of spiritual energy. It was very spectacular. The Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws and set up a set of array around the courtyard to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out. Then, it felt the spiritual energy in the air and laughed excitedly. What a powerful spiritual energy! After absorbing this spiritual energy, I will definitely be able to recover to my peak state. At that time, this world will be mine. The Crimson Dragon actually wanted to absorb the overflowing spiritual energy to recover its cultivation. No wonder it was so attentive before and even helped Lin Xian for free. It turned out that it wanted to secretly strengthen itself. If it really succeeded, it would recover its previous cultivation. At that time, no one would be able to suppress it. Wuji the Snow White monkey looked angry. It turned into a white light and rushed over quickly. Humph, little guy, Benhuang has long been prepared. The Crimson Dragon smiled proudly. Ever since the Snow White monkey was able to knock it out, it had been thinking of countermeasures and finally created a formation. It was completely possible to trap the Snow White monkey for a period of time. Whoosh, a mass of colorful light shone. The Crimson Dragon threw out the formation and enveloped the Snow White monkey. The formation was very strange. It only trapped the Snow White monkey and limited its speed. It did not cause any harm. But for the Crimson Dragon, it was very successful to be able to limit the Snow White monkey's speed. Ha 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 ha, Benhuang is here. The Crimson Dragon shouted and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Lin Xian formed a seal and entered a state of cultivation. At this moment, he was completely focused on the Great Dragon Sword Soul and did not know what was happening in the outside world. The energy in the Great Dragon Sword Soul quickly spread out, but in the next moment, all the energy returned to his body. This change surprised Lin Xian. In the outside world, the Crimson Dragon was even more angry. It was originally quickly absorbing the spiritual energy in an attempt to recover its cultivation. However, not long after, the surrounding spiritual energy receded like a tide and all of it returned to Lin Xian's body. Damn it, what happened? Does that kid know? The Crimson Dragon was uneasy and nervous. However, after careful investigation, it found that Lin Xian did not wake up. Moreover, his handsome little face was slightly frowning. Damn it, what the hell is going on? When the Crimson Dragon found out that it wasn't Lin Xian's doing, it was hopping mad. The situation was too strange. The energy had actually retreated, which made its plan fail. Wuji at the side, the little Snow White monkey mocked him mercilessly. Damn it, little guy, don't laugh. The Crimson Dragon was furious. Then it stared at Lin Xian carefully, trying to figure it out. Lin Xian was also flabbergasted. The energy was coming back to him, which caught him off guard. However, what made him even more surprised was that this huge amount of energy did not flow back into the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Instead, it entered the mysterious small sword in his body. This, Lin Xian was stunned. The small glazed sword in his body was very mysterious. It sat firmly on top of the cyclone in his spiritual sea. Even the Great Dragon Sword Soul could not shake it. And now, it actually began to absorb the energy within the Great Dragon Sword Soul. This was too inconceivable. In the end, Lin Xian didn't even need to use his cultivation technique as the mysterious little sword began to absorb the energy on its own. Roar! Suddenly, the Great Dragon Sword Soul exploded, letting out an unwilling roar. A deep dragon roar echoed in his body. At the same time, Lin Xian's body bloomed with light, and countless streams of light surrounded him. Damn, what happened? The Crimson Dragon exclaimed when it saw this scene. The Great Dragon Sword Soul went berserk. What did this brat do? The Great Dragon Sword Soul exploded, and a terrifying energy filled Lin Xian's body. Holy light sprinkled down, and a vast amount of energy surged. At this time, a mysterious energy appeared on Lin Xian's body again. It was like a demonic abyss, quickly absorbing the energy of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It appeared again. The Crimson Dragon was stunned. It didn't know that Lin Xian had a mysterious energy. This brat was really strange. He had so many secrets on him. The two forces intertwined, and in the end, the great dragon sword soul was suppressed. Mother Dragon, what did I just see? The Crimson Dragon banged its head on the ground in disbelief. This process lasted for a long time, and in the end, the two balls of light gradually disappeared. When everything returned to normal, the small courtyard regained its tranquility. It was as if everything was just a dream. Gradually, Lin Xian still didn't open his eyes. His soul force was still in his body. At this time, the great dragon sword soul had turned into a mini dragon. It was very cute. As for the mysterious small sword, there was still no change. It was as if the energy had no effect on it. However, in the depths of the mysterious world, there was a huge mountain in the shape of an azure dragon. From afar, it looked like a real dragon lying on the ground. Lin Xian was happy. The great dragon sword soul had returned to its original form. This meant that he could refine it. As long as his sword intent reached perfection, he could take the next step. The so-called martial spirit was a martial spirit formed by the fusion of a martial artist's intent and soul force. Lin Xian already had the embryonic form of a martial spirit. As long as his intent reached perfection, he could fuse it. At that time, the great dragon sword soul would become his origin martial spirit. Just thinking about it made him excited. According to the Crimson Dragon, the martial spirit was very important. Not only did it have a great impact on one's strength, but it also had a great impact on one's future path of martial arts. Therefore, when choosing a martial spirit, one must be very careful. The great dragon sword soul was a strange object between heaven and earth. If one used it as a martial spirit, it would be extremely powerful. Suppressing his happy mood, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Then, he saw the Crimson Dragon with an uneasy face. Hee hee, kid, you're awake. The Crimson Dragon crossed its dragon claws. Well, I'm thirsty. I'm going to drink some water. Stop. Lin Xian said with a smile. He found that the Crimson Dragon was too abnormal. This guy must have done something shameful. Wu Ji, the snow-white monkey ran over and jumped in front of Lin Xian and began to gesticulate. Seeing the vivid description, the Crimson Dragon had a guilty look while Lin Xian's little face turned black. Damn, I was tricked. Lin Xian was very unhappy. He was almost cheated by this Rizalong. Fortunately, he had the mysterious small sword in his body. Otherwise, this guy would have succeeded. If the Crimson Dragon recovered its cultivation, he was afraid that the first one to suffer would be him. Looking at the Crimson Dragon, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Hee hee, Xiaoxuanzi, let's talk. The Crimson Dragon laughed dryly. Its face was very ugly. From now on, your primordial young stone will be restrained. Lin Xian's little face turned cold. What? The Crimson Dragon jumped up. The primordial young stone was a good thing. It could help it condense dragon essence again. This thing is its lifeblood. However, it quickly became listless. It had just tricked Lin Xian. Lin Xian must be angry. It was already good enough that he did not torture it immediately. Forget it. Let's wait until this kid calms down. The Crimson Dragon looked depressed. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. This Rizalong really needed to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he would not know when he would be tricked again. In the following days, Lin Xian had been refining his sword intent. He wanted to reach the complete realm as soon as possible so that he could condense his martial soul. At this time, something happened in the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. While Lin Xian was cultivating his sword intent, something happened at the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. Nan Gongseng hurried over to look for Lin Xian. This is so infuriating, so infuriating. Nan Gongseng screamed. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Xian asked. The Colosseum has been challenged by someone. Even Ma Rulong is injured. What? Rulong is injured? Lin Xian was shocked. He knew Ma Rulong's strength. He was considered a top-notch existence. If even Ma Rulong was injured, one could only imagine how strong the opponent was. Brother Xian, you don't know this, but this is definitely against our arena. Damn it, Qi Tian and the Darkwood clan brought experts here to challenge us. They're clearly going against our Colosseum. Nan Gongsang is furious. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. It was the Darkwood clan again, and Qi Tian was also involved. Lin Xian knew that this was definitely not the mayor's idea. It was most likely Qi Tian's personal jealousy. This was because Qi Tian had clearly stood on the Darkwood clan's side and suppressed them during the birthday banquet. And now, he actually brought people to challenge them. This was simply looking down on them. Let's go take a look, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Because of the mayor, he would not touch Qi Tian for the time being. However, he would definitely not let the Darkwood clan and the warriors that came with them go. Wait, Ben Huang is going too. The Crimson Dragon held. It would not miss such a show. Nan Gongsang was already used to this talking red snake. He pulled Lin Xian and ran towards the arena. At this moment, the Xingxing Longxian's arena was in chaos. The people inside were panicking. When they saw Nan Gongsang and the others return, they heaved a sigh of relief. Young Master Xing, young Master Lin, you're back. What's the situation? Lin Xian asked. The people who came to challenge us have left. They said that they will come again tomorrow. Young Master Rulong is also injured, so I temporarily closed the arena. Let's go and take a look, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, the deacon led the way. Soon, they entered an exquisite bedroom. You're here. When Ma Rulong saw Lin Xian and Nan Gongsang, he struggled to get up from the bed. Don't move. You haven't recovered yet. Lin Xian walked over and supported Ma Rulong. Then, he took out a few pills and fed them to Ma Rulong. The quality of these pills might not be as good as the best pills outside, but their healing effects were definitely top-notch. Sure enough, not long after, Ma Rulong's complexion improved a lot. Who was it that could injure you? Lin Xian frowned. Luo Lai, the outstanding talent of the Sand region. He is extremely powerful. Rumor has it that he has never been defeated since his debut. Moreover, he has comprehended the metal attribute. His attack power is extremely powerful. Luo Lai. Lin Xian repeated the name, committing it to memory. Metal attribute attacks, he has never been defeated. It seems that the opponent is indeed very powerful. No wonder he was able to injure Ma Rulong. Have a good rest. Leave the rest to us, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, he and Nan Gongsang left. Brother Xian, how is it? Are you confident? Nan Gongsang asked after they came out. He is very nervous now. Ma Rulong has already fallen from the top 2 experts of the martial arts arena. Now, only Lin Xian is left. If Lin Xian also loses, then the martial arts arena will not be able to hold on. At that time, they might end up like the Wang family's martial arts arena. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. Although Luo Lai is rumored to be very powerful, he is not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, his cultivation has increased recently and his strength has increased again. Therefore, he is confident in this battle. That night, Lin Xian stayed in the martial arts arena. He knows that the other party will not give up and will come again. Sure enough, the next day, Qi Tian brought a group of people to the martial arts arena again. The leader is Qi Tian and a young man with a gloomy face. He is the disciple of the Darkwood family, He Muyue. Behind them were 7 extremely powerful martial artists. Each of them had an abnormally powerful aura, as if they were gods of war. Seeing this group of people, the people in the martial arts arena looked nervous. Many of the warriors felt bitter. They were still injured by these people yesterday. And now, they are here again. Hee, I'm afraid the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion will become history today. He Muyue's face was ferocious. Their Darkwood family was humiliated by Lin Xian a few days ago. Today, they can finally get back at him. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of relief. Let's go. He Muyue waved his hand. He and Qi Tian led a group of powerful warriors into the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion. Soon, all the warriors in Quicksand City knew about it. Many people came to watch. They already knew about the incident at the Divine Dragon Pavilion. At this moment, most of them came to watch the show. Among them were many Wang family disciples. These people looked ferocious. They wanted to see the destruction of the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion with their own eyes. Seeing more and more people rushing into the martial arts arena, Nan Gongseng's face was gloomy. Today's battle was crucial. If they lost, the martial arts arena would not be able to establish itself in Quicksand City. These days, after Nan Gongseng's development, the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion was running well. It also attracted many warriors to hold down the fort. Although these warriors were powerful, they were much weaker compared to a peerless genius like Luo Lai. Therefore, many of the warriors in the martial arts arena were beaten up badly yesterday. Looking at the warriors who were beaten up, Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He gave each warrior a healing elixir and asked them to recuperate. Then, he said in a deep voice, "You don't have to fight today. Just watch." Hearing that, everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Xian. They all knew that this young man was powerful. Originally, they only wanted Lin Xian to fight against the Sand region's outstanding talent, Luo Lai. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would take over all the battles. "Don't worry. I will avenge all the suffering that you have suffered." Lin Xian clenched his fists and said in a sonorous voice. "Remember, no one can bully the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion." Hearing that, everyone's hearts trembled. They looked at Lin Xian and felt their blood boil. They were the most dazzling and tragic group of warriors in the martial arts arena. Usually, they would be well taken care of. However, once they failed, they would be mercilessly kicked out of the martial arts arena. However, even though they were defeated this time, Lin Xian and the rest did not make things difficult for them. They even gave them good elixirs to heal their injuries. Now, they even wanted to avenge them. Thinking of this, they were excited. They all felt that entering the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion was the best choice. "Young Master Lin, we believe in you. Young Master Lin, go for it. Defeat them all." The group was extremely excited. "Trash from the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena, come out now. I'm here again. Trash, come out and face your death." One after another, extremely arrogant voices rang out and reverberated in the air above the arena. The crowd was shocked. It seemed like the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena was in for a bad time. Haimeyu and Shi Tian led their men and stood arrogantly in the arena, looking down on everyone. At that moment, Lin Xian and Nan Gongseng led a group of martial artists out. They were very quiet, but there was a murderous aura coming from them. "Lin Xian, you're really here." Haimeyu and Shi Tian revealed a ferocious expression when they saw Lin Xian. "Kid, today is the day you die. There's no need for the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena to exist anymore. Humph, don't think that you'll be safe and sound after pleasing the governor. The governor won't interfere with the younger generation's affairs." The group of people sneered as if they had everything under control. Upon hearing that, the people of the Divine Dragon Pavilion were enraged, while Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He never expected the governor to protect everything. He would be satisfied as long as he could intimidate those old guys. As for the younger generation, he was never afraid of anyone. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. These guys were really arrogant, but he would make them pay the price. "I'm here. Show me what you've got." Lin Xian floated to the arena and said loudly, "Go to hell." In the next moment, a burly man came out from behind Haimeyu and dashed toward the arena. At the same time, he drew the long saber from his back and slashed down. The dazzling saber gleam tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the terrifying saber gleam slashed toward Lin Xian. How terrifying! The crowd was shocked. This was definitely an elite among the ultimate powerhouses. They did not expect the Haima family to be such a powerful person. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Lin Xian raised his arm. He put two fingers together and pinched the saber gleam in the air. "Arrogant! You're courting death." Seeing Lin Xian's behavior, Haimeyu and the others sneered. The surrounding crowd was also shocked. This kind of attack could already kill a peak spirit detecting realm cultivator. Although Lin Xian was strong, Wasn't using 2 fingers a bit too much? The burly man became even more furious. He roared angrily and exerted even more strength. How dare he underestimate him? He would make them pay the price. The sword-wielding man was furious. No one dared to look down on him. Those who dared to look down on him had already paid the price in blood. Clang, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian stretched out 2 fingers and easily caught the resplendent blade light. He exerted a little force, and the blade light emitted a cracking sound. Then, it cracked and turned into a rain of light. What? That's impossible. Everyone was shocked. The blade-wielding man was even more terrified. His blade was extremely sharp, and a normal peak spirit detecting martial artist would die upon contact. However, Lin Xian used 2 fingers to easily shatter his attack. Is he still human? After shattering his opponent's attack with 2 fingers, Lin Xian bent his fingers and flicked out a sword wave. The sword wave was as fast as the wind and as powerful as lightning. It quickly struck the burly man's chest and sent him flying. The burly man spat out blood and flew back. There was a terrifying sword hole in his chest. All of this happened in an instant. By the time everyone regained their senses, the battle was already over. How terrifying. As expected of a genius with 10 consecutive victories. Everyone exclaimed. He Muyue and Qi Tian's faces were gloomy. They hadn't seen him for a few days, but he seemed to have become even stronger. They had never heard of such a speed of improvement before. Qi Tian clenched his teeth and said, "Damn this guy. Is he even human?" The burly man just now was even stronger than his battle servant, but such an expert was still easily defeated. This made him feel like he was going crazy. He Muyue's face was gloomy as he shouted, "Go, kill him." Suddenly, another warrior quickly rushed out with a long spear in his hand. The spear stabbed out, and the spear light was like a silver waterfall, producing thunderous sounds in the void. The air was mercilessly cut apart like waves, flying to both sides. Everyone was terrified. This warrior was too powerful. His aura seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. Whoosh, looking at the spear user rushing over, Lin Xian bent his fingers and flicked out another sword wave. Bang, the sword wave was like lightning, instantly hitting the spearhead. Suddenly, the void was like boiling water, violently trembling, accompanied by a terrifying explosion. The spear user was forced back, moving horizontally in the void with a frightened face. Lin Xian didn't stop. His fingers flicked and flicked out another sword wave. Chi, chi. Ripples appeared in the void, mercilessly cut apart. There were even terrifying cracks in some places. Everyone's expression changed. Lin Xian was too powerful. Facing such a powerful opponent, he didn't move at all. He only flicked out 2 sword waves and repelled his opponent. This kind of powerful technique was definitely rare in the world. Moreover, what shocked everyone even more was that the youth in front of them was only 18 years old, and his cultivation was only at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. However, most ultimate warriors were no match for him. This kind of person was definitely a heaven-defying existence. In the void, the spear user was still retreating. He was hit by Lin Xian's second sword wave and slid dozens of feet away. His armor, which had been shining with holy light, had now dimmed. It was easy to imagine just how powerful the attack had been. Moreover, the sword wave was too powerful. It contained a terrifying sword intent that made his blood boil, and blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. "This is the expert you found?" Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "You have the nerve to come here with this little strength?" Lin Xian stood on the martial stage, looking down at He Muyue and Qi Tian, his eyes full of contempt. Damn it, damn it. He Muyue and Qi Tian were furious. Their faces were pale, and their bodies trembled, emitting a biting cold killing intent. Damn it, this is too much. They brought a group of experts here. They originally wanted to take down Lin Xian and destroy the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena to relieve the resentment in their hearts. However, they didn't expect to lose 2 matches in a row as soon as they arrived. Moreover, they were mercilessly despised in public. This feeling was very embarrassing. "Ah, kid, go to hell." The spear user was furious. He roared into the sky, and an even more violent aura rose from his body. He became one with his spear, forming a terrifying aura. With a thrust of his spear, the spirit chi in the sky was driven, forming a ferocious roaring dragon that enveloped the surroundings. Everywhere it passed, cracks appeared on the ground. The windows, tables, and chairs on both sides were all turned into powder. This spear was the full force of the martial artist's attack. In the face of such a violent attack, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He repeated his previous actions, flicking out sword waves one after another. Ka ka ka, every sword wave was extremely sharp, and it quickly blasted towards that martial artist. Lin Xian flicked his fingers and shot out sword waves one after another, all of which were aimed at the spearman. Every wave of sword energy pierced through the void, forcing the spearman to retreat. In the end, his body was filled with terrifying sword holes. Poof, the spearman fell to the ground, severely injured. Blood splattered everywhere. This was too shocking. That spearman was extremely powerful, especially that spear attack just now. It could definitely pierce through any ultimate warrior. There were probably not many people present who could withstand it. However, such a powerhouse was still defeated by Lin Xian. And it was a crushing defeat. A bunch of trash. Is this what gives you two the right to be so arrogant? Lin Xian shouted angrily, looking disdainfully at everyone. He Muyue and Qi Tian were trembling with anger. This was a slap to their faces. Luo Lai, kill him. Qi Tian screamed, his face ferocious. He was about to go crazy. Only Lin Xian's death could calm him down. A young man walked out. He was tall and wore a red robe, like the sun. His expression was cold, but there was a hint of ruthlessness between his brows. It was frightening. Luo Lai, it's really him. The outstanding talent of the Sand region, the undefeated legend. I didn't expect such a talent to appear. Everyone gasped in shock. They had no choice. Luo Lai's reputation was too great. He was like the scorching sun, high up in the sky, pressuring them until they could not breathe. Although Luo Lai was not among the four great prodigies, everyone knew that his strength was not inferior to any of them. At least, according to what they knew, he had never been defeated. Among those of the same level, he had almost instantly defeated his opponents. Even some of the powerful elders had been defeated by him. Such a person could be said to be a top powerhouse. Other than the few recognized prodigies, there were probably only one or two people in the entire Sand region who could go against him. As for whether Lin Xian could go against him, they did not know. Lin Xian, you're not bad. You're the first person I've seen who has such combat strength at the late stage of cultivation, Luo Lai said calmly. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Luo Lai to give such an evaluation of Lin Xian. Qi Tian was also stunned. He frowned. What was Luo Lai doing? He actually praised the other party. He was dissatisfied, but he didn't show it. Luo Lai was a top-notch expert, but he was not his servant. The two of them only had a business relationship, and their status was equal. Therefore, he could only watch. However, with your strength, you have no chance of winning against me. Luo Lai's voice was calm, as if he was talking about something very normal. Admitting defeat is the best and wisest choice for you. With a calm expression, he looked at Lin Xian. Even though he had never displayed any arrogant and domineering behavior from the beginning to the end, his calm words revealed an unquestionable tone. This was not a suggestion, but an order. Everyone was shocked. If someone else had said something like this, they might have laughed because Lin Xian would definitely have slapped them. However, Luo Lai was different. No one would doubt his words. Qi Tian smiled. This was the effect he wanted. Humph, kid, in front of Luo Lai, you can only wait for your death. He Muyue was also relieved. You are very confident. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. But it seems that you are overconfident. You are wrong. My words have always been accurate. Luo Lai's eyes shone brightly. You will soon know that everything will go according to my plan. Come, I am looking forward to the result of this battle. Lin Xian's body also shone brightly. He immediately activated his sword intent. This time, he felt an unprecedented pressure from Luo Lai. It was obvious that Luo Lai was a strong opponent. That pressure was definitely not weaker than Xin Yaoyan's. Humph, stubborn. Luo Lai snorted. He was disdainful of Lin Xian's stubbornness. It seemed that only by using his fist could he wake Lin Xian up. Boom, Luo Lai took a step forward. His body suddenly exploded with an imposing aura. A ball of blazing light, like a blood-red sun, suddenly exploded. Luo Lai's fist blasted out. It carried an extremely strong force and instantly blasted towards Lin Xian. This fist was as fast as lightning. Coupled with the strong force, it directly stunned everyone. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The sword light in his eyes flickered. The sword intent in his body exploded, setting off a strong aura. It was like a peerless divine sword unsheathed. It was unstoppable. That swift and fierce stance caused the surrounding martial artists to be aghast. Sword intent, it is actually sword intent. Gosh, it is the third concept. This is too heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked. They'd already witnessed Lin Xian's wind concept and lightning concept, but no one had imagined that Lin Xian actually had a third concept. Moreover, it was an extremely rare sword intent. This sword intent is so sharp. It definitely surpasses the previous two concepts. Could this be Lin Xian's true strength? No wonder he is not afraid of Luo Lai. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen a genius who had comprehended three concepts. Humph. Luo Lai snorted. A cold light flickered in his eyes. It was like a sharp blade that slashed across the void. Luo Lai was surprised that Lin Xian had concealed his strength. But this also aroused his anger. He would let Lin Xian know what it meant to be an undefeatable king. The light on his body became even brighter. Rays of golden light shone and wrapped around his body, giving off a metallic texture. A cold metallic aura emanated from his body, making him look like a King Kong. Swoosh, in the void, a dazzling sword chi flashed across and quickly slashed towards Luo Lai. Boom. Boom boom, an earth-shattering sound reverberated, causing the entire arena to collapse. Nan Gongsheng was shocked. He quickly brought people to reinforce the defensive array to prevent the violent energy from leaking out. The sword slashed viciously on Luo Lai's body. However, it was like metal clashing against stone, giving off a clanging sound. Luo Lai was like a King Kong war god. His body was extremely hard and he took Lin Xian's sword head-on. Shocking, too shocking, Luo Lai's body was probably even stronger than an upper spiritual rank defensive weapon. Yet, it did not leave a single scratch on his body. However, Luo Lai's heart sank. Lin Xian's sword essence had exceeded his expectations. It was extremely sharp and it caused his blood to boil. If it was not for his powerful King Kong flame demon body, he would not have been able to take that sword. However, this made him even more furious. Lin Xian was able to make him feel threatened. He could not let such a person live. Flaming metal fist. Luo Lai threw out a punch. The golden light was like a blade as it rushed towards Lin Xian. The aura was fierce and it did not belong to Lin Xian's sword essence at all. An expert, an absolute expert, Luo Lai's every move was extremely powerful. His sharpness far exceeded that of an ordinary swordsman. This must be the power brought about by the metal spiritual energy. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He swung out his long sword and the power of wind and lightning merged to form a wind and lightning sword chi. Wind and lightning cut. Countless wind and lightning forces intertwined to form a huge wind and lightning sword chi that shone in the air. The sword chi was accompanied by Lin Xian's sword essence and it slashed forward with a terrifying momentum. As the sword slashed down, the huge sword aura seemed to split open the void. With a sharp aura, it whizzed towards Luo Lai. The power of this sword was terrifying. The sword essence it contained was even more terrifying. In an instant, the space where Luo Lai was seemed to have been split open. The sword aura of countless thin swords was extremely violent. Feeling the terror of this sword, Luo Lai's face turned gloomy. He shouted and waved his fists. The golden light on his body shone brightly. Metal element fist. He used the power of metal. The metal runes on the surface of his body shone with golden light and clanged. His fist blasted out and exploded the area. The entire defensive light screen trembled rapidly as if it could not withstand it. The sword aura and the fist shadow collided and burst out with monstrous energy. The two forces did not give way to each other and were in a stalemate. What a strong sword essence. It can actually resist my metal element fist. Luolai was shocked. He comprehended the concept of metal and his body contained the power of metal. It could be said that his attack power was extremely strong. Among the younger generation in the entire Sand region, there were few who could match him. However, this powerful punch did not shatter his opponent's sword aura. It was almost split open by his opponent. This Lin Xian was indeed more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted, "Explode!" Rumble, the wind and lightning sword aura exploded and produced a destructive energy that instantly annihilated Luolai. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with wind and lightning. The sea of lightning spread and was terrifying. Fortunately, there was a defensive light screen. Otherwise, the entire arena would have been turned into dust. Looking at the destructive energy, the crowd was shocked. These two people were too terrifying. If there were no restrictions, they could have destroyed half of the city in an instant. Even with the defensive light screen, the martial artists still felt their hearts palpitate. Boom, a golden light pillar burst out and stirred up the exploding energy. Luolai's figure appeared. His body shone with golden light like a god of war. However, his face was extremely gloomy. The explosion just now had threatened him. Although he was not injured in the end, he was at a disadvantage. "Kid, you have completely angered me." Luolai's expression was ferocious. He was like a ferocious beast that was quickly awakening. Lin Xian held his sword. His aura was even sharper. Such an opponent was what he longed for. Fist of metal, heaven-splitting. Luolai waved his fist again. The golden radiance was like thousands of swords. It formed a huge airflow and rushed towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart like a piece of cloth. This is one of the killing moves of the Fist of Metal. Looks like Luolai is going to go all out. Everyone was shocked, but Qi Tian and the others smiled. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. As he felt the surging power in front of him, his pupils shrank. That power was too powerful. That golden flood was like a sun, carrying with it a blazing aura. The sharpness in it was even more powerful, and it seemed to be no weaker than his sword intent. Concept of metal? He's really strong. Different intents would contain different amounts of energy. The metal intent focused on attacking. That was why Luolai's attack was so powerful. However, how could Lin Xian be afraid? He was someone who possessed an offensive saint art like the great dragon sword spirit. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a peerless sword immortal. His entire body exuded spiritual power and sword intent. Around him, the wind was like a sword, unstoppable. Heaven-sealing sword. Since his opponent's attack was to split open the sky, he would seal the sky. Lin Xian held the wind shadow sword in his hand and rushed out quickly. His long sword swung, forming a sword screen. In the void, an arc-shaped sword screen was formed, covering half the sky. Within the light screen, countless sword auras intertwined, forming a strangulation technique. The sword screen fell, covering the golden flood. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound could be heard in the void. In an instant, the two forces collided fiercely, and small cracks appeared in the void. There was also an ear-piercing demonic sound. It was the sound of sword aura slicing. The golden light roared like a giant beast, and its sharp impact seemed to break the sword screen. Behind him, Luolai roared. His whole body shone with golden light, and endless spiritual energy rolled, quickly merging into the golden flood. The Fist of Metal seemed to be nourished, and it became even more violent. Lin Xian's sword screen was constantly pushed back, and it was being squeezed out of shape. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and speechless. On the other hand, Qi Tian and the rest revealed satisfied smiles. Feeling Luolai's strength, Lin Xian's eyes darkened. Then, he raised his long sword and shouted. "Wind Lightning Dragon!" Roar, a deep roar could be heard, shaking the surroundings. The sword screen rotated and changed in the air, quickly forming a wind lightning dragon. The dragon's head was ferocious, and it roared to the sky, releasing a powerful force. The wind lightning dragon roared and rushed forward. Its huge dragon claws slashed down, tearing everything in front of it apart. Chi-chi, as the claw landed, the fist of metal was torn apart. What? It was torn apart. Everyone was shocked. The tyrannical fist of metal was actually torn apart. Luo Lai's pupils shrank. The power of the wind lightning dragon shocked him. While he was in a daze, his opponent had completely destroyed his fist of metal. Humph, golden flame wave. Looking at the wind lightning dragon, Luo Lai revealed a sinister smile. His right fist turned into a palm, and a thick golden ball appeared on his palm. The golden ball was small, but it emitted a monstrous energy. The moment it appeared, everyone trembled. He waved his hand, and the golden ball spun. A golden light wave flew out as fast as lightning. The void rippled, and the golden light beam flashed. It was like the sharpest spear in the world, piercing forward. Roar, the wind lightning dragon was pierced, and it exploded. Violent energy overflowed, but it couldn't stop the golden light wave. On the surface of the golden light beam, there were balls of golden flames burning. The scorching energy distorted the void. Lin Xian's expression changed. This golden light was enough to threaten him. He didn't take it head-on. Instead, he used his mysterious footwork and dodged with extreme speed. At the same time, the wind concept played its greatest role, forming a green airflow under his feet. Whoosh, at this moment, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. The golden light beam brushed past him, and the terrifying energy made his blood boil. But fortunately, he dodged it. Puff, the golden light beam flew, and its speed didn't decrease. It quickly hit the defensive light screen. However, the light screen only lasted for a moment before it couldn't hold on and shattered. Behind him, Nan Gongxing and the others' expressions changed. The light beam was coming toward them. The entire arena fell into fear. They couldn't escape, and they didn't have the strength to resist. Facing such an attack, Lin Xian didn't choose to take it head-on. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Seeing this, Luo Lai revealed a sinister smile. Originally, he was depressed that Lin Xian could dodge his killer move. But now, it seemed to be more interesting. If these people died, what would Lin Xian's expression be? He was looking forward to it. The golden flame wave was extremely powerful. It hit the defensive light screen and tore it apart. Moreover, the terrifying light wave rushed towards Nan Gongxing and the others. If they were hit, Nan Gongxing and the other members of the casino would be turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, Qi Tianxiao, Mu Yu and the others laughed wildly, their faces sinister. Although they didn't expect this result, they were overjoyed. Lin Xian's face changed when he saw this. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if this attack hit. Perhaps those people would leave him forever. After these days of interaction, he had already treated Nan Gongxing as a brother. Now that his brother was in trouble, he couldn't ignore it. With a roar, Lin Xian didn't hide his strength anymore. He unleashed all the spiritual energy in his body. He used the illusory demonic steps to the extreme. His entire body disappeared in the air as he flew quickly. However, the golden light was too fast. It reached Nan Gongxing and the others in the blink of an eye. Not enough. Faster. Faster. Lin Xian roared. He didn't want a tragedy to happen. With a roar, the spiritual energy in his body exploded again. At the same time, the wind and thunder essences formed a pair of wind and thunder wings on his back. The wind and thunder wings flapped and the two essences exploded. Together with his extreme movement technique, his speed broke through the limit at this moment. In an instant, he reached Nan Gongxing and the others. Run! Lin Xian waved his hand and formed a palm of light that pushed Nan Gongxing and the others away. As for himself, he had to face the terrifying golden flame wave. Lin Xian! Nan Gongxing retreated to a safe distance. When he saw this, he roared crazily. He wanted to rush forward, but the terrifying golden flame wave had already swallowed Lin Xian. No! Nan Gongxing roared crazily. His handsome face was filled with pain. The group of people behind him also roared angrily. They were unwilling to accept this. In order to save them, Lin Xian had put himself in great danger. This made them extremely grateful. At the same time, they were filled with regret. Brother Xian, why are you so stupid? Nan Gongxing was in pain. He didn't dare to imagine the consequences of being hit. His heart was filled with pain as if he had lost his soul. Luo Lai. If my brother gets hurt, I won't let you off easily, Nan Gongxing roared as he glared at the golden figure in the sky. You? You're not qualified. Luo Lai sneered, completely ignoring Nan Gongxing's threat. Down below, Qi Tianxiao, Muyu Shua, and the others laughed loudly. Great! This scourge is finally gone. If he was hit by that terrifying golden flame wave, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. When the time came, they would definitely be able to take the other party's life with a few stabs. Up ahead, golden light flickered and raging flames burned. All of the nearby buildings were destroyed, forming a terrifying scene. Not only that, but that space had also fallen into an extremely unstable state, as if it could collapse at any moment. At this moment, a ray of red light shone like a red sun, piercing through the clouds. What? Everyone was shocked as they stared ahead. Luo Lai's face was also gloomy because he could sense that Lin Xian's aura had not weakened. In fact, it had become even stronger. This is impossible. Luo Lai did not believe that no one could resist the golden flame wave head-on, not even a prodigy. However, the aura in front of him made him more and more uneasy. Originally, that space was extremely unstable. Golden light and raging flames burned, forming a cloud-like energy that enveloped everything. However, at this moment, a ball of red light pierced through the clouds as if a red sun had risen. The red light intertwined to form a red lotus that was born from the flames. It was extremely dazzling. As soon as the red lotus appeared, the surrounding golden flames suddenly dimmed. They did not even dare to approach it. What is that? Everyone was shocked. They could not believe that there was such a powerful red lotus in the world. However, an even more shocking scene appeared. From the huge red lotus shadow, a figure slowly walked out. The figure was slender and exuded a majestic aura. It was as if an immortal king had crossed time and space. As the figure walked out, the red lotus shadow in the sky quickly condensed and finally imprinted itself on the figure. Finally, the figure was completely revealed in front of everyone's eyes. Black wind fluttered, and his eyes were filled with determination. He was wearing a fiery red battle suit with a red lotus blooming on it. It was incomparably beautiful. Lin Xian, he's still alive, the crowd exclaimed. Heavens, he's not injured. He took the golden flame wave head-on and didn't suffer any damage. I'm afraid no one in the spirit detecting realm can do that. Who is this guy? How can he have such a powerful defense? Luo Lai also had a face of disbelief. He did not believe that his killing move would fail. However, everything in front of him had subverted his understanding. Damn it, what is that red lotus battle suit? Luo Lai's face was ferocious. Even a high-grade spiritual treasure could not have such a powerful defense. Unless it was a top-grade spiritual treasure, however, top-grade spiritual treasures were extremely rare. Even supremacies might not have one. How could a late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator have such a treasure? Luo Lai was shocked and puzzled. He could not understand. Down below, Qi Tian, Mount Kirawud and the others all had terrified expressions on their faces. As they looked at Lin Xian's silhouette, they revealed terrified expressions. This person was too powerful. He was definitely a peerless genius on par with Lolita. This was especially true for Qi Tian. He was filled with regret. He could not provoke such an outstanding person, even if he was from the city lord's mansion. One had to know that as long as such a genius did not die, he would definitely enter the supremacies and become a powerful expert. Therefore, the city lord's mansion would not provoke such a person. You dare to hurt my brother? No one can save you. Lin Xian wore the red lotus battle suit and looked like a fiery war god. His voice rang out in the air like countless sharp swords stabbing into everyone's hearts. Stop boasting. Defeat me first. Luo Lai coldly snorted. Although his opponent's defense was powerful, he would not be afraid. After all, he was the undefeatable king of the entire Sand region. Other than those few geniuses, no one was his match. Golden light flickered on Luo Lai's body and condensed into a golden battle suit that covered his body. On the battle suit, there were layers of flames that flickered, making him look extraordinary. "Brat, I'm tired of playing with you. Go to hell." Luo Lai raised his right hand and golden light flickered on his palm. A golden spear quickly condensed in the air. The light it emitted was even more dazzling than the sun. Radiant spear. That's Luo Lai's famous battle skill. Everyone exclaimed. Rumor has it that he once used this radiant spear to kill an extremely powerful elder. That's right. No one can escape from the spear of light. The spear of light was unstoppable and could kill opponents stronger than itself. Luo Lai held the spear of light in his hand like a killing god. The terrifying aura caused everyone to tremble. "Kid, you can die in peace now that you made me use this move." Luo Lai was very confident. This was the technique that made him famous and was also one of his strongest killing moves. Under this move, no one could block it. Lin Xuexuan's expression turned cold as he felt the powerful force coming from the other side. The red lotus battle armor on his body shone with a demonic light. Spiritual energy fluctuated in front of him and quickly condensed into a long sword that floated in the air. It was a blood-red longsword. The moment it appeared, the void was filled with blood-red killing intent. It was as if the entire space had turned into a hellish azure field. Sword of slaughter. Facing a strong opponent like Luo Lai, Lin Xian did not hold back. With his blood-red armor and blood-red long sword, Lin Xian was like an azure from hell, filled with killing intent. Below, everyone was shocked. They trembled and quickly retreated. The auras of the two were too shocking. It was not something they could withstand. Luo Lai floated in the air with the spear of light in his hand. He looked extraordinary, but his heart was filled with shock. The blood-red long sword was too tyrannical, causing him to feel a sense of fear. Moreover, the aura was not any weaker than his spear of light. Damn it, how could this kid have such a powerful martial technique? Luo Lai was furious. A martial artist at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm not only had a powerful defense, but also a shocking attack. This was hard for him to accept. If he did not get rid of this person, he was afraid that he would completely surpass him in a few years. He would not allow such a person to exist, therefore, at this moment, it was not only for the agreement with Qi Tian. Luo Lai's killing intent sword. He was determined to get rid of Lin Xian. Die. The spear of light fell like a blazing sun in the air, shattering everything in its path. Large areas of houses collapsed, and half of the arena was destroyed and turned into dust. This attack was too powerful. It was like a meteor crashing into the ground. The terrifying power spread out in all directions. Everyone below screamed and fled the arena. Those martial artists who were too slow were swept by the blazing light and vomited blood in the air. Lin Xian snorted when he saw the spear of light rushing towards him. He gripped the sword of slaughter tightly and slowly slashed towards the left. This sword seemed to be very slow, but it contained shocking killing intent. The blood-red sword Qi struck down, and boundless killing intent spread out, surging out like waves. Everything in its path was annihilated. This was the sword of slaughter, which represented a powerful blood-red killing intent. At this moment, Lin Xian faced Luo Lai. His heart was filled with murderous intent as he unleashed the essence of this sword. More than half of the void was dyed red, and the entire arena was sent flying. Countless rocks fell from the sky. Pung, the blood-red sword Qi and the golden spear collided in the air, and then a dazzling light burst out. Balls of berserk energy quickly moved, forming an incomparably huge energy ball that enveloped the entire area. Everything that was touched by the energy ball was turned into ashes. The ground collapsed, and the surrounding houses quickly dissipated. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. It was terrifying. This scene caused a sensation throughout the entirety of Quicksand City. Countless cultivators looked over, horrified expressions on their faces. Suddenly, a colorful light lit up in the void, and a rectangular colorful light pillar quickly descended, covering the terrifying energy ball. At the same time, Luo Lai and Lin Xian were covered by it. This colorful energy pillar formed an enclosed battle space. A venerable has made his move. Everyone was terrified. The colorful aura not only represented a venerable, but also a symbol of status. This was the city lord's move, however, he did not stop the two from fighting. He only separated the two to prevent Quicksand City from being destroyed again. Everyone fled, hiding in a safe place to watch the battle. Within the colorful defensive space, the berserk energy was rampant. The entire space was gray and abnormally chaotic. At this moment, a shocking blood-red light, like a rainbow, pierced through the sky. Following it was a berserk blood-red killing intent. The sword of slaughter, in the berserk energy, it rose up once again. And with a killing intent, it slashed forward. The golden spear was sent flying, making a screeching sound in the void. At the same time, Luo Lai at the back groaned, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The spear of light was sent flying? How is this possible? The spectating martial artists were shocked. That's Luo Lai's famous martial skill, and it's a martial skill that can kill high-level martial artists. However, such a powerful martial skill was defeated by Lin Xian. What exactly is that blood-red sword? Even the spear of light was sent flying. This Lin Xian is too terrifying. We can't provoke him. After sending the spear of light flying, Lin Xian's fighting spirit soared. He held the sword of slaughter and quickly attacked. The blood-red sword chi was everywhere, all slashing toward Luo Lai. At this moment, Lin Xian turned into a killing god, killing in all directions. Luo Lai could not bear the shocking blood-red killing intent and could only dodge quickly. However, Lin Xian was faster. With a slash, the terrifying sword chi enveloped Luo Lai. Open for me! Luo Lai shouted angrily. The terrifying energy in his body surged, and his whole body seemed to have turned into metal. He could not escape, so he could only take it head-on. He punched out with both fists, which shone with a metallic luster. They were like powerful weapons as they blasted forward. Boom, an earth-shaking sound reverberated, and then Luo Lai was sent flying. His arms, which were like treasured weapons, were now dull and lifeless. They were filled with blood-red sword marks. Not only that, but there was also a ghastly sword wound on his chest that had almost cut him in half. His concept of metal had been broken. How can this be? I can't lose. Luo Lai was furious, but more than that, he was terrified. He had never been defeated since his debut, and he thought that he was not weaker than those peerless geniuses. This time, he came to Quicksand City to fight with those geniuses. However, he was now defeated by a martial artist in the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. He could not accept this. Impossible, I don't believe it. Luo Lai stopped his body from retreating and roared to the sky. Golden light shone around him like a golden sea. With a roar, a huge spiritual vortex formed above his head and quickly entered his body, repairing the wounds on his body. However, the blood-red killing intent was too strong, and he could not get rid of it immediately. He could only suppress it temporarily. I will not lose. Brat, I will kill you. Luo Lai roared like an injured beast. He no longer had the calmness from before. Now, he had no choice but to use his trump card. Otherwise, he would be defeated by Lin Xian today. I have to admit that you are strong. However, under my trump card, you have no chance of survival. Luo Lai regained his composure. His body was bleeding, but his expression was full of confidence. Luo Lai became confident again. This time, he was going to use his strongest trump card. He had prepared this for challenging prodigies. He did not expect to use it here. However, he did not regret it. Lin Xian's combat power was indeed worthy of him using this move. This was originally prepared for Blackwood Cliff. I did not expect to use it on you. You should be honored to be the first witness. Luo Lai's voice was cold. Prepared for Blackwood Cliff? The surrounding warriors were shocked. Blackwood Cliff was a prodigy-level warrior from the Sand region. His strength was unfathomable and had long surpassed the limits of ordinary ultimate warriors. Other than a few other prodigies, no one else could suppress him. Now, Luo Lai's trump card was prepared to go against Blackwood Cliff. One could imagine how terrifying this trump card was. I'm afraid Lin Xian is finished. This was what many people were thinking. A trump card to go against prodigies? Lin Xian frowned. Looking at his opponent's confident look, it must not be simple. However, he was not afraid. He also had a trump card, more than one, therefore, Lin Xian appeared quite calm. If you have a trump card, hurry up and use it. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lin Xian appeared very calm. This Lin Xian is really arrogant. He's still talking big. This will only speed up his death. Hey Muyue and the rest sneered. Ignorant. Luo Lai snorted disdainfully. He believed that as long as he used his trump card, his opponent would be scared silly. A ball of golden flame appeared and pulsed in his palm. It was like a heart, beating non-stop. In the middle of the flame, there was a pure golden flame. It was unusually lively and was pulsing as if it was alive. This pulsing was accompanied by a hot and sharp aura that quickly spread in all directions. The aura was very shocking, causing the surrounding warriors to tremble. It was a trembling that came from the soul. In fact, the hearts of some weaker martial artists started to beat along with the flames. It was as if they could not control it. What kind of flame is this? It's too terrifying. It can actually affect a warrior's heartbeat. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. His whole body tensed up because he sensed a great danger coming from the golden flames in front of him. This feeling was very strong, and it made him feel like he was facing a venerable one. However, he quickly calmed down because he knew that the other party's cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm and not a venerable martial spirit. He actually managed to condense a trace of his martial soul. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm. What? That flame is actually a martial spirit. Everyone was astonished, because martial spirits were unique to venerables. The power of a martial soul was extremely strong, and it was definitely beyond what a spirit-detecting realm martial artist could endure. Who would have thought that Luo Lai would be able to condense a trace of his martial spirit? How terrifying, everyone was incomparably shocked. If a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm wanted to enter the higher realm of the venerable realm, they had to first achieve perfection in their intent realm and comprehend and condense the embryonic form of their martial soul. Only then would they have the qualifications to enter the venerable realm. Therefore, the embryonic form of a martial soul was something that all martial artists yearned for. However, Luo Lai had actually condensed a trace of his martial soul. Although it was very small, it was indeed an embryonic form of a martial soul. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not think that Luo Lai would be able to reach this step. He was indeed a top genius. That's not right. Didn't he comprehend the concept of gold? Why is the embryonic form of his martial soul a flame? Someone asked doubtfully. Actually, everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian also frowned, but his soul force was outstanding. He keenly noticed that there was a trace of pure gold light within the golden flame. It did not seem to be a flame, but a small knife. It's a knife. Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that the flame outside was not the embryonic form of a martial soul. Only the small pure gold knife in the center was Luo Lai's martial soul. Although it was small, the pressure it emitted covered everything. Kid, I have already comprehended a trace of the embryonic form of my martial soul. I am unrivaled in the same realm. Therefore, you can die now. Luo Lai's voice was cold as he looked down at Lin Xian. The embryonic form of a martial soul. He did not expect Luo Lai to have condensed the embryonic form of a martial soul. He Muyue laughed wildly. This was great. That kid surnamed Lin was dead for sure. Ji Tian also let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xian gave him too much pressure. Therefore, he was eager to kill Lin Xian. The current situation was just right for him to fulfill his wish. A trace of the embryonic form of a martial soul is indeed powerful. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He did not underestimate his opponent. However, he was not afraid at all. Not long ago, he had returned the dragon sword soul to its origin. Although he had not completely refined the dragon sword soul, if he fully activated it, its power would be enough to contend with Luo Lai. It might even be stronger. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered so far. Therefore, you are worthy of my full strength. Lin Xian's voice was steady. There was no trace of panic. Luo Lai smiled contemptuously. After releasing a trace of his martial soul, he did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Luo Lai raised his right hand and held the golden flame in front of his chest. The golden knife in the middle of the flame was spinning rapidly, emitting a shocking power. With a push of his palm, the flame flew out quickly, carrying the golden knife. It was like a ray of golden light, quickly rushing towards Lin Xian. This attack, regardless of whether it was speed or power, surpassed all the previous attacks. It could be said that martial artists who had not condensed the embryonic form of a martial soul would not be able to withstand it. This was because this was a qualitative change. It was a change in the nature of the attack. It was not something that could be countered by numbers. Therefore, Luo Lai had such confidence. Looking at the flame rushing towards him, Lin Xian was extremely calm. At this moment, he had entered a very strange state. He fully activated the dragon sword soul in his body and quickly slashed out with the slaughter sword in his hand. The mini-true dragon in his body roared and emitted an unfathomable power. It merged with the slaughter sword in his hand and quickly slashed out. The blood-red sword aura surged and evolved into a red true dragon in the air, roaring towards the sky. At this moment, the true dragon sword aura was very lively, as if it had a soul. With a roar, the red true dragon sword aura quickly rushed towards the golden flame in front of him. This attack was full of spirituality. The moment it appeared, it caused a stir. This was because everyone felt the same aura from Lin Xian as Luo Lai. It was the aura of an embryonic form of a martial soul. Embryonic form of a martial soul? How is this possible? Luo Lai was also shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It had to be known that the embryonic form of a martial soul could only be condensed when one's cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, the youth in front of him was clearly at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. How could he have an embryonic form of a martial soul? Luo Lai was a little confused. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. The crowd below was even more shocked. They could not understand how Lin Xian could also have an embryonic form of a martial soul. He Muyue and Qi Tian were even more shocked. The two of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. They would probably never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. From now on, they would never dare to cause trouble for Lin Xian. It was not just the martial artists. Many of the venerables in Quicksand City were silently watching the battle. At this moment, when they saw Lin Xian use an attack similar to an embryonic form of a martial soul, they were greatly shocked. This was too abnormal. It completely violated the principle of an embryonic form of a martial soul. Lin Xian's attack, which was similar to the embryonic form of a martial soul, had shocked everyone. Moreover, the power of that sword was even more shocking. In the void, the golden saber contained in the golden flame spun rapidly and shook the surroundings. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were trampling through the void. That aura was too violent. It was like a raging wave that quickly spread over. On the other side, Lin Xian's blood-red sword qi was even more terrifying. The roar was like a violent torrent that poured out in torrents. One was the embryonic form of a golden saber formed by the sublimation of the concept of metal. The other was a true dragon sword qi that was filled with blood-red killing intent and the greater success of the sword intent. The two of them clashed. The void boiled and quickly split open. At the point of intersection, a chaotic fog was emitted. The golden saber flashed and swept in all directions. At the same time, a sea of blood filled the air. The roar of a true dragon was endless. Collision, an intense collision, that terrifying momentum was unforgettable for the surrounding martial artists. Fortunately, there were venerables to create a unique battle space. Otherwise, the two of them would have destroyed more than half of Quicksand City. This was just a trace of the embryonic form of a martial soul. If it was a real martial soul, a casual attack could destroy the entire Quicksand City. One had to know that Quicksand City was not an ordinary city. It was a huge city in the Sand Country. It covered thousands of miles and was very vast. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of a martial soul was. In the void, the two forces collided, creating a terrifying wave that wrapped around Luo Lai and Lin Xian. The surrounding people were nervous and watched closely. When the violent energy dissipated, the figures of the two were revealed. Luo Lai's body flew out as if he had been struck by lightning. The golden armor on his body was broken in many places. It was very miserable. Every time he took a step back, he would step into the void. It was as if a giant hammer was striking a drum, producing a violent sound. Moreover, the surrounding air was like a wave, quickly spreading out. Lin Xian was also sent flying. However, the red lotus battle suit on his body shone with a demonic light, forming the strongest defense. It seemed that he did not suffer much impact. Everyone was shocked. The scene in front of them showed that Lin Xian seemed to have the upper hand. This was too shocking. The young man in front of them was too powerful. He could actually suppress Luo Lai, who was known as the Invincible King. Just how strong was his strength? Could it be that he was already on par with those geniuses? This was what everyone was wondering. Luo Lai was too powerful. Among the younger generation of the Sand region, only a few geniuses could defeat Luo Lai. But now, Lin Quanqian was suppressing the little girl. Did this mean that his strength had reached the level of a prodigy? If that was really the case, then it was too terrifying. Most of these geniuses were around 30 years old, and their cultivations were all at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. That was why they were able to comprehend the embryonic form of a martial soul and stand above everyone else. As for Lin Xian, he was only 18 years old, and his cultivation base was at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. However, his battle prowess was not any weaker than a prodigy's. This had never happened in the history of the Sand region. Lin Xian steadied himself and rushed out once again. He was like a ray of resplendent sword light, instantly arriving in front of Luo Lai. The blood-red sword of slaughter stabbed out again. This time, he didn't use his martial soul embryonic form because using the great dragon sword soul had consumed a lot of his energy. Moreover, he could see that his opponent didn't have the possibility of using his martial soul embryonic form. Therefore, he only used the sword of slaughter and the great success sword intent to the extreme. However, this was already very terrifying. It was far from what an ultimate warrior could withstand. You are the strongest opponent I have met so far. Thank you for allowing me to have a deeper understanding of my martial soul embryonic form. Now, let's end this. With a slash of the sword, Luo Lai was sent flying and crashed heavily into the ground. Suddenly, a human-shaped crater appeared on the ground. Countless shocking cracks spread out in all directions as if a huge earthquake had occurred. Luo Lai fell to the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of madness in his expression, as well as frustration and disappointment. Defeated. He has been defeated. He had never been defeated since his debut and thought that he was a peerless prodigy. But now, he had been defeated. It wasn't because he was careless or made a mistake. He had truly been defeated. Fang's strength had already surpassed his. The power of his martial soul embryonic form was even stronger than his. Therefore, there was no need for him to continue fighting, nor was there a chance for him to continue. This was because at this moment, his body was filled with violent slaughter intent and sharp great success sword intent. This caused his injuries to worsen. He couldn't even use half of his combat strength. Roaring to the sky, Luo Lai quickly swallowed a few pills. Then, he endured the pain all over his body and quickly fled. Everyone was shocked and stood rooted to the ground. Luo Lai, known as the undefeated king of Sand region, had been defeated and left like a stray dog. A legend had fallen in front of them, and another legend had quickly risen. Lin Xian had defeated the undefeated king. The powerful strength he displayed shocked everyone. Some observant people noticed that ever since Lin Xian appeared in Quicksand City, he had won every battle. They didn't know if this was the rise of another undefeated king. However, they knew that Lin Xian's strength was definitely comparable to a prodigy's. Such a person was still above everyone else. Whoosh, the colorful light screen disappeared. It was obvious that the city lord had removed the energy. However, with his powerful soul perception, Lin Xian knew that the surrounding sovereign's consciousness were still there. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian looked down. Today's matter had to be settled. Sensing Lin Xian's gaze, Yamajima and Qi Tian trembled and almost wet themselves. Lin Xian was too powerful. Even Luo Lai was no match for him, let alone the two of them. What do you want? Yamajima asked with a trembling voice. You brought people to cause trouble and even tried to kill me. Now that I've beaten them away, do you think this is the end? What a joke. Lin Xian snorted. How could he show mercy when others wanted to kill him? However, the situation was very special. The sovereigns were watching, so he couldn't go too far. At the very least, he couldn't offend everyone. Lin Xian looked at Qi Tian and said, "For the sake of the city lord, I'll let you go today. I hope you won't participate in this kind of thing in the future. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Qi Tian quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. He was greatly relieved, knowing that this time it was fine. Moreover, even without Lin Xian's reminder, he wouldn't dare to participate in this kind of thing in the future. As for you. Lin Xian looked at Yamajima and the others again. Just because I didn't want to join your Blackwood Castle's arena, you and Yamajima tried to get rid of me? Your Blackwood family is truly shameless. For the sake of your sovereigns, I won't kill you today. However, I'll cut off one of your arms as a lesson. Chop off an arm. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian let Qi Tian off, but he wanted to punish Heimuyue and the others. This was obviously going against the Blackwood stronghold. However, from Lin Xian's words, everyone understood the grudge between him and the Blackwood stronghold. From this point of view, it was indeed the Blackwood stronghold that was too arrogant and in the wrong. However, the Blackwood stronghold had always been so overbearing and arrogant. Those who were related to Wu Enai and the others were all mercilessly assassinated. But this time, they seemed to have kicked an iron plate. Not only were the martial artists below shocked, but even the supreme experts in the surroundings were greatly surprised. In the soul spirit perception, there were supreme experts from the Blackwood stronghold. Right now, a 5th stage spirit detection realm martial artist actually wanted to kill a disciple of the Blackwood stronghold in front of a supreme expert. This was a blatant slap to the face. Deep in the clouds, an elder stood in the void. That elder was wearing a green robe, and the word battle was drawn on his chest with golden lines. The dragon and phoenix were dancing and emitting an indescribable aura. At this moment, the elder smiled as he looked at the scene below and nodded slightly. Not bad, this kid has some character. Beside the elder, there was a young lady wearing a green gauze dress. The young lady had an elegant appearance and was emitting a different aura. Especially that pair of eyes which were like gemstones and abnormally spirited. She curled her lips and said with disdain, trying to be brave in front of a supreme expert. What an idiot. But old man, didn't you notice anything? How many times have I told you to call me master? Why are you so disobedient? The green-robed elder had an unhappy expression. Humph, the young lady in the green gauze dress snorted and ignored the green-robed elder's dissatisfaction. She then said again, "Don't you think that he is very similar to the person in the portrait in the palace?" Hearing that, the green-robed elder was slightly startled and looked carefully. You don't say. There are some similarities, but this youth's age is slightly older than the one in the portrait. No way. Could it really be that person? The young lady in the green gauze dress covered her mouth and exclaimed. Interesting. If it is really him, then it will be even more interesting. The elder and the young lady discussed softly and paid close attention to the situation below. When the venerable from Blackwood stronghold heard Lin's words, he immediately snorted in dissatisfaction. Although his real body had not arrived, and it was only the aura of his soul, his voice was filled with the pressure of a venerable one. However, the great dragon sword's soul in his body roared ferociously and quickly neutralized the pressure. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Like a sudden clap of thunder, everyone staggered and couldn't stand steadily. Countless people revealed terrified expressions. It was too terrifying. They could not withstand the aura of a supreme expert at all, and many of them suffered internal injuries. Lin Xian was also affected, and his eyes flickered. He dared to do so because he was confident that he could escape from the venerable one. If he was really forced into a corner, he would just have to leave Quicksand City. Moreover, there was no need for him to worry about Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong. Both of them were disciples of large families and were definitely safer than him. Therefore, Lin Xian directly chose to ignore the warning from the Blackwood Stronghold's venerable. Are you going to do it yourselves, or do you want me to do it? Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone was dumbfounded and dumbstruck. Is this guy crazy? He actually dares to do it. One had to know that the cold snort just now was very threatening. Did he really dare to do it under the nose of a venerable one? Black Wuju and the three martial artists behind him were even more terrified. Just now, when they heard the cold snort from their family's elder, they were wild with joy as if they had been pardoned. Because they knew that a venerable one could definitely protect their safety. However, Lin Xian still wanted to do it at this moment. This was too insolent, too arrogant. However, they forgot that they were the ones who were arrogant first, and Lin Xian was only forced to fight back. Seeing the expressions of Black Wuju and the others, Lin Xian sneered. Looks like you guys don't want to do it yourselves. Fine, I'll do it myself. After saying that, he once again grasped the sword of slaughter in his hand. A shocking killing intent surged and swept out in all directions. It was as if countless sword lights were raining down, and it was extremely sharp. The surrounding martial artists trembled. They felt a tremor coming from the depths of their souls. Lin Xian held the sword of slaughter in his hand, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. He was like a god of death that came from hell. He raised his arm, and a blood-red sword of slaughter rushed out, quickly slashing towards Black Wuju and the others. No! Ancestor, save me! Black Wuju screamed in horror. He's scared, he's really scared. Lin Xian was a madman. He actually dared to attack them in front of a venerable one. In the void, the voice sounded again. Then, a huge palm of light fell, shattering the blood-red sword of slaughter. Junior, enough is enough. One must know when to advance and when to retreat. Don't you understand this principle? The huge hand that covered the sky floated, and then quickly condensed into an old figure. This figure was completely formed by spiritual power, and it contained a trace of the Venerable One's soul imprint. On his body, there was a faint Venerable One's aura. Young man, it's better to be careful. Otherwise, it would be a pity if you fall. The Venerable One's voice was cold, and there was a strong sense of threat in it. According to the rules of Quicksand City, the older generation generally did not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. Moreover, in front of so many people, it was even more inappropriate for a Venerable One to do such a thing. Therefore, the Blackwood Stronghold's Venerable One condensed this clone. However, his killing intent towards Lin Xian was not weak at all. Enough is enough? Lin Xian sneered. When you tried to assassinate me time and time again, did you think of this principle? Don't you think it's ridiculous to try to reason with me now? Facing a Venerable One, Lin Xian was not afraid. Everyone fell silent after hearing that. Although what Lin Xian said made sense, it was not a wise choice to openly go against a Venerable One. Junior, you're very arrogant. You should know that dead geniuses are nothing. The Venerable One's clone's face was gloomy, and there was a cold killing intent in his voice. Arrogant? I don't dare. Compared to your Blackwood stronghold, I'm still far from it. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. Impudent. Hearing Lin Xian's mocking words, the Venerable One's clone flew into a rage. He shouted coldly, and the void quickly exploded, forming a terrifying wave of air that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul again, forming a biting cold sword chi that slashed in all directions, instantly destroying the wave of air. A dignified Venerable One actually attacked a junior. How impressive, how powerful. Lin Xian sneered. The other party was a Venerable One, and he actually dared to attack him in public. Lin Xian's killing intent was biting cold. Since the other party did not care about his status, he could not care less. He must cut off an arm of He Muyue and the others. The Venerable One's clone coldly snorted, then stood with his hands behind his back and said arrogantly, Who do you think you are? You're not worthy for me to attack. Today's matter ends here. I'm going to take them back now. I said that I'll cut off an arm of theirs today, so I must do it. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, not backing down an inch. His body emitted a shocking battle intent. Then, he held the slaughter sword in his hand and shouted angrily. He quickly slashed out a blood-red sword chi, like a wave of blood, rolling out. Junior, you're courting death. The Venerable One's clone sneered. He pointed out a finger, colliding with the blood-red slaughter sword chi. The two collided, creating a loud explosion, forming a rain of light and a sea of blood. But at this time, Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. His large success sword intent surged out crazily, quickly covering all directions. This sword intent was very shocking, immediately causing the surrounding martial artists' weapons to tremble rapidly. In the next moment, Vhumad and the three martial artists behind him pulled out their weapons, quickly turning and slashing down, slashing at their right arms. Puchi! Ah! Blood splattered, and miserable screams rang out, extremely ear-piercing. Vhumad and the other three screamed miserably. At the same time, their right arms were chopped off. Blood splattered, and swords clashed. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The Supremacy's clone was also stunned, then he flew into a rage. Thief, you're courting death. A palm of light blasted over, and a terrifying energy surged out. He was too angry. A spirit-detecting thief dared to kill his tribesman in front of him. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. Moreover, before this, he had said that he would protect the safety of the four of them. Lin Xian did this not only to punish Vhumad and the others, but also to slap him in the face, especially in front of so many people. The Supremacy felt like his lungs were about to explode. The people below were even more shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so fierce. He didn't care about the Supremacy at all. Moreover, not only did he do it, but he also succeeded. In front of the Supremacy, he chopped off the right arms of Vhumad and the others. This was too shocking. Lin Xian's figure floated and quickly dodged the palm of light. At the same time, he quickly pulled away and prepared to retreat. The Supremacy snorted coldly. His eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Lin Xian, preventing him from attacking again. If Lin Xian went crazy and killed Vhumad and the others, then he would lose even more face. Lin Xian's heart sank when he was stared at by the Supremacy. The power was too terrifying. It was far from what a spirit-detecting martial artist could withstand. Even if the other party was just a clone, it still brought about endless pressure. Moreover, he had the dragon sword soul in his body to be able to withstand it. It seemed that it was still too difficult to face the Supremacy now. Lin Xian sighed and prepared to leave. At this moment, the Supremacy's clone attacked again. An incomparably powerful force surged over like a surging river. Those energy ribbons contained extremely terrifying energy. They were like a vast sea that flickered with light. It was too powerful. The Supremacy's attack was terrifying. It was enough to kill any spirit-detecting martial artist. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He couldn't resist, but he was confident that he could escape. Just as he was about to retreat, the 5 energy ribbons in the sky suddenly fluctuated violently, as if they had suffered a great attack. This is... Lin Xian frowned, but did not act rashly. The Supreme Expert's heart sank. Someone actually dared to make a move against him. Could it be that they were not afraid of the Blackwood family's revenge? Thinking of this, he snorted coldly, and killing intent erupted from his eyes. At this time, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the void. The 5 energy ribbons completely exploded, turning into a rain of energy. What? The Venerable from the Blackwood fort was startled. He didn't expect his attack to be broken so quickly. It seemed that the opponent was also a Venerable like him. Who? Get out here. You actually dare to meddle in the affairs of Blackwood Castle. Hee, Blackwood Castle, how impressive. A dignified Venerable actually dares to attack a junior. How capable. A mocking voice was heard. Then, the rain of light in the sky fluttered and quickly formed a word in the air. Fight. The characters were flamboyant and contained immeasurable energy. Seeing the word fight, the surrounding Venerable's divine senses were all startled. The pupils of the Blackwood Fort's Venerable shrank. Palace of Ares, it's actually someone from the Palace of Ares. He was astonished, and his expression became extremely ugly. The Palace of Ares was a powerful force. There were kings in the palace, and they were an overlord in the Sky Martial continent. Although their foundation was not in the Sand region, they were not to be underestimated. One must know that not long ago, the primordial Yang stone mine appeared in the setting sun desert. Their Blackwood fort had once fought with the Palace of Ares for it, but they lost in the end. And now, the people from the Palace of Ares appeared again. He didn't know what the other party's intentions were, and he didn't know why they would protect Lin Xian. He quickly sent a message, wanting his main body to rush over. Otherwise, a clone wouldn't be enough. At this time, a five-colored figure appeared and said in a clear voice, "I didn't expect a friend from the Palace of Ares to come. Why don't you come out for a chat?" That five-colored figure was City Lord Qi. The crowd below was shocked. They had heard of the Palace of Ares' reputation. It was the overlord of the entire Sky Martial continent. They didn't expect the other party's honorable to appear here and even save Lin Xian. Could it be that Lin Xian is someone from the Palace of Ares? The crowd guessed. Otherwise, why would the honorable from the Palace of Ares help? Moreover, a monstrous genius like Lin Xian could only be nurtured by the Palace of Ares. It wasn't just one person who thought so. Almost everyone thought so. Nan Gongsang and the rest also heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian had given them too much shock, and they didn't need to worry at all. City Lord Qi's words were still echoing when two figures appeared from the clouds and flew down quickly. It was an old man, and beside him was a beautiful young lady in a green dress. She exuded a unique aura. The old man and the young lady were like immortals, floating down. "Hee, City Lord Qi, greetings." The old man in green smiled. "Senior, thank you for your help," Lin Xian said. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the crowd was stirred again. It seemed that Lin Xian wasn't someone from the Palace of Ares. The honorable from Blackwood Stronghold snorted, "This is my Blackwood Stronghold's matter. As someone from the Palace of Ares, aren't you crossing the line a little?" The old man in green nodded kindly at Lin Xian, then looked at the honorable from the Blackwood Stronghold. "If you encounter something shameless, this old man will intervene. Moreover, who said this is your Blackwood Stronghold's matter? This young man is fated with our Palace of Ares." Hearing this, the crowd was stunned and puzzled. The honorable from Blackwood Stronghold had a dark expression. He snorted and didn't say anything else, waiting for his true body to descend. The old man in green knew the other party's intention, but he didn't care and didn't stop him. Soon, two powerful auras appeared and rushed over from afar. Swoosh, in an instant, two figures appeared in the void. An enormous pressure enveloped the surroundings like waves. "Honorable, too honorable," the crowd trembled with fear. Two honorable appeared in the Blackwood Stronghold. It seemed that they were really afraid of the Palace of Ares. One of the two honorable was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man. The old man was the one who manifested his clone. The two stood in the void and faced the honorable from the Palace of Ares with vigilance. Lin Xian frowned. Too honorable was beyond his tolerance. He wanted to leave. However, the old man in green sent a voice transmission to guarantee his safety. Looking at the two honorable from Blackwood Stronghold, the old man in green snorted, "My Palace of Ares will protect this young man. If you dare to touch him, just wait for your clan to be exterminated." At the end, his voice was like thunder that exploded in the void, stunning everyone. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The honorable from the Palace of Ares was so powerful that he wanted to protect Lin Xian. The two honorable from Blackwood Stronghold had gloomy expressions and trembled with anger. A threat, this was a naked threat. It was a threat, a naked threat. Not only did he threaten the two of them, but he also threatened the entire Blackwood fort. They were very angry. As the top forces of Quicksand City, when had they ever been threatened like this? However, they could only endure it. Because the other party was from the Palace of War. That was a real giant. If they angered him, there might really be a disaster. However, they were really unwilling to admit defeat just like that. As if he understood both sides, the green-clothed old man smiled indifferently. "How about this? I'll give you a chance to save your face. Use your strongest attacks. If you can make me take a step back, then I won't interfere in this matter anymore." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This was too arrogant, too domineering. The two venerables of the Blackwood fort were so angry that their faces turned black. This person had underestimated them too much. The two of them looked at each other and prepared to attack. "Let me remind you, you can attack together," the green-clothed old man said casually. Hearing this, even the corners of City Lord Qi's mouth twitched slightly. He sighed and didn't say anything else. The two venerables of the Blackwood fort were so angry that their bodies trembled. How dare he underestimate them? However, after discussing, the two of them decided to attack together. In any case, this was the other party's request. They could seize the opportunity to fiercely dampen the other party's limelight. They wanted to let everyone know who was the real overlord in Quicksand City. Since fellow Taoist has requested it, then we will definitely fulfill it. The two of them sneered. Their auras surged, and waves of energy belonging to Venerables surged out. Lin Xian frowned and flew to a safe place. However, he was also uneasy in his heart. Wasn't it a bit overconfident to face two Venerables alone? However, he didn't understand the situation of Venerables, so he couldn't make a judgment rashly. However, looking at the green-clothed old man's expression, he didn't seem to care at all. In the next moment, the two Venerables of the Blackwood Fort attacked. Vast and mighty energy filled heaven and earth. The middle-aged man slashed out a saber light. It was so dazzling that it tore the entire space apart. That power had completely surpassed the spirit-detecting stage. The vast and mighty aura seemed to have triggered the momentum of heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. The other old man waved his fist and threw out a punch. It was like a meteor chasing the moon, releasing tens of thousands of rays of light. Two terrifying attacks blasted towards the green-clothed old man at the same time. In an instant, the entire void began to collapse. Everyone below was terrified, and their faces turned pale from the pressure of this energy. However, the old man in green was very calm. He formed a seal with one hand and quickly blasted it forward. Mountain seal. A mountain condensed and appeared between heaven and earth. It was like a divine mountain that weighed over 10,000 jin. It flickered with light and blasted forward. A large area of the void was torn apart. Countless horrifying cracks spread out, pitch black like a black hole. Rumble, the huge divine mountain moved horizontally and collided with the blade and fist shadows, emitting an apocalyptic sense of crisis. City Lord Qi's expression changed. Together with a few Venerables who were hiding in the dark, they quickly formed a light screen to cover the town below. Otherwise, the entire Quicksand City would be destroyed. The four Venerable ones joined forces to defend and finally blocked the energy. The violent energy disappeared and the sky became clear again. The azure-robed old man stood there indifferently. Beside him, the young girl in the azure-robed dress looked ahead with disdain. There, the two Blackwood Fort Venerables kept retreating. Every step he took back cracked the void. It was terrifying to the extreme. This scene showed who was superior. Lin Xian was shocked. This old man from the Palace of War was too powerful. He could actually fight against two Venerables alone. Not only Lin Xian, but the nearby Venerables were also shocked. At the Venerable realm, the improvement of one's strength was very slow. It often required hundreds of years of accumulation. Moreover, the improvement of each realm was very difficult. There were 9 heavens of Venerable realm, and each realm was worlds apart. The two Venerables from the Blackwood Fort stopped, and their expressions became very ugly. The two of them were first and second Venerable realm experts respectively. When the two of them joined forces, they were incomparably powerful. However, they were actually forced back by a single hand. This was definitely a humiliation. Their eyes burned with anger as their chests heaved up and down. With a long roar, the two of them activated their martial souls with all their might and attacked crazily. A long saber appeared in front of the middle-aged man, emitting a terrifying pressure. As soon as it appeared, it crushed all directions. Its power was definitely not something that a spiritual treasure could compare to. Long saber martial soul. It was the middle-aged man's martial soul. With the saber in hand, the middle-aged man seemed to have turned into a saber god, incomparably valiant. On the other side, the old man also summoned his martial soul. His martial soul was a goshawk. Its entire body was pitch black, and a murderous aura surged on it, emitting fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. The two of them summoned their martial souls at the same time, as if they were facing a great enemy. Haha, today I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. The green-robed old man laughed loudly. In the next moment, a green light bloomed around his body, enveloping all directions. A vast and unfathomable energy spread out, incomparably profound. In an instant, it enveloped the two martial artists from the Blackwood Fort. Terrifying energy erupted, and every trace of it could tear the void apart. Lin Xian looked at the sky, shocked. This was the power of a venerable. It was incomparably violent and had the power of heaven and earth. Suddenly, two screams were heard. It was very ear-piercing. As soon as the screams came out, City Lord Qi and the other venerables were shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked and looked up. In the void, two figures were covered in blood and fled into the distance in an extremely sorry state. They were very fast and disappeared in an instant. However, wherever they passed, blood spread in the void. It was very terrifying. Hiss, City Lord Qi and the others gasped, and their eyelids twitched wildly. In just a short while, the two venerables from the Blackwood Fort were defeated, and they fled with serious injuries. After all, one of them was at the second level of the venerable realm. When the two of them joined forces, they could even fight against a third-level venerable. However, they couldn't resist at all in front of the green-robed old man. For a moment, the green-robed old man became mysterious in the eyes of everyone. The green light that filled the sky dissipated, revealing the figure of the green-robed old man. Beside him, the young girl from the green radish group was still smiling faintly, as if she was laughing at the two who fled. Haha, I wonder who else wants to have a taste of it. The green-robed old man chuckled. Silence, absolute silence. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. City Lord Qi laughed dryly. This is just an accident. Don't worry, I guarantee that no venerable realm martial artist will attack juniors in Quicksand City. Hearing that, the green-robed old man nodded in satisfaction. On the other hand, Lin Xian scratched his head. It was resolved just like that? Wasn't happiness coming too suddenly? However, he was still very puzzled as to why the green-robed old man would help him. He had many secrets, so he had to be careful. Unless it was a last resort, he was really unwilling to get involved with an expert like a venerable. However, the other party didn't seem to think so. Because the green-robed old man had his eyes on Lin Xian. Although the green-clothed old man looked kind, Lin Xian still felt a chill down his spine. This old man was definitely a terrifying figure to be able to injure two supremacies with one strike. Nothing good would come out of it if such a person targeted him. Well, thank you for your help. I'll take my leave now. Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. He didn't want to stay any longer. Hee, little guy, don't be impatient. I have something to ask you, the green-clothed old man said with a smile. In the end, Lin Xian couldn't escape. In the quiet courtyard, Lin Xian looked at the green-clothed old man in front of him with vigilance. Beside him, the girl in the green dress stared at Lin Xian curiously. Her big eyes were blinking. The crimson dragon was originally hiding in Lin Xian's sleeve. Now that it was enveloped by the aura of a supremacy, it felt uncomfortable and ran out. The little white monkey also jumped out and played with the spirit fruit. This snake. The green-clothed old man was surprised. The girl, Qing'er, turned to look at the little white monkey with a face full of joy. Phew, feeling the pressure on him disappear, Lin Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, Lin Xian asked, "May I know why Senior is looking for me?" "Yes, it's like this." The green-clothed old man gave up his research on the crimson dragon and said with a smile, "Little guy, what's your name?" "I'm Lin Xian." "Your surname is Lin." The green-clothed old man and the girl looked at each other. They were even more certain of their guess. "Where are you from?" "Tiannan region." "What's your father's name?" "Lin Zhan." Lin Xian was puzzled, but he still said it out loud. As expected. The green-clothed old man sighed in his heart. He felt that it was very likely. However, he wasn't 100% sure. After all, there were cases of impersonators in the past, but they all ended up badly. "Senior, I'm here to look for my father. May I know where he is?" The green-clothed old man stroked his beard. Just as he was about to say something, a powerful and cold aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings. The entire sky instantly darkened. Black clouds rolled in the sky, as if they were demonic clouds. A powerful aura that made people tremble could be felt. The azure-robed elder's expression changed, and his expression became extremely solemn. "Brat, if you want to know the answer, go to the Palace of Ares." After saying that, he took the girl beside him and turned into a beam of light, shooting straight into the sky. The demonic cloud was very powerful, and its speed was very fast. In an instant, it had left the sky above their heads. The green-robed elder followed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Palace of Ares? Within the courtyard, Lin Xian's eyes were shining. His main goal in coming to the martial heaven continent was to find his father. Now, he finally got the news. However, he didn't know what relationship his father had with the Palace of Ares. Could it be that father is also a member of the Palace of Gods of War? Lin Xian guessed, feeling extremely puzzled. Furthermore, from the attitude of the green-clothed old man, it was obvious that he was closely related to his father. He decided that as soon as he obtained the divine dream bone in Quicksand City, he would immediately set out for the War God Palace. In the following time, Lin Xian entered a state of cultivation. After his battle with Luo Lai, he had a new understanding of the embryonic form of his martial soul. Even his greater success sword intent, which hadn't changed for a long time, showed signs of loosening. It wouldn't be long before he broke through and reached the great perfection realm. During this period, Lin Xian's mind was constantly recalling the scene of his battle with Luo Lai, especially the form of the embryonic form of his martial soul. Lin Xian extracted that wonderful feeling bit by bit and constantly simulated it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, the Divine Dragon Pavilion's battle arena was being rebuilt. Although the building was destroyed, Nan Gongseng and the others weren't depressed at all. Everyone had a smile on their faces, and their eyes were filled with excitement. Because of Lin Xian, their Divine Dragon Pavilion's battle arena had become famous again. Moreover, from now on, there would probably be no one who would come to cause trouble. After all, even a top genius like Luo Lai had been defeated. It was useless for others to come. Just as Nan Gongseng's side was cheering, the Blackwood Fort was silent. Their disciple had an arm chopped off outside. The 2 supremacies who stepped forward were even injured and fled back in panic. Those disciples in the clan were scared out of their wits, feeling as if the end of the world had arrived. The higher-ups of the Blackwood Fort were even more furious. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? However, the other party was from the Palace of Gods of War and was extremely powerful. Unless they used their clan's foundation, they might be able to win. However, that would undoubtedly anger the Palace of Gods of War. At that time, it wasn't something their Blackwood Fort could withstand. Therefore, they could only endure. Of course, the person they hated the most was still Lin Xian. Towards this little thief, the elders of the Blackwood Fort wished they could tear him apart immediately. However, the green-clothed elder's warning was very obvious, so they could only endure for the time being. They were waiting. As long as the prodigy of their clan, Xianxia, returned, he would definitely be able to kill the other party. This was because Xianxia was powerful and was one of the top prodigies of the Sand region. He even had 1 foot in the supremacy realm. Such a person wouldn't be afraid of anyone other than supremacies. Soon, Yair will be back when the alliance battle begins. The higher-ups of the Blackwood Fort were all holding their breaths. On the other side, Lin Xian secretly left Quicksand City. This was because he couldn't break through his sword intent in the city because the influence would be too great. Therefore, he had to find a place where no one was around and give it his all. In the Sunset Desert, Lin Xian arrived with the Crimson Dragon and the snow-white little monkey. They chose a remote and uninhabited area and began to set up a formation. The matter of setting up the formation was done by the Crimson Dragon. Soon, a formation was formed. Lin Xian sank into the yellow sand and began to break through with all his strength. This time, he must reach the great perfection of his sword intent. The great perfection represented the limit of sword intent. It was the comprehension of sword intent. This feeling was very mysterious and indescribable. It could only be comprehended. Lin Xian emptied his body and carefully comprehended. He fell into a very wonderful state. This was a kind of comprehension and sublimation of sword intent. It was a very rare experience. One had to know that sword intent was a very difficult concept to comprehend. Those who could comprehend it to the great perfection were even fewer. However, once one succeeded, the power would definitely be beyond imagination. This was also the reason why warriors were afraid of swordsmen. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this period, Lin Xian had not moved. However, the sword intent in his body had strengthened. In addition to its sharpness, there was something else. This caused his sword intent to become complete. Lin Xian had finally taken this step, he had found the right path. As long as he continued, he would definitely succeed. Another 5 days passed. On this day, a shocking aura suddenly surged out from under the yellow sand. It was as if a peerless divine sword was awakening. Puff! Puff! Countless sword chi surged out, forming a huge column of sword chi that pierced into the sky. From afar, it was even spectacular. Bang! In the desert, the ground sank and a blank area appeared. A figure quickly flew out. This figure was none other than Lin Xian. After these days of enlightenment, he had finally cultivated his sword intent to the Great Perfection realm. Great Perfection sword intent was the highest realm of sword intent. If he wanted to take another step forward, he would have to develop his martial soul. In other words, Lin Xian's next step was to condense the embryonic form of his martial soul. Of course, he wanted to condense the embryonic form of his sword soul. Moreover, he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul, so he only needed to fuse his Great Perfection Sword Soul with it. It could be said that Lin Xian had an innate advantage over others when it came to condensing the embryonic form of his martial soul. As long as he condensed the embryonic form of his martial soul, even if his cultivation hadn't reached the limit of the spirit detecting realm, his combat strength would be half a step into the venerable realm. Once he successfully condensed a true martial soul, he would have the strength to fight against a venerable realm expert. At that time, he wouldn't be as passive as he was now. His body swayed, and countless sword rays appeared under his feet, carrying him down. A huge vacuum appeared where he had been cultivating. At this moment, the black hole was spinning rapidly, stirring up the surrounding yellow sand. Not only that, but the yellow sand around him was also flowing, making rustling sounds. The entire yellow sand ground shook as if something was about to appear. What's this? Lin Xian was puzzled. He didn't expect that a random place would cause such a phenomenon. It's coming from underground. The Crimson Dragon's expression was also serious as it pointed its dragon claws downward. Wooji Wooji the snow-white monkey blinked its big eyes and was also on guard. It jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and grabbed his hair tightly. Lin Xian was curious and decided to investigate. He waved his finger, and a bright sword ray slashed out, splitting the yellow sand underground. He had already comprehended the Great Perfection sword intent, and his attack power was several times stronger than before. Therefore, he easily tore a terrifying crack in the yellow sand below. Lin Xian's body swayed, and the Crimson Dragon followed closely behind. Whoosh, the man and the two beasts quickly arrived below. Then, Lin Xian was stunned. This was because the place he was in was not filled with yellow sand, but a vast expanse of solid ground. On the ground, there were countless stone tablets standing on the ground, forming a strange formation. Beside the stone tablet, there were white bones filled with the aura of death. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw the stone tablets all over the ground. He suddenly recalled that there were similar stone tablets near the Xian sword in the Xia kingdom. Moreover, that place was known as the demonic abyss, and it could suck in everything nearby. He had been there before, but with Lord Alcohol's guidance, he had come out safely. However, the terror within left him with lingering fear. However, he didn't expect to see such a scene again after a few years. Furthermore, the level of danger this time was even higher. Even with his strength, he still felt his heart tremble. What is this? Lin Xian was puzzled. 100 Graves Taboo Formation. A very ancient formation, said the Crimson Dragon. Lin Xian frowned. Just by hearing the name, he knew that it wasn't a good array formation. What does it do? Defy the heavens and change one's fate, from death to life. The Crimson Dragon's voice was heavy. The person who created this formation was a lunatic to begin with. He actually wanted to break through the cycle of life and death. The person who created this formation was a lunatic among lunatics. This was because this method was impossible to achieve. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. This was actually a heaven-defying formation. One had to know that a warrior's cultivation was to seize fate from the heavens in order to obtain a longer lifespan. However, to Lin Xian's knowledge, no one could live forever. At most, they could live a little longer depending on their cultivation. For example, a supremacy had a lifespan of about 800 to 1,000 years. As for a king, they had an even longer lifespan, usually more than 2,000 years. However, no matter how long they lived, they would eventually return to dust. No one could escape the cycle of life and death. However, the formation in front of him actually wanted to break the rules of life and death. It was truly a heaven-defying act. Lin Xian stood at the periphery and felt his soul tremble. A cold wind blew past, and he felt a chill run down his back. "Let's go." Lin Xian called the little white monkey and the crimson dragon and quickly left the place. Just as Lin Xian was returning to Quicksand City, the upper echelons of the Blackwood stronghold received the news that he had left. "That damned thief, how dare he leave Quicksand City? He's courting death. This is a good opportunity to get rid of him. According to our intelligence, the supremacy of the Palace of Ares has already left. Although the mayor and the others will intercept him if he attacks within the city, no one can protect that thief outside the city." The patriarch of the Blackwood family was a dignified middle-aged man. After hearing this news, he pondered for a moment and then ordered, "We can't use our supremacies. Otherwise, if the Palace of Ares hears about it, it will bring disaster to the family. However, we can't leave this kid alive. Send a few elders who have condensed martial souls." Then, the Blackwood family sent out 4 elders. One of them had condensed a martial soul, while the other 3 had also condensed a trace of a martial soul. Their strength was not weaker than Luo Lai's. The strength of these 4 old monsters was absolutely terrifying. When they worked together, they could even contend against a supremacy. They were absolutely confident that they could eliminate Lin Xian. The 4 of them quickly left the quicksand layer and lay in ambush on the only way back to the city. One day later, Lin Xian's figure appeared. He quickly rushed to Quicksand City. However, halfway there, he suddenly became alert. An extremely strong sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. This was an instinctive reaction that could predict extreme danger. Therefore, Lin Xian immediately returned the way he came. This time, his speed was even faster. He directly turned into a sword light and tore through the void, quickly disappearing on the spot. Boom! At the same time, in front of where Lin Xian was standing, 4 powerful auras exploded and crushed the void. 4 figures appeared in the void like azure ghosts. These 4 people were dressed in black robes and even their heads were covered by a wide hood. At this moment, they were emitting an extremely powerful aura. "Chase! We can't let him escape." One of the old voices sounded. Immediately, the 4 of them quickly disappeared and chased after Lin Xian. Feeling the 4 powerful auras behind him, Lin Xian's face was abnormally ugly. He had just defeated Luo Lai and was warned by a supremacy. Who would dare to attack him? Needless to say, it must be the Blackwood family. Because other than the Blackwood family, no one else was at risk of catching a cold. Thinking about it, the other party should know that the supremacy of the Palace of Ares had left. Moreover, they did not send any supremacies, so it was not against the rules. This Blackwood family, what a good idea. Behind him, the 4 auras were too powerful. 3 of them were not weaker than Luo Lai. The last one was even more terrifying. The powerful pressure made him feel like he was facing a supremacy. Martial soul embryonic form. Lin Xian was shocked. That person had definitely condensed a martial soul embryonic form. This kind of person was extremely powerful. It could be said that he had 1 foot in the venerable realm. Lin Xian felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect that the Blackwood family would send such a powerful hunting team. If it was only 1 person, he could still fight. However, now that the 4 of them had joined forces, they were extremely powerful. He could only temporarily avoid them. Behind him, the 4 of them chased closely. Waves of enormous pressure enveloped the front. It was like an invisible hand grabbing at Lin Xian. The 4 elders' auras were extremely terrifying when gathered together. They could already affect the sky. In an instant, Lin Xian felt an invisible resistance around him. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire. Slash! With a low shout, countless sword chi rushed out of his body. They spread out in all directions and slashed the invisible energy. At the same time, he urged his spiritual power to use the illusory demonic steps to escape quickly. "Kid, stop struggling. You can't escape." Behind him, an old voice was heard. It was filled with cold killing intent. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He didn't respond and flew with all his strength. "Xianxia, take them to the 100 Graves Taboo Formation," the Crimson Dragon transmitted. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. That place was extremely strange. Even standing on the periphery, he felt a tremor from his soul. He thought that the power could even kill a venerable realm expert. He lured the 4 people behind him there. He could use that power to get rid of the 4 of them. Thinking of this, Lin Xian increased his speed and flew toward the taboo formation. Behind him, the 4 elders of the Blackwood Castle chased closely. No matter where Lin Xian escaped to, they would kill him. Half a day later, Lin Xian came to the place where he comprehended the sword intent again. He slashed down with his sword and once again tore a terrifying crack in the yellow sand below. His body swayed and turned into a sword light, drilling into it. "Want to run? It's useless. No matter where you run, you can't escape death." The 4 people behind him was very confident. They also tore the yellow sand below and chased quickly. With a flash of light, 4 figures appeared. However, they soon started to frown. The reason for that was because a sinister aura was emitting from the enormous white bones before them. "What is this place?" The 4 elders of the Blackwood Castle were shocked. They never thought that there would be such a terrifying place under the Sunset Desert, and that aura was even more powerful than that of a venerable one. "Boss, what should we do?" one of them asked. "Find that brat first." The old voice sounded. "This place is very dangerous. That kid definitely can't stay here for a long time. You want to use the dangerous forbidden area to plot against us? How laughable." The 4 of them searched and soon found Lin Xian. "Brat, don't think that you can save your life by running here. Although this place is strange, it can't save you." The 4 elders of the Blackwood Castle grinned hideously. They blocked the way and looked at Lin Xian with murderous intent. It was even to the extent that they didn't have to make a move. They only had to chase Lin Xian into the depths of the stone steel, and they would be able to annihilate his body and soul. Among them, one of the elders waved his hand, and an enormous palm of light gushed out and swept over. It was as fast as lightning and was extremely swift and fierce. This palm was extremely ingenious. If Lin Xian dodged, he would definitely enter the depths. However, if he chose to take it head-on, this palm carried the power of a martial soul's embryonic form, and it would definitely cause him to be heavily injured. Moreover, even if he could withstand 1 palm, he would absolutely be able to withstand 10 or even 100 palms. As long as they spent some time, they would be able to kill Lin Xian here. They wanted to get rid of Lin Xian too much. Not only because Lin Xian had killed their disciples, but also because Lin Xian's talent was too heaven-defying. If such a figure were to mature, it wouldn't take long for him to step into the venerable realm. Moreover, he would be an extremely powerful one. At that time, it would be a disaster for their Blackwood family. Therefore, they wouldn't allow Lin Xian to mature. Looking at the palm of light that was flying over, Lin Xian's face darkened slightly because he could also see through the other party's thoughts. However, it was impossible for him to go deep inside. He wasn't confident. Moreover, this place was too strange, so he chose to take it head-on. His entire body bloomed with light, condensing into a red lotus that was incomparably beautiful. In an instant, the red lotus armor covered his entire body. Although it was only an illusory image condensed from spiritual power, its defense was definitely incomparably strong. Boom, powerful energy accompanied the palm of light, and all of it bombarded Lin Xian's body. This palm was extremely fierce. Even though Lin Xian had the red lotus armor, he still felt the qi and blood in his body churning, and all the bones in his body seemed to have cracked. Damn it! Lin Xian gritted his teeth and growled. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was his and the Crimson Dragon's idea to come to this forbidden place. He would enter the formation as bait, while the Crimson Dragon would hide in the dark and secretly set up a formation to capture all of them in one fell swoop. As long as the formation was completed, all 4 of them would be teleported to the depths of the forbidden place. With how terrifying this place was, it could definitely kill all 4 of them. Therefore, he had to wait now. He had to wait until the Crimson Dragon's formation was completed. Moreover, he couldn't reveal any flaws during this period to avoid arousing the 4's suspicion and vigilance. Therefore, Lin Xian's task was very difficult. He had to stabilize the 4 of them while also withstanding their attacks. It could be said that he was in danger. However, once he succeeded, he would be able to completely kill all 4 of them. If he succeeded, it would definitely cause a huge blow to the Blackwood family. You 4 old things actually dare to chase after me. Aren't you afraid of the Palace of Ares' revenge? Palace of Ares? The 4 elders of the Blackwood fort sneered. Don't take us for fools. The people of the Palace of Ares have already left. Moreover, we didn't send out any venerables. It's not considered a violation of the agreement. Moreover, so what if we send them out? No one will know if we kill you here. Brat, blame yourself for being an idiot. How dare you leave the city under such circumstances? The 4 of them sneered. They didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. They indeed had such confidence. The 4 of them had condensed the embryonic form of their martial souls. If they joined forces, no one below the Venerable Realm could escape. Moreover, the other party had already entered the killing formation. There was no chance of survival. How dare you go against the Blackwood fort? I'll let you die in despair and pain. Kill him slowly. I want to watch his blood flow out bit by bit. The 4 elders sneered and attacked one after another. A fist, like a heavenly hammer, shone with a metallic light and smashed down toward Lin Xian. On the other side, dozens of flames surged out and turned into fire snakes. They roared ferociously and rampaged in the void. Lin Xian's heart was heavy. Killing intent burst out from his eyes. He executed his footwork and dodged rapidly in the limited space. He also quickly pulled out the Wind Shadow sword to counterattack. Even though he had the Red Lotus armor, he didn't dare to take it head-on. After all, the 4 of them were too powerful. None of them was weaker than him. 2 streaks of sword chi formed a cross in the air and rushed forward to block the attack of the Sky Hammer. At the same time, he formed a sword chi vortex beside him and quickly turned toward the fire snake. Boom! Bang! 4 attacks collided in the air and exploded into a dazzling light. However, the other 2 attacked mercilessly. Another 2 extremely fierce attacks rushed toward Lin Xian. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was difficult for him to block them. This time, he was hit. His body trembled, and the Red Lotus armor flickered. In an instant, Lin Xian's face became extremely pale and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. In an instant, Lin Xian suffered an unimaginable injury. This was definitely the most serious injury he had suffered in the past 3 years. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and asked while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. That damned Rizalong, is it done yet? Soon, soon. Hold on for a little longer. The Crimson Dragon replied. You know that I lost my dragon essence and can't use my original strength. But don't worry, just hold on for a little longer. This formation will be done soon. Okay. Lin Xian said while gritting his teeth. He quickly swallowed a few healing pills and madly circulated the immortality chant to heal the injuries in his body. Humph, kid, how does it feel? One of the black-robed men sneered. He flipped his palm and condensed a small pagoda, which quickly pressed downward. Lin Xian resisted. His body trembled again, and the blood at the corner of his mouth became thicker. Ha 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 ha, kid, you're showing off. How does it feel to be on the verge of death? The elder of the Blackwood family sneered. They were like demons, torturing Lin Xian bit by bit. You 4 bastards, as long as I'm alive, I'll definitely blast you to smithereens. Lin Xian's voice was as cold as the god of death. Humph, how dare you be so stubborn? Do you think you still have a chance to escape? Another elder snorted and pointed a finger. A powerful light flickered and hit the Red Lotus armor, causing it to tremble violently. The violent power made Lin Xian spit out blood again. For a moment, Lin Xian's injuries worsened. This time, without any hesitation, he took out a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb and quickly swallowed it. The moment the elixir appeared, the 4 elders of the Blackwood family were shocked. Each of them stared at the elixir with fervent eyes. It's actually a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb. The 4 of them were shocked. Even their family only had a few stalks of this kind of thing, but this hateful little thief in front of them actually didn't care about it at all, as if he was gnawing on a carrot. What a waste, what a waste. The 4 elders had an urge to tear Lin Xian apart. Looking at their expressions, Lin Xian chuckled. For old dogs, do you want to eat? Lin Xian waved the elixir in his hand. Kneel down and beg me like a dog, and I might give it to you. You're courting death. The 4 elders were furious. A little thief who was about to die actually dared to tease them like this. This was unbearable for the 4 of them. When you die, the 0 spirit herb will naturally be ours. Kid, I'll pull out your tendons and pull out your bones, and let you bleed to the last drop of blood. This kid still has a lot of good things in his storage belt. Be careful when you attack later. Don't break the storage belt, or else we won't be able to get those things. Another elder said ferociously. They talked among themselves, completely ignoring Lin Xian. Obviously, in their eyes, Lin Xian was already a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. These 4 old dogs can be arrogant now, but when the array is completed, you'll be crying. No, this kid's eyes are too fierce. First, dig out his eyeballs. A black elder sneered. Also, break his limbs, so he won't escape when the time comes. The 4 elders exuded a powerful aura. They were ready to cripple Lin Xian and then slowly torture him. In an instant, the 4 of them launched a terrifying attack. Lin Shui roared and pushed the great dragon sword soul and perfect sword intent with all his strength. He unleashed a power comparable to the embryonic form of a martial soul, sweeping in all directions. At the same time, he quickly sent a voice transmission. Damn it, are you done? If you don't come, I'm going to die. Done, done. The Crimson Dragon's voice was excited. Kid, get ready to retreat. I'm going to activate the array. In the next moment, he roared and a blood-red long sword appeared in front of him. Sword of Slaughter, the blood-red sword chi surged like a river of blood, dancing in the air. Lin Xian used all his strength in this attack. The crescent-shaped sword chi was aimed at the weakest of the 4 elders and rushed quickly. At the same time, he pushed his body to the limit. Kid, you're courting death. The elder was furious. The other party dared to rush at him, which was a complete provocation. The other 3 elders sneered and attacked together. They didn't intend to fight Lin Xian alone. 4 terrifying attacks were launched. The 4 of them had sinister smiles on their faces, as if they could already see Lin Xian being blown up. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian disappeared in front of them. The 4 terrifying attacks suddenly lost their target and surged in the air. Not only that, but what made them even more terrified was that an invisible force filled their bodies, forming a space-distorting force. Whoosh, before they could react, the force had already exploded. Oh no! The elder in the lead was the strongest. He was the first to react and wanted to struggle. However, when he moved, he found that the 4 of them had already reached the center of the stone tablet. At this moment, they were in the center of the black stone tablet, surrounded by terrifying dead spirits' resentment. The force was too terrifying. It was not something they could withstand at all. Even a venerable one would not be able to resist it. In an instant, the 4 of them felt their scalps go numb. Their eyes were filled with fear and they wanted to escape. However, as soon as they moved, a blood-red sword chi quickly slashed at them and blocked their way. The 4 of them resisted and collided with the blood-red sword chi, instantly shattering it. However, they were still blocked. Moreover, the energy stimulated the surrounding dead spirits. Streaks of gray aura surrounded them, forming ferocious ghost heads that quickly bit at them. Ah! Miserable screams sounded. In an instant, the 4 of them were attacked by the dead spirits and were injured. Damn thief, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. When I come out, I'll definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes. I'll extract your soul and refine it. The 4 elders of the Blackwood stronghold roared at the sky with ferocious expressions. How is it? Does it feel good? Lin Xian said with a smile, don't you like to torture people like this? Today, I'll let you have your fill. Oh? You still want to come out? In your dreams. You don't have the chance anymore. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon stood outside the formation with a sneer on their faces. Just now, the 4 elders of the Blackwood stronghold used this method to torture him. Now, he naturally wanted to pay them back. Lin Xian looked ahead, his eyes full of killing intent. Just now, the 4 elders ruthlessly attacked and forced him into a dead end, almost taking his life. If it were not for the Red Lotus battle suit, he would have been killed by now. Now that the situation had reversed, how could he let them go? End of chapter 635. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.